Chapter 1 Rain, a Youth, and Two Mice. Plop, the raindrops struck the classroom windows, slithering down the glass like tiny snakes. Outside, the sky was a dull gray as I stared blankly through the pane. The classroom was unbearably stuffy, my skin sticky with humidity. It was almost time for school to end in the afternoon. The teachers had left early, and some students were sneaking games on their phones while others played and laughed. A loud thunderclap boomed, lightning illuminating their excited little faces as the classroom buzzed with chatter. This damn rain, it couldn't have picked a worse time. Several of my close classmates nearby were cursing at the downpour. My deskmate, seeing my calm expression, couldn't help but tease, "Lihanyao, it's raining. Doesn't that bother you at all?" I froze for a moment, then pulled out the umbrella my dad had bought for me from my backpack and said, "Why would it be bothersome? I brought an umbrella." Not understanding why rain would be annoying, I asked the classmates around me, "Did none of you bring umbrellas?" The classmates scratched their heads. My deskmate tilted her head looking at the umbrella in my hand and said curiously, "I don't really use this much. When it rains, my dad always picks me up by car." Everyone nodded in agreement, and I stayed silent. My deskmate sighed, resting her head on the desk as she said, "Only, if my ridiculously strict dad comes to pick me up, I won't be able to go to the internet cafe." Everyone chimed in their agreement. I put the floral umbrella back into my bag, so this was why they hated rainy days. My deskmate asked curiously again, "Lihanyao, isn't your dad picking you up?" "Yeah," I forced an awkward smile and said breezily. I lied and told him I'd be practicing at the school gym, so he'd come an hour later, and he always does. I paused, then added, "That way, I get to spend an hour at the internet cafe." Whoa, that's freaking cool. My words earned everyone's admiration. At our age, rebellion, lies, and freedom were like poison. A kid who could pull off all three commanded the same respect among peers as a grown man cruising in a Bentley. The dismissal bell rang, and the students scattered like startled birds. The city lay shrouded in dark clouds, its skyline fading into monochrome like an old TV screen. At the school gate, I walked ahead with my backpack slung sideways, kicking pebbles as the roar of engines approached from behind. I instinctively blocked a black sedan's path before sidestepping, watching row after row of luxury cars whisk my classmates away. They looked at me with envy, thinking how carefree my life must be. After all my classmates had left, I hesitated for a moment before unfurling that floral-patterned red umbrella. Admittedly, it was terribly old-fashioned, green background with red flowers, like using quilted cotton trousers for rain shelter. But it was the only one I had, and clad only in my school uniform, I had no choice but to use it if I didn't want to get soaked. I trudged along slowly, like a snail in the rain. Passing by an alley, I spotted a group of youths gathered at the entrance. I recognized the leader, a tall, lanky guy named Liang, who worked as a car mechanic. "Hey, little bastard, you're here too." Liang greeted me, but I ignored him. My bangs covered my eyes as I kept my head down, moving forward expressionless. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a frail, bespectacled boy being cornered in the alley by Liang and his gang. The boy was like a mouse surrounded by cats, forcing an awkward smile to mask his fear while clinging to the last shred of dignity. I recognized the boy Xiang Tianga, a classmate of mine who barely registered on anyone's radar. I ignored Liang, which displeased him. With his arm around Xiang Tianga, he slowly approached me. "You little bastard, I'm talking to you. Why the silent treatment?" I didn't even raise my head or show any intention of fleeing, maintaining my slow pace. Experience had taught me, when chased by dogs, never speed up or react. It only piques their interest. Splat, something sticky landed on my back. Liang stared at the phlegm staining my school uniform and said with a grin, "What are you looking at?" "That's acid rain. Has nothing to do with me." I frowned slightly, my uniform was ruined. After a brief silence, I kept walking. Finding me dull, Liang gave me a shove and said, "So boring, get lost." Just then, another repairman looked at me and Xiang Tianga and asked, "You two know each other?" Liang latched onto this new excitement. "You know each other? Then fight for me." I kept walking while Xiang Tianga swallowed hard and forced out, I don't know him." "Really?" Liang eyed him suspiciously. Xiang Tianga gritted his teeth and said, "Seriously, I really don't know him." Liang curled his lip and sneered, "Well, that's no fun then, you little bastard, get lost." As I walked farther away, I could hear Xiang Tianga's screams. I knew why he had helped me, compared to physical pain. He couldn't bear the shame of being bullied in front of his classmates. Xiang Tianga's voice grew increasingly pitiful. "Stop hitting me, please, I'll kneel and beg you." I halted abruptly, pulled off my school blazer, and stared at the yellow-green globs of spit staining it. Disgusting. After a brief silence, I grabbed a brick and hurled it at the window of a parked business van. The owner had stepped into a convenience store, no one was inside. Crack, the car window shattered as a middle-aged man in a leather jacket rushed out of the convenience store, shouting, "You in the floral-patterned cotton pants, I'll remember you." Seeing the rain-soaked car seat, he grew frantic, then ran to Liang's auto repair and roared, "Anyone here? Fix my damn car right now." Chapter 2, Heavy Rain, Soda, Internet Cafe. In the distance, Mechanic Aliang heard the leather-jacketed man's shouts, set down Xiang Tianga, and hurried over with his lackeys. Bowing obsequiously, Aliang grinned and explained, "Sorry boss, was handling something just now." Spotting the man's car emblem, his fawning intensified. "You must be a big-time entrepreneur, let me take a look at your ride, brother." I watched from afar. The adult world worked this way. Aliang and his crew could only throw their weight around with us high schoolers. In their world, there was always a more rigid hierarchy to keep them in check. I opened my umbrella and turned to leave. They were really just joking with me earlier. Xiang Tianga's voice came from behind me. He looked disheveled, his uniform stained with rainwater and mud, his face flushed as he explained, "That's just how they are, they love joking around too much." Me and them. He couldn't meet my eyes, stammering as he continued, "Me and them, we actually get along pretty well." "I know." I cut him off, looking directly into his eyes as I responded seriously. Seeming to notice that I believed him, Xiang Tianga's eyes lit up. He patted my shoulder and said, "About today's incident, let's not mention it to our classmates, okay? I'm afraid if they find out I know so many people from outside school, it might scare them. I'd rather keep a low profile at school." I nodded earnestly and agreed with Xiang Tianga. He seemed surprised by how readily I accepted, his face lighting up with joy as he grinned at me, revealing a chipped tooth. At this moment, he was extremely happy, as if he had completely forgotten about being bullied earlier. Xiang Tianga pondered for a moment, then wrapped an arm around my neck and grinned, saying, "Just now, my friend almost scared you, so I'll treat you to a cola." Before I could reply, he dragged me into a supermarket. Once inside, he grabbed 4 bottles of cola right away and then piled on a heap of snacks, which really surprised me. I always thought his family was poor. Appearances can be deceiving, truly. After grabbing the last bag of chips, he frowned in thought and said to me, "Hey, Yaozi, go check the shelves and see if there's anything that costs just 40 cents. 40 cents? I was slightly taken aback, not understanding why he insisted on finding something worth 40 cents. Could it be that Xiang Tianga had some sort of massive OCD? Right at that moment, Xiang Tianga spotted a small square box on the front shelf that was on sale. His eyes lit up instantly as he put down a bag of snacks and picked up that little box. "Boss, check me out," Xiang Tianga called. The supermarket owner lazily glanced at the snacks, yawned, and said, "That'll be 43 yuan. Wait," Xiang Tianga frowned, "it should be 43 yuan and 40 cents. You undercharged me by 40 cents. The supermarket owner laughed, "Damn, I must be half asleep, can't even do simple math anymore. Kid, you're an honest one, ain't ya?" Xiang Tianga proudly patted his chest and said, "Of course, I'm Aliang from Wotong Hai, famous for returning lost property." Then, to my astonishment, Xiang Tianga opened his phone gallery, pulled up a screenshot showing a payment of 43.40 yuan, and waved it in front of the shopkeeper. "Paid up, boss." The sleepy-eyed shopkeeper waved his hand dismissively and went back to napping on his rocking chair. After we left the supermarket, Xiang Tianga looked at my dumbfounded expression and pursed his lips, saying, "What? I treat you to dinner, and now there's something wrong with that?" I stayed silent for a long moment before squeezing out a few words, "You've got some guts." Xiang Tianga burst into laughter, feigning modesty as he waved his hand, looking rather proud. Then he proceeded to explain the details of pulling off such a stunt. "First, you gotta avoid shops with cash registers, those are a no-go. And any place with payment notification sounds is also off limits. Damn it, shop owners have gotten smarter these days. Out of 10, at least 8 have those sounds enabled. It took me forever to find this one spot. Oh, and another thing, you gotta scope out the owner's personality beforehand. The careless, absent-minded types are the perfect targets. If they happen to be taking a nap during the day, that's basically a gift from heaven. Supermarkets are doable, but internet cafes? Nah, those owners hit way too hard." When the topic shifted to internet cafes, Xiang Tianga's eyes suddenly lit up. He cracked open a can of cola and shoved it into my hand, saying excitedly, "Hey, that's right. Later, I'll take you to an internet cafe. Since we're brothers now, we gotta properly celebrate." He rambled on grandly, like some underworld boss. "Not that I, Xiang Tianga, lack friends, but you look like you really need some. Lucky for you to have met me. Later, I'll treat you to the internet cafe, and you can buy me a Red Bull." I rubbed my forehead. "I don't have any money." Xiang Tianga thought for a moment. "Then we'll just hit up another supermarket later." I was truly speechless. At Absolute Zero Internet Cafe, Xiang Tianga hammered away at the keyboard while cursing at the game screen. It was my first time in an internet cafe, and I gazed around curiously, taking in everything. Who would have thought that for less than 10 yuan, one could immerse themselves in their own world for hours without interruption? Such cheap happiness feels almost like an insult to capitalists. Xiang Tianga was playing a computer game, but since I hadn't turned on a machine, I could only watch from the side. I'd heard of this game called League of Legends. It was really popular among my classmates. Xiang Tianga cursed at his teammates while explaining to me, "Listen dude, it's not that I don't want to treat you to some internet time, it's just like you see now, the place is packed. The only free machine left is this one I'm using. Even if I wanted to invite you, I couldn't. God damn it, this stupid raptor camp actually solo killed me? Just as he'd said, the internet cafe had no available computers left. But right then, a young guy next to us shut down his computer and left his seat. Xiang Tianga immediately fell silent, and I was puzzled too. Xiang Tianga cleared his throat and explained again, it's not that I don't want to treat you to some internet time, but you saw that guy just now, smoking and picking his nose. Would you dare use a computer after him? It's fine, I said, noticing his embarrassment and cutting him off with a smile. You don't need to treat me, I don't play games anyway. You don't play games? Xiang Tianga was shocked. In this day and age, there was actually someone who didn't play games. Suspiciously, he asked, you don't have friends in class, never seen you with any hobbies, and now you say you don't even play computer games? What the heck do you usually do then? Damn it, got so caught up talking to you, how did my screen just go gray again? Curious, I asked, is your computer malfunctioning? Why does it keep going gray? Xiang Tianga's face flushed red as he cleared his throat and said, ahem, yeah, if it weren't for this damn computer glitching and graying out all the time, I would have won by now. I pondered for a moment before abruptly standing up. I'll help you find the boss. I'll make him give you a refund. Wait, stop. Xiang Tianga quickly stopped me, awkwardly trying to dissuade me. Forget it, these days it's not easy for business owners either. Let's just make do with this. I stared blankly at the large bag of snacks he had just bought from the supermarket, falling into silent bewilderment. As we spoke, a mechanical voice sounded from the computer, and Xiang Tianga's screen grayed out again. I couldn't help but sigh. Playing games with a malfunctioning computer is no easy feat. Those who knew thought you were gaming, those who didn't would think you're watching a black and white movie. Xiang Tianga was rendered speechless by my remark. After leaving the internet cafe, he threw an arm around my shoulder and boisterously said, making friends with me today, you really lucked out. That's enough for today. I'll take you somewhere fun tomorrow. I remained silent. Xiang Tianga raised an eyebrow and asked suspiciously, hey kid, don't tell me you don't have any friends besides me? Seeing my tacit confirmation, he seemed to have rediscovered his own merits and quickly boasted, not to brag bro, but friends are the one thing I've got plenty of. Stick with me and learn a thing or two. Alright, catch you later. After parting ways with Xiang Tianga, I walked alone down the street. Passing by the supermarket where I'd first bought goods, I noticed the shopkeeper was still napping at noon. After a moment's hesitation, I reached into the small pocket my mother had sewn inside my underwear and pulled out a handful of crumpled small bills, mostly 5 yuan, 1 yuan, and 50-cent notes. I gathered exactly 43.4 yuan and slipped it under the boss's desk before turning to leave. Hey, came the boss's voice from behind, making my hair stand on end. I quickly turned around to see him blinking sleepily, seemingly unaware of my little maneuver. The boss glanced at me and said lazily, oh, it's you, kid. Here for your umbrella? You left it earlier. I put it on top of the first cabinet. Only then did I realize I'd forgotten my umbrella there. Looking over, I saw my red and green flowered cotton patterned umbrella lying quietly on the supermarket cabinet. With my head lowered, I muttered, thank you. Then I grabbed the umbrella and fled as if running for my life. The supermarket owner yawned, watching my fleeing figure with a trace of drowsiness in his eyes. My slender fingers picked up the bundle of loose change beneath the table, as a slow smile crept across my lips. Not bad, not bad. The kid's not just strong in lineage, but also surprisingly honest. But, I brought the stack of bills to my nose, gave it a light sniff, and frowned slightly. What the hell is this smell on the money? The rain, which had just paused for a while, began pouring down heavily again. Holding an umbrella, I walked silently along the road. Strangely enough, at the end of the rain-soaked street sat a blue Aston Martin sports car. A provocatively dressed girl sat in the sports car, smiling brightly at me. She wasn't holding an umbrella, her hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she wore a blue mini skirt and short sleeves, resembling a shimmering blue star amidst the heavy rain. Yet I seemed to take it for granted and completely ignored her. Apply to our college. The girl blinked her watery eyes, pleading with me desperately. I sighed helplessly. This girl, some admissions counselor from God knows what diploma mill, had been pestering me since last month. Watching her begging expression, I felt speechless. Was their school that desperate for students? But then I gave the girl a puzzled look, noticing the Aston Martin sports car beneath her. I'd seen that car on TV before, heard it costs a fortune. Since when did diploma mill recruiters get this rich? Clearly bought with students' tuition money. Gross. I disdain these diploma mills that bleed students dry. Without another glance at the girl, I turned and ran away under my umbrella. The girl stared at my retreating figure with blazing eyes, as if looking at a lottery ticket worth 50 million. Then she pulled an outdated flip phone from her bosom and said, hey, we found that royal blood in Lanshan City. Not bad looking. Her tone suddenly turned pitiful, but he's completely clueless about manners. Didn't even offer his umbrella in this downpour. Humming, a corona of fiery light erupted around the girl, repelling the rain like solar flares. Boom, a bell tolled through the curtain of rain. In an instant, both the girl and the Aston Martin sports car vanished into the storm, as if they'd never existed. I ran alone through the deserted streets as torrential rain poured down like floodgates had opened. Lanchan City's drainage system couldn't cope. Rainwater already submerged my ankles as it pooled across the roads. My damp bangs covered my eyes, making it hard to see the road ahead, and I hadn't noticed, behind me, a scaly tail was slithering through the rainwater, having followed me for 3 blocks already. As if the moment had finally ripened, the tail could no longer contain its excitement. Splash, a dark green figure leapt from the water and lunged straight for my back. Yet, under my umbrella, I remained oblivious to the looming figure behind me. The dark green silhouette yawned wide, a blood-red maw stretching open, its whip-like tongue, thick as a python's and studded with countless barbs, slithered toward the sheltered crown of my head beneath the rain shield. Whoosh! Just then, a violet light suddenly burst from the top of my umbrella. The glow vanished in an instant, but the moment the emerald green figure came into contact with it, he was sent flying backward as if struck by an invisible truck. With a crash, the dark green figure smashed onto the ground, its tongue drenched in blood, already severed in half. Its vertically slit pupils abruptly constricted, filled with sheer terror. A royal weapon? The next morning, I walked along the path to school, my uniform still bearing stains of sticky phlegm. In a distant alley, the mechanic Aliang squatted on the ground, cursing under his breath while playing on his phone with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Unlike yesterday, this time Aliang was alone. There were many routes from here to the school, and I could have easily taken a detour. But in the end, I still walked past him. Hey, little bastard. As expected, the moment Aliang saw me, he called me over. Hack, Tui. He spat a wad of phlegm at the ground, then grinned. Don't be scared. Go, buy me a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Aliang didn't mention paying, naturally having no intention to do so. Yet strangely enough, impoverished as I was, I felt remarkably composed about this exploitation. Calmly, I walked to the nearby supermarket and pulled out my crumpled savings from my underwear. Boss, a pack of cigarettes, and a lighter please. The shopkeeper gave me a glance and casually handed me the cheapest pack. No! Golden flames seemed to flicker in my pupils as my voice took on an eerie, ethereal quality. Give me an expensive box. The supermarket owner looked at me in surprise before passing me a 20 yuan pack of cigarettes. I walked back into the alley with a cigarette and a lighter. Before entering, I shook the lighter vigorously, held it upside down for half a minute, then turned the valve to maximum. After prepping everything, I placed the cigarette and lighter in front of Aliang. Seeing the brand, his expression shifted between shock and delight. Damn, you're learning. Buying me premium smokes? Nice, real nice. Come on, light me up. Aliang commanded while glued to his video game. Snap, I brought the lighter to his lips and flicked the switch. Whoosh, a 10 centimeters flame erupted instantly, scorching Aliang's eyes. Ah! Aliang covered his eyes, writhing in pain on the ground, cursing incessantly under his breath. You little bastard, you little bastard. Suddenly, I took off my school uniform, twisted it into a rope, and viciously tightened it around Aliang's neck. Ugh, ugh. Aliang's face gradually turned purple, his pupils fading to a cloudy white as his consciousness slipped away. My expression twisted into something monstrous, my eyes gleaming with an eerie golden light. At this moment, I was unrecognizable compared to my usual self. Panting heavily, I slowly leaned in close to Aliang's ear. Dog bastard apologize for my uniform. Han Yao. Time to wake up. Suddenly, my mother's familiar voice rang in my ears. I jolted awake from the nightmare, sitting up abruptly, my chest heaving violently. The sunlight outside was slightly dazzling, with the voices of street vendors hawking their wares drifting through the window. On the table at home sat steaming hot tofu pudding. A beautiful morning, as if worlds apart from the nightmare just moments before. What's gotten into you, kid? You're always acting so odd, making such a racket just getting out of bed. Mother frowned while ladling out meals for the family, her words tinged with irritation. I looked down at my palm in confusion. Lately, I'd been having nightmares for no apparent reason. Seeing me in this dazed state only fueled my strong-willed mother's frustration. Stop brooding in bed. Finish your meal and hurry off to school. Don't you know the college entrance exam is just around the corner? Can't you tell what's urgent? I ducked my head and hastily scrambled out of bed. At the dining table, my bespectacled father was enjoying breakfast. He chuckled as he looked at me and said to Mother, "All right now, dear, why do you always pile so much pressure on the child? I believe our humble home will definitely produce a college graduate." After a pause, Dad added gently, "But actually, it's fine if you don't get in. As long as you live a happy life, that's what matters." Unexpectedly, my fiery-tempered mother didn't argue back after hearing Dad's words. Instead, she fell into uncharacteristic silence. At the same moment, my brother emerged from the bathroom. His name is Lin Yuan, a police officer. After changing into his uniform, Lin Yuan ignored me standing right before him. Pushing open the door without turning back, he said, "Dad, Auntie, the station's been busy these days. I'm heading to work and won't be eating breakfast. You go ahead and, you dare." Quite surprisingly, Dad, who had been so gentle moments before, immediately roared when he saw Lin Yuan daring to skip breakfast. "Lin Yuan, get back here and eat properly." Lin Yuan had no choice but to reluctantly come over and sit down to eat. His father placed his own egg into Lin Yuan's bowl, softening his tone slightly. "Eat the egg. You're a police officer, it's not just any ordinary job. If your nutrition isn't up to par, how can you handle cases properly?" After a thoughtful pause, his father suddenly seemed to remember something. "By the way, did you deliver the specialty gift I asked you to give to your station chief last time?" Lin Yuan sighed helplessly. "Dad, our station chief is a woman. And you sent her tonic wine." Seeing that his son didn't understand his good intentions, his father immediately scolded him harshly. "What does it matter if she's a woman? Doesn't a woman need tonics? Listen to me, Lin Yuan, you'd better start paying attention to interpersonal relationships. Start caring about your future. Whether you can transfer to work in the city by the end of the year depends entirely on your station chief. My name is Li Hanyao, and I live in a blended family." That day, Dad was enthusiastically chatting with my older brother Lin Yuan, urging him to seek more authority in his position as department head. My brother responded with a mix of amusement and exasperation, explaining that the department head's authority wasn't that significant, but Dad simply insisted that a higher rank always crushes those below. I slung my backpack over my shoulder and stood at the door, murmuring, "I'm off to school," but they were so engrossed in their conversation that no one noticed. Carefully, I closed the door behind me and walked out. Our family of 4 carries 3 different surnames. My brother and Dad share the surname Lin, mine is Li, and Mom's is Chen. My brother is Dad's biological son, while I'm Mom's biological child, meaning we aren't related by blood. Still, Dad treats me quite well, and I'm grateful to him. I try not to burden him too much. Though he owns a second-hand car worth over 100,000 yuan, I always walk the 2.5 kilometers to school. Once, Dad offered to drive me, but I politely declined. As I walked along, the sound of a car horn came from behind me. A classmate rolled down the rear window and warmly invited me to ride in their car. I forced a smile, leaned in conspiratorially, and whispered mysteriously, "I love walking in the morning, plus, this way I can sneak off to the internet cafe during class." My classmate listened with envious admiration, giving me a thumbs up before urging his dad to drive off. 5 kilometers is quite a distance for a high school student, but I'm used to it. I trudged alone to a spot less than 100 meters from the school when a dense crowd suddenly blocked my path. I saw Xiang Tianga, and he spotted me too, dashing over with wild excitement on his face, shouting loudly, "Fuck me, Lao Yao, it's the jackpot. Ah, Liang is dead." Bang! My smile froze on my face, my mind was deafened by thunderbolt shock, and only the words "Ah Liang is dead" echoed in my ears. The downpour outside the classroom had been going on for days, stopping and starting intermittently, like God couldn't finish peeing. On the podium, the history teacher was pontificating about how ancient Chinese civilization was special, that in the West divine authority suppressed imperial power while in China divine authority had always maintained an awkward position. But I couldn't concentrate at all, my ears were filled with Xiang Tianga's description of Ah Liang's death, being strangled, his face turning liver purple, involuntary defecation, his tongue being cut out, things like that. I suddenly felt freezing cold, my body shaking violently. Because I just had a nightmare where I strangled Ah Liang to death with my bare hands, never imagined he'd actually die in reality. I bit the tip of my tongue, telling myself it was just a coincidence. How could killing someone in a dream come true? If that were possible, our homeroom teacher would have died 10 times over by now. I smiled bitterly, thinking I was being too sensitive. If I really had that kind of power, my life wouldn't be so damn miserable. Just then, a bespectacled girl came to collect miscellaneous school fees outside the classroom. The history teacher instructed us to pass the money from the back row forward. Sitting in the second to last row, I quickly took advantage of the commotion to retrieve cash from the little pouch sewn into my underwear lining. It was so embarrassing, I usually took it out beforehand in private, but who knew they'd collect so urgently this time? Xiang Tianga muttered under his breath, complaining whether the principal's BMW had run out of gas money. I was fumbling to pull out the money when I suddenly realized I was short by 20 yuan. Those 20 yuan felt like a death warrant, dragging me into an abyss of despair because in the dream, I had used that money to buy cigarettes for Ah Liang. I sat frozen in my seat like a statue. The girl behind me impatiently urged me to pass the money forward, and by then everyone had noticed something was wrong, only the money from my row hadn't moved. Up at the podium, the history teacher was still recounting the story of Lin Shangru returning the jade intact to Zhao. He joked that the college entrance exam wouldn't test us on this, but he wanted us to know the exam was nothing compared to what Lin Shangru faced against the king of Qin. Then he laughed loudly at his own words. Yet the classroom remained dead silent. No one laughed, and the awkwardness thickened. The history teacher kept laughing awkwardly, but no one was paying attention to him anymore. All eyes had turned toward me. My name is Li Hanyao. As I sat in my seat daydreaming, the history teacher's smile faded. She finally realized why no one responded to her humor. Every student's attention was fixed on me. Following the gazes of the class, she looked at me and frowned slightly, probably noticing I had long since wandered off in thought. Narrowing her eyes, she asked gravely, "Li Hanyao, answer me, in the story I just told, what did the Qin state return to the Zhao state?" Then her voice abruptly rose, filling the classroom. No thinking, no remembering, no asking others. "I want your gut reaction. You have 3 seconds to answer me. 3, 2, 1. I jolted awake, instinctively standing up and blurting out, $20. My answer made the whole class burst into laughter. After all, the students all knew the principle that the law doesn't punish the masses. Laughing at this moment wouldn't get them punished, as the punishment would only fall on the one who made everyone laugh. Yet I had managed to make everyone laugh with just 4 words, which left the history teacher who had just finished displaying her sense of humor feeling thoroughly defeated. Her face darkened with frost, veins bulging at her temples as she pushed up her glasses and enunciated each word slowly. "So, under Lin Shangru's life or death coercion, the Qin state returned the $20 to Zhao?" This sent the class into another round of laughter, but she couldn't find any joy in it at all. I was about to explain it wasn't intentional when she coldly interrupted. "Trash." I froze and instinctively asked, "What did you say?" She sneered. "I said you're trash. I genuinely don't understand what purpose poor wretches like you serve in this world." Forced by higher-ups, Maudlin Academy, the city's finest elite school, took in a few slum kids like you to showcase benevolence. But I find this utterly ridiculous. It's like a pet shop placing a few rural mutts next to Ashura noble cats to highlight their elegance. What's the point? She paused, staring into my eyes, and continued, "I believe not only do Ashura cats loathe stray dogs, but the strays themselves feel ill at ease in such pristine surroundings. They probably miss their country outhouses, while here they can only eat refined cat food. Go back, return to where you belong." After a long silence, I spoke up, "Teacher." She smiled at me, thinking she'd pricked my pride enough that I'd crack, that I'd shout, "Don't mock the youth's poverty," shaking with humiliation and rage. But with sincere earnestness, I said, "Teacher, I think I might have lost 20 yuan this morning. Could you help me make an announcement over the faculty PA system?" Her smile froze on her face, stifled giggles from the corner of the classroom quickly died down. She fell silent, feeling like she'd just punched cotton. Exhausted, she pressed her fingers to her temples and asked weakly, "You don't understand what I'm implying, do you?" Looking flustered, I blurted out, "Teacher, I'm not very knowledgeable about keeping pets, but those 20 yuan mean a lot to me. It's not about the amount, it's..." "Enough," she cut me off, slamming the chalkboard eraser onto the lectern. After scanning the entire class, she fixed her gaze on me. 20 yuan? Do you have any idea what 20 yuan represents? Among the parents of Lanshan High School's alumni, over 60% are part of Lanshan City's elite entrepreneurs, doctors, lawyers, and other distinguished professionals. The donations they make to the school every year could rebuild half of Lanshan City. And you, a security guard's son, actually wasted these elite students' precious time over a measly $20? You, good for nothing. The classroom fell silent as she squinted her eyes, looking down at the class from her high horse. Truthfully, she didn't want to lay all her thoughts bare. She usually prided herself on maintaining an elegant and dignified image in front of the students. But today had been far too frustrating, and she just couldn't hold back any longer. At that moment, a soft chuckle suddenly came from the corner of the classroom. The history teacher couldn't take it anymore and snapped, "Who was that again? Get out and laugh somewhere else." It turned out to be Xiang Tianga. The teacher scoffed and demanded to know what was so funny. Xiang Tianga awkwardly explained he had remembered a joke from his hometown. Once the countdown began, he flushed red and proceeded to tell some crude joke about a mosquito and a mantis peeping on a woman bathing. The entire class burst into laughter. Though the joke was both stale and lame, the classroom atmosphere had been so stifling that even the slightest humor acted as a fuse. Facing the history teacher's livid expression, Xiang Tianga looked on the verge of tears and surrendered weakly. "It was you who insisted I tell it." Then his tone shifted abruptly, turning deep and resonant. "But..." The classroom fell silent, and even the teacher froze. Xiang Tianga smiled faintly and continued, "But, teacher, do you know who's even more ridiculous than the mosquito and mantis in my joke? It's a middle-aged woman I know. Decades ago, she got into an elite high school as a teacher. After rubbing shoulders with wealthy people, she started imagining herself as nobility too. Earning just a few thousand a month, she strutted around with her nose in the air before her poor students. She'd proudly tell everyone how the parents of her students were all elites. But she forgot, what did that have to do with her? Chapter 7 Standing Out, Friendship, After School. The entire class fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Xiang Tianga in astonishment. This kid, has he lost his mind? Li Hanyao was also startled as he looked at Xiang Tianga. He never expected Xiang Tianga would stand up for him and defy the teacher. "Get out!" The history teacher couldn't take it anymore. Her eyes were wide with fury as she bellowed out. The history teacher slammed the textbook heavily onto the two boys, her bloodshot eyes making her look like a vulgar woman cursing in the streets. Fine, I'll leave. Xiang Tiange shrugged indifferently, then walked out of the classroom. After a moment of silence, Li Hanyao also walked out of the classroom. I didn't tell you to leave. The history teacher roared at Li Hanyao. Li Hanyao paused for a brief moment, but ultimately followed Xiang Tiange through the classroom door. The history teacher's fury peaked with a bitter laugh. Too good for nothings. The old saying proves true yet again, rats' offspring will instinctively huddle together. After leaving the classroom, inside the restroom, two youths squatted on toilet seats, each occupying a stall. After a momentary silence, Li Hanyao hung his head and couldn't help speaking up. You really don't have to do this. It's not like this is the first time she's looked down on me anyway. Though Li Hanyao said so with his lips, one has to admit that Li Hanyao finally believed at this moment. Xiang Tiange wasn't bluffing after all, that guy really had guts. Yet, at that very moment, Li Hanyao suddenly heard the sound of teeth chattering coming from the squat toilet next to him. After a moment of silence, Li Hanyao couldn't help but ask, do you like smacking your lips while eating? Only to see Xiang Tiange shakily stand up from the squat toilet. His face turned deathly pale, his teeth chattered uncontrollably, and his back was soaked through with cold sweat. Xiang Tiange's trembling hand rose as he said to Li Hanyao, Yaozi, quick, give me a hand. Damn, that old hag is terrifying. Back in class just now, I nearly collapsed from fear. Li Hanyao. He helplessly steadied the unsteady Xiang Tiange, only to grab a handful of something sticky. Li Hanyao's face remained expressionless. Don't tell me you got this from squatting too long in your legs. Xiang Tiange blinked his eyes. Don't tell anyone. Li Hanyao suddenly placed his hand on Xiang Tiange's back, patting his shoulder reassuringly. I thought you were really that brave, but since you're so scared, why did you still step forward? Xiang Tiange waved his hand grandly, declaring with great vigor. Ah, whatever, we're bros through and through. Besides, Xiang Tiange, already said I'd have your back. How could I just stand by and watch that old hag humiliate you? Then, Xiang Tiange then switched to an excited expression, saying enthusiastically, damn, that was badass, I was way too fucking cool just now. So handsome that I feel like writing a book about myself. I've even thought of a title, it'll be called I Beheaded the Teacher in the Mental Asylum. Li Hanyao pondered for a moment before interrupting with some confusion. Why in a mental asylum? Xiang Tiange hesitated briefly, then waved his hand dismissively. Ah, what's in a name? Just pretend it's because the mentally ill can kill without breaking the law. After finishing his words, Xiang Tiange once again reveled in his own dashing charm. I wonder how many girls in our class were admiring me just now. Too bad I was too busy showing off to sneak a glance at them. Just then, two girls walked past the restroom door. A girl said, Did you see that idiot from class 3 just now, talking back to the history teacher? Another girl said in a flat tone, I saw. I heard because of him, the history teacher is planning to keep class 3 for an extra 2 hours today for some thought education. That guy took off early though. The troublemakers from class 3 said they'll kill him when he comes back. In the restroom, Xiang Tiange, Li Hanyao. Xiang Tiange swallowed hard, forcing a fierce expression as he muttered to himself. Joke, you think I'm afraid of them? Don't worry, Yaozif, I've got your back. Li Hanyao remained silent. In truth, Li Hanyao knew that Xiang Tiange, due to his family's poverty and his own stubborn pride, often became a target for local bullies. During adolescence, for a young man, you can only have either pride or poverty. Okay. Yet Li Hanyao still nodded slightly before replying. At the same time, his mind flashed back to how Xiang Tiange had been bullied by Ao Liang and his gang yesterday. Right. And that 20 yuan business still hadn't been cleared up. Li Hanyao suddenly remembered this matter. So, he reached into his underwear to retrieve the money from the small pocket inside. Hey. Seeing this scene, Xiang Tiange quickly tried to stop him, saying, Bro, no need to go this far, this is school after all. I only dare do this kind of thing at home with the lights off. Li Hanyao took out the money and counted it again. Sure enough, 20 yuan was missing. Xiang Tiange's eyes widened in astonishment. Then, Li Hanyao then fished out a pen and a piece of paper from his underwear. He began calculating his recent expenses, wondering if he'd absent-mindedly spent those 20 yuan somewhere. Xiang Tiange's mouth fell open. Got any toilet paper? Lend me some. Xiang Tiange hesitated before asking. Li Hanyao reached into his underwear and pulled out a roll of toilet paper. That's too much. Xiang Tiange could no longer hold back. He jumped to his feet and exclaimed angrily. Even if you'd pulled out one of those half-yuan packets of tissues, I could have accepted it as reasonable, but a whole damn roll of toilet paper? Li Hanyao glanced at him and explained. This is a little pocket my mom sewed into my underwear to keep me from losing money. Xiang Tiange was even more shocked. So, your mom is Doraemon? School's out. Li Hanyao and Xiang Tiange walked along the path outside the school. Li Hanyao still couldn't figure out where his 20 yuan had gone. Xiang Tiange kept probing beside him, testing the limits of Li Hanyao's patience. Do you have large bottles of cola? No. Small ones work too. Not that either. Well then, what about large bottles of Sprite? Do you have 24K gold-studded diamond maidens, MMMPH? Li Hanyao covered Xiang Tiange's mouth, his expression grave as he said, "Don't go any further. Ahead, it seems someone's waiting for us." Sure enough, at the end of the path stood 5 red motorcycles, each ridden by a burly young man. The 5 teenagers jumped off their motorcycles the moment they spotted Li Hanyao and Xiang Tiange, as if they'd been waiting for them all along. Chapter 8, Trapped Beasts, Flames, and Aston Martin. Li Hanyao and Xiang Tiange recognized these youths. The leader of the motorcycle gang was Wang Ji, who happened to be in the same class as them. Wang Ji approached step by step with a smile on his face, stopping right in front of Xiang Tiange. Xiang Tiange gritted his teeth and took a slight half-step back. "So handsome." Wang Ji spoke with a soft smile. He patted Xiang Tiange's shoulder and praised again with admiration. "Our Tiange has really made it big now. The way you argued with the teacher in class just now was so cool." Xiang Tiange's expression turned grim, and he remained silent. Wang Ji chuckled as he patted Xiang Tiange's cheek, casually straightening his collar for him. "Nothing serious, I just can't stand how damn good you looked in class today. You were so handsome it practically blinded me." Wang Ji and the other motorcycle boys behind him burst into laughter. "You look so sharp today, I almost forgot the guy we used to beat up daily even existed anymore." Having said that, grabbing Xiang Tiange's collar with a smirk, Wang Ji said, "Come here, let's reminisce about our youth." Xiang Tiange stood motionless in place. He lowered his head. Li Hani couldn't make out his expression. After a long while, Xiang Tiange looked up, forcing an awkward smile toward Li Hanyao. "Go back, my friends need me for something. I'll treat you to the internet tomorrow." Wang Ji and the others glanced at Li Hanyao but said nothing. They had no interest in bullying Li Hanyao. It's mostly because this kid is usually too quiet and doesn't interact much with them, so bullying him isn't even fun. Of course, another important reason was the rumor circulating in the class that Li Hanyao had an older brother who worked as a policeman. Li Hanyao gazed into Xiang Tiange's eyes. The atmosphere quieted down like this. Boom! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. A light drizzle began to fall, pattering softly. "This damn weather. It's raining again. Good." About 10 seconds later, Li Hanyao nodded in agreement to Xiang Tiange. "See you tomorrow then." With these words, he picked up his school bag, turned around, and walked away in silence. Once, Hanyao Li heard the man who worked as a security guard in their home recite a classic saying from the underworld. For a man, losing face hurts more than getting beaten up. Therefore, if you ever see a man getting beaten and you can't help, the greatest help you can offer is to look away. Therefore, Li Hanyao chose not to look. "Alright, come over here." Wang Ji sneered at Li Hanyao's retreating figure before roughly pulling Xiang Tiange forward. Boom! The rain grew heavier. They were about to drag Xiang Tiange into an alley to teach him a lesson. Thud, thud, thud. At that very moment, suddenly, the sound of running footsteps came from behind Wang Ji. They turned their heads in confusion. Then, all their pupils violently contracted as they saw a shocking sight. A gaunt young man was seen flailing his limbs wildly as he charged toward them in a frenzy. Like a crazed porcupine, this porcupine charged toward them while reaching into his underwear. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Li Hanyao pulled out a glass bottle of Coca-Cola from his underwear. To hell with those classic quotes from the martial world. While shouting words no one could understand, Li Hanyao smashed a glass Coca-Cola bottle hard onto Wang Ji's head. Bang! Xiang Tiange stared dumbfounded at the broken glass bottle in Li Hanyao's hand. There really was Coca-Cola? What the hell are you stunned for? Li Hanyao shouted at Xiang Tiange. Quit your damn overthinking, this cola's fresh from the supermarket. Stop standing there dumbfounded, run. With that, the porcupine instantly turned tail and scurried away in a flash, leaving only a bewildered crowd in the wind. The motorcycle youths stood there dumbfounded. Only then did Xiang Tiange snap out of it. He kicked the boy, grabbing him away with a bang, and sprinted after Li Hanyao, limbs flailing wildly. Only then did the motorcycle boys realize what had happened. Wang Ji angrily shouted at his underlings. What the hell are you staring at? Chase them down now. The youths climbed onto their motorcycles, preparing to start their engines. At that very moment, one of them cried out with a face full of anguish. Boss, we're screwed, that asshole slashed our tires. Goddamn that bastard. Wang Ji cursed loudly, nearly driven mad with fury. He immediately took the lead and chased in the direction Li Hanyao had fled. Amid the pouring rain, it was as if a thrilling game of cats chasing a mouse had begun. It must be said, these motorcycle-riding youngsters, who knew nothing but skipping classes and picking fights, were indeed in better physical shape than Li Hanyao and Xiang Tiange, who attended school every day. Before long, Li Hanyao and Xiang Tiange were cornered by them in a narrow alley. Wang Ji snatched Xiang Tiange's backpack and pulled out his school uniform from inside. Panting heavily, Wang Ji pressed the uniform against his forehead to stanch the bleeding. At that very moment, His underling behind him suddenly widened his eyes, letting out a ghost-like scream. Holy shit, boss, there's shit on the school uniform. Wang Ji froze, before actually feeling something sticky on his face. Wang Ji frantically threw off the school uniform as if electrocuted. Xiang Tianga hurriedly explained. I didn't mean to stick it there on purpose. There was a little accident when I went to the toilet. I was just about to remind you not to use it. You two idiots. Wang Ji was absolutely furious, veins bulging from his neck as he roared. He was hopping mad in the heavy rain. At this moment, murderous thoughts filled his mind. Li Hanyao's eyes flickered. He hastily picked up Xiang Tianga's school uniform from the ground and twisted it into a rope. Don't come any closer. Li Hanyao's gaze was resolute as he swung his school uniform back and forth, intimidating the surrounding youths. Ugh! The motorbike riding youths exchanged glances, not daring to make a move. Xiang Tianga watched in astonishment. Weapon enchantment? This is truly like school uniform stuck with shit. Whoever it hits is doomed. However, gradually, as the rain grew heavier and heavier, the magic on the school uniform was gradually being washed away. Seeing this, Li Hanyao reproached Xiang Tianga. Why didn't you soak some more just now? Xiang Tianga? Immersive translate. Seeing this scene, Wang Ji also urged his younger brothers to step up. What are you afraid of? These two guys don't have any background, just hit them without worry. Wang Ji was telling the truth. It was common knowledge in the entire class that Xiang Tianga's family was poor. As for Li Hanyao, due to his extreme reticence and low profile, most classmates had little clarity about his family background. Wang Ji had previously speculated that Li Hanyao's family probably wasn't particularly destitute. Yet, today, the history teacher publicly announced to the class that Li Hanyao's father worked as a security guard. What does the son of a security guard have to worry about? But, at that very moment, one of the underlings frowned and couldn't help but say, but I heard this guy Li Hanyao has a brother who's a cop. Wang Ji glanced at the underling and said nonchalantly, if his father is just a security guard, then his brother being a cop must be fake news too. Seeing his lackeys still hesitating, Wang Ji said impatiently, every rich kid in class gets chauffeur service. Have you ever seen Li Hanyao's family pick him up by car in 3 years of high school? This sentence dispelled the younger brother's concerns in an instant. Indeed, if his family weren't poor, he wouldn't have had to walk to and from school all the time. The motorcycle gang slowly closed in, determined to spill some blood from these two today. Boom! The rain poured down relentlessly. A bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating Li Hanyao's slightly pale face. Boom! Yet, the next moment, a fiery red sports car suddenly tore through the rain curtain like a blazing flame. Roar, roar, roar. The Aston Martin's engine roared incessantly, resembling a frenzied beast. Screech! Its tires screeched, leaving 2 long black streaks on the ground. The driver was clearly an experienced pro, skillfully wedging this luxury sports car precisely between the 2 groups of teens. The motorcycle youths froze in shock. They recognized this multi-million-dollar supercar. A girl dressed in fiery hot clothes stepped out of the sports car and waved at the surrounding boys. Then, the girl looked at Li Hanyao with enthusiastic yet respectful tone and said, Young master, immersive translate. Chapter 9 Late Night, Restlessness, Desire. Aston Martin 1-77. Priced at over 40 million yuan. These motorcycle-loving youths had only heard of this supercar through online tales. At this very moment, there it lay in the pouring rain, like some ancient mythical beast taking respite, exuding a fatal allure to the young onlookers. The girl stepped down from the car and walked over to Li Hanyao with a smile. She moved closer affectionately, smoothing out the boy's crumpled school uniform, like an attentive secretary tidying the immaculate suit of some VIP about to depart for negotiations. At this very moment, the scene seemed frozen in time. The aggressively posturing motorcycle youths now dared not move a muscle. Li Hanyao and Xiang Tianga also stood frozen in place. It was as if they were acting in a silent film amid the pouring rain. Immersive translate. The girl glanced at the twisted school uniform in Li Hanyao's hands and gave a faint smile, saying, the young master's weapon, how unique. The girl then turned her gaze to the stunned Xiang Tianga nearby, blowing him a teasing kiss. A faint smile played on her lips as she revealed her charming dimples, murmuring to herself, the young master's friend has quite refined taste as well. Xiang Tianga swallowed hard. He struggled to steady his trembling voice and spoke deliberately. Li Hanyao, you're too cruel. Your family is so wealthy, yet you still made me pay for your internet time. Li Hanyao finally snapped out of his daze. His eyes widened as he couldn't help but question the girl. How did you track me down here? Li Hanyao cursed inwardly. Damn, these diploma mills were going all out with their recruitment tactics these days, haunting him like a lingering ghost. Xiang Tianga was even more stunned after hearing this. He thought to himself, holy crap, going by this, you're planning to keep hiding your identity in front of me over just some lousy internet fees? Across from them, the biker boys were visibly shaken. One of the riders couldn't help but glance at Wang Ji, trembling as he spoke. Boss, how does his family even have a 1-77? Did we pick the wrong guy to mess with? The boys began to lose their nerve. Even the slightest scratch on this car would cost more than they could ever repay by selling everything they owned. How could they have imagined that Li Hanyao, usually so quiet and reserved, would drive a supercar as high-end as the 1-77? Though Wang Ji snapped out of his initial shock, his brow remained deeply furrowed. It seems, though he felt a twinge of fear, he still had no intention of letting Li Hanyao and Xiang Tianga off the hook. After all, Li Hanyao had slashed the tires of all his beloved cars, an act that crossed his bottom line. Yet, just as Wang Ji was about to speak again, the girl suddenly turned and walked toward them. If Li Hanyao were facing the young girl now, he would see that her expression had turned icy, and pink flames flickered in her eyes, as though a nine-tailed fox were dancing within her pupils. The rainwater evaporated into vapor as it traced her irises, dissipating into the air. The motorcycle boys locked eyes with the girl, and for a moment, they froze. Then, as if countless silver needles were stinging their brains, their minds exploded into searing pain. Under the intense pain, the boys nearly fainted. The next moment, the girl's icy expression vanished in an instant, melting away as swiftly as a snowdrift under the sun. She tilted her head with a sudden smile, revealing two shallow dimples. Sorry, young master's friends, the young master has to go home now, see you all tomorrow, bye-bye. Having said that, the girl took Li Hanyao's hand. Li Hanyao stared blankly, looking like a dazed husky. Li Hanyao let the girl pull him into the sports car, then obediently watched as she fastened his seatbelt. And me, I'm your young master's CP. As the sports car was about to start, Xiang Tianga hurriedly called out to the girl. Boom! After Xiang Tianga got on the bus, the Aston Martin 177's engine roared with ferocious intensity. The fiery red sports car's rear burst into flames. Then, it cleaved through the rain curtain and vanished into the rainy night. Immersive translate. On the torrentially rain-swept streets, after delivering Xiang Tianga home, the girl drove the sports car expressionlessly, with Li Hanyao sitting in the back seat. After a moment of silence between the two, Li Hanyao was the first to speak. Just, who are you? The girl raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. I'm the admissions officer for our school. Haven't you always known that? Li Hanyao shook his head and said firmly. You don't seem like a teacher. The girl giggled mischievously and replied playfully. Why? Is there any rule that says teachers can't wear miniskirts? Li Hanyao's mind was in turmoil. He increasingly felt that this girl was far too mysterious. The girl went on about school enrollment matters without waiting for a response. School starts on September 1st, don't forget. No need to bring your own bedding, the school provides standardized sets. There will be military training 7 days after term starts, though ours might be somewhat special. You'll see what I mean when the time comes. Immersive translate. Hey. Li Hanyao found this utterly ridiculous. I haven't even started my college entrance exams yet. Besides, I don't even know what your school's name is. The way you keep blabbering on makes it seem like I've already applied to your school. Hearing this, the corners of the girl's lips suddenly curled slightly upward, her voice barely audible. Don't worry, you'll get your revenge. Immersive translate. That night, after returning home, exhausted Li Hanyao tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Late-night insomnia left Li Hanyao restless and agitated. This feeling was unbearable. Exhausted, yet unable to sleep, he simply ran to the bathroom, turned on the tap, and buried his head beneath the faucet. Splash! The late-night water was icy cold, jolting Li Hanyao out of his dazed state. He steadied his breathing. Then, he pushed open the door and stepped out of the house. Li Hanyao decided to take a walk to ease his mind. Immersive translate. Under the dim streetlights, Li Hanyao walked without knowing how much time had passed. It might have been 2 hours. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure ahead. Li Hanyao silently followed after them. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he made out the person's appearance. Li Hanyao's heart skipped a beat. History teacher? The history teacher seemed to be on her way home, and she too noticed Li Hanyao ahead. The moment she spotted Li Hanyao, the history teacher frowned deeply, his tone icy cold as he said, Li Hanyao, what are you doing near my house? Having said that, before Li Hanyao could even respond, the teacher bombarded him again. Roaming the streets this late at night, are you up to no good? I simply can't understand what a child like you could possibly be doing wandering around my neighborhood late at night. Several residential complexes here have experienced consecutive thefts recently. Tell me the truth, does this have anything to do with you? Where are your parents? Have them call me immediately. Immersive translate. Shut up. Unexpectedly, Li Hanyao, who had remained silent with his head bowed, suddenly jerked his head up and roared. He stared fixedly at the history teacher, like an enraged young lion. At this moment, he was utterly agitated, wanting nothing more than to tear apart the surrounding darkness. The history teacher seemed frightened by Li Hanyao. He froze for a moment, instinctively retreating half a step with astonished eyes. You, bang! Li Hanyao didn't answer the history teacher's question. Instead, he picked up a roadside stone and smashed it fiercely against the history teacher's head. With a wail, the history teacher collapsed to the ground. Li Hanyao refused to back down. His expression was horrifyingly ferocious, like a rabid beast. He clutched the brick tightly. One strike, twice, thrice. Immersive translate. Hanyao, breakfast is ready. Li Hanyao's ears once again caught the sound of his mother's voice. His gaze instantly cleared of confusion. The surrounding darkness receded like the ebbing tide. Immersive translate. Chapter 10, Dream, Reality, Death. Li Hanyao awoke from his nightmare with a start. It's the same familiar home, the same familiar morning, and on the table lies the same familiar steaming bowl of tofu pudding. Seeing her son's recent distracted state, the mother couldn't help but admonish. Son, what's really going on with you? The college entrance exams are coming soon. You can't go on like this. Li Hanyao shook his throbbing head slightly and replied with some guilt. I'm sorry, Mom. I don't know what's happening to me lately, I keep having these strange dreams. Dad, who was reading a newspaper nearby, chuckled and said gently to Mom. Maybe it's too much stress? Don't put too much pressure on him. As long as he's trying his best, that's enough. Besides, the college entrance exam these days is nothing like before. It's not a single test that decides your whole life anymore. Yet, Mom held a different view on this matter. She firmly retorted to her father. No way. How can you make something of yourself in the future without getting into a good university? Her mother shook her head and said word by word. This is the crucial moment of his life. The kid must get into a good university, then become a doctor or lawyer. You know, the second son of our next-door neighbor got into the City People's Hospital by studying medicine, and now just his housing fund alone is over 4,000. How could anyone enter these elite professions without qualifications? Mother grew angrier as she spoke, as if furious that her own child wasn't striving to excel. Finally, she complained. Should I just let him end up like his father, being a security guard his whole life, playing watchdog for others? Mother said this, and the house suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. In this household, it seemed taboo to mention that man referred to by the euphemism security guard. To lighten the mood, Mother sighed, rubbing Li Hanyao's hair gently as she spoke in a softer, more concerned tone. Don't overthink things. As long as you've tried your best, that's what matters. Leave the family matters to us. Li Hanyao ducked his head slightly. Grabbing his school bag, he hastily put on his shoes. I'm off to school. The boy walked out of his home looking somewhat despondent, like a defeated rooster. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao trudged silently along the road. At that very moment, when suddenly his mother's voice called from behind. Ah Yao. Li Hanyao turned around in astonishment, only to see his mother approaching swiftly, her apron still tied around her waist, dusty from the journey. She stuffed 2 crumpled 100 yuan bills into his hand, paused for a moment, and said, Your father was inside just now, so I felt awkward handing it to you. Take this 200 yuan. The college entrance exams are coming up, buy yourself something good to eat. You can cut corners elsewhere, but never on meals. And also, Mother took out a brand new school uniform from behind her back and handed it to Li Hanyao. I've cleaned your school uniform for you. Be more careful next time, don't get those filthy things on it again. Li Hanyao lowered his head and nodded slightly. Alright, off you go now. Mother urged Li Hanyao a few times before quickly running back again. She still needed to hurry home to cook dinner. Watching the frail back of this woman, Li Hanyao felt his eyes grow moist without realizing it. Yes, he had been overthinking things too much lately. What do those inexplicable people and all those messy affairs have to do with me? All I need to do is work hard to get into a good university and then secure a decent job. That's what my life is all about. Immersive translate. After half an hour of walking, Li Hanyao finally arrived at the school. However, the moment he stepped onto campus, he suddenly saw a bustling crowd of countless students gathered on the 3rd floor of the teaching building. Police officers were maintaining order, herding the students to their classes. 3rd floor? Li Hanyao's heart skipped a beat. A foreboding sense of unease suddenly rose within him. He rushed frantically up the school building. Li Hanyao grabbed a student and asked, What's happened? Li Hanyao's ferocious expression startled the student. The student answered fearfully. The history teacher for Senior 3 died. Boom! Li Hanyao felt as if struck by lightning. He collapsed to the ground in confusion. Immersive translate. Inside the principal's office, Li Hanyao and Xiang Tianga sat across from the principal. The principal studied these 2 listless students, finding it increasingly unbelievable the more he looked at them. These 2 impoverished students were connected to 2 consecutive murder cases? Ahem, young students. The principal rubbed his hands together with a smile, his demeanor noticeably improved from before. Some police colleagues will be here shortly to ask you a few questions, just answer truthfully, and remember not to say anything that might reflect poorly on the school. Just as he was speaking, suddenly, 2 young men in police uniforms pushed the door open and entered. The moment I saw one of the officers, Li Hanyao's eyes widened in astonishment. Big brother? Indeed, the policeman standing before him was none other than Lin Yuan, his stepbrother from separate parents in the Li household. The moment Lin Yuan caught sight of Li Hanyao, he too froze momentarily. However, his professional training as a police officer instantly restored his composure. Lin Yuan pointed at Xiang Tianga and said to the young officer beside him, "Take this blonde punk to the next room for questioning." Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianga angrily retorted, "Who are you calling blondie? My hair's naturally blonde. Have you ever watched Naruto?" With that, Xiang Tianga jumped up and continued shouting indignantly, "How can you just decide we're the killers, just because we had an argument with that woman? Come on guys, her reputation among students is notoriously bad. People argue with her every day, why single us out?" Li Hanyao tugged at Xiang Tianga's sleeve and said with some embarrassment, "Alright, Tianga." Li Hanyao knew this matter had nothing to do with Xiang Tianga, though it was absurd to connect the history teacher's cause of death with his own dreams. But why such a coincidence? First, Alian, who used to bully him, died because of his dream, and now the history teacher faces such a tragedy. Xiang Tianga thought Li Hanyao was scared, so he thumped his chest and boldly declared, "Yozi, don't be afraid. It's fine, I've got your back. I deal with the cops all the time. Without evidence, they'll have to let us go within 24 hours. Later, don't say anything, no matter what they ask, just plead ignorance." Li Hanyao helplessly covered his face with his hand. He felt that if he let Xiang Tianga continue speaking, there wouldn't even be a need for interrogation, they could just drag him out for execution. Lin Yuan looked at Li Hanyao and said in an indifferent voice, "I'll give you 10 seconds to make your friend quiet down and cooperate with our work." Li Hanyao hadn't even had a chance to speak when Xiang Tianga already started confronting Lin Yuan. "Oh wow, how dare you be so arrogant? What gives you the right to talk to Yaozi like that? Are you his brother? Besides, let me remind you, we're not even suspects yet." Xiang Tianga snorted like a wild boar while proudly beginning to introduce Li Hanyao. "Do you even know who my bro is? The maids in his family drive Aston Martin 177s. With just one word from him, every lawyer in town would fight to represent us in court, understand? Let me tell you something, MMMPH. Before Xiang Tianga could finish speaking, the principal covered his mouth and forcibly dragged him into the adjacent office. Lin Yuan glanced at the principal. "Are all the students at your school always this energetic?" The principal chuckled awkwardly. "Just an isolated case, an isolated case." Immersive translate. After Xiang Tianga and the principal walked out, only Lin Yuan and Li Hanyao remained in the office. Li Hanyao felt somewhat restless. This half-brother from different parents had actually never been very close to him. 1 minute later, Lin Yuan was the first to speak, asking in a calm tone, "How come I didn't know we had a nanny who drives an Aston Martin?" Immersive translate. Chapter 11, Interrogation, Heavy Rain, Father. Li Hanyao hung his head low, at a loss for how to face this elder brother of his. Lin Yuan twirled the pen in his slender fingers and said impassively, "Sit here for a while, just 20 minutes, then you can go back." Li Hanyao looked up in surprise. Aren't you going to interrogate me?" The relationship between Li Hanyao and Lin Yuan was awkward. Li Hanyao couldn't bring himself to call Lin Yuan brother, and Lin Yuan never called Li Hanyao little brother either. This is because when the two became brothers, they were both already grown men, so there was no emotional foundation between them. Lin Yuan glanced at Li Hanyao and said indifferently, "There's no need for interrogation. Of course, don't misunderstand, I'm not siding with you, it's just that I know you too well. Someone as spineless as you couldn't possibly commit murder." Li Hanyao remained silent. He knew full well that because of his security guard father, his elder brother had always looked down on him. The atmosphere grew quiet once more. Perhaps Lin Yuan also felt this was somewhat awkward. Against all odds, he actually started inquiring about Li Hanyao's daily life. Lin Yuan poured himself a cup of tea and casually asked, "How have your studies been lately?" Li Hanyao's voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. "Not bad, Mei-chem, as long as it's alright." Lin Yuan nodded, unsure of what else to say. The two grown men didn't seem particularly adept at conversation. The atmosphere was rather agitated. Both men felt as if sitting on pins and needles, wishing time would pass more quickly. "What did you eat this morning?" After a long pause, Lin Yuan thought he had found another good topic. Li Hanyao froze for a moment before replying, "Same as what you're eating." Lin Yuan's body stiffened as he muttered to himself, "Oh right, we ate together." Lin Yuan kept glancing at his watch several times, his facial expression seemingly saying, "Damn, how can 20 minutes pass so slowly?" The last time the two of them sat facing each other for 20 whole minutes was still back at Lin Yuan's dad and Hanjian's mom's wedding ceremony. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan spoke slowly. "Auntie works very hard." Li Hanyao nodded slightly. Of course, he knew how hard his mother worked. Lin Yuan continued expressionlessly. "Study hard, get into a good university, find a stable job. Don't end up like your biological father who couldn't even support his wife and child." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's final words, Li Hanyao's body shuddered. Lin Yuan glanced at his watch and said in a flat tone, "Alright, you may go back now." Li Hanyao trudged dejectedly back to the classroom, just as Xiang Tianga emerged from the neighboring office. With genuine concern, Xiang Tianga asked Li Hanyao, "So how'd it go, Kiln? They didn't subject you to the great memory restoration technique, did they? Didn't beat you up or anything?" Li Hanyao looked at Xiang Tianga with slight remorse, speaking softly. "No, I'm sorry. I dragged you into this, Tianga." Xiang Tianga lightly smacked Li Hanyao's head and laughed. "Don't feed me that mushy crap. Besides, this mess was never about us anyway. How could it be your fault for dragging me in?" The two youths returned to the classroom. The moment they stepped inside, they could clearly sense their classmates' gazes upon them. Fear, bewilderment, excitement. Boom! A deafening thunderclap roared across the sky. Dark clouds surged like tidal waves, piling up in the firmament. The entire world darkened in that instant, as if some deity had switched off the lights of the mortal realm. Li Hanyao and Xiang Tianga silently returned to their seats. The motorcycle boys from yesterday avoided their gazes, lowering their heads. Immersive translate. In the blink of an eye, it was almost time for school to end. Large raindrops began to fall, striking the windows, setting off a pitter-patter of sharp sounds. It suddenly turned into a torrential downpour, unleashing floods upon the world below. "Damn this weather." The teacher at the podium couldn't help but complain. The weather had indeed been strange lately. A torrential downpour began just as school let out. Splash! The wind howled fiercely, making tree branches outside the windows sway violently. The principal's voice came over the loudspeaker. "Students, due to weather conditions, school will dismiss 20 minutes early today." The classroom echoed with the sounds of students reveling. Li Hanyao furrowed his brow slightly. The rain today was exceptionally heavy, far worse than in previous days. Walking home again today seemed nearly impossible. He looked downstairs. Lin Yuan's police car had just driven away. Li Hanyao sat in his seat, lost in thought. The classroom was growing increasingly empty. As most students had been picked up by their parents, Li Hanyao suddenly found himself missing the Aston Martin sports car from yesterday. He gave a bitter laugh, realizing abruptly how conflicted he'd become. Immersive translate. The night grew later. In the blink of an eye, the classroom had emptied out. Li Hanyao took a deep breath, as if finally steeling himself. And so, he locked the classroom door and, braving the heavy rain, ran to the phone booth at the school gate. Li Hanyao inserted the phone card into the payphone. He swallowed hard, controlling his freezing, trembling hands as he dialed the familiar number. Beep, beep, beep. "Who is it?" A man's indifferent voice came through the phone. Li Hanyao suddenly regretted calling and wanted to hang up. But still, he hesitated for a moment, then replied in a hoarse voice. "Hello, it's me, Cold Cave?" The other person quickly responded with an extremely delighted tone. Li Hanyao could almost picture the man on the other end of the phone jumping with excitement. Li Hanyao paused for a moment before asking, "It's raining too hard today, can you come pick me up?" The man on the other end of the phone agreed with unusual alacrity. Sure, wait for me at the school, don't wander off, beep beep." The man hung up the phone. Li Hanyao silently pulled out the phone card. He stood at the security booth, waiting for the man to arrive. The kind-hearted security guard gave Li Hanyao a cup of hot tea. Li Hanyao held the warm tea, staring blankly at the curtain of rain in silence. Boom! At that very moment, the roar of an engine suddenly pierced through the rain curtain. Li Hanyao's eyes flickered subtly. Vroom, vroom, vroom. And then, a motorcycle sidecar with a grey canopy burst through the curtain of rain. With lightning speed, it scraped sparks from the pavement, its imposing presence in no way inferior to yesterday's Aston Martin 1-77. Whoosh! In the end, the motorcycle sidecar came to a stop beside the guard booth. Clip-clop. Then, a tall figure stepped down from the tricycle. He was a man in his 40s with decent facial features, though his overall appearance was somewhat slovenly. He seemed to have sneaked away from his post, still wearing his greasy security uniform that he hadn't had time to change out of. The man's face was covered with fine stubble and marked by several small scratches. It clearly looked like a hurried, haphazard shave done in a rush to get out the door, definitely not close enough. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, leaving no trace of sunlight. Yet the man was wearing a pair of sunglasses, which seemed rather comical. "Thanks for all your hard work," he said. The man hunched his back and approached with excessive deference, yet he ignored Li Hanyao initially, instead starting by passing out cigarettes to the elderly guards in the security booth. Flattered beyond measure, the guards soon began addressing him as brother. Immersive translate. Chapter 12, Guard, Father, and That Man. "Thank you for your hard work, masters." The man lit cigarettes for the security guards, acting like old friends. After this brief exchange of pleasantries, the man pulled Hanya Li onto the motorcycle tricycle and waved at the security guards again. Goodbye, old friends. Yet, by the time the motorcycle tricycle had left, the security guards still couldn't recall when this fellow had ever known them before. Immersive translate. In the curtain of rain, a gray motorcycle tricycle traveled down the empty, lifeless road. The man lit a cigarette as he drove. He handed Li Hanyao another cigarette. Son, do you smoke? Li Hanyao pushed away the cigarette in the man's hand with disgust. The man chuckled, not taking offense. Snap. The blue flame of the lighter ignited the cigarette, and the man exhaled a satisfied smoke ring before lazily remarking, "Don't worry, you'll pick up smoking eventually anyway." What kind of man doesn't smoke when making friends? Li Hanyao was thoroughly sick of the man's sloppy demeanor and his constant boasting about his brotherhood connections. The man chuckled, ruffling Li Hanyao's disheveled hair with smug satisfaction as he declared, "What made you think of calling your old man? See, who comes through for you in times of need? Your real dad, that's who. Stepdads just can't be relied on." Heh, your dad was actually on night shift when you called. Handed old Zhang a pack of cigarettes to cover for me, then jumped right into his rusty three-wheeler to get here. That's why I always say friends matter. Take those old fellas at your school gate for example. Don't think those cigarettes I gave them were wasted. Next time I come visit, they won't dare stop me. Immersive translate. There won't be a next time. Li Hanyao interrupted the man, speaking calmly. I usually wouldn't trouble you, but today's an exception. I didn't want to call you either, but the rain is just too heavy. My apologies. The man seemed displeased by Li Hanyao's courteous manner. Flicking his cigarette butt into the curtain of rain, he said angrily, "What the hell are you saying, kid? You're damn well my son, and it's only right for me to come pick you up." Li Hanyao's voice grew softer. "I heard from my mom that getting leave from the security company isn't easy." Seeing his son actually daring to belittle him, the man hurriedly corrected his words. "Not just a security guard, but the chief of security." The man pressed down on the accelerator with a creaking noise, muttering discontentedly, "You're underestimating your old man. Do I need to ask for leave to come out? Sure, the pay for this job isn't great, but the freedom is unmatched. Listen kid, I'm not bragging, but your old man can come out whenever he damn well pleases. No need to ask for permission at all." Li Hanyao's eyes lit up. "Great, then you can give me a ride tomorrow. I don't feel like walking." Ugh. The man's tone faltered. He scratched his head and said somewhat awkwardly, "Tomorrow's an exception. Our boss has something going on, and I hold a pretty important position at the company. I really can't get away." Li Hanyao didn't seem the least bit surprised by this answer. He turned to look at the heavy rain outside and fell silent. The atmosphere grew quiet. Only the sound of torrential rain pouring relentlessly. Immersive translate. After a long pause, Li Hanyao murmured softly, "Mom's back pain has flared up again." The man froze, an unprecedented trace of melancholy appearing on his face. He furrowed his brows and muttered, "Damn it, my back still hurts whenever it rains, and this wretched weather just won't clear up." The man said somewhat angrily, "That stepfather of yours is no good either. Just look what he's done to your mother." Without turning his head, Li Hanyao replied in an extremely slow voice, "Dad is very busy too. Brother is preparing to transfer to work in the city before New Year's, and Dad is constantly treating the leaders to meals. He doesn't have time for me and Mom." The man's body stiffened, his posture seeming to hunch over in an instant. After a long silence, the man scratched his head, speaking in a tone that was both scolding and pleading. "You rotten kid, from now on, don't call him Dad in front of your real father." Li Hanyao said nothing. It seemed she had no intention of agreeing to the man. As if to retaliate against Li Hanyao, the man drove the motorized tricycle erratically, rainwater seeping in through the canopy. "Dad's Volkswagen La Vida is much more comfortable to ride in," Li Hanyao said calmly. With just one sentence, he struck back at the man mercilessly. The man instantly deflated like a punctured ball, muttering to himself, "What's so comfortable about a shitty La Vida? Last time I drove my boss's Audi A8 Horch edition, now that was real comfort." Li Hanyao sighed and wearily said, "Aren't you a security guard? How did you become a driver now?" The man's hands on the steering wheel stiffened. He scratched his head and emphasized once more, "Not just a security guard, I'm the head of security, who sometimes doubles as a driver." Li Hanyao irritably covered his ears. He no longer wished to converse with the man. He couldn't understand why the man acted so childishly. Even a high school student like him knew how utterly ridiculous it was to flaunt things taken from others. As if sensing Li Hanyao's irritation, the man fell silent too, just driving wordlessly. After a long pause, the man suddenly grabbed Hanyao Li's hand and placed it on the motorcycle's handlebar. The man chuckled darkly. "Son, come on, give it a try, practice driving a little." Li Hanyao wordlessly pulled his hand back. He didn't understand what was so special about practicing on a motorcycle tricycle. Did the man think his destiny was forever confined to driving trike bikes? This was yet another thing Li Hanyao couldn't comprehend about the man. When Li Hanyao was very young, the man always liked to have him learn how to drive various vehicles. The first vehicle Li Hanyao ever drove was the man himself. The man carried 2-year-old Li Hanyao on his back, crawling around the living room while the mother simmered ribs by the stove. Logically, a 2-year-old shouldn't retain memories, but Li Hanyao remembered this scene vividly anyway. What a damn miracle. At the age of 3, the man made Li Hanyao learn to drive a go-kart. At 7, he had Li Hanyao learn to ride a bicycle. At 10, he made Li Hanyao learn to ride an electric bike. At 14, a motorcycle. That same year, the man divorced Li Hanyao's mother. At 16, the man would often sneak out the beat-up Volkswagen his boss had discarded, teaching Li Hanyao how to drive on deserted roads. As for why he was so fond of teaching Li Hanyao to drive, the man's explanation was, young people, after all, are bound to be hot-headed in the future and get into conflicts with others. So, they should know how to drive any car. That way, when outnumbered, they can make a quick getaway. Although it sounds a bit cowardly, Li Hanyao was deeply moved when he first heard this explanation. At the very least, his old man had finally shown some tenderness and thoughtfulness. Until one day when both the man and his boss got drunk, and he called Li Hanyao to come drive for them. Immersive translate. Men really are this unreliable, huh? Being unreliable in youth might still pass as free-spirited, but continuing that way into middle age can only be called being a good-for-nothing. And so, Li Hanyao's mother divorced the man. Immersive translate. The rain poured down harder and harder. Father and son had sat in silence for over 10 minutes. Snap. The man suddenly flung a bulging wallet at me. As he drove, he pretended to be very serious and said, "Here's some money, take your mother to the hospital this weekend to get her back checked." Li Hanyao could hear the pride in the man's voice. He couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. Oh right, how could he have forgotten? The man who'd been carefree his whole life actually struck it rich after getting divorced. Perhaps it was because of his fairly handsome face that the man actually got to know a wealthy woman after his divorce. But Li Hanyao knew full well he had no right to mock the man for it. After all, it was with the money the wealthy woman gave him that Li Hanyao could both finish school and save some money for his mother. Li Hanyao had always lied to his mother, telling her the money came from part-time jobs during his studies. But how could my naive mother know that high schools don't actually offer work-study programs? She kept thinking her son was suffering hardship, wiping away tears while cooking every day. Immersive translate. In the rainy night, mournful sobs drifted through the air, as if something was weeping. Li Hanyao was the first to break the awkward silence. Pulling his clothes tighter around himself, he said softly, "After I finish the gaokao, I'd apply for a law or medical degree, then study for 4 more years, and I'll be able to help ease mom's burden. I heard lawyers and doctors get paid really well." The man drove while curling his lip. Sigh, what's the point of university? You won't start earning money until 4 years later, way too slow. And what about the expenses during those 4 years? Li Hanyao replied expressionlessly, "I can get student loans and work part-time." The man seemed to have an idea, saying excitedly, "How about getting your stepdad to arrange for you to study abroad? It seems pretty popular these days. You wouldn't even have to take the college entrance exam, and a foreign university diploma is worth more." Li Hanyao sighed, too exhausted to even complain. In fact, this was something Li Hanyao had never been able to understand. For some reason, the man seemed adamantly against him taking the college entrance exams. Father and son once again lapsed into a heavy silence during the ride. Immersive translate. Let's put on the radio for a while. The man turned on the car radio to ease the tension. "Hey, son, don't look down on your old man's 3-wheeled motorcycle. Though small as a sparrow, it's got all the vital organs, nothing's missing on this ride." SSSSHHK. Static crackled through the radio. Likely because the heavy rain had severely disrupted nearby signals. The man vigorously slapped the radio a few times and grumbled, "Damn it, don't make me lose face in front of my son." SSSSHHK. Through the man's relentless efforts, the radio finally crackled to life. A strange sound emerged from the radio, like some wild beast chewing its food. Hearing this sound, the man froze. Thump thump. At the same time, on the rain shelter of the motorcycle tricycle, there came a sound resembling footsteps. The footsteps were so rapid, like a centipede skittering across the shelter. Li Hanyao looked up at the car roof in confusion. Without thinking, his hand reached to lift the canvas cover, wanting to see what was up there. "Don't move, yet!" The man suddenly shouted fiercely, interrupting Li Hanyao's action. Startled, Li Hanyao turned to look. This was the first time in Li Hanyao's life that he had heard a man roar at him so fiercely. Yet, the moment he saw the man's expression, Li Hanyao froze. The veins on the man's temples were protruding, and his face was covered in fine beads of sweat. "Son, don't look outside." Immersive translate. Chapter 13, Scales, the Tang Sword, Don't Turn Around. The man's hands trembled slightly as he gripped the steering wheel, yet his face maintained its familiar smirk as he cracked what he imagined were humorous jokes. Damn, the radio shows these days are all rubbish. Not worth listening to anymore. They were better before, at least there was a man and a woman cracking dirty jokes. Li Hanyao slightly furrowed his brows. Although the man was trying hard to disguise it, he could sense something was off about him. The sound of rain outside suddenly faded, as if the downpour had stopped in an instant. Did the rain stop? Li Hanyao reached out to lift the awning of the motorcycle tricycle. "Don't touch!" The man roared like thunder. Li Hanyao pulled back his hand as if electrocuted. Boom! A silver lightning bolt flashed across the sky. In that split second when the lightning illuminated the world, Li Hanyao saw someone on the roof of the car. "There's someone in the car." Li Hanyao's face turned slightly pale. He swallowed hard and couldn't help but warn the man. "Son, you're seeing things." The man remained expressionless, keeping his eyes fixed on the road as he drove. Crack! The motorcycle tricycle suddenly jolted violently, as if its tires had hit something blocking the way. The man abruptly stomped on the accelerator, pushing the vehicle's engine to its limits. Gritting his teeth slightly, he instructed, "Son, hold on tight." Buzz buzz. The violent friction between the motorcycle's tires and the road surface created a screeching noise, sending a sharp pain through Li Hanyao's head. At the same time, an eerie sound rose from beneath the bike as if something was shrieking in agony. Squeak! A thick, muscular arm suddenly burst through the car roof, grazing past the man's ear. By the lightning's flash, Li Hanyao saw clearly what this arm looked like. The next instant, his pupils contracted violently as every hair on his body stood on end, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. The palm of this arm was covered in fine scales like an alligator's claw, while the scaleless sides bulged with protruding veins. "What is this?" Li Hanyao's face turned deathly pale as he asked in a trembling voice. He even thought he must be dreaming right now. "What?" The man gave Li Hanyao a suspicious glance, then said with a light laugh, "There's nothing there, son. You must be seeing things." He paused briefly before adding with an expressionless face, "Listen well, kid. From this moment on, no matter what happens, it's all in your head. Also, son, I've changed my mind, you should still take the college entrance exam. But remember, if you come across any bizarre questions, don't answer them." Li Hanyao's mind was in complete chaos. Damn it! What the hell is this man babbling about? Am I currently in a dream? With those words, the man suddenly thrust out his right hand violently. His right hand was covered with bulging veins, completely unlike what Li Hanyao usually saw. The man grabbed the scaly arm on the car roof at an incredible speed. Crack! Under Li Hanyao's astonished gaze, the man actually snapped the scaly arm clean off. Then, the man yanked the steering hard, sending the motorcycle three-wheelers skimming along the curbstone. Sparks flew in all directions. Boom! A massive figure seemed to be flung from the roof of the vehicle, crashing heavily onto the ground. What the hell are these things? Li Hanyao couldn't take it anymore and couldn't help but shout the question. Yet, under Li Hanyao's astonished gaze, the man actually lit a cigarette with contentment and, with a cheeky grin, comforted Li Hanyao, saying, "Don't be afraid, son. After all, this is Lanshan City's once-in-a-decade rainstorm. It's perfectly normal to see some mirages." Li Hanyao's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at the car roof that had just been torn apart by that scaly arm. "And you call this a mirage?" However, though the man appeared quite relaxed at the moment, Li Hanyao detected an unprecedented gravity and solemnity in his eyes that he had never seen before. Bang bang bang. More palms began pounding against the car doors. The man took a deep breath. He rubbed Li Hanyao's hair and forced a faint smile. "Son, bring me that flower umbrella I gave you when you were little." Damn it! Li Hanyao wondered if the man had lost his mind. What's the point of needing a floral umbrella at a time like this? But as if possessed by ghosts, he obediently handed over that umbrella that looked remarkably like floral-patterned cotton trousers. The man took the umbrella. He gripped the umbrella handle and yanked it forcefully downwards. Whoosh! A blinding silver flash streaked through the air, revealing a slender longsword now clenched in the man's hand. The blade gleamed cold and sharp, its hilt carved with bizarre patterns. At its very tip crouched a beast's head unlike any Li Hanyao had ever seen. Li Hanyao's heart was already swept up in a stormy sea. What the hell? Wasn't this the flowery umbrella he'd always despised? It actually had a knife hidden inside. Li Hanyao felt he must have gone mad. Or perhaps it was the man who'd gone mad. Either the whole world has gone mad. The man stroked the long blade in his hand and smiled at Li Hanyao. "Son, seen this in history textbooks? This type of blade is collectively called a modeo. In ancient Chinese legends, it was with exactly this kind of blade that Wei Zhang of the Tang dynasty beheaded the Dragon King of Jing River." As the words fell, suddenly reversing his grip, the man brutally thrust the blade into the right car door. Put! Heartrending screams came from outside. The blade was stained with silver liquid. This liquid was brighter than the silvery hue of the blade, making it easily distinguishable. As if sensing the man's resistance, click, click, click. At the same time, 3 enormous tentacles pierced through the carriage canopy from 3 different directions. The man grabbed Li Hanyao by the collar and yanked him backward violently. Put! The tentacle grazed past Li Hanyao's ear, then slid along the man's shoulder before piercing out through the opposite car door. Blood slowly seeped from the man's shoulder, dripping down his clothes. Li Hanyao's hand trembled as he reached out, wanting to touch the man's wound. "It's nothing." The man expressionlessly stopped Li Hanyao, then uttered those words again. A mirage, pay it no mind. Li Hanyao was practically going insane. A mirage? You're fucking bleeding. Stop toughing it out here, will you? Thud, thud, thud. The sudden tolling of a bell pierced the rainy night, as if some ancient chime were ringing from the depths of darkness. Descendants from all lands, return to the divine gate. At the same time, the murmur of scriptures reached his ears. Li Hanyao clutched his head in agony. The chanting seemed ready to split his skull open. Countless squirming lines writhed through his mind. Grotesque visions began unfolding before his eyes. Primordial sacrificial rites, torch, civilization, totem. A flood of information rushed into his brain. Immersive translate. My hand holds a meteor-curved moonblade. At that very moment, the man's carefree singing suddenly reached Li Hanyao's ears. This utterly irresponsible man started humming a tune just to feign nonchalance. Yet it was precisely this combination of an unreliable man and his absurd melody that suddenly cleared Li Hanyao's mind. Those eerie images that had been haunting Li Hanyao's thoughts earlier. The moment she heard the man singing, it shattered like a mirror. The man affectionately ruffled Li Hanyao's hair, his trembling voice still oddly cheerful. Son, go home and take a hot bath, then sleep comfortably. What kind of crazy day was this? How did we end up encountering a mirage in Shanghai? But it's fine, let's just treat it as a dream. Bang! A violent crashing sound came through the pouring rain. Something even more enormous seemed to be breaking through the ground from below. While relentlessly slashing at the tentacles outside with his unfamiliar blade, the man began chattering non-stop with instructions for Hanyao Li. Your stepdad isn't exactly reliable either, don't let him bully your mom. Damn it, you've got to toughen up. Your mom will be counting on you from now on. Put. Severing another scaly arm, the man continued his rant. You should apply for law instead. As for medicine, doctors nowadays work overtime constantly, and these past few years there's been quite a few medical disputes. Being a doctor isn't easy either. Put. The man reversed his grip on the knife, driving the blade upward. If you're applying to colleges, don't go too far away. Your mother's health isn't good, even applying to Lancheng Mountain City University would be fine. The girls in our Lancheng Mountain City are quite pretty too. Bring a daughter-in-law back for your mom from university when the time comes. Whoosh! The man took out strong liquor from his embrace, spat it onto the blade, and then lit it with a lighter. My son! The night was too dark for Li Hanyao to see his father's face clearly. All he could hear in the rainy night was the man's trembling voice. When I tell you to run later, don't look back. That's what folks always say back in our countryside. When you see a mirage, you must never turn around to look. Immersive translate. Chapter 14, Awakening Day, Golden Light, Security Captain. Lanshan City, Tianlang Tower. Tianlang Tower is the tallest building in Lanzhou City, offering a panoramic view of the entire city. Yet, just a week ago, a mysterious gang approached the manager of Tianlang Tower and boldly declared their intention to lease the entire building. The manager, familiar with such presumptuous bumpkins, smiled and informed them that Tianlang Tower did not offer such services. Once upon a time, a coal boss came to Tianlang Tower with hundreds of thousands in cash, wanting to book the entire place. But the outcome was the same as always. The coal bosses were all scared off when the manager told them, sorry, but hundreds of thousands is only enough to rent a single bathroom in this tower. Just as the manager thought this time would end no differently, a twin-tailed girl in pink suddenly came storming into the tower, driving an excavator. The excavator was piled high with US dollars. Behind them were dozens of excavators, each handled in the same manner. And so, the Tianlang boss, who once boasted the building is like my wife, packed his bags overnight and moved out of the skyscraper, handing over his wife to the excavator driving girls. But, at this very moment, the omnipotent girls stood atop the skyscraper, gazing down at the city beneath them with troubled expressions. Screech! The door was pushed open. An old man dressed like Master Roshi from Dragon Ball briskly walked in. Director! The girls chimed in unison. Master Roshi wore his trademark shameless old man grin as he hugged each of the young girls in turn. Teacher! The girl in black at the forefront pushed away Master Roshi's attempt to hug her, her expression slightly frosty as she spoke. Teacher, I feel this is a situation that warrants reporting to you. Master Roshi waved his hand dismissively, stopping the girl in black. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at Lanshan City engulfed in the pouring rain, the smirk on his face gradually fading away. The storm in Lanshan City. Something's not right. After a long silence, the turtle hermit finally murmured. The girl in black also nodded in agreement. I should have noticed this earlier. It was my oversight. Master Roshi gave a bitter smile and comforted him. How can anyone blame you? No one could have imagined that the awakening range of a disaster descendant could possibly be this vast enough to envelop an entire city. Despite being mentally prepared, the girl in black still froze slightly for a moment, whispering under her breath in disbelief. Is it really because of Awakening Day? The turtle sage gazed at the silver snakes faintly visible in the clouds, his eyes flashing with a complex emotion. Never thought recruiting students would lead to such a situation. Truly, the younger generation is formidable, truly formidable. But Girl in Black hesitated for a moment before asking in spite of herself. Such a high-level spirit awakening will inevitably lead to various corpse guards running rampant. Should I go clean them up? Hearing this, the turtle hermit burst into hearty laughter. By the time you finish writing your report to your superiors, that workaholic from the academy will have already chopped off the heads of 100 divine corpses. Immersive translate. Boom! A massive silver lightning bolt struck the city's roadside trees. The giant tree was split into two charred halves, set ablaze, then extinguished by the torrential rain. Lanshan City has issued a severe rainstorm warning. This is the heaviest downpour unseen in a decade. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Every household was filled with anxiety. Countless white-collar workers still working overtime were trapped in various office buildings. Inside these buildings, the sounds of calls made to different families intertwined with the heavy rain, creating unbearable noise. During the day, these office towers were the nation's largest source of spam calls. Yet at this moment, every call was brimming with heartfelt sincerity and tears. The blaring of car horns rose and fell continuously on the roads, where countless luxury vehicles scraped against each other amid numerous minor accidents that no one had time to notice now. Whether rich or poor, everyone had only one goal at this moment: to go home. Pedestrians sprinted through the torrential rain. Babies got separated from their parents, their wails mixing with the cacophony of the downpour. A woman staggered along the road, moving against the crowd before being swept along by the human tide and knocked to the ground. A cyan claw emerged from the rainwater on the ground and immediately lunged for the woman's neck. Whoosh! A white sneaker stepped forward, crushing the claw with a decisive stomp. The entire sequence unfolded in complete silence, unnoticed by anyone. Auntie. The owner of the white sneakers was a dark-haired boy, who helped the elderly woman to her feet and softly asked, "Auntie, are you alright?" The woman looked at the dark-haired boy with gratitude and said emotionally, "I'm fine, thank you, child." The dark-haired youth nodded slightly, his tone calm and composed. "Auntie, why are we still heading west? That area is low-lying and at risk of flooding. It's already been cordoned off by the police." The woman's voice cracked with a sob as she choked out her words. "I can't find my son. He's about your age, wearing the Lanshan Middle School uniform, carrying a red and green patterned umbrella. If you see him, could you tell him to come home right away?" The black-haired youth nodded in agreement. "Happy to be of service." With that said, he quietly walked westward and disappeared into the curtain of rain. Immersive translate. Put. The man gripped his strange blade and severed the 3 tentacles that had reached into the carriage. At this moment, his body was already drenched in blood. Li Hanyao took off his school uniform, his hands trembling as he bandaged the driver's wounds. The man slammed on the accelerator. Carelessly exhaling the last puff of smoke, he grinned broadly and chuckled. "Good son, it seems you really have a knack for medicine. Maybe you should still apply for medical school. Come on, wrap it tighter for your old man." The man had been carefree his whole life, yet even at this moment, he was still preoccupied with Li Hanyao's choice of major. He looked at Li Hanyao with heartfelt pride, his nose tingling with emotion as he spoke. Everyone says this old man has nothing, but at least I've got a filial son." Li Hanyao interrupted him with a trembling voice. "Stop talking. I'll call 120 for you. Don't move, it's okay. The ambulance will be here soon." Yet the man took out a can of beer from the car and began drinking heartily. While drinking, he continued to expound on his grand philosophies of life. "Son, remember, a real man never panics, no matter what. Hold your head high. Don't think just because your old man's a security guard that I'm nobody. Even our company's boss doesn't live as freely as I do. Not just a security guard." Li Hanyao softly corrected him. "I'm the head of security." The man froze for a moment before slapping his forehead and bursting into hearty laughter. Yes, the security captain. What's wrong with my memory?" Buzz buzz. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light emerged ahead, like a divine gate leading to unknown realms swinging open. "Heirs of the 4 directions, return to the sacred gate." The weary voice echoed once more from all directions. The heavy rain continued to pour, but the sound of rainfall quietly receded. All sounds in this world seemed to make way for this ancient, weathered voice. The raindrops froze in mid-air at this moment, and Li Hanyao could clearly see each droplet standing suspended in space. Crunch! The man drained the last sip of beer, crushed the aluminum can in his hand, and stared ahead with an expressionless face. Though the man's expression remained composed, Li Hanyao could perceive the trembling in his hands. "Son." The man turned his head, forcing a strained and unpleasant smile towards Li Hanyao. His voice was exceptionally clear. "Don't be afraid, the mirage will soon be over." Immersive translate. Chapter 15, Deity, Calamity, and Sorrow. It was an eerie scene, as if the world had been cleanly sliced in two. One half was shrouded in pitch darkness, with torrential rain and howling winds. The other half of the world was filled with resplendent golden light, where raindrops hung suspended in the air, utterly silent, devoid of any sound. And at this very moment, a battered motorcycle rickshaw stood at the border between these two worlds, like a battle-scarred samurai. Immersive translate. The man gazed at the radiant golden glow ahead. In the golden light, a blurred figure stood there. The figure had a human body with hooves, 4 eyes and 6 arms, its temples sharp as swords, with twin horns growing from its head. Around it shimmered a fiery red halo, dazzling like the sun. Countless phantom shadows knelt in worship around it, reciting devout scriptures in unison. Immersive translate. The man stared at the figure with an expressionless face. He patted Li Hanyao's shoulder, forcing a smile as he said, "I'm getting off for a while. Stay in the car and don't move." Hearing the tremor in the man's voice, Li Hanyao felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. An inexplicable panic suddenly overwhelmed him. Li Hanyao grabbed the man's rough hand, staring intensely into his eyes as he pressed on. "What are you getting off for?" The man ignored Li Hanyao. After tying him to the vehicle with his school uniform, the man gripped his unfamiliar blade and stepped out of the car without looking back. "Hey!" Li Hanyao struggled frantically, then shouted curses at the man's retreating back. "Where the hell are you going? Get back here!" A strong premonition gripped Li Hanyao's heart that this parting would be the last time he'd ever see the man. "You worthless bastard! You worthless loser! Good for nothing! You deserve to be looked down upon!" Li Hanyao wildly hurled insults, trying to provoke the man into coming back. "Come back!" Li Hanyao lowered his head, 2 lines of tears silently streaming down as he gnashed his teeth with a grating sound, his entire body trembling violently. "Please, I'm begging you, Dad!" Immersive translate. The man ahead, forging forward without hesitation, shuddered involuntarily upon hearing those last 2 words from Li Hanyao. Then, he continued to stride forward with unwavering determination. Li Hanyao saw. The man arrived before that golden figure. The two seemed to be conversing about something. The man wore an ingratiating smile on his face, as if pleading desperately for something. And so, the negotiation lasted about 10 minutes. Li Hanyao finally broke free from the constraint of his school uniform and stumbled toward the car door. At that moment, the man suddenly turned and walked back. Li Hanyao saw a relaxed smile on the man's face, and he even began whistling. Witnessing this scene, hope reignited in Li Hanyao's heart. The man smiled at Li Hanyao and said loudly, "It's all right now, son, everything's settled. Go home and take a hot bath soon." At these words, the man's relaxed smile abruptly vanished, his expression twisting into ferocity in an instant. Then, the man whirled around abruptly, reversing his grip on the knife. With both feet coiled like springs, he launched himself skyward, slashing viciously toward that silhouette. At the same time, his roar echoed, "Son, run!" Li Hanyao's pupils contracted violently. What's going on? Hadn't everything been going smoothly just moments ago? High above in the sky, the man who swung his sword to slay a god seemed still deep in conversation with the golden illusion. Though separated by such distance, his voice rang with startling clarity in Li Hanyao's ears. "What's wrong? Does negotiating with a scion of calamity like me make you feel diminished, O magnificent god?" Scion of calamity? What was that thing? Li Hanyao's head throbbed as if it were about to split open. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he raised his gaze toward the sky. At this moment, the man before Li Hanyao appeared as insignificant as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The golden figure towered 100 meters tall, nearly resembling a second moon suspended in the heavens, and men appeared insignificant before him. Yet, the next moment, a scene that shocked Li Hanyao unfolded. The man in midair suddenly uttered several eerie and ancient syllables. These syllables seemed like an ancient language, most of which Li Hanyao couldn't understand, but there were 4 words he managed to catch. Divine Covenant, Lunar Decree. As the man uttered these syllables, the moon in the sky suddenly radiated a dazzling purple light. Splash! The purple light transformed into snowflake-like fragments, drifting through the air. Snowflakes danced in the air, clinging to the man's body and the blade of his knife. He shed the security guard uniform, revealing bulging, explosive muscles. At the same time, the towering golden figure slowly raised its finger as well. Crack! The Mo sword clashed with the golden fingers, then came to a stiff standstill. Li Hanyao was utterly shocked. The man blocked it. Even though it was just a single finger, it was enough to shock Li Hanyao because the sheer size of this golden phantom was overwhelmingly immense, exerting an oppressive force that left him breathless. "Son!" A weary voice drifted down from the sky. The man, while resisting the god's finger, turned his head and smiled faintly at Li Hanyao. Li Hanyao froze slightly. Until this moment, the man was still smiling? The man looked at Li Hanyao with relief and said softly, "My son, this mirage isn't interesting at all. Stop looking. Go home quickly. Go home and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, I'll take you to school." The man spoke rapidly, as if trying to say all the words he might never get to say in one breath. "Son, I taught you how to drive, and I know you can operate any car. So now quickly push aside the car keys in front of you. Listen to me. Go home." Boom! As his words fell, the man slashed out a terrifying blade strike, this blade carrying the moonlight, sweeping toward the golden figure. Son, run! Boom! Li Hanyao seemed to be struck by something suddenly, his mind ringing with a deafening roar. At last, he understood why men were so eager to teach him how to drive. Li Hanyao's mind echoed with the words the man had once said. Young people, after all, are bound to be impulsive in the future and might clash with others. That's why you need to learn how to drive any kind of vehicle so you can make a quick escape when you're outnumbered. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao suddenly found it difficult to breathe. An overwhelming grief engulfed him, causing his chest to heave violently. Midair, the golden phantom spread its fingers wide. With just that single motion, the man's body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Bang! Dad! Li Hanyao sobbed like a child, stumbling as he ran to where the man had fallen, helping him up. The man on the ground suddenly grabbed Li Hanyao by the collar, his expression twisted in fury as he roared. Damn it! You little brat, get the hell out of here, can't you understand what I'm saying? Blood foamed at the man's lips as he snarled at Li Hanyao with a viciousness Li had never witnessed before, cursing him angrily. I've put up with you for far too long, you worthless little runt. Weren't you always looking down on me? So why are you still standing in my way now? Snap! The man slapped Li Hanyao fiercely across the face, the veins in his neck bulging as he roared with all his might. Useless trash, get the hell back in your car right now, take a damn hot shower, review your worthless book knowledge, then forget this goddamn dream of today. The man suddenly paused. Li Hanyao looked up and froze. He had never seen such an expression before, gentleness intertwined with boundless despair. The man ruffled Li Hanyao's hair, his previous ferocity vanishing in an instant. Then he forced out an awkward smile, his tone already laced with pleading as boundless sorrow flooded forth like a tidal wave. Son, please, come home. I'm begging you. Immersive translate. Chapter 16, The Divine Tomb, Photographs, Connections. Countless shadowy figures kneeling around the golden silhouette suddenly stood up. These phantoms took human forms as well as various beastly shapes. Then, like frenzied beasts, they charged toward the man and Hanyao. The man raised the unfamiliar blade high. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 3 seconds to gather strength, then swing down with full force. Boom! The ground was split open with a massive fissure, countless phantom shadows turning to ashes beneath this single slash. But the man's wounds tore open as well, blood gushing forth. Damn it! The man let out a bitter laugh amidst his curses, clutching his wound as his face turned deathly pale. Put! A phantom tentacle suddenly erupted from the ground, charging straight toward Li Hanyao. The man's body shot forward like a leopard, swiftly pushing Li Hanyao aside just as the phantom tentacle grazed the man's chest. Despite being a mere illusion, the tentacle instantly materialized upon contact with human flesh, inflicting tangible and very real damage. From the moment before, these phantom tentacles have been slowly encircling the man and Li Hanyao. The man stood silently in place, leaning on his unfamiliar blade as though it were a walking cane. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it slowly, then took a deep drag. Li Hanyao stared blankly at the scars on the man's chest. The next moment, Li Hanyao suddenly grabbed a thick branch from the ground and rushed out like a madman. Fuck you, come here, you bastards. Li Hanyao's eyes were bloodshot, with raging fury pouring from his pupils, like an enraged young lion. Come on, motherfucker. Unexpectedly, this time, the man did not stop Li Hanyao. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, the unfamiliar blade slipping from his grasp. The man spat out the cigarette but from his mouth, purple flames igniting in his pupils. The next moment, the man weakly uttered a few words. Divine domain, lunar silence. Whoosh! Moonlight suddenly gathered around the man, and the cigarette butt on the ground instantly burst into flames. The flames and moonlight intertwined, converging into a massive radiant array that engulfed the man and Li Hanyao. The phantom figures were cut off outside, and even the golden silhouette came to a standstill. The man slumped to the ground, waving at Li Hanyao with a chuckle. Son, come here. Those things won't get in for a while. Let's have a little chat, just the two of us. Li Hanyao froze for a moment, then mechanically walked over. Trembling, he pressed his hands against the man's bleeding wound, picked up his phone with shaky fingers, and forcefully pressed each button. BBB. Dial tone. A brief connection, then the signal cut out. Li Hanyao swallowed hard, wiped the blood from his face, and muttered to himself with a twisted expression. Damn it, pick up already. Isn't this supposed to be a 24-hour emergency hotline? The man patted his son on the shoulder and laughed. Don't worry, son. Your old man won't be kicking the bucket anytime soon. With that, the man looked up at the sky, actually wearing an expression of pride. Son, tell me the truth, does your dad look handsome today? Li Hanyao struggled to hold back his tears, biting his tongue hard as he choked out. Handsome, very handsome. Hearing his son's praise, the man broke into a joyous smile. He took out a photo from his pocket. The man looked at the photo, his lips curling slightly as an unusual glimmer lit up his eyes. Your mom. She only fell for a useless guy like me because I was handsome back then. Li Hanyao glanced at the photo in the man's hand, then froze. Damn it! When the hell was this photo taken? A tall, handsome man, cigar clamped between his teeth, wearing a British-style hat. By the man's side stood an exquisitely beautiful, fashionably dressed woman. She had bright, lively eyes, and her delicate features carried the nostalgic charm of Hong Kong actresses from the last century. She wore a spring blouse in earthy green with white lace-trimmed collar, paired with dark green trousers whose razor-sharp creases resembled knife edges, all completed by cream-colored high heels. Who was this woman? Mother? Li Hanyao was slightly surprised. Was Mother this fashionable and beautiful when she was young? Li Hanyao simply couldn't connect the fashionable young woman in the photo with the hunched old woman of today. Between the couple's shoulders sits a toddler who looks just over a year old. The little rascal appears utterly delighted, with shiny snot bubbles popping from his nose. The edges of this photograph have yellowed with age, a treasure the man has kept for who knows how many years. Gently stroking the photo, the man murmurs softly to himself. Son, your old man isn't boasting, I really do have extensive connections. Don't worry, no matter what happens today, I swear I'll get you out of this divine tomb. The man's expression suddenly turned ferocious. Gnashing his teeth, he seemed determined to vent the boundless fury in his chest. Not even the Jade Emperor himself could keep you trapped here today. If you were to die in this place, who'd be left to slap that bastard across the face someday if he ever dares mistreat your mother after I'm gone? As the words fell, the man abruptly rose to his feet. At the same time, crack! The formation beneath the man's feet emitted a shattering sound, its surface spiderwebbed with creeping fissures. The domain he had created could no longer withstand the onslaught of the shadowy figures outside. Yet far from despair, the man's face now burned with eager battle lust. Whoosh! The man plunged the Mo Dao into the ground. His hands formed eerie gestures as he chanted strange Sanskrit verses. Within the Sanskrit, fragmented Chinese phrases intermittently surfaced. Wherever the sun and moon shine, all shall be allies. Where rivers, lakes, and seas flow, there our kin shall dwell. Where metal, wood, water, and fire abound, there our comrades gather. Buzz buzz. As the man recited these words, the entire earth began to tremble. Starting with the ground, then the mountains and rivers trembled, until even the moon shook in response. Immersive translate. All spirits born of the cosmos, all creatures birthed by heaven and earth, may drink of my blood, feed upon my marrow, share my bones. Those who drink my blood shall clear the path for my children. Those who would feast upon my marrow shall bear whips and drive chariots for my son. Those who would divide my bones shall bathe and clothe my child. Immersive translate. Sweat poured from the man's body as he panted heavily, rapidly reciting each phrase. Today I beseech all celestial sovereigns to clear the path for my unworthy son. Wherever he goes, whoever tries to stop him. The man's eyes welled up with tears of blood, summoning every last ounce of strength in his body. He desperately roared out his final words. Let him pass. For fuck's sake, let him pass. Boom! As the man uttered his final syllable, a massive violet halo blossomed forth from the man's body. The violet radiance swept across its surroundings. The once overbearing phantoms now appeared to behold something utterly terrifying. They fled in panic in all directions, displaying extreme apprehension toward that violet glow. Then, under Han Yao's astonished gaze, the enormous golden figure in the sky actually took a step back. This was the first time the god had retreated. Was it actually afraid? Yet, the next instant, Li Hanyao finally saw it. Countless towering golden figures had materialized behind the man unnoticed. These golden figures boasted grotesque forms, some with 3 heads and 6 arms, others with serpentine torsos and human faces, still others with 6 wings and 7 legs. Li Hanyao finally understood that what the deity feared wasn't men, but these terrifying golden figures that were equally dreadful as itself. Li Hanyao stared blankly at these golden silhouettes. His ears still echoed with those roguish words the man had casually spoken earlier after handing out cigarettes to the school security guard. Son, don't think your old man's politeness toward others is unnecessary. Building connections is important, you'll find them useful someday. Until this very moment, Li Hanyao finally believed that a man's network can truly be expansive. Immersive translate. Chapter 17, Escape, Finale, A New World. Tianlang Tower. A violet beam shot straight into the heavens. At the same time, a terrifying pressure radiated from the beam, spreading across the entire Lanshan city. At the top floor of the building, Kame Senin and the girl in black suddenly stood up. Their pupils constricted violently. Only disaster descendants like them could sense this kind of overwhelming pressure. Damn it, who's performing at divine descent? Turtle Immortal's eyes revealed a look of shock, his face displaying unprecedented gravity and solemnity. Frowning deeply, he muttered to himself. Damn it, we were wrong earlier. It's not just someone awakening spirits, something far more significant is happening. Immersive translate. In another luxury hotel, a girl in a fiery red miniskirt held a glass of red wine, gazing at the distant purple light beam. After hesitating for a moment, she still made a phone call. Immersive translate. The heavy rain showed no sign of stopping. Lan Mountain City's radio stations and television stations had even issued an orange alert. Heavy rain orange alert, with a detected 3.9 magnitude earthquake. Residents must remain vigilant. Residents must remain vigilant. Immersive translate. SSSSHHK. The man's body was bathed in golden light. At this moment, with just one casual swing of his blade, he could sweep away a cluster of surrounding phantom figures. He charged forward with unstoppable momentum, like a wolf descending upon a flock of sheep. The balance of offense and defense shifted in an instant. Meanwhile, high in the air, the golden figures summoned by the man. They slowly raised their fingers toward the god standing opposite them. Click. No energy or destruction manifested, yet the space between them had already begun to subtly distort. Immersive translate. Having cleared away the surrounding phantom figures, the man suddenly turned back and strode over, grabbing Li Hanyao by the collar in one swift motion. He stuffed Li Hanyao into the motorcycle sidecar and turned the key. BZZZT. The battered motorcycle sidecar roared back to life with a thunderous growl. The man fixed his gaze intently on Li Hanyao's eyes, urgently instructing, "Keep heading east from here, that's the way back. Good son, don't look back. Just walk forward bravely. Nothing can stop you for the next half hour." Li Hanyao clutched the man's hand tightly, his pallid lips trembling slightly. The man could see Li Hanyao didn't want to leave. The next moment, the man gripped Li Hanyao's neck fiercely, gritting his teeth as he spoke with venom. "Kid, don't make me look down on you. What can you even do by staying here? Hold me back?" Suddenly, the man's expression turned disdainful as he declared with pride, "Brat, if you weren't here getting in the way, I would have finished these guys off long ago. Besides, can't you see I've already cleaned up most of them?" The man suddenly found himself unable to continue speaking. He patted Li Hanyao's head with his rough palm. Li Hanyao could feel the man's hand trembling slightly. With forced cheerfulness, the man pressed the unfamiliar blade into Li Hanyao's arms and said with a light laugh, "The battle's almost over, I don't need it anymore." Then, the man suddenly slipped a note into Li Hanyao's school uniform pocket, whispering, "Don't worry, son, your old man won't die. Tomorrow I'll be waiting for you at the address on this note." The man paused solemnly before adding, "Starting tomorrow, I'll pick you up for school every day." Having said that, the man suddenly carved a strange sigil on the motorcycle tricycle. Then, the tricycle abruptly accelerated uncontrollably, turned around, and charged toward the east. "Dad!" Li Hanyao turned his head to look at the man who was slowly pulling away from him, crying his heart out with ugly sobs. His fists clenched so tight that his nails pierced his palms, blood dripping freely from his hands. Immersive translate. The man watched Li Hanyao gradually fade into the distance, the cynical smile disappearing from his face. The next instant, he suddenly turned around, stomped his foot hard, his injured body slightly hunched, then catapulted forward. At this moment, an astonishing burst of strength erupted from him, his body shooting like an arrow straight toward the airborne god. Damnable thing. The man gnashed his teeth, the fury in his pupils seeming to materialize into tangible flames. "Let's settle the score between us." Immersive translate. The motorized tricycle carried the boy who was crying his heart out, speeding through the torrential downpour. After bursting through that golden light gate, the world reverted to its dark, storm-tossed state, with howling winds and flashing lightning. Meanwhile, intermittently, countless massive phantoms attempted to block Li Hanyao's path. But the man hadn't lied to Li Hanyao. At this moment, he was truly unstoppable. Whenever those phantoms tried to approach Li Hanyao, a golden figure would materialize on the motorcycle tricycle. With just a flick of its finger, the phantoms turned to ashes. The connections the man had mobilized were truly forming a protective convoy for Li Hanyao, escorting him with whips and chariots. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao seemed to suddenly sense something. He abruptly changed direction, intending to turn back. But the motorized tricycle was out of his control, relentlessly moving forward. "Stop! Stop! Damn it! You piece of junk!" Li Hanyao clenched his teeth, cursing incessantly through gritted teeth. Tears had already soaked through his school uniform. At that very moment, ahead, the faint glow of streetlights suddenly appeared, accompanied by some human voices. Li Hanyao's hands dropped weakly, as if all his strength had been drained. The man was right. The mirage, it's really over. Immersive translate. The police tape cordoned off this entire area. The heavy rain had already caused multiple disappearances, making tonight the busiest shift at the police station in years. Lin Yuan directed another junior officer at the scene with his flashlight. "You check the east side, I'll take the west." The young officer hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but remind him. "The west side is where the water is deepest and the most desolate area in the entire city. Are you really sure you'll be alright alone?" "No problem, don't worry about me." Lin Yuan simply smiled and walked alone into the western woods, flashlight in hand. Immersive translate. As Lin Yuan waded through the water, he carefully surveyed his surroundings. Due to accumulated water and the low-lying terrain, this area had almost formed a small lake, with the water level reaching about Lin Yuan's thighs. Yet, the more desolate the place, the more likely it was the spot where the residents had disappeared. Splash! Yet, just as Lin Yuan was surveying the scene, he didn't notice. Emerging from the water behind him was a pair of vertical, dark green pupils. Then, the water rippled slightly as a dark green tail slowly swayed, gradually approaching Lin Yuan's back. Relying on a policeman's keen instincts, Lin Yuan sensed the danger behind him. He suddenly turned around, drew his gun, and fired. Bang bang bang. However, the thing instantly dove underwater, and Lin Yuan couldn't tell whether his bullets had hit it or not. A crocodile? Lin Yuan frowned slightly. This was not good news. He needed to leave this place immediately. Crash! Yet, just as Lin Yuan was about to leave, the crocodile suddenly burst out of the water. Lin Yuan froze for a moment. Had he ever seen a crocodile that looked like this? This creature indeed resembles a crocodile, though there are some noticeable differences. First, their bodies are more elongated, their limbs more agile. Unlike crocodile's short limbs, their claws are more similar to a bird's talons. A cross between a crocodile and a lizard. It was too dark, and with only the lantern light, Lin Yuan could barely make out these hazy impressions. Hiss! A hissing sound reached Lin Yuan's ears, followed by a foul, heated breath assaulting his face. Lin Yuan paled in shock and hastily retreated. He knew this thing was lunging at him with jaws wide enough to swallow him whole. Drawing his gun now would be too late. The distance was dangerously close. Even if he could draw and fire, unless he killed this thing with a single shot, Lin Yuan would still die here. Lin Yuan had to admit he was panicking right now. The scent of death hung over Lin Yuan. But just at that moment, the sound of an engine suddenly roared in his ears. A car? Lin Yuan was astonished. Who would be driving at a time like this, in a place like this? Boom! Suddenly, a violent roar erupted from the side, then exploded right in front of him. By the dim glow of his flashlight, Lin Yuan saw. It was actually a battered, nearly scrapped motorbike trike? Lin Yuan was astonished. Bang! The motor tricycle moved at high speed, crashing violently into the body of the crocodile. The enormous crocodile was actually sent flying from the impact. After knocking the crocodile away, crash! The motorcycle rickshaw landed smoothly, then plowed through the water as it sped down the path, churning up two towering waves in its wake. Had he been saved? Lin Yuan stood frozen in place, his heart still pounding from the narrow escape. After coming back to his senses, Lin Yuan didn't bother checking whether the crocodile was dead or not, immediately wading through the water as fast as he could to get away from the area. Immersive translate. While waiting, Lin Yuan kept replaying the recent events in his mind. His expression was extremely grave, as though weighed down by some tremendous thought. This is because, at the very moment the flashlight beam swept past the motorized tricycle, Lin Yuan caught a glimpse of a familiar profile, seated in the driver's position of the tricycle. Immersive translate. Chapter 18, Encounter, Frenzy, Divine Pact. Whoosh! In the rainy night, a black-haired boy was running swiftly, his steps utterly panicked. Behind him, countless ink-green tails were chasing him through the rain-puddled ground. The tails gradually gathered in greater numbers. They slowly emerged from the water. These were a group of bizarre-looking lizards. The lizards gradually formed an encirclement around the fleeing human boy. This youth before them had already become a turtle in a jar, completely trapped. These monsters seemed ravenous for the flesh and blood of the young human. Their vertical pupils flickered slightly, radiating greedy gazes. Clump! Yet, at that very moment, the boy suddenly stopped. He ceased his escape. He turned around, the panicked expression from moments ago completely faded. Now, the boy's face appeared extraordinarily calm. 1, 2, 16. The boy counted the lizards with an indifferent tone, murmuring to himself. Searching for them one by one would be too troublesome. Though I've only lured 16 here, that should be enough. Might as well finish them all at once. With that said, the youth softly uttered a few syllables from his lips. Divine Pact, Thunder Devourer. Boom! As the youth's final syllable fell, a serpentine bolt of lightning descended from the sky, plunging into the waterlogged ground. Crack! Smash! In an instant, sparks flew in all directions. 16 monsters tried desperately to flee, but it was already too late. Their bodies turned pitch black in an instant, their heads emitting hissing white smoke. Then, the black-haired youth pulled out a yellow platypus from his chest, its head nearly the size of a human's. Suddenly, the platypus hopped over to the monster's side, its beak suddenly stretching impossibly wide, reaching almost 2 meters in diameter. The scene was nothing short of absurdly comical. The platypus, with a body scarcely larger than a human head, gaped its disproportionately vast abyssal maw. Slurp! With one mighty suck, the platypus began inhaling the paralyzed monsters struck by lightning, devouring them one by one. Slurp slurp! Mind your table manners, the black-haired youth reminded expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, the platypus looked aggrieved. After finishing off all the monsters, the platypus suddenly turned red in the face, then clenched hard and gave a forceful pull. Put! One after another, tiny geckos were pulled out by it. These geckos were thus unwillingly purified, then scurried away in panic through the rainwater. After completing all this, the dark-haired youth tucked the platypus back into his pocket and prepared to leave. At that very moment, a strange sound suddenly reached the dark-haired youth's ears. Frowning slightly, he turned his gaze toward a nearby path. Could there be another one? The black-haired youth gently gripped the short blade at his ankle, narrowing his eyes slightly. Boom! A massive figure suddenly burst out from the side path. Yet, to the black-haired youth's astonishment, what emerged wasn't any lizard, but a battered and broken-down motorized tricycle. The condition of this motorcycle tricycle was utterly deplorable, one tire blown out, the front crumpled inward, both rear-view mirrors completely shattered with their frames dangling limply, while countless scratches covered its surface. Even worse, nearly half of its body was dragging along the ground, sparking continuously from friction during movement. The black-haired teenager's eyelid twitched slightly. Did this bike just return from the Syrian battlefield? Creak, squeak. The motorized tricycle seemed to have finally exhausted its last bit of strength. Its wheels ceased turning as it slowly came to a stop before the dark-haired youth. The youth stepped toward the vehicle door, hesitating for a brief moment before softly asking, "Hello?" Clang. The two car doors seemed unable to withstand his loud voice and directly fell off, crashing to the ground. The black-haired boy. A scam? He quietly turned on his phone's flashlight, preparing to record some evidence. Under the glow of the flashlight, the black-haired boy saw that inside the car was actually a teenager dressed like a high school student. The high school student was wearing the uniform of Arashiyama Middle School. In his arms, he held a Tang Dynasty-style Modeo saber, while beside him lay a red and green floral umbrella missing its handle. The dark-haired youth recalled the words of a woman he had met earlier. "Please help me find my son," wearing an Arashiyama Middle School uniform and carrying a floral umbrella. In the driver's seat, the student's youthful pupils stared vacantly ahead, his body covered in bloodstains as if he'd just crawled out of a pool of blood. His muscles remained rigid throughout his body, with blue veins writhing like little snakes beneath his skin. His hands clutched the seat with such desperate force that they left visible dents in the upholstery. The black-haired youth was slightly taken aback. He could keenly sense the overwhelming sorrow emanating from this student. Immersive translate. After pondering for a moment, the black-haired youth made up his mind, though he didn't know what this high schooler had gone through. But human affairs should be left to human police to handle. The black-haired youth picked up his phone, preparing to call the police. Hiss. At that very moment, a hissing sound accompanied by putrid, hot breath suddenly came from behind the black-haired boy. He whipped around. A gaping maw of blood and teeth was already right before his face. Another one? The dark-haired youth slightly furrowed his brows. Though the monster had already come within arm's reach, not a trace of panic could be seen on his face. Whoosh! Just as the dark-haired youth prepared to strike, a faster figure suddenly rushed out from behind him. There, the previously dazed student seated in the driver's seat now shot forward like an arrow, slamming the creature to the ground. Then, the teenager pinned the monster down, gripping its throat with desperate strength before sinking his teeth into its shoulder like a rabid dog. Ah-ooh! A chunk of flesh tore free from the monster's shoulder as it shrieked in agony. The young student's eyes were bloodshot, his pupils filled with terrifying murderous intent. He bared his bloodstained teeth and took another ferocious bite, tearing a chunk of flesh from the monster's neck. The monster screeched in agony, instinctively opening its maw to retaliate and sink its teeth into the boy's throat. Put! Unexpectedly, the student seized the creature's long tongue and viciously clamped down with his teeth. Ow! The monster let out a heart-wrenching howl of agony. The brutal scene made the dark-haired youth standing nearby twitch at the corner of his mouth. After a long pause, the black-haired boy quietly uttered two words. Awesome! Immersive translate. The monster was scared of being bitten, and its vertical eyes actually revealed immense fear. It had always been the one biting others. What was happening this time? The monster tried to flee, but the student youth suddenly grabbed its tail. The next moment, the student youth uttered several strange syllables from his mouth. Lee. In an instant, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and the rain in the sky slowly condensed, turning into something resembling hail. Crack! The monster's tail, where the student boy was gripping it, actually began to form a thin layer of ice. The thin ice spread incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it expanded from the tail all the way to the monster's head. Click, click, click. In just a few breaths, the lizard monster was frozen into a cruel ice sculpture. Witnessing this scene, the black-haired youth's eyes flashed with astonishment. Divine contract? Immersive translate. Chapter 19. One Man, One Woman, and the Turtle Immortal. The black-haired youth narrowed his eyes slightly. Could this high school student actually be a Calamity descendant too? He slowly walked over and patted Li Hanyao's shoulder. Stimulated, Li Hanyao's body recoiled like a thunderclap, leaping into midair. Then, without any leverage in the air, his body flipped 180 degrees, and a whip-like kick lashed toward the black-haired boy's right ear. Bang! The black-haired boy raised his palm, blocking Li Hanyao's sideways whip kick. Li Hanyao wasn't flustered even though his move was blocked. His left leg, which he used for the whip kick, lightly tapped the palm of the black-haired youth. Then his body spun along with the momentum, and his other leg, the right one, kicked straight at the black-haired youth's chest. This maneuver required years of training and tremendous leg muscle strength, yet Li Hanyao executed it with such ease. The black-haired youth actually didn't dodge or block. A cluster of silver lightning coalesced on his chest. SSSSHHK. Li Hanyao kicked off the lightning sphere and rapidly retreated. Seeing Li Hanyao emerge completely unscathed, the black-haired youth showed a hint of surprise. After a long while, the black-haired youth asked with a slightly cold expression, "Why did you suddenly attack?" Yet, he received no answer from the other side. After seeing Li Hanyao's face clearly, the black-haired youth was slightly taken aback. Li Hanyao's expression was utterly blank, his pupils pitch black as ink, devoid of any white in his eyes. "I see." The black-haired youth gave a slight nod and murmured to himself, "In that case, I'll have to put you to sleep for a while first." With that, the black-haired youth snapped his fingers. Divine Pact, Thunder Devourer. Li Hanyao, his dark eyes blazing, stomped his foot, ready to fight again. Boom! A bolt of lightning streaked through the sky, piercing Li Hanyao's body. Thud! Li Hanyao fell straight to the ground, wisps of white smoke rising from his body. The yellow platypus in the black-haired youth's arms leaped out. Whoosh! The platypus swelled in the wind, growing over 3 meters long in an instant. The black-haired youth walked ahead. The platypus carried Li Hanyao's body on its back, its webbed feet making splashing sounds as it followed behind the black-haired youth. In the blink of an eye, the two figures and the beast vanished into the curtain of rain. Immersive translate. Cold. A cold that pierced to the marrow. Li Hanyao felt as if he were submerged in an ice cellar. His vision was plunged into darkness, not a glimmer of light visible ahead. Suddenly, within the blackness, tiny golden lights began to flicker. Like a swarm of golden fireflies, they danced through the air. The golden lights multiplied, coalescing gradually into a shimmering golden figure. This golden figure had a human body with hooves, 4 eyes and 6 arms, temple hair as sharp as swords and halberds, and a pair of horns on its head. The moment he saw this golden figure, Li Hanyao rushed forward like a madman. He struck with his fists, and kicked with his feet, biting with teeth. Li Hanyao would use any means necessary to kill the bastard before him. He knew he was dreaming right now, but he didn't care. Only one thought occupied his mind. If the deaths of the mechanic Aliang and the history teacher were truly caused by his dreams before, then let him now kill this so-called god in his dreams too. Li Hanyao knew this idea of his was utterly fantastical. But there was no choice even if it was just a shred of hope, he had to grasp it. Immersive translate. Ooh-hoo. Just as Li Hanyao sank his teeth into the god's neck, a piercing scream suddenly rang in his ears. Crack! The darkness before him shattered abruptly, like broken glass. Li Hanyao opened his bleary eyes, his vision gradually clearing from blurry to sharp. The first thing that caught his eye was the enormous pink Lotus Tiffany lamp hanging overhead. This lamp was incredibly expensive. Years ago, when the man had shown Li Hanyao the fashion magazine while bragging, Li Hanyao had memorized the lamp's distinctive shape. It was clearly a luxurious private room, with various dazzling crystal objects arranged neatly. At that moment, Li Hanyao felt an intense itch at the root of his thigh. He saw a perfectly round, bald head between his legs. The bald head kept rising and falling, like a lighthouse exploring forbidden human territory. Don't get the wrong idea. The lighthouse seemed to notice that Li Hanyao had woken up. Without looking up, he explained. Your thigh was poisoned by those corpse guards. I was just helping by sucking the venom out with my mouth. A girl in a green dress nearby giggled at Li Hanyao and said gently, the director's oral skills are great, it doesn't hurt at all when you suck. The lighthouse paused momentarily and said gravely, also, kid, could you stop biting my arm already? Only then did Li Hanyao realize he'd been gnawing on the bald man's arm this whole time. It seems I bit that golden figure in the dream, so in reality, I ended up biting this bald head instead. Li Hanyao examined the bald head carefully, and only one thought crossed his mind. Holy shit, this guy's disgusting. Just like Master Roshi in Dragon Ball. Immersive translate. Seeing his arm finally freed, Master Roshi couldn't help but exclaim, youngsters these days, such strong jaws. Having said that, Master Roshi then bent down again to continue his unfinished breathing exercises. Li Hanyao felt a sudden chill of disgust and quickly kicked the bald man in the head, sending him flying. Bang! The turtle hermit was knocked to the ground but showed no anger. He gave a faint smile and said softly, young man, you're too hung up on appearances. With that, Master Roshi stood up. With the shoe print still on his forehead and a smile on his face, he slowly sauntered out. The girl in black nearby calmly said to Li Hanyao, don't worry, the director is broad-minded. He won't hold a grudge against you. The black-clad girl had barely finished speaking when a cacophony of crashing noises erupted outside. The shattering of liquor bottles mingled with sounds of tables and chairs being overturned, accompanied by the turtle hermit's furious cursing. Fuck, did that bastard step in dog shit too? Li Hanyao and the girl in black stared at each other in silence. Within seconds, the turtle hermit walked in with a gentle smile, calmly instructing, Wang Yu, explain the situation to him. I need to go next door. With that, turtle hermit pushed open the door and left. Only then did Li Hanyao begin to feel the immense pain radiating from every part of his body. Last night, perhaps due to the surge of adrenaline, even though he was covered in injuries at the time, he hadn't felt a trace of pain. But now, the pain came rushing back twofold, making Li Hanyao feel as if his bones were breaking. Li Hanyao, enduring the excruciating pain, asked the girl in black, Who are you? Did you save me? The girl in black pointed at the black-haired boy wearing white sneakers nearby and said expressionlessly, His name is Ji Hui. To be precise, he was the one who saved you. With that, Wang Yu said to Ji Hui, Don't you realize they're exactly the people we've been looking for? Why did you have to strike them with such a powerful thunderbolt? The youth named Ji Hui seemed completely unaware. He replied somewhat blankly, Looking for someone? Are we looking for someone? Who? Him? Worry-free helplessly massaged his forehead and said, Do you remember why we came to Lanshan City in the first place? Deep regret stated with conviction, Of course I remember. He fell silent for a moment, then asked the green-skirted girl beside him, Azzy, what exactly are we doing here? The black-clothed girl Wang Yu clenched her fists, speaking through gritted teeth with barely contained fury. Recruiting students. The youth smacked his forehead in sudden realization, his face lighting up with understanding. All right, I remember now, for recruiting students. You remember my ass. Worry-forget gritted his teeth until they ached, gnashing them as he spoke. You nearly hacked to death the very students we're trying to recruit. Gazing at Jihui's expression of pure innocence, Worry-forget sighed and said to Li Hanyao, Your injuries are quite severe now, with some wounds infected. You'll need surgery, let's operate first. After the surgery, we can answer any questions you want to ask. Li Hanyao looked into Wang Yu's sincere eyes. After thinking for a moment, he chose to temporarily trust these people given the circumstances. Disbelief wouldn't offer any alternatives anyway. After a pensive pause, Li Hanyao said with a tinge of apology, That was your department head earlier, wasn't it? Could you please apologize to him for me? I had a bit of a stress reaction just now. Wang Yu waved her hand dismissively to indicate it didn't matter. It's fine. The director is quite easygoing normally, he's very approachable and broad-minded. Rest assured, he never holds grudges. With these words, Wang Yu beckoned with her hand. Then, and several professional nurses and doctors entered through the door, promptly preparing to perform surgery on Li Hanyao. Yet, at that very moment, the lead surgeon suddenly exploded with a furious roar. Damn it! When did the director replace the anesthetic with Sprite? No choice now, we'll have to proceed with unanesthetized surgery. Worry-free. Li Hanyao? Immersive Translate. Chapter 20 The Academy, God-Slaying, and Memory. Due to the lack of anesthetic, as a last resort, to ensure the surgery could proceed smoothly, the dark-haired youth named Jihui had no choice but to stun Li Hanyao unconscious yet again with lightning. Immersive Translate. When Li Hanyao woke up again, he found himself lying in a hospital bed. Li Hanyao tried to move his limbs and discovered that most of his wounds had already healed. This left him utterly astonished. Given the severity of his injuries from yesterday, under normal circumstances, it would have taken at least half a month to recover to his current state. Li Hanyao lifted his head. Seated beside him in succession were the bald turtle immortal, a black-clad girl named Forget Sorrow, and a black-haired youth called Remorse. And sitting across from him was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had an utterly ordinary appearance, a protruding beer belly, somewhat swarthy skin, and stubbly facial hair. Yet, the moment he saw this middle-aged man, Li Hanyao's eyes widened in shock. Isn't this the owner of that supermarket? He remembered now. Last time, Xiang Tianga treated him to snacks in a supermarket, using a fake payment screenshot to swindle a whole bag of snacks. The owner of that supermarket back then was this uncle in front of me. The moment Li Hanyao saw this uncle, he couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. Noticing Li Hanyao's discomfort, the uncle slowly began to speak. Don't be afraid, you've already paid me last time. Then, the uncle smiled slightly at Hanyao Li and introduced himself. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Uncle, and I'm the head of the college's admissions team in Lanshan City. Hanyao Li was somewhat taken aback. Your name is literally Uncle? Not Uncle, it's Shu as in comfort. You can call me Team Leader Shu. Li Hanyao asked with a hint of surprise in his voice. Are all your names chosen this randomly? He suddenly turned to the old man beside him, furrowing his brows as he couldn't help but ask. You're not really called Master Roshi from Dragon Ball, are you? The bald man flew into a rage and smacked Li Hanyao's head hard. Your grandpa's the one called Master Roshi, kid. We're not done settling our scores yet. I shouldn't have replaced the anesthetic with Sprite earlier, those damn bubbles gave it away. I should have used Paraquat instead, poison your ass to death. Li Hanyao fell silent for a moment before speaking with slight apology in his voice. Sorry, that was just my fight or flight response kicking in. So what's your name actually? Master Rashi. The bald man replied expressionlessly. Li Hanyao. The bald man quickly knocked Li Hanyao's head again and added, not turtle immortal, but Gue immortal, Gue as in conversion. You can call me Director Gue. Alright, Director Turtle. Li Hanyao said respectfully. Director Gue nodded in satisfaction. Alright, thwack, thwack. Opposite him, Team Leader Shu clapped his hands to settle the atmosphere. His expression gradually turned solemn as he enunciated each word deliberately. Alright, Li Hanyao, now let me formally introduce our identities to you. Li Hanyao asked suspiciously. How do you know my name? Snap. Team Leader Shu lit a cigarette, leisurely blowing a smoke ring before replying slowly. You'll find out soon enough. Cough sorry, I'm used to smoking when discussing serious matters. Can you stand the smell of cigarettes? Li Hanyao's eyes burned with intensity. He stared at the lit cigarette in Team Leader Shu's hand, then lowered his head. After a few seconds of silence, the young man spoke softly. I used to dislike it, but since yesterday, now I no longer do. That's good. Team Leader Shu nodded with satisfaction, tossing Li Hanyao a badge. Li Hanyao picked up the badge. It had excellent texture, crafted from some unknown metal, engraved with 12 totems. Above the 12 totems were inscribed small characters in golden patterns. Spring and Autumn Academy. Team Leader Shu continued with some pride. Yes, the Spring and Autumn Academy. The name Spring and Autumn is taken from historical texts, simple yet elegant. What you're holding is our school's emblem. Team Leader Shu sounded quite excited, clearly very satisfied with their academy's name. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao sat on the bed lost in thought for a while. Was this a university? After some consideration, he picked up Turtle Hermit's phone from the bedside table and opened the mobile browser. Hey, don't look at my bookmarks and browsing history, and stay out of the photo gallery too. Master Rashi immediately jumped to his feet in a flash, nervously trying to snatch the phone away. Li Hanyao dodged Master Rashi and silently typed 4 characters into the browser, Chuanqiu Academy. 3 seconds later, the page refreshed with, Chuanqiu Academy and Academy Street are key cultural tourism projects of the Confucius Cultural Tourism City. No academic institution was found in the search results. Only a tourist attraction popped up instead. Team Leader Shu scratched his head awkwardly and explained with an embarrassed laugh. The school has been renamed Lanzhou Industrial Technology Institute now. After all, it's a new era, we've got to keep up with the times, right? Can't keep using that old-fashioned scholarly name anymore. Some people also call us the Lanling Polytechnic Institute. Master Turtle added promptly by the side. Team Leader Shu laughed awkwardly. Those are just playful nicknames our students gave their alma mater. Li Hanyao searched for the new name again. Indeed, the school existed. Upon entering the school's official homepage, it was filled with utterly ordinary news like our school has received the following honors, and the school held a symposium on educational fund donations. It looks like a perfectly normal school. Team Leader Shu lit another cigarette, taking half of it down in one drag. Blowing out a smoke ring, he said lazily, those are all just the school's disguises. In truth, the school has only one real major, and that is. Team Leader Shu stubbed out his cigarette and suddenly spoke with an extremely grave expression. Slay the gods. Immersive translate. Slay a god? Li Hanyao stared at Team Leader Shu in astonishment, wondering if he had misheard. But at the thought of yesterday's events, Li Hanyao fell silent again. Ah yes. Such bizarre things had happened to him just yesterday. Was there anything he couldn't accept about himself now? If I couldn't accept the existence of supernatural events by now, that would actually be the strange part, wouldn't it? At this moment, Li Hanyao was a firm believer in the divine. Even if someone told him now that Lanshan City was about to be destroyed, he wouldn't feel the slightest surprise. Immersive translate. You know what? Lanshan City is about to be destroyed. Team Leader Shu tossed the pile of cigarette butts into the trash can, lit another one for himself, and spoke gloomily. Li Hanyao. He somewhat suspected that these people might have installed surveillance in his brain while performing surgery on him. Team Leader Shu looked at Li Hanyao's unruffled expression and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Li Hanyao gazed at the sky outside the window. Today's weather was surprisingly and exceptionally clear. It seemed that with the last night's departure of that man, all the gloom over Lanshan City had lifted as well. Kid, do you know what God looks like? Inspector Shu's sudden question snapped Li Hanyao out of his daze. Seeing Li Hanyao's blank expression, Inspector Shu said with a hint of smugness, you don't know about it, do you? Well then, I can show you a glimpse of the divine, just don't be scared. Unexpectedly, Li Hanyao softly interrupted him. A golden figure, human body with hooves. Li Hanyao paused, as if recalling something, then continued slowly with his description. 4 eyes and 6 hands, ears and temples sharp as sword blades, with 2 horns growing from its head. At this moment, his gaze was utterly vacant. Though his tone remained calm, his voice was deep and hoarse. Team Leader Shu cast an astonished glance at Li Hanyao, asking with disbelief evident in his voice. That's weird, how did you know? Have you seen it? The young man hung his head, shoulders trembling slightly, and everyone could sense the fury and sorrow emanating from his gaunt frame. Yeah, I've seen it. His voice at that moment was like a beast's suppressed growl before a prairie storm. And I'd never forget it even if I died. Immersive Translate. Chapter 21, Spirit Awakening, Divine Tomb, Cigarette Smoke. Seeing the youth's appearance at this moment, everyone fell silent. After a long silence, Team Leader Shu stubbed out his cigarette, set down the cigarette pack, and spoke word by word. The center of yesterday's astral awakening aura was at West Mountain, and Wang Yu was the one who rescued you from West Mountain. That astral awakening occurrence last night must have been you, wasn't it? Li Hanyao shook his head and answered honestly. I don't know what astral awakening means, the black-clad girl named Wang Yu explained. In simple terms, the process of awakening supernatural abilities is what we call spirit awakening, and the supernatural powers obtained after spirit awakening are referred to as divine packs. For example, check this out, Ji Hui, give him a demonstration. The dark-haired teen snapped his fingers in response. Crack, smash, a surge of blue lightning danced at his fingertips, dazzlingly brilliant. Alright, Li Hanyao hurriedly interrupted him. I've already experienced this trick of yours, no need to demonstrate it again. Team Leader Shu beside them fell into deep thought. Actually, every deity has a different appearance. Some deities don't even have physical forms. The appearance you just described should belong to Sequence 004, the Chiyu deity of the Jiuli tribe. Chiyu? The mythical figure who contended with the legendary emperors Yan and Huang for supremacy in ancient times? Li Hanyao's eyes burned with intensity. Even though he had already come to accept the existence of supernatural phenomena and deities, at this very moment, upon hearing that such a mythical figure truly walked the earth, Li Hanyao couldn't help but feel his mind reel in disbelief. But, none of that matters. The youth clenched his fists. In his mind, he repeatedly recalled the appearance of that Chiyu from yesterday. He wouldn't allow himself to forget even the slightest detail. Immersive Translate. Turtle Hermit looked at Li Hanyao and quipped. But kid, the high-ranking gods haven't appeared in the world for a long time. Where did you see Chiyu? Bullshit. Unexpectedly, Li Hanyao suddenly became emotional upon hearing the Turtle Hermit's words. Just last night, he appeared again on the western hills of Lansao Mountain City. You bastards from the Spring and Autumn Academy, didn't you boast about slaying gods? But when a deity stands right before your eyes, you don't even notice. What god-killing bullshit is this? The boy's sudden outburst startled everyone present. The Turtle Hermit froze in shock, his facial expression turning remarkably animated. Rolling up his sleeves, he postured as if ready to battle Hanyali for 300 rounds, grumbling curses. Listen kid, don't you think you're crossing the line? Are you fucking targeting me or something? Why do you answer their questions normally but blow up when I ask you something? Nobody stop me, I'm gonna fight this punk for 300 rounds. Damn it, I should have swapped the anesthetic with paraquat yesterday. Poison you bastard. The more I think about it, the more I regret. Immersive Translate. Team Leader Shu wearily sighed, then gently patted Li Hanyao's shoulder. Alright, both of you calm down. Take Director Gui aside for some tea. Strangely enough, Team Leader Shu's pat on Li Hanyao's shoulder sent a refreshing coolness rushing into his brain. The next moment, his emotions instantly calmed, all anger swept away. What a masterful technique. Li Hanyao secretly felt a pang of fear in his heart. Team Leader Shu poured a cup of tea for Li Hanyao and said gently, Child, although I don't know what you experienced last night, I understand your feelings. If you want to know the truth, tell us about your situation last night. Li Hanyao nodded. Sorry, I got a bit emotional earlier. Could you apologize to Director Gui for me? Then, Li Hanyao then recounted yesterday's events in detail from start to finish. After hearing Li Hanyao's account, Team Leader Shu suddenly grew solemn. After a moment's deliberation, he abruptly grabbed Li Hanyao's arm and rolled up his sleeve. On Li Hanyao's wrist, there shone a golden bird-shaped mark, resembling some sort of totem. Indeed, Team Leader Shu's pupils contracted as he murmured under his breath. What is this? When did this thing appear on my wrist? Li Hanyao was also puzzled. Team Leader Shu stood with hands clasped behind his back as he walked to the window, his voice taking on a profound tone. Yesterday, you must have entered the Divine Tomb. Divine Tomb? Li Hanyao slightly furrowed his brows, yet another unfamiliar term had surfaced. Team Leader Shu seemed to be deep in thought, so Wang Yu explained on his behalf. The God's Tomb is a domain created by temporal spatial distortions. Its entry mechanism remains unknown to this day, with very few documented cases worldwide. Every person who enters the God's Tomb will bear the deity's totem on their body. Since the God's Tomb exists separately from our reality, it's more like a spatial temporal overlap. Therefore, whenever the God's Tomb randomly appears somewhere, the outside world remains completely unaware of its existence. So last night, we only sensed someone awakening their spirit, but failed to perceive the existence of the Divine Tomb at all. After listening to Wang You's account, Team Leader Shu sighed and said, For you to enter the Divine Tomb and come back out alive, it's nothing short of a miracle. If those people were to find out about your situation, they'd probably come knocking with endless questions again. Hearing Team Leader Shu's words, Li Hanyao inwardly tensed up. He clenched his teeth slightly and said nervously, "From what you're saying, those who enter the divine tomb generally don't survive?" Team Leader Shu replied impassively. "The chances of survival are slim, but not non-existent. Didn't you manage to come back alive? Moreover, according to certain ancient records, the divine tomb is a place where the passage of time is nearly stagnant. This means that if the master of the divine tomb chooses not to kill an intruder, the intruder could potentially attain immortality within its confines." Immersive translate. After listening to Team Leader Shu's words, Li Hanyao felt a chill run down his spine. Clenching his fists tightly, a flicker of hope ignited within his heart. "Thank you," he said sincerely to Team Leader Shu. Team Leader Shu put the school badge back in his pocket, seemingly hesitating to speak further. After a moment of hesitation, Team Leader Shu couldn't help but say, "Actually, last night, besides sensing someone awakening the spirits, we also sensed someone conducting a dissension of divinity. You must have relied on this dissension of divinity to leave the divine tomb, isn't that right? Dissension of divinity." This term was also the first time Li Hanyao had heard it. But somehow, this time he didn't need Team Leader Shu and the others to explain, he instantly understood the meaning of this unfamiliar term. Li Hanyao recalled the golden figures the man had summoned yesterday. He fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "That was my father." Upon hearing this, Team Leader Shu's back suddenly trembled. After a long while, he finally heaved a deep sigh and said softly, "You have a good father indeed. After all, those deities aren't so easily persuaded to intervene. Sometimes, the price summoners must pay far exceeds death itself." Li Hanyao's fingers dug fiercely into the bedsheet, his gaze unfalteringly resolute, his voice sharp as an unsheathed blade. "I know, but it's fine. I'll find those gods and bring him back." Hearing such audacious words, Team Leader Shu was momentarily stunned. Then the corner of his mouth curved upward slightly. "You've got quite the mouth on you, kid. But that's fine, students' bragging rights are sacred during school years. See, when you talk big and actually pull it off, that's called being awesome. But if you can't deliver, well, then you're just an idiot." With these words, Team Leader Shu fished out another cigarette and lit it. "Give me one." The youth suddenly spoke up. Team Leader Shu was torn between laughter and exasperation. He casually tossed over a cigarette. "Damn kid, do you even know how to smoke?" "Yes, someone just taught me last night." Li Hanyao picked up the cigarette from the bedsheet, put it in his mouth, and clicked the lighter. Snap! The lighter's flame was strong, yet it simply wouldn't light the cigarette. Click, click, click underscore. Slap 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 slap. Underscore click, 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 click underscore. "You've nearly worn out that lighter like it's a machine gun," the black-clad girl, Wang Yu, said with evident exasperation. "Even though I don't smoke, if I remember correctly, the white end is the part that produces the flame, right?" "So?" Wang Yu asked slowly, enunciating each word. "So why did you use a lighter to light the filter tip?" Immersive translate. Chapter 22, Myths, Cosmos, History. Although through their current conversation, Li Hanyao had already obtained some information about these so-called deities. But, at this moment, Li Hanyao's mind remained utterly chaotic, unable to connect these pieces of information. Team Leader Shu recognized the youth's current confusion. He sighed, opened the window, and gently waved outside while murmuring to himself, "Ants come." A miracle unfolded before their eyes. As soon as Team Leader Shu finished speaking, an ant crawled in from outside the window, obediently climbing onto the tip of his finger. Team Leader Shu placed the ant on the table, then stretched his palm out the window again, calling, "Come, bee." After a while, magical scenes unfold in duplicates. Under the glaring sunlight, a tiny bee buzzed over and finally wobbled to a stop on Team Leader Shu's fingertip. Immersive translate. Such words wield power as Decree's ability left Li Hanyao on the bed utterly astonished. After a moment of contemplation, he softly asked Wang Yu beside him, "If I'm not mistaken, Team Leader Shu's supernatural ability must be something like controlling animals in the world, right? In the real world, this kind of ability would be absolutely terrifying. If Team Leader Shu could control even larger animals, he would practically be a deity of the natural world." Worry-free nodded beside her. She said expressionlessly, "No, it's because Team Leader Shu's fingers were stained with leftover bubble tea from earlier." Li Hanyao. Immersive translate. Team Leader Shu overturned the glass jar trapping the ant and bee inside. In an instant, he straightened up abruptly, his expression suddenly turning solemn, his tone equally grave. "Li Hanyao from the incoming class of 2023, I will now ask you a few simple questions. This is just a casual inquiry, not the formal entrance exam. Whether to join our institution remains entirely your own choice." Li Hanyao gave a slight nod. "What do you think, is a god?" Team Leader Shu narrowed his eyes slightly as he posed his first question. Li Hanyao was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Team Leader Shu's question to be so peculiar. The question wasn't particularly difficult, yet it felt incredibly hard to answer because its answer was simply too vague. What is a god? The Jade Emperor? The primordial heavenly lord? Is it Zeus or Poseidon from the west? Immersive translate. Li Hanyao furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before sighing and saying, "Sorry, I don't know how to answer this. Can't exactly say whoever has the power to judge life and death is a god, right?" Hiss. Unexpectedly, Team Leader Shu suddenly gasped in shock, his eyes widening with surprise. He seemed utterly astonished by this answer. Moreover, apart from Team Leader Shu, everyone else in the room also looked shocked, as if Li Hanyao had given some terrifying answer. They all simultaneously. He took a sharp breath in surprise. Ugh. Tisk. Ah. Immersive translate. It seems just one more is missing. Worry forgotten patted Remorse Unrecorded's hand with indifference. Ji Hui, sitting nearby, looked up in bewilderment. Then he put down the phone he'd been fiddling with, took a deep breath with an expressionless face. Hisses. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao. I'm calling the police. No no no. Team Leader Shu hastily stopped Li Hanyao with a cheerful smile, scratching his head awkwardly. Just joking, makes it feel more cinematic. Team Leader Shu cleared his throat twice to cover his embarrassment, then explained. But joking aside, your answer was actually really great, that's the standard answer right there. Snap. Team Leader Shu removed the overturned cup. The ants inside had already been torn apart by the wasp. As for the wasp, it was tenderly licking the milk tea stains off the ants' bodies. Team Leader Shu concluded expressionlessly. Those who hold the power to judge life and death are gods, and those who wield the power to decide the fate of an entire race, they are a pantheon of deities. Team Leader Shu then removed the cigarette butt from his mouth and pressed it against the bee, twisting until the ember died out. SSSSS. The feeding bee twitched briefly before instantly transforming into a charred corpse. This scene made Li Hanyao feel somewhat uncomfortable. For some inexplicable reason, it reminded him of yesterday's imagery. Was this how the man had resisted Chiyu yesterday? Immersive translate. The turtle hermit chuckled twice beside him, saying somewhat smugly, "Kid, you're lucky. What you're about to learn is humanity's true. Hey, I've been meaning to ask, what the hell are you old men babbling about?" Li Hanyao interrupted the turtle hermit with a dark expression. The turtle hermit's eyes widened yet again. He muttered in disbelief. Bloody hell. Team Leader Shu, I can't take it anymore, this little bastard is definitely targeting me. From start to finish, I've only said 2 sentences in total. Right after the first one, this punk clapped back at me. Then I figured I'd try speaking a second time now. And damn if he didn't snap at me again, what the hell kind of cursed luck is this? When you guys talk to him, he responds normally, but the moment I open my mouth, this kid acts like he's swallowed gunpowder. MMMPH. Captain Shu covered Turtle Sage's mouth, rubbing his temples helplessly. Worry not, take Director Gue next door for some tea. Li Hanyao was at a loss for words too. It wasn't that I deliberately wanted to argue with this bastard, but mainly because he always spoke at the wrong time, especially when I was in the middle of a stress reaction. Immersive translate. After everyone had left, Team Leader Shu flicked his finger, and instantly the entire room was bathed in silver light. Buzz buzz. In just a few breaths, everything in the room had changed. Like movie special effects, the lamps, sofas, tables, LCD TVs, all melted into liquid. The liquid squirmed and condensed together, forming a bizarre scene. This is. Li Hanyao stared at the sight before him, utterly shocked. Yeah, the scene before me is a universe of stars, with a dazzling galaxy spanning across it. In the cosmos, countless planets of various kinds float rhythmically, just like the cosmic documentary Li Hanyao had seen in high school physics class. The scene before his eyes was undeniably more vivid and real. Li Hanyao felt as though he was right in the midst of it, even perceiving the perilous sensation of meteorites whizzing past his body. Immersive translate. One of the greatest mysteries that has perplexed human science to this day is why, in the vast universe, apart from Earth, no life has been discovered on other planets? Team Leader Shu slowly began to speak. His voice was distant and weathered, as if echoing from all directions. This is the current image of Pluto. Buzz buzz. As Team Leader Shu's words faded, a brown planet in the cosmos suddenly zoomed closer to Li Hanyao's view. It felt as though someone was casually manipulating the cosmic imagery like a tablet screen. Behold, this dwarf planet Pluto possesses a surface composed of numerous regions with strikingly distinct hues. However, generally speaking, Pluto is predominantly brown in color, with its predominantly dull tones arising from trace amounts of surface methane excited by solar ultraviolet radiation. Viewed as a whole, this celestial body evokes a profound sense of desolation, solitude, and mortal stillness. Quite desolate. Team Leader Shu smiled faintly, and Li Hanyao nodded in agreement. But look at Pluto a billion years earlier. Buzz buzz. The scene melts again, rearranges, transforms. However, this time, Pluto has done a complete about-face. It has shed its previous lifelessness. Now the surface of Pluto is covered entirely with silvery liquid, resembling an ocean that occupies nearly 90% of the planet's area. From a distance, Pluto looks like a giant droplet of mercury. The image expanded infinitely once more. Through the silver liquid, a massive figure swam, appearing to wield absolute control over the silver sea. As the figure moved, the entire silver ocean began to churn, its waters morphing into the likeness of the entity. Immersive translate. Team leader Shu remained silent for a long moment. Whispered. Judge Rashnu, in Persian mythology, the son of Ahura Mazda and Armadi, who holds the scales to measure good and evil and decides the fate of souls. The scene dissolved and reformed once more. Pluto seemed to have suffered an unknown catastrophe. The silvery seawater evaporated rapidly, and in an instant, the entire Pluto became dilapidated, desolate, and lonely. Rashnu's enormous figure also fled from the silvery seawater. It drifted alone in the universe for who knows how long. During this time, other planets also suffered the same eerie calamity as Pluto. Immersive translate. A planet roughly the size of Neptune suddenly began to rot and decay as well. Team leader Shu murmured gloomily. This planet is called Hat P2b, located within the Hercules constellation, a planet with 8 times the mass of Jupiter. In 2007, humans detected it using the H-18 Small Astronomical Telescope. On the screen, after this planet decayed into ruin, a near-splitting roar erupted from its surface. The roar carried intense fury and indignation. Then, a massive figure with serpentine body, human face, and crimson hair swiftly fled the dying world. The moment he saw this figure, Li Hanyao froze momentarily. A human face, serpent body, and fiery red hair. Wasn't this figure exactly like the water god Gongang from the classic of Mountains and Seas? These figures who had escaped from their respective planets drifted alone through the cosmos. After drifting for an unknown span of time, they gradually coalesced into a unified presence. Then, all the silhouettes began floating towards an azure blue planet. Immersive translate. Boom! Witnessing this scene, Li Hanyao's mind erupted like thunder, his heart already churning with turbulent waves. In other words, Li Hanyao's body trembled slightly. This revelation utterly shattered his mythological and historical worldview. Immersive translate. Chapter 23, Celestial Visitors, the Pact, and the Triumph of the Ants. Immersive translate. Team leader Shu gave a light wave of his hand. The interior of the room convulsed violently as everything melted and transformed once more. In the blink of an eye, the space had transformed back into the appearance of an ordinary room. After a long silence, Li Hanyao finally managed to speak with difficulty. So you mean, the deities from the legends of major human civilizations, Shenzhou, Greece, Norse, Persia, and others, were all originally inhabitants of other planets? Team leader Shu gave a slight nod. We do not know what force caused their planet to begin decaying. But when these deities arrived on Earth, human civilization was just beginning to emerge. At first, Earthbound humans regarded these superhuman, anthropomorphic beings with curiosity and reverence, and the two groups coexisted in relative harmony. However, team leader Shu's voice turned icy. Gazing at the bee and ant carcasses floating in his cup, he murmured pensively, but how could two races with such disparity in strength possibly coexist as equals? When the deities perceived the weakness of Earth's humans, the balance was shattered, and the gap in status began to widen relentlessly. Earth's humans were also being treated as slaves. Immersive translate. After listening to team leader Shu's account, Li Hanyao couldn't help but frown and ask, but, if that's the case, with those deities suppressing them, how could Earth's humans possibly have developed to this stage? The power of gods is something Li Hanyao has witnessed firsthand. Feeble humans could never overthrow such formidable power through their own strength. Sure enough, upon hearing Li Hanyao's question, team leader Shu smiled faintly. Your observation is correct. Just as ants can hardly overthrow human dominance, humans too shall never be able to overthrow divine rule through their own power. Not to mention, humanity at that time was still in its primitive age. However, humans are an intelligent species adept at riding the waves. Since the deities of that era also hailed from different star systems, they were constantly embroiled in internal conflicts over dividing Earth's lands and oceans. Team leader Shu paused, then suddenly declared with palpable racial pride, the feeble humans of Earth have once again proven that wisdom is the most formidable supernatural ability. As the divine war reached its climax, 199 deities, due to complex circumstances, were jointly attacked by other gods and stood on the brink of destruction. In this delicate situation, leaders of various human races, after paying a hefty price, finally managed to establish contact with one among these 199 deities, thus, perhaps embracing the mentality of better shattered jade than intact tile. Under the leadership of the 12 most powerful deities among them, these 199 gods, on the brink of death, voluntarily forged pacts with humans, bestowing their powers upon them. Team leader Shu took a deep breath and spoke word by word. Such pacts are called divine contracts, and the humans who sign these divine contracts, gaining the power of gods, are called Hui. Immersive translate. Hui. The two words exploded in Li Hanyao's mind like a thunderclap. A sharp pain pierced his skull. For some reason, every time he heard this term, his brain would ache unbearably. But, clutching his head and grinding his teeth, Li Hanyao forced out his question. But, why would anyone call themselves something as ominous as the cursed progeny? Team leader Shu fell silent for a moment before speaking in an impersonal tone. That's because we must remember, the gods are the root of all calamities. The gods must die. In those final words, team leader Shu's voice took on an implacable edge. Li Hanyao shook his head slightly, the pain subsiding a little. He steadied himself and continued asking. So, the scions of calamity who inherited divine power killed those evil gods, allowing humans to regain control of Earth's dominion, is that correct? Unexpectedly, team leader Shu shook his head upon hearing this and said with some regret. No, humans have never slain any god to this day, including those 199 deities who made pacts with mankind and granted them power. None have perished, they've merely fallen into slumber. Whenever humans believe they've destroyed some malevolent deity, that god will awaken again after a few centuries, violently reasserting their existence. And, team leader Shu hesitated for a moment. And there's still doubt whether those ancient deities were truly vanquished through the united efforts of the Calamity descendants in the first place. Because, even though the Calamity heirs inherited divine power, their overall strength still couldn't rival the deities. Therefore, such skepticism has persisted until now. As for the relevant historical records of that period, they've long been lost in the river of time. Thus, the true reasons are now impossible to discern. However, team leader Shu lit another cigarette leisurely and said, but we humans won, and knowing that is enough. Li Hanyao couldn't help but glance at team leader Shu's retreating figure. He seemed like a man with strong racial pride. Whenever mentioning humanity's victory, his tone always brimmed with incomparable pride. Team leader Shu poured himself a glass of red wine, took a leisurely sip, and said unhurriedly, so, do you have any other questions now? Li Hanyao stared at the crimson liquid in the wineglass. He seemed to suddenly remember something, raising his head abruptly to ask. By the way, I once met a girl in a fiery red miniskirt, about my age, driving a fiery red sports car. She kept talking about some school she wanted me to apply to. Is she also from your academy? Team leader Shu sipped her red wine and pondered for a moment. Any other distinguishing features? You said she's about your age, so she might just be from one of our school clubs doing recruitment. Li Hanyao raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Your school actually competes internally for students? Team leader Shu smiled wordlessly and complained. Compete? Of course we do. If we don't meet KPIs, our salaries get docked, while they lose academic credits. Li Hanyao couldn't help but lament. No matter where you go, students always seem to be the ones getting exploited and oppressed. Team leader Shu chuckled. Of course, without enough credits, they can't graduate after all. Li Hanyao couldn't help but silently fume in his heart upon hearing this. Graduate? Your school's graduates immediately become unemployed. Your major is completely mismatched with public demand. After graduation, where exactly could you go? Straight to Syria? Immersive translate. Team leader Shu didn't notice Li Hanyao's silent complaints and said with a smile. However, although the school allows students to compete for recruits, in reality, our admissions team and their student clubs used to recruit in separate cities. After all, this way the recruitment rate would be higher. The reason we're competing so openly this time is actually very simple. Team leader Shu gazed into Li Hanyao's eyes while patting his beer belly, speaking affectionately. Because, you're so rare. Li Hanyao nearly spat out the red wine he'd just sipped. Team leader Shu gently stroked Li Hanyao's thigh and uttered tenderly. I'm not joking with you, your bloodline is extremely rare. Recruiting you would earn the academy a very substantial reward. Like cosplay clubs, maid clubs, many creepy perverted female college students with ulterior motives have their eyes on you. The next moment, team leader Shu abruptly moved closer to Li Hanyao's face. He gazed intently into Li Hanyao's eyes, speaking softly with utmost sincerity and intimacy. Be a good boy and promise uncle, you must protect yourself and don't let those brawny women snatch you away. Li Hanyao, I'm calling the police. Team leader Shu suddenly stood up, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Immersive translate. I have one last question, and it's very important. Li Hanyao suddenly raised his hand abruptly, his gaze fixed firmly on team leader Shu's eyes as he asked with solemn gravity. Team leader Shu looked at Li Hanyao's solemn expression and gradually dropped his usual frivolous demeanor. Alright, tell me, whether it's about divine contracts or your lineage, as long as it's something I know, I'll answer all your questions. Okay. Li Hanyao lowered his head in thought for a moment, then lifted his gaze and spoke expressionlessly. What tier is our school considered? First tier or second tier? Immersive translate. Chapter 24 Divine Descendant, The Girl, and Murder in Dreams. Does it count as one book or two? Team leader Shu froze, genuinely stumped by the question. It counts as 2 books, one more than one book. At that moment, a crisp female voice reached Li Hanyao's ears. Worry-free and regret memory pushed the door open and walked in. Where's Director Gue? Team Leader Shu looked behind them but didn't see Director Gue's bald head. Wan Yu picked up the glass of red wine on the table and gulped down several mouthfuls. I don't know. He just stormed out cursing, seemed like he went to buy some paraquat. Also, I just checked the academic affairs office. Our school didn't send any student clubs to Lanshan City this time. Immersive translate. Then who was that girl I encountered? She's been pestering me non-stop these days. Li Hanyao felt something was off. Team Leader Shu was also at a loss and asked Li Hanyao, can you provide any other distinctive features about her, something more eye-catching? Eye-catching? Li Hanyao put on a thoughtful expression, trying hard to recall the girl's figure and appearance. After pondering for several minutes, he sighed helplessly and said, besides that red Aston Martin sports car and the clothes I just described to you, there's really nothing special. Does being good-looking count? It counts. At this moment, Team Leader Shu resembled a patient mentor, his voice calm and unhurried. But there are plenty of pretty girls in the world. Are there any more eye-catching characteristics? Anything would do. Li Hanyao couldn't think of any more. Weary, he blurted out. Does having a nice figure count? That must be that young lady from the Divine Descendants Academy. A shiny bald head popped in through the doorway, Director Gue entering with a stern expression. Director Gue? Team Leader Shu was somewhat startled. Weren't you supposed to be out? Director Gue wore a solemn and reverent expression, murmuring words under his breath. I was out, but I heard a sacred force calling me back. With these words, with utmost seriousness, Director Gue approached Li Hanyao's hospital bed and asked him passively, so how well developed is it exactly? Spare no details. My deductive skills are excellent. I should be able to help you figure out who it is. Li Hanyao glanced at Director Gue's perfectly round bald head, estimating its circumference to be about 68 centimeters. He answered somewhat exasperated. Better developed than your head, anyway. No doubt about it. Director Gue was absolutely certain of his memory and reasoning, and spoke with conviction. That must be the little girl from the Divine Descendants Academy, the dean's granddaughter. I've seen her before. Divine Descendants Academy? Li Hanyao's brow furrowed deeply. What's that thing? Isn't it someone from your school? Team Leader Shu and the others fell silent. They all seemed reluctant to mention this school called the Divine Heritage Academy. After a long silence, Team Leader Shu reluctantly broke the silence and said faintly, you know, the disaster bearer community is so vast, and has developed over so many years, it couldn't possibly remain a solid monolithic block forever. This Celestial Heirs Academy, just from the name, you should be able to tell, they're nothing but a bunch of ungrateful snakes. They don't think of themselves as disaster bearers, they actually believe they're divine descendants. Not only do they not hate the gods, but they even willingly degrade themselves, eager to become the slaves and devotees of the deities, making it their mission to resurrect them. Team Leader Shu opened his mouth, as if he had much more to say. But in the end, he summed up his conclusion with just one sentence. They're a bunch of lunatics. I suggest you stay far away from them. Li Hanyao was momentarily stunned. He found this outcome somewhat unexpected. Well then, but it didn't really matter anyway. Immersive translate. Hey kid, forget about those lunatics for now. Truth is, we've got more important things to do. Team Leader Shu's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as he gazed at Li Hanyao's body and exclaimed fervently. The next moment, he actually licked his lips. Li Hanyao nervously pulled up the blanket on the hospital bed, swallowing hard as he spoke. What do you think you're doing? No wonder he was nervous. Team Leader Shu's current gaze was absolutely terrifying. It was practically like a zebra in heat. Li Hanyao even had a feeling that this middle-aged man was about to pounce onto his bed at any moment, roaring with words like, hey, Yao-chan, let's make babies together. Hey! At that moment, Team Leader Shu rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he began to speak. No baby making. Li Hanyao remained expressionless, firmly rejecting the idea. What? Team Leader Shu was horrified, looking utterly shaken. Are you an idiot? I just wanted to see which sequence your sacred pact belongs to, damn it. Li Hanyao felt somewhat awkward and hastily changed the subject. Honestly, I really don't know. You don't know? Team Leader Shu found this somewhat hard to believe. After stroking his chin thoughtfully for a moment, he spoke with absolute conviction. Your awakening range, it covers all of Lanshan City, which means your Celestial Covenant sequence level absolutely can't be low. According to established convention, after Awakening Day, marked individuals should be able to use their Celestial Covenants. So why don't you know what yours is yet? Alright, tell me this, aside from entering the Divine Tomb last night, have there been any other strange occurrences around you lately? Or have you encountered any peculiar people? Li Hanyao contemplated seriously for a moment before murmuring with some uncertainty. If we're talking about encountering strange people, would you count? Team Leader Shu. Seeing that no useful information could be obtained from Han Jianli, Team Leader Shu had no choice, and turned his gaze to the black-haired young man Jihue standing nearby. A renewed gleam shone in Team Leader Shu's eyes. Jihue, I remember you mentioned that when you first rescued him, he fought with you, right? During that fight, did he ever use the power of divine contract? Immersive translate. But Jihui remained leaning against the wall with his sword in arms, head drooping like a pecking chick. Looks like I've been sleeping for a long time. Snap. One Yu slapped him awake with an expressionless face. Ha, who? I don't know. Jihui startled awake from his dream. He abruptly drew his sword, yet found himself gazing around, heart adrift in bewilderment. Even this moment of regret wore his usual expression of vacant confusion. Having slept while clutching his sword, his face bore the distinct imprint of its hilt. Team leader Shu helplessly covered his face. The black-clothed maiden Wan Yu calmly reminded from the side. Team leader, you know as well as I do that Jihui has the memory of a goldfish. Asking him to recall yesterday's events is pushing him a bit too hard. Team leader Shu gave a slight nod. Raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, he spoke with noticeable self-reproach. Okay, it's my fault. I shouldn't have been so harsh toward people with disabilities. So next time, could the college send some normal people to help me with admissions? Just to show our school isn't some rehabilitation center for the disabled? At that moment, Li Hanyao interrupted the distraught teen leader Shu and the chaotic crowd. Li Hanyao raised his hand, looking somewhat uneasy as he spoke haltingly. I remembered something. If we're talking about strange occurrences, there really was one. Oh, do tell. I once had a dream where I killed a mechanic thug named A Liang, and a teacher. After a brief pause, Li Hanyao struggled to speak, his words fragmented as he continued his account. Then, when I woke up, they were truly dead. Li Hanyao hung his head, his expression hidden from the crowd, only his barely audible whisper reaching them. Does this count? Immersive translate. Chapter 25 Coming Home, The Note, and the Wait. After hearing Li Hanyao's words, the entire room fell silent. Team leader Shu's expression turned solemn, lost in thought. Is there really such a bizarre existence within the Divine Covenant sequence? After a long silence, Team leader Shu massaged his weary temples. I'm familiar with all currently known Divine Covenant sequences, but I don't recall any that involves dream killings like what you described. Li Hanyao caught the implication in Team leader Shu's words and pressed further. So you're saying there are still undiscovered Divine Pact sequences out there? Yes. Team leader Shu nodded, his voice tinged with melancholy as he said, though this phenomenon is difficult to explain, as of now, humanity still discovers a new type of Divine Pact on average every 3 years. The atmosphere remained quiet like this for a while before Li Hanyao suddenly spoke up. My apologies, but I might need to head back first. I didn't return home last night, and my family must be worried. Team leader Shu nodded understandingly, then handed over his own mobile phone. Call your mother first, let her know you're alright. Thank you. Li Hanyao softly expressed his thanks, respectfully accepting the phone before dialing his mother's number. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, the number you have dialed is not being answered at this time. Li Hanyao frowned slightly in surprise. Mom actually didn't pick up? Where has she gone? With no other choice, Li Hanyao dialed another number. Ring, ring. Hello, this is Jincheng Used Cars. Who's calling? On the other end of the phone, came the familiar voice of Lin Yuan's father. Li Hanyao suddenly hesitated, abruptly realizing he didn't know how to address this stepfather anymore. Before, Li Hanyao had directly called him dad, and after all these years of adjustment, the title had rolled off his tongue quite naturally. But at this moment, for some reason, Li Hanyao couldn't bring himself to say the simple word dad. It was as if an invisible force was stuck in his throat, making it impossible for him to utter the word. Sick in the head. Did you leave your vocal cords at home? A few seconds later, an angry curse came from the other end of the line before the call was abruptly disconnected. Everyone in the room turned to look at Li Hanyao, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. It's fine. Team leader Shu smiled reassuringly at Li Hanyao. Geniuses are always lonely. Nearly everyone in our academy has some family issues. For someone of your caliber without the standard tragic backstory of being orphaned, I'm genuinely surprised. Thank you. Li Hanyao forced a smile. You're quite good at comforting people. However, Li Hanyao wasn't actually disheartened. After all, this message came from an unknown number. It's perfectly normal that dad couldn't guess it was himself. Yet, just at that moment, Director Shu's phone suddenly rang. Chicken you so beautiful. Li Hanyao took a look and was surprised to see it was actually his mother calling. He hastily pressed the answer button. Hello, Hanyao, is that Hanyao? From the other end came his mother's anxious, hoarse voice. She had guessed it was Li Hanyao in an instant. Li Hanyao's hands clutching the phone trembled slightly as he steadied his voice. Mom, it's me. Her mother's voice suddenly grew urgent. Okay, Hanyao, listen to me, don't provoke them first. Tell them no matter how much money they want, our family can gather it. Just keep them calm for now. Mom won't call the police, there's still some money left in our family savings. Li Hanyao could no longer control himself. Tears poured down like rain in an instant, his body trembling violently like a sieve. Mom, I wasn't kidnapped. I just stayed overnight at a friend's place. I'll be back soon. The other side fell silent for a moment. Mother's voice hesitated for a moment before taking on an unusual tone. I see, they're right next to you, aren't they? It's fine, son, let them answer the phone. Let's get straight to the point, just tell me how much they want to talk. Your mom won't haggle over the price, and I swear I won't call the police. Mom! Li Hanyao's heart warmed, and he cut her off, his voice earnest as he replied. I really haven't been kidnapped. I'm just staying over at a classmate's house. Immersive translate. Really, auntie, he truly is staying at my place. A crisp feminine voice sounded in Li Hanyao's ears. Wang Yu crossed her arms, leaning against the wall as she softly explained on Li Hanyao's behalf. He's perfectly safe now, so please don't worry, auntie. The other end of the phone fell silent again, this time for even longer. After what felt like an eternity, his mother's astonished voice came through the phone. You, staying over, at a female classmate's place? Li Hanyao helplessly sighed. Yes, Mom. After another brief silence, her mother's voice came through the phone, overflowing with joy. Alright, Mom won't bother you anymore, Mom's hanging up now. Whoopee. With an extremely excited weird scream, on the mother's end, she proactively hung up the phone. The atmosphere grew quiet once again. Li Hanyao had no choice but to explain to everyone. My mom isn't usually like this. No worries, completely understandable. Team leader Shu nodded with an understanding smile. He suddenly stood up and finished the last sip of red wine. In that case, let's leave it at this for now. You go back first, pay attention to any changes in yourself, and stay in touch with us at all times. When necessary, we'll also arrange relevant personnel to be by your side. This is for your safety, so please understand. With that, Li Hanyao jumped straight out of bed. Only then did he realize that almost all his injuries had completely healed, with just a few faint scars remaining. Team leader Shu marveled at the sight, as expected of an imperial bloodline. Although the regenerative abilities of misfortune descendants are already 100 times that of ordinary humans, but your recovery capabilities are rare even among misfortune descendants. Li Hanyao ignored team leader Shu's praise as he adjusted his black garments. This wasn't his clothes, and he suddenly realized how tight this outfit felt on him. Whose clothes am I wearing? Li Hanyao asked in confusion. They're mine. The black-clad girl Wang Yu replied expressionlessly. Seeing Li Hanyao's shocked gaze, Wang Yu explained. Every scion of calamity should regard preventing the revival of gods and upholding human glory as their solemn duty. Merely some underwear, only by refusing to sweat the small stuff can one achieve great things. Li Hanyao stood dumbfounded in shock. Team leader Shu patted him on the shoulder and reminded. Oh, and one more thing, 10 days from now, you must attend the National College entrance exams on time. When that time comes, the content of your test paper might change automatically, revealing some peculiar questions. Just answer them frankly according to what you think. Though puzzled, Li Hanyao still nodded in agreement. Good. Team leader Shu smiled with satisfaction. Then, he faced Li Hanyao, extended his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and placed it against his chest. It seemed like a solemn gesture and declaration. Team leader Shu's expression was grave, his tone filled with utmost solemnity. Human glory endures forever. The calamity bloodline shall remain eternally loyal to humanity. Li Hanyao raised his hand in bewilderment, murmuring to himself. Human glory shall endure forever. Snap. As team leader Shu finished speaking, he turned and walked into the study, the door closing behind him. His voice came from inside the study. Good, Jihue. Escort your future junior. Snap. Worry-free stretched out a hand expressionlessly and slapped Jihue awake, who'd been nodding off like a pecking chicken. Ha? What? I don't know anything? Jihue suddenly stood up, drew his sword, and looked around in confusion. Alright. Li Hanyao hurriedly stopped him, wiping the sweat from his temple. No need to see me off, I can go by myself. Li Hanyao truly didn't dare to let the black-haired boy named Jihue escort him, he was afraid the young man might get lost in the elevator. And so, Li Hanyao pushed open the door and walked out quietly alone. Immersive translate. After Li Hanyao had walked out, team leader Shu emerged from the study. He approached the black-clad girl named Wang Yu, standing respectfully by her side and softly inquired. Team leader, what do you think? Did the young man pass the test? Immersive translate. Worry-free shed the heavy black bodysuit, leaving only a simple and crisp binding corset. She casually untied her ponytail, letting her hair cascade down like a waterfall. At this moment, Forget Worry resembled a decisive female general. Seated upright in her chair, she lightly tapped her fingers on the table and calmly stated, not bad, clean background. Wearing my intimate garments, yet I haven't seen any lewd desires show on him. His mind seems relatively pure. But why does his own undergarments have so many sewn-in pockets? Go find some information and check, what kind of strange religious symbol is this? Our academy absolutely forbids students from having any cult beliefs. Immersive translate. After Li Hanyao left Tianlang Tower, he didn't go home immediately. He took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, on which an address was written. That man said last night he'd wait for him at this address. Li Hanyao clenched the note tightly, unable to restrain the frantic pounding in his chest. You'd better be waiting there for me. Please, Dad, this once, I'm begging you. Immersive Translate. Chapter 26, Popsicle, Fingerprint, Home. Following the address scribbled on the note, Li Hanyao rode the bus away from the city center, journeying all the way to the outskirts. The traffic on both sides of the road grew increasingly sparse, and the clamor gradually faded away. Li Hanyao gazed at the scenery outside the car window, his heart slowly settling into calm. After getting off the car, he walked a few hundred meters more before finally reaching his destination. The destination was an old residential neighborhood. It was obvious that this neighborhood was probably older than Li Hanyao himself. It didn't even have a proper gate, or perhaps Li Hanyao simply couldn't find it. The entrance was a narrow alley, with a tiny guard booth standing by the small opening. The gate itself was quite rudimentary, just rusted iron railings. The corners of the walls had begun to crack, with stubborn weeds and wildflowers still thriving in those crevices. The only redeeming feature of this residential area was the vibrant greenery climbing up its walls. Boston ivy and other vegetation clung relentlessly to the walls, stretching determinedly upward. Their vines intertwined with the chilly air, blanketing the entire surface in a protective embrace as if these tenacious plants alone were stubbornly guarding the dignity of this forgotten neighborhood. Li Hanyao stood outside the residential area for a moment before slowly pushing open the small gate at the entrance of the alley. Creak! The rusty iron gate let out a sound, like an elderly patient moaning on a sickbed. Immersive Translate. Snap! Just at that moment, suddenly, a fly swatter came down, striking Li Hanyao's hand with a heavy blow. What are you doing here? No unauthorized entry allowed. From the security booth, a balding head with a Mediterranean hairstyle popped out. A man in his 60s, sipping tea from a large cup, began shooing Li Hanyao away. Go on, get out. Just because our neighborhood looks rundown doesn't mean just anyone can wander in as they please. Li Hanyao retracted his hand in astonishment, never expecting such an imposing level of security in this rundown old neighborhood. After a brief hesitation, Li Hanyao said softly, Uncle, I'm here to visit family. Is that so? The security guard raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He set down his teacup, casually spat out a tea leaf from his mouth, and scrutinized Li Hanyao as he interrogated. Then how come I've never seen you before? What's the name of your family member? Li Hanyao was somewhat exasperated. The old man was clearly the stubborn type to the extreme, his hairstyle identical to that of Koan Beast from Love in a Certain Village. Helplessly, Li Hanyao revealed the man's name. To his surprise, the old man froze upon hearing the man's name. Suddenly his eyes widened. He carefully examined Li Hanyao's facial features, scratched his receding hairline, and said with some surprise, So you're old Li's son? No wonder, you do look quite a bit like old Li. To Li Han Kiln's surprise, the old man's attitude did a complete about-face after learning Li Han Kiln's identity. Putting down his teacup, he warmly invited Li Han Kiln to come cool off in the security booth. Come in quick. Oh dear child, why didn't you say so earlier? It's my fault, really getting old and muddle-headed. You two look so much alike, how could I not recognize you? Li Hanyao was somewhat surprised by the old man's drastic change in demeanor. Was it because of Dad? But the man had neither power nor influence, certainly no big shot. He couldn't even support his wife and children. Why would this old man be so warmly disposed toward him? Inside the security booth, the old man and Li Hanyao sat facing each other. This little booth isn't bad, it even has air conditioning, a fridge, and a TV. Small as a sparrow, it's got all the vital organs. The old man chuckled as he pulled an ice cream bar from the fridge and handed it to Li Hanyao. Want a popsicle? Thank you. Li Hanyao accepted it respectfully. It was one of those old-fashioned ice pops that he hadn't tasted in a long time. The old man watched Li Hanyao eating the popsicle and chuckled to himself. Old Li is truly a good man. I've been a security guard for over 10 years, and this is the first time I've met a resident who treats us guards so well. Every time he sees us, he offers cigarettes and water, always so warm and welcoming. Li Hanyao kept his head down, silently eating his popsicle, his expression unreadable. The old man seemed to have finally found someone to chat with, as he kept chattering without pause. Every time old Li hands out cigarettes, he tells us, says his son living with his stepfather must be uncomfortable. If one day his son feels wronged and comes to him for shelter, and he's not around, he asks us not to stop his son, to invite him in for a drink of water or something. He'd be endlessly grateful. The young man listened to the old man's repetitive, pedantic narration, tears silently rolling down his cheeks. He stuffed the popsicle wrapper into his pocket and bowed to the old man, saying, Thank you, I'm going in now. Ah, no need to be so polite. The old man seemed rather displeased by Han Jianli's formality and muttered in disapproval. Those of us who wander the martial world value loyalty above all else in this lifetime. Old Li thought enough of this old man to ask, if I can't handle this small matter properly, my advanced age would have been for nothing. Li Hanyao expressed his gratitude, then stepped out of the security booth. The old man seemed to suddenly remember something. He paused before calling out after him with a follow-up question. Oh, by the way, Old Lee didn't come back last night. Where'd he go? He's never stayed out overnight before. Li Hanyao's body stiffened slightly as he walked silently toward the neighborhood entrance. Seeing Li Hanyao remain silent, the old man shouted after him from a distance. Don't worry about it, men sometimes need to travel far when they're feeling low. Tell your dad we'll keep the liquor ready for his return. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao walked to the entrance of Building 9, Unit 1, then entered through the doorway. This old residential complex had no elevator, so he had no choice but to climb the stairs step by step. Fortunately, the man lived on the 4th floor, not too high by any means. Besides, after awakening his bloodline, Li Hanyao felt his physical stamina had greatly improved. He had walked so much today, yet he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. We're here. Li Hanyao arrived at the door of apartment 403 and came to a stop. This was the unit number the man had given him. Li Hanyao slowly raised his hand to knock, then couldn't help lowering it again. Before this door opened, anything was possible. But once he knocked, everything would be decided. Although the security guard said the man hadn't returned last night, Li Hanyao still clung to a final shred of hope. Li Hanyao stood frozen in place, hesitating. After wavering like this for a while, his continually raised hand began to feel weary. He subconsciously rested his right hand on the doorknob. Immersive translate. Fingerprint recognized. Welcome home. Yet, at the very moment Li Hanyao's fingerprint made contact with the surface beneath the doorknob, the electronic door suddenly emitted a mechanized voice. Click. The next moment, the door actually opened by itself. Li Hanyao stared in astonishment at the open door. Only then did he realize that, uniquely within the man's home, the door was equipped with a fingerprint recognition smart lock. The household across from the man, including every door Li Hanyao saw while climbing the stairs, still had those ordinary latchkey-style iron doors. Li Hanyao found it somewhat unbelievable. When had he registered his fingerprint here? Li Hanyao had no memory of it. A person's fingerprints never change from childhood to adulthood, so could it be from when they were little? That seems to be the only possibility. Li Hanyao pondered for a moment, pushed open the door, and walked inside. Immersive translate. Sure enough, there was no one in the room. Li Hanyao's face was filled with boundless disappointment. Although he had long anticipated this possibility, when the result was laid bare before him, he still found it momentarily difficult to accept. Li Hanyao began surveying the room. The space wasn't large, furnished entirely in that nostalgic old-fashioned style, evoking a strong sense of retro charm. On the table lay a half-eaten bag of KFC chips and a half-finished can of cola. The walls were plastered with posters of Hong Kong films, spy thrillers, and martial arts movies. It seems men truly adore these adrenaline-fueled things. This was an utterly ordinary room, but there were also places that surprised Li Hanyao. In the corner, there were even some childhood toys from Li Hanyao's younger days, and on the desk lay some middle school homework problems he had done. At first glance, it looked quite heartwarming. An unknowing observer might have thought this was a happy family of 3. Li Hanyao picked up the photo on the table. Still that familiar family of 3? As he gazed, the corners of Li Hanyao's mouth gradually curved into a faint smile. Immersive translate. Creak. Just at that moment, the door suddenly burst open as someone pushed it in. A faint sound was heard. Li Hanyao's pupils suddenly constricted. He swiftly turned his head, looking in disbelief at the figure in the doorway. His voice trembled slightly, unable to conceal the excitement in his heart. Dad, is that you? Immersive translate. Chapter 27 Woman, Romance, Letters. However, yet the outcome disappointed Li Hanyao. To his surprise, the person entering was actually a woman. She appeared to be in her 30s, with short hair and delicate features that marked her as quite beautiful. However, her clothing wasn't particularly fashionable, just a simple short-sleeved shirt paired with long pants, giving off a very domestic vibe. You are. The woman appeared even more surprised than Li Hanyao. His grocery basket fell to the ground. A thief? Li Hanyao hurriedly explained. No, I'm. Li Hanyao suddenly didn't know how to say it. Indeed, seeing a strange man intruding into one's home, who wouldn't be startled? But Li Hanyao quickly realized something. No, wait. He frowned slightly. This wasn't someone else's house, it was his father's home. So who exactly was this woman standing before him? Li Hanyao did know that after the divorce from his mother, his father had met a wealthy woman, and he hadn't hesitated to use her money to help Li Hanyao out from time to time. But, Li Hanyao sized up the woman before him, but she didn't look like a wealthy woman at all. Pretty as she was, she dressed far too simply. Could it just be that she was being low-key? As Li Hanyao's mind raced, the unfamiliar woman seemed to recognize him as well. She exclaimed in surprise. You look so much like Big Brother Li. Are you Hanyao? Big Brother Li? Li Hanyao was utterly confused. He unconsciously asked, are you that rich sugar mama by any chance? Unexpectedly, The woman suddenly burst into laughter. Picking up the vegetables from the floor and placing them on the table, she chuckled. Do I look that wealthy to you? Although the woman didn't answer directly, Li Hanyao could tell this was the rich lady who had been living with his father. Almost as if possessed, Li Hanyao began helping the woman pick up the vegetables from the ground, muttering as he did, "But you don't look like a rich lady." The woman seemed to be quite cheerful, utterly amused by Li Hanyao, laughing so hard her shoulders shook with mirth. Ha ha ha, what rich woman? If only I were a rich woman. It's always been Big Brother Li who's earned money to support me. Rich what woman? An incredulous look flashed through Li Hanyao's eyes. This woman wasn't a rich lady? Does that mean all the money the man had been giving Li Hanyao was his own? So the whole story about the wealthy older woman was just a rumor? Li Hanyao was shocked to the core. Immersive translate. The woman poured Li Hanyao a glass of water before heading to the kitchen with the vegetables she'd just bought. Then, the woman's gentle voice came from the kitchen. Don't leave tonight, Auntie will cook for you. I'm really good at it. Li Hanyao sat at the dining table. His mind was in complete turmoil at that moment. It turned out he had been stubborn all along. In his imagination, he had always assumed the woman by his father's side would be the domineering, condescending type. But now it seemed she was actually a gentle, ordinary woman and not some wealthy socialite at all. Bang! Crash! The sound of a woman stir-frying echoed through the kitchen. The aroma of cooking, rich with oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, soon followed. Don't you think we're feeling a little awkward now? Her gentle voice came from the kitchen, mingling with the sizzle of stir-frying. After all, I'm the woman living with your father, which sort of makes me your stepmother in a way. Li Hanyao silently peeled garlic at the table without responding. The woman smiled unconcernedly and said, Big Brother Li is truly the best man I've ever met. Back when I tried to drown myself due to work pressures and mental illness, he was the one who saved me. At that time, he had been divorced for over 2 years. I saw how clumsy he was, he couldn't even cook properly, and with my lease ending and nowhere else to go. So, I just stayed, cooking for Big Brother Li every day. Ordinarily, it was Big Brother Li who earned money to support me. But somehow, word got out that I was a wealthy woman. The woman shook her head with a smile, as if finding the whole thing absurd. She brought out plates of exquisite dishes, steaming hot and looking utterly tempting. Li Hanyao took a bite of the rapeseed greens. He had to admit, it was seriously delicious. He couldn't help but muse how fortunate men were. No matter where they went, they could always find good women. The two of them silently continued eating their meal. The atmosphere suddenly fell quiet. For some reason, after they began eating, the woman suddenly became far less talkative. Immersive translate. Has he gone on a long trip? Between bites, the woman suddenly blurted out this sentence without warning. Li Hanyao froze, his eyes showing astonishment. How did this woman know the man wouldn't return? Could it be she's also one of the Calamity descendants? Seeing Li Hanyao's astonished expression, the woman chuckled softly and said in a gentle voice, Brother Li told me long ago that he might leave at any time, going on a long journey. If his son ever came looking for him, that was likely the day he had set off on that distant trip. Li Hanyao withdrew the shock from his face, his expression returning to normal. He kept shoveling rice into his mouth. So that's how it was. He's gone far away, aren't you sad at all? For some reason, Li Hanyao suddenly blurted this out. To be honest, he didn't want to see the woman being so indifferent. Not sad at all. Unexpectedly, the woman suddenly said these words with blazing eyes. Li Hanyao's chopsticks froze midair as they were about to pick up the spare ribs. He silently retracted them and said expressionlessly, I'm full. The woman seemed not to hear Li Hanyao's words at all. A strange light gleamed in her eyes as she murmured to herself, because even if Big Brother Li didn't tell me, I could already sense that he was leaving. He's destined for great things, different from an ordinary woman like me bound by worldly concerns. I mustn't stand in his way. After hearing her words, Li Hanyao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Madam, you're so beautiful and virtuous, more than a decade younger than that man. Although the man hides his identity, on the surface, he's just a security guard. No matter how you look at it, isn't he the one unworthy of you? Why are you feeling inferior here? The woman paid no attention to Li Hanyao's gaze and continued speaking to herself. The feeling he gives me, how should I put it? Like a swordsman, like a secret agent in a movie. Li Hanyao couldn't help but laugh. A knight-errant, really? This woman is truly a naive sweetheart. Across the table, the woman chattered incessantly, growing more excited with each word, her eyes blazing with enthusiasm. He truly understood romance, not the cliché kind between men and women, but the romance of life. He insisted on wearing sunglasses even on rainy days, never cared about financial gains or losses, treated even the humblest individuals with courtesy, and even if he was late in the morning, he absolutely had to buy a rose to tuck into the breast pocket of his jacket. Li Hanyao could no longer laugh. He felt as if something had struck him. It turned out this man, who had been berated as utterly worthless in that household, could still have beautiful women admiring him with starry-eyed reverence elsewhere. Can the flaws in a man actually be called romance in life? Li Hanyao felt his breathing grow heavy, suddenly irritated as he absent-mindedly stirred the rice in his bowl. The woman's voice fell silent for a few seconds before deepening abruptly. I once chased money and success obsessively. I pursued postdoctoral studies, then worked overtime every night until midnight after graduation. For this reason, I left my family who loved me, believing they were lacking ambition and would only hinder my success, even though my parents cooked for me every day without complaint. Later, when my career faltered and I suffered from various mental illnesses, it was Big Brother Lee who helped me emerge from that shadow. I remember one thing Big Brother Lee said very clearly. Li Hanyao raised his head, fixing his gaze on the woman's eyes. Her eyes were unfathomably deep. At this moment, the man's figure seemed to overlap with hers as she slowly spoke, her voice distant and weathered. Do you think dying dramatically every day makes you cool? True coolness is gritting your teeth and living on, even when you're utterly humiliated, crushed into the mud. The woman's tone suddenly turned playful, as if mimicking the man's usual manner of speaking. And what's more, you gotta live damn stylishly, so damn cool it pisses off the heavens. Immersive translate. After hearing these words, Li Hanyao's body trembled slightly. From these words, Li Hanyao understood the man's meaning. He looked up at the poster of the Hong Kong movie star on the wall and fell silent for a moment. Dad, was this what you wanted to tell me too? Li Hanyao had always felt that the man from last night was at his most handsome. Only now did he truly understand. The man from last night really was handsome, but the man from before midnight was when he looked his best. Immersive translate. Pretty cool, huh? Her eyes sparkling with excitement, the woman said. Brother Lee is truly eloquent. Li Hanyao gave a slight nod of agreement, but he didn't tell the woman that these words actually came from a Japanese shonen anime. By the way, the woman suddenly smacked her forehead and scampered over to the nightstand. She rummaged around while muttering to herself. There's a letter here that Brother Lee left for you. Take it home with you and read it. Ah, found it. The man handed Li Hanyao a yellowed letter. Li Hanyao took it in stunned silence. This letter, why does it look like it was written over a decade ago? Your father said you should read this after getting home, the woman said gently. Li Hanyao nodded and tucked the letter into his chest. The next moment, the woman ruffled Li Hanyao's hair. Li Hanyao didn't resist the woman's gesture at all. Instead, he found it very endearing. When you see your dad later, give him my regards. The woman kissed Li Hanyao on the cheek and spoke affectionately. Okay. Li Hanyao nodded earnestly and pressed on. Were there any specific words? I'll pass them on to him when the time comes. The woman tilted her head in thought, then suddenly smiled with a girlish shyness that revealed playful dimples. Then help me thank him. Got it. I'll definitely pass it on for you. Li Hanyao nodded solemnly, his expression extremely earnest, with flames seeming to burn in his eyes. Immersive translate. After leaving the woman's place, Li Hanyao hurried home, eager to read the man's letter immediately. Since the man told him to wait until he got home to look at it, then home he'd go to look. Immersive translate. Chapter 28, Doubt, The Corpse Guard, and Reminiscence. He had finally reached his doorstep. Li Hanyao wearily pushed open the door to his home, only to find the living room empty, with no one in sight. His father must have gone to work at his used car dealership. As for his mother, through the slightly ajar bedroom door, Li Hanyao could see her lying asleep in bed. It seems she must have been exhausted from searching for him all night yesterday. That's why his mother took the day off from work today. Li Hanyao tiptoed into his room, careful not to wake his mother. Yet, he had just reached his bedroom door, when Lin Yuan emerged from an adjacent room. Li Hanyao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Yuan to also be at home. At this hour, Lin Yuan usually should have been at the police station. Lin Yuan gave Li Hanyao a fleeting glance and gestured slightly with a hand for him to come over. Don't wake Auntie, come here. Li Hanyao followed Lin Yuan into the room. The two pulled out chairs and sat down separately. The scene looked nothing like a conversation between brothers, but rather resembled an interrogation at a police station. Where did you go yesterday? Lin Yuan got straight to the point. Li Hanyao recalled the excuse he had given when calling his mother. Stayed overnight at a female classmate's place. Li Hanyao met Lin Yuan's gaze directly and said quite calmly. Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. For some reason, he felt there was something off about Li Hanyao today. He couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly it was, just a gut feeling. Immersive translate. Sounds fine to me. After holding back for a long time, Lin Yuan finally responded with this brief reply. Perhaps it was Li Hanyao's calm tone that caught Lin Yuan off guard, making him appear somewhat flustered at this moment. Looking into Li Hanyao's imperturbable eyes, Lin Yuan couldn't help but narrow his pupils. He suddenly realized what was wrong with Li Hanyao. Back then, this kid was insecure, sensitive, and introverted, never daring to meet his eyes when speaking to him. But now, he could actually sit here so calmly and composed while talking to him. This left Lin Yuan both shocked and slightly uneasy. Snapping out of his surprise, Lin Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement and said, It seems that falling in love can really change a person quite a bit. Alright, back to business. Lin Yuan cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. I know you're pretty good at biology, so I have a question for you. Lin Yuan suddenly leaned closer to Li Hanyao's ear and deliberately lowered his voice. Do you happen to know about crocodiles? Crocodiles? Li Hanyao was puzzled, unsure why Lin Yuan suddenly brought this up. Actually, it's nothing important. Lin Yuan noticed Li Hanyao's confusion inside as he explained. Yesterday when it was raining, I saw a strange creature in the water. It kind of looked like both an alligator and a lizard, yet wasn't quite like any alligator or lizard I'd seen before. So I wanted to ask you, what exactly is this thing called? Sure way? Li Hanyao settled it in his heart. This thing Lin Yuan mentioned must be the same corpse guards that team leader Shu had spoken of. Though he didn't know why, he had no recollection of what had happened after leaving the divine tomb the previous night. But he'd also heard team leader Shu say that every time the divine tomb appeared, it would be accompanied by the emergence of corpse guards. The so-called corpse guards were actually creatures that had mistakenly ingested the divine blood qi leaking from the divine tomb and undergone sinister evolution. There are many lizards near Xishan in Lanshan City, and the thing Lin Yuan mentioned must be this type of corpse guard. However, he couldn't tell Lin Yuan the truth. Team leader Shu had said that Calamity descendants must not only prevent the revival of the gods but also conceal their existence from ordinary humans. Immersive translate. I see. Li Hanyao's eyes showed contemplation as he shook his head and replied. Your description of its appearance is far too vague. I can't determine what species of crocodile it might be. No problem. I can draw it for you. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan seemed particularly keen on getting to the root of the matter. He immediately grabbed a sheet of paper and pencil, starting to sketch right then and there. Before long, a lifelike crocodile leaped off the page. Li Hanyao studied the crocodile drawn by Lin Yuan, contemplating it for a while. After staring at it for a long time, he couldn't help but frown and ask, "Isn't this the one from Where's My Water?" Lin Yuan scratched his head awkwardly and defended. "It's a bit abstract, just bear with it for now." After a long pause, Lin Yuan seemed to realize his drawing was indeed rather unconvincing. He couldn't help but sigh, silently taking back his drawing paper as he stood up and said, forget it. The information I provided was indeed rather limited, so it's normal you couldn't deduce anything. In that case, let's leave this matter aside for now. I'll have our colleagues at the police station investigate near Western Hills again. What a shame I didn't take photos back then." With these words, Lin Yuan pushed the door open and walked out. Immersive translate. Snap. After stepping out of the door, Lin Yuan stopped outside Li Hanyao's door and stood motionless. Images from last night kept replaying in his mind. A nearly scrapped motorcycle tricycle. He sent the lizard man flying. On the motorcycle tricycle's driver's seat, there was a profile eerily similar to Han Yao Li's. Lin Yuan clenched the drawing paper in his hand. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Is it really him? Immersive translate. After confirming that Lin Yuan had left, Li Hanyao couldn't wait to take out the letter left for him by that man from his chest. Once he opened the envelope, inside was a thick stack of papers. Li Hanyao felt a slight warmth in his heart. It seemed the man truly loved him, yet a father's love always remains hard to perceive. Usually, the father and son couldn't communicate properly, so the man poured all his words into these letters. After opening the letter, at first glance, Li Hanyao saw the elegant and free-flowing handwriting. Truth be told, the calligraphy was really quite good. It's indeed a waste of talent for a man to work only as a security guard. Li Hanyao took a deep breath. He began reading this letter with extraordinary seriousness. His eyes fell on the first line of the letter. "Stupid brat, read your damn letter." Unexpectedly, this opening line made Li Hanyao doubt whether he was still dreaming. With a snap, he closed the envelope and rubbed his eyes in bewilderment. What's going on? Why am I getting scolded right off the bat? Besides, this isn't exactly a man's style, is it? Li Hanyao took a sip of water to calm his nerves. Then, he reopened the envelope. However, the content of the letter remained unchanged. At the beginning of the letter was still that utterly shocking line. "Stupid brat, quit reading your damn letter." Damn! Li Hanyao couldn't help but continue cursing under his breath. He suppressed his emotions for the moment and kept reading. "Stupid brat, how dare you read your father's letter? You shamelessly dare to read my letter. You still look down on your father? Have you forgotten the days when I let you ride on my back like a horse? I'm so pissed I could stab through your gallbladder, smear the bile on your asshole, put salmon sushi on it, and serve it as a human body platter in Japan. Then, tether your little bird to the back of a semi-trailer, floor the accelerator, and let your body dangle as it circles the world. Only stop when you've discovered new lands, just like Magellan did. Finally, once you're immersive translate." A lengthy letter, almost 2/3 of which was spent cursing Li Hanyao. Li Hanyao was dumbfounded, leaving the child utterly stunned. Is this the power of the former national server's top trash talker? Back when Li Hanyao was in Chinese class and heard the story of Zhuge Liang verbally berating Wang Ling to death, he had scoffed at it. The young lad didn't know any better, simply thinking, how could a person possibly be scolded to death? But now he believes it. He truly believes it now. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao skimmed through the lines, quickly glancing over all those insults directed at him. Finally, 3 hours later, Li Hanyao finally reached the dividing line. Finally done cursing. Li Hanyao muttered excitedly to himself, licking his pale lips as he looked down at the main text below. Ahem. Sorry, son, for scolding you all this time. But there's nothing we can do about it. To be honest, your father has been putting up with you for a long time. He didn't dare show it, so he can only vent all his frustrations by scolding you in letters. Immersive translate. Your father has strong self-esteem. Whenever your father sees his son looking down on him, everyone wanted to unbuckle their belts and give him a thrashing. But your dad doesn't dare hit him because he feels guilty towards him. Immersive translate. Truly, your father has wronged him. When the boys in my son's class wore Adidas sneakers that cost thousands of yuan a pair, my son could only cover his worn-out sneakers with holes, making excuses about a stomachache to skip morning exercises, because if he ran, the holes in his shoes would be noticed by everyone. Oh, this son of mine, just like his father, he's all about saving face. Later, because he always used stomachaches as an excuse to skip morning runs, those damned kids gave my son a nickname Anti-Cave. God damn it, gotta admit these little brats really know how to come up with nicknames, way more creative than we were in our day. Immersive translate. Reading this, Li Hanyao chuckled dryly, feeling his face grow warm. How damn long ago was that? And he had never told his family about these things, so how did this man know? Li Hanyao fell into reminiscence. Back then, their family was indeed poor, and Li Hanyao did wear hole-punched shoes for a period. But in reality, it wasn't as exaggerated as the man made it sound. After mother divorced that man, their new father's income was fairly decent, at the very least, it reached a normal standard. What's more, though no one knew why, after the divorce the man actually started earning more money and often gave Li Hanyao financial support. Thus, Li Hanyao's student years afterwards were relatively normal. Though far from wealthy, he at least never had to wear holy shoes again. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao continued reading the letter. To be honest, every time I see that PE teacher from their class physically punishing my son, I feel like tearing his fat pig face to shreds. Reading this, Li Hanyao felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't doubt for a moment that the man's words were true, for as these words were being written, the man's handwriting grew erratic, razor-sharp, as if infinite rage had condensed at the nib of his pen, as if to pierce through the paper. Immersive translate. Immersive translate. Chapter 29, Choices, Signature, Life. Ahem, son, sorry about that, got a little carried away. Seeing this, Li Hanyao couldn't help but roll his eyes before continuing to read the letter. Alright, let's get down to business, son. You must be wondering why I've always been so opposed to you taking the college entrance exams, right? Immersive translate. The reason is actually quite simple. The human college entrance exams aren't just selecting ordinary professionals. They're also selecting disaster descendants, children with divine blood in their veins, for that academy full of lunatics. Immersive translate. After all, the Disaster Descendants Academy can't reveal itself to humans. Organizing such a massive selection process for eligible youths would be quite troublesome for them. And so, they placed their hopes upon the human college entrance exams. With just a slight application of their methods, they could achieve their own selection goals without interfering with the human college entrance examinations. That's why your father never wanted you to take the college entrance exams. Immersive translate. Reading this, Li Hanyao suddenly understood everything. Is this the reason? Immersive translate. But there's no other way, my son. Your bloodline is too exceptional. I know that even if you don't take the college entrance exam, those maniacs would notice you ahead of time. It's just, your old man doesn't want you to be some world-saving hero. I just want you to live a safe and peaceful life. As for God-slaying, let those idiots handle that. And precisely because of this, I must leave you, and your mother. This is because there is something on me, something very tempting. Those damned gods could descend upon me at any moment. As long as I remain by your side, danger could strike at any time. Moreover, the closer I stay to you, the sooner your awakening day will come. So son, don't hate your father. I so want to walk you to and from school each day, but I dare not do it. Reading this, Li Hanyao's hand gripping the letter suddenly clenched tighter. Immersive translate. As for that thing on my person, its story goes back many years. I deeply regret going to that place. If I hadn't gone, I wouldn't have gotten entangled with that thing. My son, I know by the time you read this letter, you should have already awakened your spirit. That group of madmen from the academy should have contacted you by now too. But right now, I can still give you two choices. You still have a chance to return to normal life. Immersive translate. Reading this, I don't know why, Li Hanyao's pupils contracted, and his scalp instantly tingled with dread. My son, on the back of the letter's last page, sign your true name in your own blood, and you'll go back to the day before awakening day. You'll forget all this, only remembering you're just an ordinary student. Of course, you won't enter the divine tomb the next day, won't awaken your spirit, won't encounter any supernatural events anymore. And I can assure you, that gang of Mad Academy students won't contact you again either. Except for the absence of your dear old dad, everything will be exactly the same as before. Immersive translate. Reading these words, Li Hanyao's breathing grew rapid. Is there anything else but your absence? Immersive translate. Of course, my son, you can also choose the second path. In truth, starting from this sentence, the man had drawn an arrow and squeezed the words into the margin of the letter. It was clearly added after he had already finished writing the letter. Immersive translate. To be honest, at first, I wasn't planning to tell you about this path. But later, I changed my mind. Because a man must choose his own path to avoid regret. I can't interfere with your choices. I've been selfish for half my life. I can't be selfish with your life anymore. The second path is chosen by writing on the back of the last page of the letter, again using your blood. Sign the words idiot. Then copy the phrase on the back of the letter, transcribing it sequentially 100 times, and then in reverse order another 100 times, followed by standing on your head for half an hour, then while inverted, drinking a liter of chili water. Tie yourself up and hang upside down in the bedroom for 3 hours. Help the national soccer team win the World Cup, and finally, immersive translate. Looking at each of these utterly insane tasks, Li Hanyao couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is it really that obvious? Can this still be called not interfering with my own choices? Immersive translate. My son, after completing all this, you'll receive what your father has prepared for you. I've left everything there. At the end of the letter, the handwriting suddenly twisted into that of a man. Cold Kiln, your mother's back is acting up. Don't forget to remind her to take her medicine on time. The letter abruptly ended here. Li Hanyao took a deep breath and slowly lowered the letter. Ha! After a long silence, he finally gave a wry smile and murmured to himself, why didn't you come remind me yourself? After reading the letter, Li Hanyao lay exhausted on the bed, like a frog lying on its back with limbs stretched out. He held up the last page of the letter high, examining it under the light. Signing his name on the back of this paper with his own blood would make it valid? But this just looks like an ordinary piece of paper. Could there really be some forbidden seals or runes carved on it? Li Hanyao pinched the corner of the letter, and oddly enough, this last piece of paper indeed felt slightly different in texture compared to the previous ones. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao pondered for a moment, then bit open his index finger. He stared blankly at the blank space on the back of the letter. Of course he knew that all those so-called missions in the man's letter, like helping the national football team win the World Cup, were just meant to scare him. Probably only the first mission was real. But, the question was, what should he choose now? Return to the past? Li Hanyao slightly furrowed his brows. Actually, there was still one thing that puzzled Li Hanyao. That was, the man in the letter had stated that if Li Hanyao chose the first life path, he could guarantee the academy related to the Calamity descendants would never come looking for him. But Li Hanyao was curious. The man's current status, whether alive or dead, is unknown, so how could he have possibly achieved any of the aforementioned feats? After all, the Spring and Autumn Academy is essentially a massive organization. Moreover, judging from team leader Shu's words, its strength and influence appear to be extraordinarily formidable. Does the man truly possess such capability? Li Hanyao shook his head, pulling himself back from his wandering thoughts. These aren't things he should be worrying about right now. Li Hanyao believed that if a man made a promise, he'd absolutely keep it. As for how he'd fulfill it, that wasn't something Li needed to concern himself with. Immersive translate. Speaking of which, returning to normal life and growing up step by step would be just fine. This was actually quite fine for Li Hanyao. After all, Li Hanyao's academic performance was decent. With just a few days left before the college entrance exams, following the natural course of events, he could easily get into a first-tier university. He could then apply for one of those prestigious majors in his mother's eyes, medicine or law, and after graduation, find a reasonably good job in his hometown. Marry, have children, occasionally take his mother on road trips, an ordinary yet happy life. Especially, he and his mother have endured so much hardship all these years. Now that he's finally about to enter university, he'll soon be able to earn money to support his mother. At this critical juncture, giving up a normal life feels particularly regrettable. Moreover, if he attends that Spring and Autumn Academy, the career options afterward would likely be extremely limited, perhaps just one specific job. The so-called god-slaying profession may sound glamorous, but its danger level is beyond imagination. Not to mention, this thing isn't even protected by labor laws. Won't graduates be worked to death after graduation? Immersive translate. After pondering for a long while, thanks to his robust physique after awakening his spirit, the cuts on Li Hanyao's fingertips had all healed. Li Hanyao picked up the letter again, his eyes fixing on one particular line of text. Choosing the first path would leave everything exactly the same as before, except your old man here would cease to exist. Li Hanyao stared at these words, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through them. Ah! After what felt like an eternity, Li Hanyao sighed and muttered to himself. Trying to run away? You still haven't kept your promise of escorting me to and from school. Those who break their vows deserve to be dragged back and forced to swallow 1,000 silver needles. With that, Li Hanyao bit his finger again until it bled. Then, with his own blood, he viciously signed his name on the back of the last piece of letter paper. Fucking prick. Immersive translate. Buzz buzz. The next moment, the yellowed letter paper suddenly melted away like liquefied matter. The next moment, the liquid condensed into a ball of light, shooting into Li Hanyao's forehead. Boom! Immersive translate. Chapter 30, Hell, Flesh, Prison. Li Hanyao slowly opened his eyes. He found himself in a chaotic and dim space. The surroundings were eerily unsettling. A towering gate constructed entirely of bone stood abruptly before Li Hanyao. Corpses in various states of violent death hung from the bone mountain, presenting what appeared to be a living compendium of ancient Chinese penal history. Lingqi, death by 1,000 cuts, Chelai, disarticulation by chariots, beheading, waist-cutting, flaying, branding, castration. The traces of these execution methods remained visibly imprinted upon their remains. As Li Hanyao's eyelids fluttered, two images kept alternating in his field of vision. The first image was the terrifying scene before his eyes. The second image was that of a massive figure. This figure was divided into 7 distinct sections from bottom to top, from feet to head. Each section is inscribed with distinct characters, setting them apart. The feet bear the word hell. The calves, mortal world. The thighs, nothingness. The belly is faith. The chest is happiness. The neck is bliss. The head is heaven. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao's gaze shifted slightly. He looked at the feet of this body carved with the words hell. The scene seemed to respond to his gaze. The feet of this body suddenly began to grow infinitely larger. And when zoomed in, Li Hanyao actually saw himself on the soles of this massive creature's feet, along with the scene surrounding him at that very moment. Li Hanyao was dumbfounded. So he was currently standing on the soles of this colossal body? A strange expression appeared on his face. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hanyao stepped forward and pushed open the bone gate that blocked the path to hell. Clang! Contrary to Li Hanyao's expectations, the ostensibly heavy bone gate turned out to be incredibly light. With just a light push, the bone door swung open effortlessly. However, the moment Li Hanyao opened the gate, a towering figure suddenly charged toward him with vigorous strides and an imposing momentum. Bang! 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 With each step this figure took, the ground violently trembled, forcing Li Hanyao to involuntarily jump along with it. Li Hanyao stared in terror at the massive figure charging toward him, his eyes filled with sheer panic. At this very moment, the fear in Li Hanyao's eyes was even more intense than when he had been trapped in the divine tomb the night before. It wasn't that this figure's appearance was particularly horrifying, it was just that the thing looked utterly bizarre. It was milky white all over, its overall appearance resembling a white tadpole magnified countless times. On top of this thing's head were 2 small black dots that seemed to serve as eyes. Yet these tiny eyes were absurdly disproportionate to its massive body. It looked as if someone had placed 2 sesame seeds atop a 3-meter-tall giant rice dumpling. Apart from its eyes, its tail and limbs were also disproportionately tiny compared to its massive body. Its short tail and limbs were no bigger than a human's little finger. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao's hair stood on end, his muscles tensed to their limit. With no way to escape now, the only option left was to fight with all his might. After awakening the spirit, Li Hanyao's physical abilities had significantly improved. Although this thing looked bizarre, it didn't appear to be highly aggressive, he might just stand a chance in a fight. Thud! Yet, just as a fierce battle lust burned in Li Hanyao's eyes, the tadpole monster suddenly plopped down and knelt before him. With its absurdly short limbs, the kneel looked utterly ridiculous. Ugh! Li Hanyao stood there in a daze, his fist halted mid-swing through the air. Then, to Li Hanyao's astonishment, the tadpole monster actually spoke in human language. With a tearful, aggrieved voice, it addressed him. Warden, Warden, you finally come. Those prisoners won't obey discipline. Li Hanyao was utterly bewildered. What the hell is going on? Why is it calling me Warden? Immersive translate. Stop. Li Hanyao wiped the cold sweat from his temple and took a step back. But he still didn't let his guard down, his muscles remaining tense. Forcing himself to calm down, Li Hanyao glanced at the fat tadpole and asked suspiciously. What did you just call me? The plump tadpole blinked its tiny sesame seed eyes, tilting its head in confusion. Calling you Warden? What's wrong? Did you lose your memory? Li Hanyao's expression remained unchanged. He quickly assessed the current situation in his mind. No matter what this place is, at least this fat tadpole currently holds no hostility toward me, it even seems quite respectful. Although unsure why it addresses me as warden, the best course of action now appears to be maintaining this false identity it's assigned me, ensuring no cracks in the charade. Thinking this far, Li Hanyao straightened with feigned solemnity, adopting an authoritative tone as he demanded, "Oh, which prisoners are being unruly again?" The plump tadpole wept bitterly, sobbing as it spoke. "Most of them simply won't listen to discipline. After you left, I couldn't keep them under control." Hearing this, Li Hanyao didn't know what to say. He certainly couldn't say, "Take me to see them, I'll teach them a lesson." Otherwise, in case we really encounter the criminals here. If those criminals are truly heinous, Li Hanyao should just prepare to be buried alongside this fat tadpole. Immersive translate. Warden, you'd better go take a look quickly. But circumstances are beyond human control. In the end, Fat Tadpole uttered the words that struck terror into Li Hanyao's heart. "Alright, I'll go take a look." Li Hanyao forced a smile through gritted teeth. For now, he could only take things one step at a time. Immersive translate. And so it was. Led by Fatty Tadpole, Li Hanyao traversed a mountain of blood and bones, arriving before an enormous prison. For some reason, Li Hanyao seemed to have genuinely given Fatty Tadpole a great deal of confidence. Then Fatty Tadpole kicked open the prison gates with its tiny legs and roared inside. "The warden's back. Whoever hit me on the head earlier, step forward." Li Hanyao peered inside. Good grief, what a den of demons it was. To his surprise, the prisoners inside all appeared to be ordinary humans. He had assumed the incarcerated would also be creatures resembling tadpoles. Though they appeared human in form, each of these prisoners possessed extraordinary skills. Some could spew flames from their mouths, while others detached their heads and carried them like lanterns. Still others wreaked havoc, wielding giant axes to send prison columns flying in all directions. Some people were even brandishing Gatling guns, spraying bullets everywhere. Immersive translate. Hell! Li Hanyao turned on his heel to flee. What the hell were all these freaks and demons? There was no way he could handle this mess. Yet, just as Li Hanyao was about to flee, something unexpected happened. The rioting prisoners, upon seeing Li Hanyao, suddenly wore expressions of terror. They screamed in panic, scattering in all directions to hide. Some even desperately covered their buttocks. This made Li Hanyao doubt whether he had done something strange to this prisoner before. Before long, all these prisoners had returned to their respective cells, hiding one after another. Immersive translate. Don't run! The fat tadpole grabbed a prisoner who hadn't had time to escape, pinned him down and started punching and kicking while cursing. Don't run away! Weren't you acting all tough just now? Don't chicken out! Didn't you just try to trick and ambush me? Li Hanyao stepped forward. He patted the fat tadpole's tail, sighed and said, Alright, come here, I have something to ask you." For some reason, Li Hanyao felt that the fat tadpole's tail was a bit sticky. The fat tadpole crawled off the prisoner, who lay on the ground, his body convulsing. The fat tadpole, abandoning its earlier arrogance, began groveling and bowing obsequiously to Li Hanyao. "Warden, you can ask questions, but could you let go of my reproductive organs first?" Li Hanyao was utterly shocked. He released the fat tadpole's tail as if electrocuted, asking in disbelief, "Is this fucking thing your genital? Not a tail? Not a tail." The plump tadpole shook its head with puppy dog eyes full of grievance. Li Hanyao shuddered in disgust. Hastily wiping his hands, he spat out with utter revulsion. "Never let me see this thing again." The plump tadpole hurriedly covered its tail in embarrassment, muttering resentfully under its breath. Men are such fickle creatures. Li Hanyao took a deep breath. He assumed the stern demeanor befitting a prison warden, speaking with an impassive expression. "Alright, you may leave now. I wish to inspect the prison myself." The plump tadpole froze in surprise, then scampered away with tears streaming down its face. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao patrolled alone through the prison, organizing his thoughts internally. According to Li Hanyao's initial speculation, this prison, this space referred to as hell, or even that massive body containing 7 identical spaces, these are likely not physically real, but rather a virtual mental space. Of course, this was merely his speculation. Immersive translate. As he walked on, Li Hanyao came before an enormous stone wall at the prison center. The wall was covered with densely carved small characters, seemingly recounting this prison's history. Li Hanyao was overjoyed. Wasn't this exactly what he needed right now? Yet he dared not ask the plump tadpole directly, lest his true identity be revealed. At this moment, the contents on the stone wall were like timely aid in a snowstorm. Snap! Just at that moment, a small pebble rolled past Li Hanyao's feet. Li Hanyao furrowed his brows, following the direction from which the pebble had rolled. There, a balding middle-aged male inmate was fawningly waving at Li Hanyao from his cell, his face plastered with a meek and ingratiating smile. He whispered urgently to Li Hanyao, "Warden, might I trouble you to come closer? This humble soul has urgent matters to report." Li Hanyao narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind racing furiously, yet his face remained expressionless. He slowly walked over, maintaining a cautious distance from the criminal's prison cell the entire time. What's the matter? With a grim expression, Li Hanyao asked in a low voice. The criminal chuckled darkly twice. He glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then pulled out a crimson glowing stone from his robes. The criminal stealthily placed the stone on the ground, before prostrating himself and pushing it reverently towards Li Hanyao, his eyes pleading as he spoke. Warden, I'm giving you this treasure. Can you shave a few years off me sentence, please? Immersive Translate. Chapter 31, The Divine Covenant Core, Anubis, Life Through Death. Li Hanyao cast a wary glance at the red stone, weighing his options in silence. If he showed fear now, it would only arouse the prisoner's suspicion. And although it's unclear why, the prisoners here seem to hold him in fearful reverence. Therefore, they probably wouldn't dare to do anything openly harmful to him. Li Hanyao wanted to pick up that red stone from the ground. But then again, he reconsidered. Speaking of which, shouldn't a warden be so obedient to a prisoner's words? You tell me to take it and I just take it? Wouldn't that make me lose face? And so, Li Hanyao kicked the glowing red stone and said expressionlessly, "What kind of worthless junk is this, thinking it's worthy to bribe me for a reduced sentence?" Unexpectedly, Li Hanyao's words seemed to have thoroughly shocked the prisoner. Suddenly, the prisoner's eyes filled with terror as he staggered backward in fright. With trembling lips, he stammered, This is my Divine Pact Crystal Core. Warden, please be gentle when you kick it." Divine Covenant Crystal Core? Li Hanyao felt a tempestuous surge of emotions upon hearing those 4 words. Although he didn't know the exact purpose of this crystal, but to his astonishment, this seemingly ordinary stone was actually related to the Divine Covenant. Li Hanyao kept a straight face, but his hand almost uncontrollably reached for that red stone. The male prisoner in the cell still seemed unable to process what had happened. He thought to himself with quiet amazement, everyone says the warden is a man who's weathered great storms, and seeing him now, he truly lives up to his reputation. Even the Divine Covenant Crystal Core failed to impress him? Immersive Translate. Sigh, forget it. At that moment, the warden seemed to suddenly show mercy. He waved his hand with a sigh and said, "Seeing how you yearn for freedom and seem to retain a shred of goodness, I'll make an exception this once. Speak, how many years is your sentence in total?" The prisoner, hearing this, was overjoyed. "Warden, it's 1,000 years in total. I've already served 200, with 800 left." Upon hearing this, Li Hanyao instinctively froze. "No, bro, are you a tortoise or what?" But this only strengthened Li Hanyao's suspicion. This prison must be some kind of mental construct, not a physical existence. In that case, how many years do you want shaved off your sentence? Li Hanyao toyed with the Divine Pact Core in his hand as he casually asked. The prisoner's face turned somewhat awkward as he panted heavily and said, "Warden, perhaps you should wait until you return to your quarters before handling it further." Li Hanyao noticed something amiss with the prisoner's current state. Making a quick deduction, he wondered, could it be that this Divine Pact Crystal Core also transmitted tactile sensations back to its original host? Ahem. Li Hanyao tucked the Divine Covenant Crystal Core back into his robes and declared magnanimously, "Speak boldly, how many years do you wish deducted from your sentence?" The prisoner hesitated before extending a single finger, stammering, "Oh, 100 years, would that be acceptable? I'll reduce your sentence by 300 years. Li Hanyao said casually. Upon hearing this, the prisoner's eyes gleamed with ecstasy. "Ah, really? Warden, you're not joking with me, are you?" Li Hanyao yawned and nodded lazily. "Mesham, sure. Feel free to contact him again in 500 years. Mainly because even he doesn't know how this prison sentence could possibly be reduced, though giving prisoners some hope to live on is probably good. At the very least, for the next 500 years, this prisoner should wake up happy every day, feeling that life is full of promise." Immersive Translate. Thank you, Warden, take care on your way. Just as the prisoner was bowing obsequiously to see Li Hanyao off, Li Hanyao seemed to suddenly recall something and turned back to say, "If you can find more of these Divine Covenant crystals, you can contact me again." The prisoner scratched his head with a troubled expression and said, "This is a bit difficult, everyone only has one Divine Pact Crystal Core." Li Hanyao wasn't surprised and encouraged him. "It's fine, just perform well in other areas, you'll still have a chance for sentence reduction." Immersive Translate. After obtaining this Divine Contract Crystal Core, Li Hanyao walked to the center of the prison and began observing the stone wall. Engraved on the stone wall was indeed the history of the prison. However, after reading this prison's history, Li Hanyao's expression suddenly became peculiar. In reality, the inscriptions on the stone walls made no mention of who built this prison or when it was constructed. The walls provided only one piece of information, the crimes committed by the prisoners. The plump tadpoles Li Hanyao had just seen served as the overseers of this place, and their true forms, remarkably, were real tadpoles that had lost their chance at reincarnation. The incarcerated prisoners are the very ones who robbed them of their chance for reincarnation. Seeing here, Li Hanyao couldn't help but shudder. Could the traditional craftsmanship really be punishable by law? Li Hanyao swallowed hard. he even began to suspect whether this stone wall was merely someone's haphazard scribbles. Otherwise, how could it possibly be this absurd? Yet, just as Li Hanyao was doubting, he suddenly saw the formerly plump tadpole tying a prisoner to its belly before violently slamming him against the wall, cursing angrily all the while. "How dare you put me on the wall? How dare you put me on the wall? Li Hanyao! No, no!" Li Hanyao violently shook his head. This place was far too bizarre. Even in his wildest dreams, he'd never had anything this absurd. At this moment, Li Hanyao desperately wanted to leave. He was even slightly worried, would he, the warden, end up getting locked away here for a few years too? Immersive translate. Crunch. Just as Li Hanyao had a strong urge to leave this place, the world seemed to sense his thoughts. The next moment, the surrounding scene shattered like mirrors, and everything began to collapse. Everything in the prison started dissolving and receding like the tide. Li Hanyao's body began to fade, evaporating like steam. In the final moments of Li Hanyao's vision, the plump tadpole came charging toward him, its four stubby limbs wriggling frantically against the ground. The prisoner bound to its swollen belly had already begun wrestling with it. With an expression of heartbreaking reluctance, the rotund tadpole desperately called out to Li Hanyao as if struggling to keep him from leaving. "What, warden, you're going on another business trip? Impossible. If you leave, I can't keep things under control here. Prisoner number 2, who told you to come out without permission? Prisoner number 3, put that axe down. Wait, no, my bad. You're the bosses here, don't hit me on the head." Immersive translate. Li Hanyao slowly opened his eyes. It was still his familiar bedroom. The desk, the small bed, the posters, everything remained unchanged. Li Hanyao's emotions were complicated. A sense of inexplicable loss lingered. So it really was just a virtual world of the mind? Buzz buzz. Li Hanyao felt something vibrating against his chest. He reached inside his robe with confusion, and touched a hard stone. A shock ran through Li Hanyao's heart. He hurriedly took it out to look. Sure enough, it was that red divine contract core the prisoner had given him. Could things from there really be brought out? Li Hanyao examined the divine contract core with astonishment. It was blood-red throughout, diamond-shaped, with shimmering ripples swirling inside its surface that seemed to be inscribed with various strange patterns and sigils. Immersive translate. Thump thump. Just as Li Hanyao was examining this divine pact crystal core, suddenly, his mother's voice sounded from outside the door. "Hanyao, come out for dinner. Your homeroom teacher just called. They asked why you didn't come to school this morning or even ask for leave." Li Hanyao was startled by his mother's voice. His grip faltered, and the divine pact crystal core fell to the ground. Snap! The divine pact crystal core shattered into 2 pieces upon impact. Hiss! Li Hanyao's pupils trembled in shock. I know, mom, I'll be right out for dinner." While hurriedly responding to his mother, he simultaneously bent down to pick up the broken pieces from the floor, trying to reassemble them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a crimson light shot forth from the fragments, piercing directly into Li Hanyao's pupils. Boom! An overwhelming flood of chaotic information instantly inundated Li Hanyao's mind, threatening to burst his skull. Ugh! Clutching his head in agony, he struggled to assimilate the deluge of knowledge. Divine pact, living towards death. Source of power branch, god of death, Anubis. Anubis, the god of death in ancient Egyptian mythology, appears in Pharaoh's tomb murals with the image of a jackal-headed, human-bodied deity. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao's mind flashed with countless images, all depicting scenes of various deaths. Drowning, burning, falling from heights. Yet, not a single person in the footage succeeded in dying, they all got back up again. Immersive translate. Born from death. Allows the host to resurrect and rewind to a certain point in time after death. The specific duration of time that can be traced back is not fixed and depends on the host's power. Immersive translate. Phew! Li Hanyao lay on the bed, gasping violently like a fish dying of thirst. So this is how the divine pact crystal core is used, by shattering it. Li Hanyao gave a wry smile. This usage method was indeed simple and crude enough. Recalling the complex information in his mind, he couldn't help but sink into deep thought. So, just like that, I've obtained this divine covenant called, to live through death? He spread his hands open, then slowly clenched them. Apart from feeling a bit more energetic, there weren't any major changes in his body. Moreover, this seemed to be a passive skill only activating at the very moment of death. Therefore, Li Hanyao couldn't go and experiment with his abilities either. After all, he couldn't just stab himself in the heart to test whether he would actually die, could he? Immersive translate. Ding dong. While Li Hanyao was hiding in his bedroom trying to digest his newfound abilities, outside his house's front door, suddenly, there came the rhythmic sound of a doorbell being pressed. Who is it? Li Hanyao's mother wiped her hands on her apron and hurried to open the door. Upon opening the door, mother jumped in fright. Outside stood what appeared to be an extremely expensive blue sports car. Beside the sports car stood a beautiful girl wearing a blue miniskirt. The girl gave Li Hanyao's mother a playful smile, revealing adorable dimples. Auntie, hello, I'm from the university admissions office. According to our school's research, your child has exceptional overall qualifications, so we've specially come for a home visit. Immersive Translate. Chapter 32, Break-in, Interrogation, Danger. Is that so? Mother froze momentarily before an unmistakable look of delight spread across her face. Come in, hurry inside. The mother warmly invited the girl inside. While happily pouring water for the girl, she said with notable pride in her voice, "It's truly too kind of you to personally make this trip for our school. Here, have some fruit." The mother brought out off-season fruits that she normally couldn't bear to eat herself, laying them before the girl. Then, she forcefully knocked on Li Hanyao's door. "Hanyao, come out quickly. There are admission officers from good schools here." Immersive Translate. Hearing his mother's voice inside the house, Li Hanyao couldn't help but feel surprised. His first reaction was, "Has team leader Shu arrived?" Li Hanyao put on his clothes and pushed open the bedroom door. Instead of team leader Shu, he saw the girl in the blue skirt from last time sitting outside. "Hey!" The girl greeted Li Hanyao with enthusiasm. Li Hanyao was slightly taken aback, his expression instantly growing complex. Immersive Translate. From team leader Shu's mouth, Li Hanyao had already learned that this girl was from the Divine Heritage Academy. This school and Spring Autumn Academy were sworn enemies, the two had always been like fire and water. For her to come to his home at this time, it was certainly not a good sign. What should he do? What should he do? Li Hanyao's mind raced at lightning speed. He walked stiffly to the table, pulled out the chair, and sat down. His mother placed the expensive fruits in front of the girl while setting the cheaper ones before Li Hanyao. Her smile reached from ear to ear as she chattered happily. "I've long heard people say that truly outstanding children are snatched up by good schools even before the college entrance exams. That's exactly what happened with my neighbor's child. I just never imagined that our humble home could ever be blessed with such fortune." Immersive Translate. Mother seemed genuinely happy. For burdened by life's hardships, she usually wore a face full of sorrow. It was rare for Li Hanyao to see her with such a joyful expression. "Mom," Li Hanyao couldn't resist complaining. "It might not even be a good school. Don't get too happy yet. What nonsense are you talking about?" His mother couldn't help but glare at Li Hanyao, as if afraid he might anger the girl across from them. "What do you know? I've heard it said long ago only top-tier universities can conduct early admissions. Ordinary colleges aren't even qualified for it." Li Hanyao sighed and fell silent. The girl gave her mother a courteous smile, then rose to bow deeply. She respectfully said, "Auntie, I'd like to speak with the examinee alone, would that be alright?" "Of course, absolutely fine." The mother smiled as she brewed tea for them, then turned to prepare dinner in the kitchen. Immersive Translate. Only the young man and young woman remained in the living room. Li Hanyao hung his head, unsure of what to say. The girl across from him, however, seemed much more at ease. With her pink nails, she gently pushed the fruit platter toward Li Hanyao and said with a smile, "Go ahead and eat, don't be shy, just make yourself at home." Li Hanyao. The girl peeled a lychee, quickly popped it into her mouth, and deftly separated the flesh from the pit with her tongue. Snap! She spat out the fruit seed, scratching her head with an awkward laugh. "Oh right, I forgot this is your house." Seeing the girl so at ease, Li Hanyao didn't mind either, his tense muscles finally relaxing. Whatever, who's afraid of who? Negotiations should always appear relaxed and natural. How else can you dominate someone psychologically? At this moment, he had the look of someone ready to smash a broken pot. Total reckless abandon. Immersive Translate. The girl looked across at Li Hanyao, who was slouching with legs crossed and feet propped on the table, exuding an air of complete delinquency. She smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, "Alright, I can feel how calm you are now. I know you're not nervous at all, so you can put your shoes back on." "I won't wear them." Li Hanyao stubbornly straightened his neck, his expression extremely defiant. "This is my house, and I can be completely naked if I want. None of your business, got it?" Plop. Due to Hanqin Li's excessive excitement, his sock-clad foot accidentally plunged into his teacup. The girl, Li Hanyao, oh? He slowly withdrew his foot from the cup. As if to diffuse the awkwardness, Li Hanyao scratched his head and pushed his teacup toward the girl while offering this explanation. "This is a hospitality custom from my hometown. Both host and guest soak their socks in teacups, then swap cups and drink from each other's. It's quite similar to the ancient blood oath ritual. We locally call it original flavor." Immersive Translate. "You've changed so much." Unexpectedly, the girl stared intensely into Li Hanyao's eyes and suddenly spoke up. Li Hanyao's movements froze abruptly, leaving him momentarily speechless. The girl looked Li Hanyao up and down, her lips curling slightly as she murmured to herself, "Just a few days ago you were nothing like this. Back then you were insecure, sensitive, and barely spoke at all. But now you seem so much more confident. Though maybe a bit mentally unstable, it's still a positive change overall." Just as Li Hanyao was about to speak, the girl suddenly cut him off again. They say that in some cases, awakening can change a person's character. Seems like it's true. Li Hanyao slightly furrowed his brows. He couldn't help but ask, awakening? How did you know I've awakened too? The girl grinned, revealing her little canine teeth, her tone seeming somewhat triumphant. Different professions require different expertise. Our academy naturally has specialized methods to detect the presence of divine descendants. The girl paused, her eyes once again radiating an intense glow as she slowly continued. A few days ago, the scans still showed you were an ordinary human. But now, noble divine blood boils within you. You've already become a distinguished divine descendant. Li Hanyao narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, as team leader Shu had said, the people of Divine Descendants Academy were the polar opposite of Spring Autumn Academy. They took pride in the divine blood coursing through their veins. They didn't refer to themselves as Calamity Descendants, but rather as Divine Descendants. Did you just say the word too? The girl seemed to have realized something. Her expression changed from excitement to displeasure, and she muttered under her breath. Don't tell me, you've met those people from the Spring and Autumn Academy? Li Hanyao remained silent for a moment before nodding. There was no need to hide it from her. Such matters were bound to be brought into the open sooner or later. The girl grew furious. She tossed a whole lychee, skin and pit included, into her mouth. Flames of rage surged in her eyes as her snow-white teeth ground the fruit with an audible crunch. Those goddamn bastards, how dare they steal my sales performance? The grapes, black grapes, cherries on the table, every single one suffered her wrath. The girl simply threw them into her mouth, skin, pits and all, then crushed them violently between her teeth, venting her fury. Finally, the girl picked up a durian. Hey, you can't eat this with the skin on. Li Hanyao's eyes flashed with alarm as he hastily stopped the girl. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao sat down wearily. He couldn't help but facepalm in frustration. At this moment, the girl looked exactly like a real estate agent who'd just had her client poached, while Li Hanyao resembled a gullible country bumpkin with millions in savings, ready to be fleeced while buying a city apartment for marriage. Immersive translate. So, what do you think? Will you choose our school? The girl finally calmed down and asked Li Hanyao expressionlessly. Here come the ribs, you guys start eating first. Just at that moment, Mother came out of the kitchen carrying the fragrant spare ribs. As she reached the table, she suddenly froze. Looking at the battlefield of fruit remains on the table, Mother shot a peculiar glance, instinctively looking at the pretty-faced girl. Is this girl some kind of wild boar? Immersive translate. After Mother retreated back to the kitchen, Li Hanyao pondered for a moment before attempting to change the subject. By the way, after all these days, I still don't know your name. Ing Luoi. The girl replied crisply and succinctly. Li Hanyao was somewhat surprised, the Ing surname, truly uncommon. So, will you choose our school or not? The girl expressionlessly steered the conversation back again. Topic diversion unsuccessful. Ing Luoi? Which E is it? The one from 1, 2, 3, 4, or the one from a river of spring water flows eastward? Li Hanyao asked with a serious expression, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere once more. Just kidding. Of course he couldn't outright tell the girl, I wasn't planning to choose your school. After all, these people were dangerous characters. What if they lost their temper and went berserk in his house? His mother was still here. Immersive translate. Neither, utterly worthless, just trash. The girl took a deep breath, her face darkening as she replied. Li Hanyao cursed silently in his heart. Great job picking idioms. What a fucking expert. After giving a concise reply, the girl steered the conversation back again. Just say it. Are you choosing our school or not? Alright, I'll take it off now. I'll say it now. Li Hanyao lowered his head and pondered for a while. Just when the girl thought he was finally getting serious, Li Hanyao asked again. Ing Luoi? Which Luo is that? The Luo and river snail or the Luo and apple snail? The girl. Li Hanyao. What's your take on the situation in Syria? Immersive translate. And so, the subsequent conversation took an oddly bizarre turn, somewhat resembling a press conference. Like two mentally ill patients engaged in a disjointed conversation. Whenever one patient wanted to joyfully indulge their thoughts to explore the vast universe or national affairs, the other patient would rein in their wandering mind. Girl, are you applying to our school or not? Li Hanyao, I think savory tofu pudding tastes better. Immersive translate. Girl, are you applying to our school or not? Li Hanyao, just an innocent bystander here, but I really don't see the need for all this hate. Keep digging if you must. He's a top-tier idol who genuinely cherishes his fans with perfectly aligned values. Immersive translate. Girl, are you really applying to our school or not? Li Hanyao, regarding this matter of yours, let me explain. It's not that we won't handle it, but at the same time, we can't say for certain that any particular outcome is guaranteed. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao, are you applying to our school or not? The girl, ? Immersive translate. Aha, I can't take it anymore. Why did I have to run into an idiot like you? And just like that, 10 minutes of going in circles with repetitive talk later, the girl had completely broken down. She had already gnawed through all the fruit on the table, so to vent her frustration, the girl began biting the plates and the table itself. The ceramic plate had a chunk bitten out by the girl's snow-white teeth. Crunch! The next moment, the plate was completely shattered between her teeth. Creak, creak. The girl stared fixedly at Li Hanyao, grinding the ceramic shards between her teeth with a grating sound. A fiery red aura erupted from her entire body, causing the room's temperature to spike instantly by several degrees. Her divine covenant. It seemed to have been set in motion soundlessly. Hey, don't be like this. Li Hanyao gulped and said with a trembling voice. Calm down, okay? I won't change the subject anymore, alright? Immersive translate. Time to eat. At that moment, Li Hanyao's mother walked out of the kitchen with a cheerful smile. Then, she saw the utter mess of tableware scattered across the table. Plates, bowls. All the tableware seemed to have been chewed into powder by something. Mom, don't look. Li Hanyao's pupils contracted as he urgently shouted. Immersive translate. Chapter 33, Frost Jade, Invisible Confrontation, The Bracelet. Mom, don't look. As Li Hanyao shouted this, his mother instinctively closed her eyes. Then, Ing Luoi opposite them suddenly froze. Mother opened her eyes and glanced at the messy dishes scattered across the table. I accidentally dropped them earlier. Li Hanyao hurriedly admitted his mistake. Hearing this, Mother's face showed a hint of anger, but with guests present, she couldn't bring herself to scold Li Hanyao. You silly child, forget it, luckily we still have spare cutlery at home. With that, the mother trotted off toward the cupboard to fetch the spare utensils inside. Ing Luoi watched the retreating figure of Li Hanyao's mother, then tilted her head at Li Hanyao with a smile. The next moment, a strange syllable softly escaped from her lips. Swoosh! Two slender fiery snakes slithered out from beneath her feet, crept along the ground, then darted toward Li Hanyao. I don't mean anything else. Ing Luoi shrugged, her eyes burning with fervent light as she stared into Li Hanyao's eyes and murmured in a low voice. Let's fight. Don't worry, I'll only use my divine pact power. I'm just genuinely curious, between the opposing elemental, divine pacts of Frost Jade and Blazing Flame, which one is truly stronger? Li Hanyao didn't have time to reply. Whoosh! Two slender fiery serpents had already slithered forth from beneath Qin Luoi's feet. They wriggled rapidly across the ground, darting straight towards Li Hanyao's legs. Snap! Li Hanyao suddenly grabbed Qin Luoi's wrist. Qin Luoi froze in surprise, and the fiery serpents immediately halted their advance. Li Hanyao's pupils burned with terrifying intensity as he spoke through gritted teeth. This is my home. Take your business elsewhere. Don't drag my mother into this, or you'll regret it. Ing Luoi appeared momentarily startled by the youth's ferocity, but quickly regained her composure. Lowering her voice with a faint smile, she responded. Don't worry, I know where to draw the line. Whoosh! The two fiery serpents had already reached Li Hanyao's face. They bared their bloody maws, gradually approaching Li Hanyao's neck. Swiftly tilting his head aside, Li Hanyao dodged the flaming snakes. Mother remained oblivious, unaware of the fierce battle that had erupted behind her. As she crouched to rummage through the utensils cabinet, she complained. I remember putting it on the second shelf last time. Why can't I find it now? Also, Hanyao, turn on the AC, don't let our guests suffer in this heat. Why has it suddenly gotten so hot in here? Immersive translate. The next instant, Li Hanyao's right hand gripping the girl's wrist suddenly clenched tighter. The veins on the back of his hand bulged violently, where faintly glowing runes appeared to flow through the raised blood vessels. Whoosh! The surrounding air suddenly condensed into water droplets, and the room temperature abruptly dropped. Strangely enough, thin ice began slowly forming on the girl's wrist. Ing Luoi glanced at Li Hanyao with surprise, yet her tone seemed anticipated. As expected, it's the frost chalcedony. Crack! The thin layer of ice on Ing Luoi's wrist began to spread rapidly, extending from his wrist to his entire arm. Damn it! The girl's expression turned grim. Flames churned within his pupils. Then, beneath the thin layer of ice on her arm, a fiery red glow emerged. It was as if her entire arm had been scorched red to combat the frost. SSSSHHK. Under the intense heat, these fragile sheets of ice rapidly melted, turned into liquid droplets falling to the ground, turned into water vapor, dissipating into the air. Immersive translate. Found it. Just then, the mother rummaging through boxes let out a cry of delight. She pulled out an unopened set of new tableware from beneath the cabinet and turned her head. As the mother turned her head, the two small snakes of condensed flame behind her vanished in an instant. Mother came to the dining table with a smile, holding the cutlery, pulled out the chair, and was about to sit down. I just remembered I bought new cutlery. Getting older, my memory isn't what it used to be. I put it on the bottom shelf and completely forgot. Mother's voice abruptly cut off. Her smile froze on her face, because she saw, the young boy and girl at the dining table both had flushed faces and were panting heavily, as if they had just engaged in some strenuous activity. Beneath them, there was a rather large puddle of water. Ugh! Mother stood frozen by the dining table, unsure whether to sit or remain standing. Li Hanyao hastily explained. I just spilled the water cup. Mother then turned her suspicious gaze to the panting Yingluo and asked with concern. Miss, are you alright? Li Hanyao hastily intervened on her behalf, explaining. She's fine. It's just that our house was so hot earlier, and then the air conditioner was suddenly turned on. The temperature difference was too extreme. Her constitution is weak. She couldn't handle such a drastic change and had difficulty breathing. Medically, this is called. Li Hanyao was at a loss for words. He couldn't make up the next part. In his desperation, he frantically searched through his mental lexicon, ultimately blurting out some term he'd probably heard somewhere without knowing its origin. It's called uterine cold. Yes, uterine cold. Ha! Li Hanyao flushed with embarrassment the moment he spoke, his voice growing progressively quieter. Who the hell put something like this in my mental dictionary? Yingluo narrowed her eyes slightly, gazing at Li Hanyao. Li Hanyao's mother shot him a glare and scolded sternly. Smart-ass kid knows quite a lot, huh? Don't you dare spout nonsense in front of the young lady again. Having said that, his mother stood up once more, apparently going to fetch some other tableware. Mom, come and eat quickly. Li Hanyao urgently called out. You two eat first. Without turning her head, their mother continued rummaging through the cabinet. Immersive translate. Crash. Yingluo pondered for a moment as two blazing fire serpents materialized and surged towards Li Hanyao once more. Li Hanyao's eyes were nearly splitting with rage as he stared frantically at the two fiery serpents, his heart stretched to the breaking point with tension. Damn it. Immersive translate. Click. Just as Li Hanyao reached the peak of his anxiety, he didn't realize that the temperature around him was gradually dropping, with water droplets slowly beginning to fall. Click. The mist at his feet gradually coalesced into solid form until, astonishingly, two vividly lifelike frost snakes took shape. Hiss. Perhaps due to a lack of proficiency, compared to Ning Yui's flaming serpents, these frost snakes seemed somewhat less agile. The two icy serpents slithered forward silently before pouncing upon those twin flames. The python and the serpent tore at each other, ultimately dissipating into the air. Immersive translate. Impressive. Yingluo cast an admiring gaze, much like a mentor evaluating a new student. To awaken your spirit just yesterday and already wield elemental divine bond's transformative ability, truly worthy of imperial tier bloodline. The next moment, she uttered words that sent chills down Li Hanyao's spine. Come on, let's continue. Li Hanyao stared into Yingluo's eyes as he spoke each word deliberately. Listen, whatever issues we had between us, don't settle them in my home. My mother is right here. Don't drag my mother into this, she's just an ordinary human. Yingluo had one wrist gripped by Li Hanyao while using her other hand to pick up a spare rib and stuff it into her mouth. Chewing with her cheeks full, she mumbled indistinctly. I already told you, your mom won't see anything. But Li Hanyao didn't believe her. He looked down at Yingluo from his superior position, his teeth grinding audibly as lethal intent seeped into his voice. I swear to you, if you dare drag my family into this, that shitty academy of yours, even those divine ancestors you worship, you'll all live to regret it. Yingluo was momentarily stunned and murmured to herself. The threat of a royal bloodline divine descendant is indeed something the academy can't ignore, but to say it could endanger our noble deities, that's pushing it too far. Li Hanyao met the girl's gaze unwaveringly, his eyes filled with steadfast determination. But in reality, at this very moment, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Immersive translate. Yes, Li Hanyao knew he was just boasting. But right now, he was terrified, so terrified that his mother might become implicated, which meant he had no choice but to lie, to puff himself up with grand claims even he couldn't believe. He wants to seize everything Yingluo might care about and use it to threaten her. At this moment, Li Hanyao deeply felt his own powerlessness and weakness. It was like watching a young tiger seeing its mother ambushed by a pack of wolves. Even if its teeth could only gnaw tree bark and its claws could only dig piles of dirt, it still had to roar and charge forward, because those undeveloped teeth and claws were all it had. It's as if the only weapons a youth possesses are empty boasts like "don't look down on the poor young man" and threats that sound laughable to others. An overwhelming sense of inferiority washed over Li Hanyao, causing his entire body to tremble violently. Whenever he got into fights with classmates before, his body would always shake uncontrollably. He never knew whether it was from fear or excitement. Immersive translate. At the same time, Li Hanyao's mother had turned back as well, returning to sit down at the dining table once more. And two more solid flame serpents took form beneath the table. They flickered their forked tongues, gazing greedily at Li Hanyao's legs. Their fiery red pupils burned with an eerie human-like excitement. As if to prevent his mother from noticing, they even restrained their blazing heat. Immersive translate. Witnessing this scene, Li Hanyao's pupils contracted violently. His scalp instantly tingled as every hair on his body stood on end. No! He wasn't afraid of the fire serpent attacking him, but with his mother so close now, he feared she might get caught in the crossfire. Hiss! The next moment, the fire serpent lunged at Li Hanyao's calf. Immersive translate. Clang clang clang. Just then, his mother suddenly produced a jade bracelet from her bosom with delighted excitement. Mother's sudden outburst clearly startled the two people at the table who had been holding their breath in tension. The two flaming serpents also paused momentarily, freezing in place right at Li Hanyao's calves. At this moment, their fangs were less than a centimeter away from piercing Li Hanyao's lower legs. Little girl, guess what this is? Her mother excitedly said to Ying Luoyi. At this moment, she resembled a little girl sharing her treasured toy with her best friend next door. Ying Luoyi froze in astonishment. Then, mother gently took Ying Luoyi's wrist, and softly put the jade bracelet on her hand while murmuring with concern, "Darling, don't think little of this. I got it from the temple when I was young. I used to suffer from uterine coldness too when I was your age, but it truly helped after I started wearing it. A young lady should be kind to herself, or how heartbroken your mother would be." The dining table fell silent. Only the gentle voice of the mother lingered in the air. Immersive translate. Chapter 34, No Next Time. Li Hanyao's mother gazed tenderly at Ying Luoyi, as if seeing her younger self. Under her mother's gaze, Ying Luoyi instinctively averted her eyes. She couldn't help but pull her hand back slightly. With a smile, mother picked out a piece of fish for Ying Luoyi and said cheerfully to herself, "I understand girls your age, you love looking pretty and don't like wearing extra clothes even when it's cold. But beauty is for others to see, while your health belongs to you alone. You mustn't keep dressing so lightly in the future. Look at how little you're wearing now." Mother kept chattering incessantly. At some unknown moment, the two fiery snakes behind her had already vanished. Li Hanyao looked at Ying Luoyi in astonishment. Ying Luoyi frowned and remained silent with her head bowed, lost in unknown thoughts. "Come here, girl." The mother took out a packet of traditional Chinese medicine and pressed it into Ying Luoyi's hands, earnestly instructing. "This is my family's ancestral remedy, very effective for treating uterine cold. Take it home, drink it twice daily. It's best brewed in an earthenware pot, and avoid spicy food during the treatment. Girl, we launch on folk value gratitude. Since you made a special trip to our humble home, I can't let you leave empty-handed." Immersive translate. "Alright, Mom." Li Hanyao feared his mother might say something that would anger Ying Luoyi. Forcing a smile, he interrupted her. "Let's eat, Mom. She's our guest today, and besides, our home isn't a clinic. What do you kids know? This is our ancestors' prescription for bang bang." Just as mother was becoming somewhat angry with Li Hanyao, sudden knocking sounds came from outside. Mother no longer had time to scold Li Hanyao. She hurried over in quick strides to open the door. Opening the door, it turned out to be Lin Yuan's father returning home. Dad wearily stepped inside, then deftly removed his coat, hung it behind the door, and changed into slippers. "What did you cook today?" Just as Dad was about to ask Mom with a smile, his eyes fell on Ying Luoyi sitting at the dining table. "Oh," Dad's expression showed surprise as he muttered to himself. "Is this Hanyao bringing his classmate home?" "Oh, no, that's not it." Mom excitedly introduced Ying Luoyi's identity to Dad. "This girl is an early admissions officer from a top-tier university. The university thinks our poor but outstanding family is worth getting to know in advance, so they sent her here to learn more about us." Watching my mother's proud expression, Li Hanyao was momentarily lost in thought. In front of father, mother had never held her head quite so high before. Immersive translate. "For real?" From my mother's introduction, my father gave Ying Luoyi a suspicious glance, his eyes filled with doubt. It must be said, men are indeed rational and wary creatures, they don't trust others so easily. Father pulled out the chair and sat down. Perhaps driven by extreme thirst, he drained the water in Li Hanyao's glass in one gulp. Dad smacked his lips before examining the water cup in his hand and muttering to himself, "Why does today's tea taste like socks?" Li Hanyao shrank his damp feet under the table but didn't dare speak up. Although Dad had doubts about Ying Luoyi's identity, out of politeness, he didn't voice them directly. However, as Dad joined them at the dining table, the atmosphere noticeably grew quiet. Li Hanyao ate silently by himself. Indeed, parents were far more intimidating than any divine or cursed descendants could ever be. Immersive translate. A long time later, Dad put down his chopsticks and spoke cheerfully. "Here, young lady, have more dishes." Ying Luoyi remained composed, picking up the rapeseed before her without any change in expression. Father sighed and said with deep emotion, "Cold Kiln was truly fortunate. When our Lin Yuan was applying for universities, not a single good university came to investigate his situation." Sigh. "What fortune?" Mother, somewhat displeased with father's remarks, added from the side. "This is the true strength of the Cold Kiln." Father narrowed his eyes slightly as he raised the wine cup for a sip. Behind the cover of lifting his wine cup, father stole a discreet glance at Ying Luoyi. Turning to mother then, father spoke with evident helplessness. "Sai, I know you had high hopes for Hanyao, but we have to be realistic here. From what I understand, Hanyao's results are decent, just decent, though certainly more than enough to make it into a Tier 1 university." Dad paused for a moment, then abruptly changed the subject and continued. But if it were just a score good enough for a first-tier university, it would be highly unlikely for top-tier institutions to actively come recruiting you themselves. Immersive translate. Our school values well-rounded qualities. Ing Luoi explained expressionlessly. Comprehensive quality? Unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, father's smile widened further. He seemed to grow even more dubious. If you're saying you fancy the overall qualities of our shabby house, it'd be more accurate to say you're just after his test scores. Old Lin. Hearing father belittle Li Hanyao, mother finally erupted with all her pent-up frustration. Just as father and mother were locking horns, Ing Luoi suddenly produced a bank card from her embrace. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, she placed the bank card on the table and explained in an unperturbed tone. Our school understands your doubts about us, but it's perfectly fine, and selection has always been a two-way process, and examinees naturally have the right to freely choose their schools. Ing Luoi gently pushed the bank card towards Li Hanyao's mother. She smiled faintly at the mother and said, "This card contains 50,000 yuan, our school's sponsorship for outstanding examinees. Regardless of whether the examinee ultimately chooses our institution, we will not reclaim this bank card." Hearing this, the entire Li Hanyao family was utterly stunned. Father's eyes widened even further, his face etched with sheer disbelief. Is this school seriously this wealthy? Giving out money even if you don't enroll? Father stared at the gold-embossed bank card on the table, beginning to doubt his initial judgment. Could it be, this is actually a top-tier university? Could it be, that this school really only valued Hanyao's overall qualities? Father frowned, carefully sizing up Li Hanyao across the table. It wasn't that he looked down on Li Hanyao. The key point is, objectively speaking, Li Hanyao really hasn't demonstrated any notable comprehensive qualities. Immersive translate. Ing Luoi pulled back the chair and stood up. She bowed respectfully to Li Hanyao's mother and said in a humble tone, "Thank you for your warm hospitality, and thank you for the jade bracelet. This 50,000 yuan is yours to use as you please." Dad froze beside them. What's going on? Meaning, I don't get a share? Li Hanyao looked at Ing Luoi's sudden humility, completely baffled. How could she be like someone with split personality, changing every now and then? Girl, Li Hanyao's mother was moved to tears. She hurriedly pushed the bank card back, firmly refusing to accept it. "Miss, this absolutely won't do. I'm already deeply moved that your school holds our humble home in such high regard. Please, you must accept this." Ing Luoi pushed the bank card back again, her resolve appearing even firmer than Li Hanyao's mother. Ing Luoi gazed into the mother's eyes. She tilted her head with a gentle smile and said kindly, "This isn't just for your examinee at home, but also to express gratitude for your generous hospitality today. Moreover, this ultimately represents our school sentiments, so fundamentally, it's also part of my assignment. So if you don't accept it, I'll surely be reproached by the school authorities upon returning. Please, you must take it." Immersive translate. At Ing Luoi's persistent insistence, the bank card was ultimately left with Li Hanyao's mother. Of course, what moved Li Hanyao's mother even more than the bank card was the recognition her son received from Ing Luoi's school. Therefore, when Ing Luoi was leaving, her mother packed her a full bag of love. A bag of peanuts, 2 canisters of soybean oil, 10 pounds of eggs, a sack of black beans. These simple, down-to-earth gifts stuffed the luxurious Aston Martin to bursting. The scene looked rather comical, like some rich young lady selling local rural delicacies from her luxury car. "Hanyao, go see the young lady out," mother urged Li Hanyao cheerfully. Immersive translate. After Li Hanyao escorted Ing Luoi out of the house, Ing Luoi suddenly leaped out of the Aston Martin. As if suddenly remembering something, she rushed back into the house. My herbal medicine. Inside the house, the folk remedy herbal package that Li Hanyao's mother had given her to treat uterine cold was still sitting forlornly on the table. Ing Luoi picked up the herbs with satisfaction. She carefully tucked the herbs into her bosom before leaving the room and returning to the car. Immersive translate. This scene, Li Hanyao was left utterly dumbfounded. Wait, girl, you really have uterine cold? Ing Luoi shot Li Hanyao a disdainful glance. The message was crystal clear. Mind your own business. Immersive translate. Outside the house, only Li Hanyao and Ing Luoi remained. Ing Luoi sat in the sports car, stroking the jade bracelet on her wrist. Li Hanyao fell silent for a moment. Whoosh! Suddenly, Li Hanyao's muscles tensed violently, veins bulging on his arms as he gripped Ing Luoi's neck with force. Staring into Ing Luoi's eyes, his voice was ice cold. Why involve my mother in this? Immersive translate. Chapter 35. After the Gaokao, everything in the world will go as you wish. Outside, Li Hanyao gripped Ing Luoi by the neck, the young man's gaze sharp and venomous, cold as a serpent's. Ing Luoi met his eyes without flinching and smiled faintly. Calm down. Your parents can see us from inside. At these words, Li Hanyao's eyes flickered with reluctance before he reluctantly released his hold on her neck. After a long moment, Ing Luoi asked softly with a smile. I'm quite curious, what choice you would have made if I truly harmed your mother just now. After all, though your bloodline is supreme, the current you is still no match for me. I'd have fled. Li Hanyao replied without a trace of emotion in his expression. This unexpected reply made Ng Luoyi pause slightly for a moment. She hadn't anticipated that this youth could speak of running away, something somewhat shameful, with such unshakable conviction. Li Hanyao's voice remained utterly calm. Since I'm no match for you now, I'll run away, so I can take revenge later. The boy's tone was as calm as stagnant water. But I'll remember your face, and I'll shadow you for the rest of your life. When you sleep, I'll listen to your dreams murmuring outside your window. When you eat, I'll watch you laughing with your family from afar. Li Hanyao paused. He stared indifferently into Ng Luoyi's eyes and said word by word, before I gain the power to kill you, I'll be everywhere. Ng Luoyi frowned slightly. She was just about to retort. Yet Hanjiao's gaze was filled with unparalleled seriousness and solemnity, as though he were taking an oath. To an uninformed observer, it might have seemed like a loyal young man making some romantic vow to his first love. But only Ng Luoyi, as the party involved, could understand how utterly bizarre this sensation truly was. Immersive translate. His mother was cleaning inside the house. She stole a glance out the window at the young man and woman. Their faces wore expressions of utmost seriousness. Her mother, in high spirits, couldn't help but laugh as she said to Dad, "Oh my, look how well they're getting along, chatting so earnestly. You can tell they're discussing academic matters at first glance." Dad, seeing the Aston Martin luxury car outside the door, exclaimed in surprise, "I was just wondering who owned this sports car. Turns out it's that girl's." Could she really be from the university admissions office? Absolutely, my humble home is the finest of all. Mother hummed a tune, brimming with pride. Immersive translate. Outside. Ng Luoyi felt uncomfortable under Li Hanyao's gaze and instinctively avoided his eyes. Then, the girl pouted and complained helplessly. "Are you some kind of stalker?" Ng Luoyi sighed as if offering consolation, saying, Alright, I won't harm your family anymore. Rest assured, when a Ng makes a promise, it's kept." And, she gazed at the jade bracelet on her wrist, muttering absent-mindedly to herself, "You're actually quite fortunate, you have a good mother." Li Hanyao couldn't help but think to himself as he watched her like this, is this chick love-deprived or what? Snap. At that very moment, Ng Luoyi suddenly tossed over a crimson brocade pouch, which Li Hanyao caught in his hands. He gave it a gentle squeeze and felt something inside resembling a pill. Ng Luoyi's eyebrows and eyes showed amusement, as if she had regained her initial sly expression. The corners of her lips curled slightly as she proudly said to Li Hanyao, "Alright, don't look so bitter and resentful. I dislike owing others anything. Since your mother gave me traditional medicine, I'll return the courtesy with a medicinal herb for her. The pills inside can cure your mother's back pain. Just take them with warm water, and you'll see results immediately. They're very precious, so don't lose them." Seeing Li Hanyao's doubtful expression, Ng Luoyi tilted her head with a playful grin. "Believe it or not, I've repaid my favor." Boom! Ng Luoyi turned the car key, and the Aston Martin's engine roared to life. She was ready to leave. By the way, just as she was about to go, Ng Luoyi seemed to suddenly remember something and abruptly turned her head to say, "I can tell your family really needs the money." Li Hanyao narrowed his eyes slightly. "So what?" Ng Luoyi spoke at a leisurely pace. "First, I must admit that the influence of Spring-Autumn Academy surpasses ours. In some ways, they're more like the Orthodox righteous sect. After all, they're the so-called guardians of humanity and the six gates of earth." Here, Ng Luoyi's tone took on a hint of mockery. Then suddenly shifting her tone, she continued with certain pride. "However, prestigious Orthodox sects have their drawbacks, while cults have their advantages. The most obvious point is precisely because they are prestigious Orthodox sects, Spring and Autumn Academy is overflowing with prodigies. If you go there, your resources will inevitably be divided among many. But we're different. Simply apply to our school, and we'll spare no effort to support you. Let's not talk about distant benefits even right now. If you agree with me, I can immediately provide your family with a substantial sum of money." Immersive translate. Oh, hearing this, Li Hanyao raised an eyebrow slightly and asked casually, "How much can you offer?" Ng Luoyi extended 5 fingers. "Surely it's still 500,000? Li Hanyao chuckled softly. "No, it's 5 million. Ng Luoyi's tone was light as if she were stating a trivial matter. Li Hanyao's body stiffened. It must be said, for a young man who had been poor for 18 years, this figure truly frightened him. Ng Luoyi took one last look at Li Hanyao, saying with deep meaning, "The Spring and Autumn Academy generally doesn't arbitrarily alter the fates of ordinary families. Moreover, the more prestigious the institution, the more rules there are. Everything must follow protocol. So, they may not be willing to provide you with such a sum of money. Li Hanyao, you are a genius, and geniuses should receive the treatment they deserve. Don't let yourself become a young dragon shackled by chains for the sake of intangible things, wasting away your life." Li Hanyao remained silent. Ng Luoyi continued her earnest instruction. "Don't be Prometheus. Though he was a noble god, he stole fire for lowly humans. Look at him bound on Mount Caucasus, his flesh pecked by vultures. Did even a single human come to pray for him? Immersive translate. At this moment, Ing Luoy's voice carried a certain mesmerizing quality, like the serpent in Eden that tempted Adam to eat the forbidden fruit. In the driver's seat of the Aston Martin, Ing Luoy put on a pair of sunglasses and said with a smile on her lips, "No problem, the final choice is yours. You have 10 days to think about it. We'll meet again if fate allows." Boom! Having said that, with that, she pressed down on the accelerator. The sports car blazed like a fiery comet, carrying her away from this place. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao pushed open the front door and stepped back into his home. Did you see her off safely? His mother chuckled as she poured him a glass of water, her eyes brimming with quiet contentment. Li Hanyao picked up his backpack with a complicated expression, saying weakly, "Mom, I'm going to school." "Go on then, off you go." His mother watched her son's retreating figure with pride-filled eyes, then couldn't help but add earnestly, "Explain to the teacher why you missed class this morning. Go get M, son. Study hard. Even if universities are already showing interest in you, you still have to take the college entrance exams." Just as Li Hanyao was about to step out of the house, "Wait a minute," his mother suddenly called out to stop him again, then rushed up to him, pulling out a crumpled wad of bills from her floral apron and stuffing them into his hand. Mother said with concern, "Buy yourself some good food these days, don't worry about the money. I didn't get paid much this month, please take this for now." Li Hanyao looked at the money in his hand. He couldn't help feeling a lump in his throat. He knew his mother worked at a small garment factory, putting in 12-hour shifts every day, sometimes even pulling all-nighters. "Mom!" At that very moment, Li Hanyao, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly couldn't hold back her words, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. "What would you do if you had 5 million? The question caught his mother off guard. Then she widened her eyes, laughed in shock, and said with a smile, "Whoa, 5 million? That's truly beyond my wildest dreams." At this point, mother seemed to realize something. She sighed, patted Li Hanyao's head, and said in an utterly doting tone, "Son, don't let your thoughts run wild. Your mother doesn't need you to make money for me right now. And son, don't be fooled by all the braggarts online these days acting like 5 million yuan is nothing special. Truth is, very few people actually have that much in savings nowadays. Take your mother for example. With my monthly salary of just a few thousand yuan, if I didn't eat or drink anything, it would take me over 80 years to save up 5 million. Remember this, son, while a gentleman may love wealth, he must obtain it properly. Never resort to illegal means." Immersive translate. Seeing the fear in my mother's eyes, Li Hanyao forced out a smile and explained, "Mom, don't worry, I didn't mean anything by it. I just saw this question asked during a TV interview yesterday, so I thought I'd ask you too, that's all." "Really?" His mother looked somewhat suspicious. Li Hanyao first burst into laughter, then said with mixed amusement and exasperation, "Ha, Mom, even our dreams have to be so cautious and restrained now?" Mother also couldn't help but laugh, somewhat embarrassed as she said, "Maybe it's been too long being poor, even my dreams lack confidence. But then again, if I really had 5 million, I'd tour our homeland first, then see the world." Mother's voice suddenly carried a hint of sadness as she forced a smile and said, "Over 20 years ago, I visited Lijiang once, and the scenery there was truly beautiful at that time. Later, I wanted to go again, but as I grew older and the burdens heavier, I simply couldn't muster the strength anymore." Immersive translate. Li Hanyao's breathing grew heavy, as if something were choking his chest. More than 20 years ago, mother must have gone with that man, right? Once again, he couldn't help but recall the photo that man had cherished. In the photo, mother was dressed fashionably and beautifully, with red lips and white teeth. She was once a stylish woman too. Li Hanyao looked at mother's sallow skin, hunched back, and stained apron. His fists clenched tightly, feeling like a drowning man struggling to catch his breath. All right, these aren't things you need to worry about." Mother smiled and hugged Li Hanyao. She urged, "Hurry up and go to school now. Mom knows you've been working hard lately. It's okay, everything will be fine after the college entrance exams." Li Hanyao smiled and gave his mother a gentle hug in return. Then, he flashed her a bright smile and mimicked the salute he'd seen on TV. "Yes, sir. Alright, you little rascal, hurry up and go." Mother was amused by Hanyao Li's antics. "Okay, Mom, I'm heading out then." With a smile, Hanyao Li turned around and walked out the door. However, the mother didn't notice how the boy's smile vanished abruptly the moment he turned away. What replaced it was bottomless guilt and seething self-loathing. His trembling hands pushed open the front door. The excessive force left a faint grip mark on the doorknob. "Yes, Mom." The sunlight outside was blindingly bright, the midday warmth and radiance enveloping everything. Li Hanyao's eyes were profoundly deep. His voice seemed to carry a certain resoluteness. "You're right, after the college entrance exams, everything will be fine." Chapter 36, Supernatural Incident. "Did you fucking go on a secret blind date behind my back?" On the way to school, Xiang Tiange stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Li Hanyao before her. At this moment, Xiang Tiange looked exactly like a housewife interrogating her husband about why he didn't come home last night. Li Hanyao forced a smile and tried to justify himself, saying, listen to me, let me explain. It's like this, yesterday's rain was just too heavy, and then you know how it is. Xiang Tiange rolled his eyes at Li Hanyao and couldn't help but retort. Yesterday's downpour has what to do with you skipping class this morning. This morning was literally sunny skies. Are you trying to use last dynasty's sword to execute this dynasty's officials? But we still had to wait for the floodwaters to recede. Li Hanyao mumbled weakly. Xiang Tiange pouted and said somewhat aggrievedly, but you were the only one in the whole class who didn't come. Do you know how bored I was by myself? Li Hanyao's eyes widened in surprise. This guy, how come I never noticed before that he could be such a manipulative sweet-talker? Besides, this plot development is all wrong. Hey. Li Hanyao felt a chill run down his spine. Taking a step or two back, he swallowed hard and said, Hey, kid, since when did you start talking with such a sickeningly sweet tone? If you want to act spoiled, go home and do it with your mom. I don't have a mother, Xiang Tiange said with sincere eyes. Li Hanyao. He was rendered speechless by Xiang Tiange's retort. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt in his heart. Alright, Li Hanyao sighed helplessly, as he comforted Xiang Tiange. I won't come to class so randomly like this in the future. If I really can't make it, I'll let you know in advance. But you don't have a phone. Xiang Tiange utterly demolished Li Hanyao once again. Li Hanyao. Put. Watching Li Hanyao left speechless by his retort, Xiang Tiange suddenly couldn't hold back a snort before bursting into hearty laughter. He clutched his stomach with laughter while patting Li Hanyao on the shoulder. Don't blame yourself. I don't have much affection for my mother. You're just too kind-hearted, buddy. You don't actually think I'm that fragile inside, do you? Xiang Tiange gave Li Hanyao's shoulder another pat and declared with bold ambition. I'm the man destined to stand at the pinnacle of this world. Things like family bonds are nothing but stumbling blocks in my way. Li Hanyao watched as Xiang Tiange laughed heartily without a care in the world. For some reason, it only deepened the discomfort in his heart. Immersive translate. Why the sudden gloom? Xiang Tiange looked at Li Hanyao's furrowed brows with some surprise. He couldn't help but laugh, and actually started comforting Li Hanyao in return. Alright, I forgive you for skipping class. Just treat me to internet cafe time. Immersive translate. Two youths walked along the road to school. Xiang Tiange cheerfully told Li Hanyao about everything that had happened from yesterday until today. Yaozi, did you hear? Something huge happened in Lanshan City during yesterday's heavy rain. Someone saw a purple beam of light shooting straight into the sky. I even saw the video online. Xiang Tiange chattered excitedly all the way, like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Here, take a look. Xiang Tiange opened his phone and pulled up some online forums. Inside were strikingly clear images and news reports about yesterday's torrential rain. Li Hanyao flipped through them one by one. Purple beams of light, the crimson moon, illusory figures in the heavy rain. Immersive translate. Scrolling through one of the forum posts, Li Hanyao's fingers suddenly froze. The news came with some eerie scratch marks, accompanied by a text explanation. On the 27th, after several days of torrential rain finally ceased and the weather cleared, netizens discovered strange, unexplained scratch marks appearing along a remote road section in Lanshan City. Some of these markings resembled beast claws, while others looked like sword slashes. In response to netizens' speculations about paranormal events and supernatural phenomena, the relevant authorities explained that these were scratches caused by traffic accidents during the heavy rain, urging everyone not to believe or spread rumors. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao stared at the slash marks left by that man yesterday in the photos, sinking into silence. Impressive, right? You old-fashioned fool without a phone, if it weren't for me showing you, you'd probably never uncover these secrets. Xiang Tiange boasted smugly to himself in front of Li Hanyao. He looked extremely excited, but this was understandable. After all, supernatural phenomena hold nearly as much allure for Chinibu teenagers as pictures of beautiful girls. Xiang Tiange remained excited for quite a while. The next moment, he reined in his excitement, leaned close to Li Hanyao's ear, and suddenly his tone turned mysterious. Hey, Yao, you think, could supernatural beings actually exist? Li Hanyao kept his head down, ignoring him, lost in thought. Xiang Tiange didn't mind either. He chuckled, put his arm around Li Hanyao's shoulders, and thumped his chest as he declared, Don't worry, Yaozi. If I ever awaken supernatural abilities someday, I'll definitely have your back. We'll feast like kings together. We'll rampage through the streets together, bullying men and oppressing women. Li Hanyao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't help but laugh as he said, So this is the extent of your ambition? You finally get supernatural powers, and all you can think about is throwing your weight around? How's that any different from plowing fields with a golden hoe? However, Though Xiang Tianga's aspirations were laughable, Li Hanyao was still deeply touched listening to them. At the very least, he hadn't forgotten to take Li Hanyao along for the ride in bullying men and oppressing women. Li Hanyao looked at Xiang Tianga, who still wanted to argue back, and teased him again. If you were living in a novel, you'd definitely be that kind of minor character, the spoiled young master who gets taught a lesson by the protagonist right from the start. Xiang Tianga wasn't the least bit bothered by Li Hanyao's teasing. He stretched lazily. He said in a lazy tone, "Then let's take down the protagonist. We'll show them that supporting characters aren't to be messed with. Don't worry, Yaozai, since I've said I'll have your back, no one can stop us from bullying men and dominating women." Hearing this, Li Hanyao's footsteps paused slightly. He shook his head with a faint smile and said with considerable confidence, "And what a delightful imagination you have. There's no such thing as supernatural beings in this world. All those so-called paranormal stories are just made-up nonsense." "Oh, then is this one also fabricated?" Xiang Tianga looked completely confident. He opened his phone again, selected an image from his album, and zoomed in to show Li Hanyao. The moment Li Hanyao saw this photo, he froze, his eyes flashing with astonishment. The image revealed a creature resembling a crocodile, its upper body floating on the water's surface while its tail flickered in and out of view. But this thing isn't as harmless as an alligator, and it bears some differences from the alligators you see on TV. Did you film this yourself?" Li Hanyao narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a deep voice. "That's right." Xiang Tianga lovingly put away his phone like it was a treasure, then said mysteriously, "I saw it when I passed by the artificial river yesterday, so I secretly took a photo. That thing definitely isn't a crocodile. Hee, only a chosen one like me could capture such a precious picture." Li Hanyao curled his lips in disdain. He replied with a perfunctory smile, "Come on, that's clearly a crocodile. An oddly shaped crocodile is still a crocodile." Li Hanyao paused for a moment. He stretched again with a yawn, then added with a laugh, "Besides, during such heavy rain near artificial waterways, spotting a crocodile isn't even that surprising." Xiang Tianga shot Li Hanyao a glare. "It's like casting pearls before swine. Showing precious images like these to you is just a total waste." He vented his frustrations at Li Hanyao for a while. Xiang Tianga still seemed unsatisfied and continued grumbling under his breath. "Humph, not a shred of youthful imagination, how dull. What an old fuddy-duddy." Immersive translate. Boom, boom, boom. Just as these two teens were bickering, the sudden roar of motorcycles erupted around them. A group of teenagers riding ghost fire bikes came speeding from all directions. The motorcycles formed a tightening circle, trapping Xiang Tianga and Li Hanyao at its center. Thud, thud. Several youths stepped down from the car. Their faces looked familiar. They were the same group of youngsters who had given Li Hanyao and his friend trouble last time. Immersive translate. Damn it, why are they back again? Xiang Tianga gritted his teeth. He couldn't help but curse aloud. "Yaos, you go first. I'll hold them off. One of us has to make it out today or we'll both lose everything." Unexpectedly, this time, no voice of Li Hanyao reached Xiang Tianga's ears. Xiang Tianga looked up in surprise, only to find his companion already standing expressionless before the Ghostwriter youths. Immersive translate. Chapter 37, The Atheist. The leader of these reckless youths wasn't Wang Ji from last time anymore. Instead, it was a red-haired delinquent who was quite notorious in the neighborhood. Rumor had it he'd even been inside before, truly a figure of ill repute. The red-haired troublemaker stuck both hands in his pockets, grinning cheekily as he stepped out of the car and swaggered toward Li Hanyao and Xiang Tianga. He pointed at Li Hanyao and asked the lackey behind him, "Is his family the one that owns an Aston Martin?" Li Hanyao recognized this lackey. He used to hang around with Wang Jigui. For some reason, he had now switched allegiance to this red-haired punk. The lackey cast a fearful glance at Li Hanyao, swallowed hard, then leaned in to whisper in the red-haired punk's ear. Yes, boss, but I've got to advise you, big brother, this Li kid, even his nanny drives an Aston Martin. His family's loaded beyond belief. Big bro, if we go through with this today and he happens to tell his family, the consequences would be unimaginable. Maybe we should just back off." Snap. The red-haired thug smacked his underling's head and sneered angrily. "Worthless coward, what are you afraid of? The whole point is that his family's rich. If they were broke, why would I bother with him? Besides, fortune favors the bold. Do you really think someone with my temperament fears revenge from those rich bastards?" The red-haired thug wore a smug, triumphant expression. Yes, big bro is absolutely right." The subordinate who spoke seemed on the verge of tears. At this very moment, deep down, this subordinate was filled with regret. He had just joined this gang of hoodlums, and in an attempt to show off in front of his new companions, he carelessly boasted that he once shaken down a rich man's kid. Even the nanny drove an Aston Martin. I hadn't expected this red-haired hoodlum to be so crazy. He immediately insisted on being taken to Hanyao Li's place, showing no fear whatsoever of the retaliation from Hanyao's family. "By the way, big brother, there's one more thing I have to bring up with you. The younger gangster hesitated for a moment before speaking with a grave expression. The red-haired hoodlum impatiently lit a cigarette and snapped irritably. Come on, stop dithering, out with it, out with it. The underling gritted his teeth. Big bro, this guy called Li Hanyao, he's seriously sinister. Don't let his harmless appearance fool you. Last time our history teacher argued with him, and that very night the teacher died. And one more thing. The underling continued with trembling voice. You know Brother Alion, right? That mechanic who got strangled recently? According to our investigation, he'd also picked a fight with this kid before he died. Bang! Before the underling could finish speaking, the red-haired gangster kicked him several meters away. The red-haired thug flew into a rage, roaring furiously. If you're cursing me to die, just say it outright. Don't try frightening me with these childish stories, I'm a staunch atheist. No ghosts nor demons can scare me. If I believed in gods, would I dare do all these terrible things? Immersive translate. Oh, however, at that very moment, Li Hanyao, who had been sitting quietly all along, suddenly spoke up with a smile. The teenage boy looked at the red-haired delinquent with an amused expression, his lips curling into a smirk as he said, So you're a staunch atheist? Are you sure about that? Li Hanyao's sudden remark startled the delinquents across from him. Even Xiang Tiange by his side. He couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Looking at Li Hanyao's composed expression, he suddenly felt as if ages had passed. Was this still the same cowardly, listless fool from before? Immersive translate. Damn! The red-haired thug spat a thick glob of phlegm on the ground, crushed the cigarette butt under his foot, and walked expressionlessly towards Li Hanyao. Clap clap clap. The red-haired thug patted Li Hanyao's shoulder, the corner of his mouth curling slightly upward. The voice carried a threatening tone as it said, Kid, you've got some nerve? Not scared at all with all these people blocking your way? The red-haired delinquent suddenly grew excited. Licking his lips, he muttered to himself, But it's perfect, this just proves you're really some rich family's spoiled brat. I was having doubts earlier, given how shabby you look. But, judging by how calm you are in the face of danger, they must have spent a fortune to raise someone with your confidence. Heh, I don't care about your attitude. As long as your family's actually loaded, just don't make me waste my trip. And so, the red-haired thug pretended to be respectful as he straightened out Li Hanyao's clothes and dusted him off. The next moment, the red-haired thug exclaimed in an overly dramatic tone, Young master, from today onward, you'll need to hand over 10,000 yuan to me every day. How does that sound? Li Hanyao stared into the red-haired thug's eyes without saying a word. The red-haired thug's demeanor turned icy again as he delivered each word like a threat. Listen kid, you'd better think carefully. I know 10,000 yuan a day isn't a big deal for young masters like you. Don't give me any bullshit. If you dare resist, I'll beat you up every time I see you. I'm not scared even if your family comes looking for you. I don't have a fixed address anyway, every corner is my home. Oh, and let me share a little secret with you. I'm actually underage too, you know what I mean. The red-haired delinquent gave Li Hanyao a meaningful look, his expression brimming with smug satisfaction. Immersive translate. How about I give you 10,000 hell notes instead, so you can burn them as offerings for your mom? Just as the atmosphere turned utterly silent, Xiang Tiange's firm yet trembling voice sounded from behind Li Hanyao. Li Hanyao turned back in surprise, only to see Xiang Tiange's slightly pale face, his expression visibly fearful and nervous, but he still forced himself to hold his ground, putting on a tough front as he looked disdainfully at the red-haired troublemaker. Yaos, don't be afraid. Xiang Tiange shot Li Hanyao a confident glance, though his teeth chattered as he spoke. Well done, Yaos. A man's growth in 3 days calls for fresh eyes indeed. Since you've got this much guts, how could I, as your big bro, afford to lose face? I promised to have your back. What kind of elder brother would I be if I needed my little bro to protect me instead? Where would my dignity be? Xiang Tiange stood in front of Li Hanyao, continuing to mock the red-haired punk. Not just a measly 10,000 yuan, I could even burn an Aston Martin for your mom, along with a driver's license, to make up for her lifelong regret of only ever riding her poor son's motorcycle. What a burn! Such brilliantly savage words even left Li Hanyao stunned behind him. It must be said, Xiang Tiange really knows how to hit with words. The red-haired thug was visibly stunned. Then his face instantly flushed red, veins slowly bulging on his forehead. Good, good, good. The red-haired delinquent erupted in furious laughter, muttering to himself. It seems our dear Tianji has truly grown up, daring to defy his master now. These words sent a tremor through Li Hanyao's heart. The red-haired thug actually knew Xiang Tianji? Li Hanyao furrowed his brows tightly. It seems that Xiang Tiange really suffered quite a lot from the neighborhood ruffians in the past. Get them! Break both of these guys' legs! At the red-haired thug's command, the other Ghostfire youths behind him were about to swarm forward. Wait a minute! Li Hanyao suddenly spoke up loudly. The red-haired troublemaker signaled his underlings to stop first. He sneered and said to Li Hanyao, What's wrong? Suddenly feeling scared now? But it's too late. Given your earlier performance, you'll now have to hand over 20,000 yuan daily and crawl on your knees barking like dogs before I'll consider forgiving you. No. Li Hanyao smiled faintly, his voice unhurried. I just have one question for you. Answer me, and I'll give you the money, not 20,000, but 30,000. Really? Even the red-haired punk was startled by the enormous sum. Rubbing his hands excitedly, he grinned and said, truly the rich family's dumb young master. Alright, ask away even if you want to know how many women I've slept with or what color my underwear is. I'll tell you everything. Li Hanyao took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and his voice carried an indescribable emotion. I'd like to ask, about how much money do you extort like this every day on average? The red-haired thug froze. Clearly, he hadn't expected Li Hanyao to ask such a question. He chuckled with a grin. Then he lit a cigarette and said effortlessly, what? You thinking of joining this line of work? A loser like you couldn't handle it. If you're asking how much you can make in a day, it's actually quite a lot. There are plenty of cowardly students in this area, and on a good day, I can bring in around 5,000 yuan. The red-haired thug blew out a relaxed smoke ring, clearly quite pleased with his earnings. Ha! Ah ha ha! Li Hanyao suddenly began to laugh. The boy kept his head lowered. The crowd couldn't see his expression, only the faint trembling of his body. What the hell are you up to again? Hand over the money now. The red-haired punk grew impatient and urged him on. Li Hanyao gritted his teeth until they creaked, laughing to himself as he muttered, my mother slavers away for a whole month and still can't make 5,000 yuan, so why can trash like you extort that much in a single day? The teenager suddenly raised his head. His expression startled everyone. They saw that Li Hanyao's pupils were bloodshot, emitting a terrifying crimson glow. Is this goddamn fair? His voice suddenly turned hoarse and biting, as frigid as midwinter. Li Hanyao stared fixedly at the red-haired punk, his boundless fury seemingly gathering in his throat, threatening to erupt any second. Hey, redhead, didn't you just say you're an atheist, right? Immersive translate. Chapter 38, The Unholy. On the narrow path. Li Hanyao's icy voice surprised everyone. The red-haired thug felt unbearably uncomfortable under Li Hanyao's gaze, instinctively averting his eyes. Who the hell do you think you're fooling? The red-haired punk couldn't help but curse angrily, then kick Li Hanyao squarely in the chest. Unexpectedly, Li Hanyao's gaunt frame seemed to contain tremendous strength. The red-haired delinquent's seemingly lightning-fast kick, though landing squarely on Li Hanyao's chest, barely caused his body to budge an inch. Holy crap! Xiang Tianya stared in wide-eyed astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. However, Li Hanyao chose not to press his advantage. He merely brushed aside the red-haired thug's leg with a light touch of his hand, then smiled as he looked at him. The red-haired thug clearly hadn't expected that Li Hanyao actually had some skills up his sleeve. Taking off his jacket to reveal his brawny muscles, he growled viciously. Come on, keep going. Yet Li Hanyao didn't press on. He simply stared into the red-haired delinquent's eyes while silently uttering a syllable in his heart. Whoosh! No one noticed. Li Hanyao had wisps of white vapor slowly rising beneath his feet, then seeping along the ground and creeping up the red-haired delinquent's pant legs. Just as the red-haired delinquent was about to strike again, his movements suddenly froze. Then, he felt a bone-chilling cold sweep over him. It was as if he had been plunged into an Arctic blizzard, every pore on his body screaming with suffocating sensation. Each hair on his body sent a single signal to his brain. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. Damn it, what's going on? The red-haired ruffian's expression was extremely ugly. His face was deathly pale, devoid of almost any color. B-boss, what's wrong with you? The underlings behind him also sensed something amiss and rushed forward, trying to steady their boss. Except, the moment their fingers touched the boss's skin, they all jerked back as if electrocuted. Hiss! The underlings exclaimed in horror. Big bro, what's wrong with you? Why is your body so cold? The red-haired thug's teeth were chattering as he stammered. I don't fucking know what's wrong with me. Cold, so cold, don't any of you feel it getting colder? The underlings all looked up at the sky, where the scorching sun blazed, its cruel warmth hanging high in the heavens. A younger gang member wiped the sweat from his forehead and pulled out his phone. Pointing at the weather forecast on the screen, he said, Big bro, you're not joking, are you? It's 38 degrees Celsius today. You feel cold? The red-haired hoodlum was shivering all over. He gave a shudder and grumbled irritably. Bullshit, do you think I'm putting on a fucking show for you here? After saying this, the red-headed thug put his jacket back on. Even with it on, he still felt cold. He then commanded one of his underlings beside him. You, and you, all of you, take your clothes off now. The underlings widened their eyes in shock, on the verge of tears as they pleaded. Boss, it's the middle of summer. We're only wearing one layer. If we take this off, we'll be bare-chested. Stop the nonsense, take them off now. Under the armed threat of the red-haired thug, his minions could only whimper in dismay, pulling off their t-shirts one by one. The The red-haired thug layered these t-shirts onto himself one piece at a time. In mere moments his body was already draped with 8 or 9 shirts. This scene was utterly absurd. Under the sweltering 38-degree heat, a seemingly ultra-healthy muscleman was wearing 8 or 9 short-sleeved shirts of different colors and sizes. "Big bro, you're not coming down with a cold or fever, are you?" a young subordinate couldn't help but ask. "Bullshit." His words were angrily refuted by the red-haired punk, who thumped his chest while shivering and said, "The last time I caught a cold with a fever was a year ago. Besides, who suddenly gets sick with a fever the very next second when they were perfectly fine the moment before?" After saying this, the red-haired punk still felt unbearably cold. Desperate, he bundled himself in several layers of clothes while muttering to himself, "Not enough, still not enough. You lot, take off your pants too." "What?" The underlings exchanged horrified glances. They could hardly believe their ears. "Take off their pants too? Are you kidding me, bro?" Immersive translate. And so, 5 minutes later, an even more ridiculous scene unfolded. By the roadside, the muscular guy who had just been wearing 8 or 9 t-shirts now had on 8 or 9 pairs of pants. There are both shorts and long pants among these trousers. They billow bulkily around the legs, like wearing padded cotton trousers on a scorching summer day. Beside this muscular man stand 8 or 9 delinquent teens wearing nothing but their underwear. What's most unexpected is that these seemingly arrogant and unruly juvenile delinquents actually wear underwear in all sorts of colors and patterns, covering almost every imaginable style. Doraemon themed, Crayon Shinchan themed, Paul Frank's Big Mouth Monsters themed. There's even one from Balala the Fairies. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao whistled appreciatively and remarked with amusement, "One can see that all of you are people with childlike hearts." The red-haired thug flew into a rage, roaring, "Shut the hell up, you bastard. I'll deal with you later." Passers-by on the street also cast strange glances in their direction. These reckless young troublemakers could only feel their faces burning with shame, wishing they could crawl into a hole and disappear. Immersive translate. "Damn it, what should we do? It's still so cold." At this very moment, the red-haired punk, already wrapped in 7 or 8 pairs of pants, still felt unbearably cold. He glanced at his underlings and uttered words that sent chills down their spines. "How about you guys, contribute a little more? Big bro, please don't mess with us like this." The ghost fire youths were on the verge of breakdown. One of them pitifully sobbed, "We're literally down to our last shred of clothing here. If you make us strip anymore, we'll all be starring in tomorrow's headlines. Even now, it might still make the news." Another ghost bike kid added with a sorrowful face. And just then, the young gang member who initially led them there spoke up. He cast a fearful glance at Li Hanyao, then complained to the red-haired delinquent, "Big bro, could it be his doing? I told you long ago that this student Li Hanyao is downright sinister. Everyone who's crossed him recently has met with misfortune." Upon hearing this, the red-haired delinquent couldn't help but steal a glance at Hanyao Li. Yet, as a staunch atheist, he simply couldn't bring himself to believe that this sudden transformation had anything to do with the kid before him. Immersive translate. "Right, you've just caught a cold." Hanyao Li suddenly spoke up with a chuckle. He seemed to see right through what the red-haired troublemaker was thinking. Li Hanyao stepped closer to the red-haired troublemaker, the corners of his lips curling slightly upward. He patted the red-haired troublemaker on the shoulder, his tone even carrying a hint of comfort and encouragement. "Go home and rest. Maybe karma does exist in this world, perhaps you're just reaping what you sowed." The red-haired thug staggered back a couple of steps. At this moment, his body had reached extreme weakness. Forget about dealing with Li Hanyao, he probably didn't even have the strength left to walk anymore. "Damn it, retreat." Not daring to meet Li Hanyao's gaze again, the red-haired thug gritted his teeth and ordered his underlings to withdraw. These reckless youths had long wanted to run away, their feet poised for flight all along. At this moment, upon hearing the boss's command, with a whoosh, their bodies shot forward like arrows, running faster than rabbits, so fast that if they'd raced in the school sports meet, they would have swept at least the top 3 spots. "You all!" The red-haired thug weakly collapsed on the ground, no longer having the strength to even walk. He lay on the ground, glaring bitterly at the fleeing figure of his buddy, unable to hold back his furious curses. "Damn it, a bunch of heartless bastards. Who the hell's gonna carry me?" Immersive translate. Li Hanyao stretched lazily, then patted Xiang Tiange on the shoulder and said with a smile, "We're going to be late, let's go too." Having said that, Li Hanyao completely ignored the red-haired delinquent on the ground. With a smile on his face, he stepped directly on the delinquent's back and walked right over him. "You motherfew asterisk 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 asterisk." The red-haired delinquent's face was stomped into the dirt, making his curses come out muffled and incoherent. Li Hanyao hesitated for a moment. "Yaozi, wait for me." With that, he completely ignored the red-haired hoodlum beneath his feet and simply stepped over him. "Pa, just you wait, you damned Li." The red-haired thug raised his head and spat out the dirt in his mouth. Just as he was about to curse Li Hanyao, he felt another pair of feet slam his head back down. As for the words in his mouth, they turned once more into muffled, incoherent whimpers. Just you wait. Immersive translate. Just like that, Li Hanyao and Xiang Tianga continued walking toward the school. Li Hanyao walked ahead. His expression was extremely complex. The words of that reckless youth still echoed in his mind. That kid's got something sinister about him. Anyone who's crossed him, whether it's the history teacher or the mechanic alien, they all died horribly. At this very moment, Li Hanyao's heart was haunted by an enormous unresolved puzzle. The two of them. Did I really kill them? Could it be that my dreams truly have the power to kill? Immersive translate. Chapter 39, Born from Death. Xiang Tianga looked at Li Hanyao's grave expression and said in disbelief, "Wow, Yaozi, how did you just do that?" Li Hanyao kicked small pebbles. He couldn't help but laugh as he said, "What was that? Maybe he just happened to have a fever or some sudden illness. I didn't do anything." "Ha, you don't actually think I have supernatural powers, do you? Like on TV shows where a single glance can give a muscle-bound guy uterine cold syndrome?" Xiang Tianga scratched his head and muttered to himself, "Superpowers do sound pretty unbelievable, but if it's between the two of us, it's not entirely impossible. After all, we're practically heaven's chosen ones. Awakening some superhuman abilities would be child's play." Li Hanyao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You've been watching too many anime." "But," Xiang Tianga suddenly said indignantly, "Aliang and the history teacher's deaths had nothing to do with us anyway. They're really good at pinning blame where it doesn't belong." This sentence made Li Hanyao pause his movements. He continued kicking the small stones nonchalantly, masking the unease in his heart. Hiss hiss. At that very moment, behind the two youths, sudden hissing sounds emerged. Li Hanyao felt puzzled and turned his head to look. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a dark green figure rushed toward Li Hanyao. Corpse guard? The moment Li Hanyao clearly saw that ink green figure, a frigid chill exploded within his heart. This was a corpse guardian with a lizard's appearance. Its entire body was ink green with wings sprouting from its back. On its forehead, a small snake writhed, and its tail too coiled like serpent. Damn it! Didn't the Spring and Autumn Academy claim they cleared out all the corpse guardians? Why is there still one that slipped through? Li Hanyao gnashed his teeth in furious cursing. Immersive translate. The speed of this corpse guard was unparalleled, leaving Li Hanyao no time to dodge at all. The boy's scalp tingled violently, every hair on his body standing on end. The feeling of death enveloped him once more. They say, in the moment before death, one perceives time passing with excruciating slowness. The surrounding sights too will gradually decelerate. Li Hanyao hadn't believed this before, but now, he believed. The scene before Li Hanyao's eyes suddenly slowed to an excruciating crawl. He could even see the emerald green scales on the corpse guard's body shimmering with an eerie glow under the sunlight. Put! The corpse guard's claws pierced through the boy's chest, tearing through his body until they emerged from his back. The moment it reached out, its claws clutched a still beating heart, blood dripping slowly from its surface. With the heart torn out, death was certain. Li Hanyao stared blankly at Xiang Tianga standing protectively before him. His body stiffened, almost petrified. Cough, cough. Xiang Tianga turned his head with immense difficulty. His heart gouged open, such a severe injury made speaking excruciatingly hard. Due to excessive blood loss, Xiang Tianga's face was as pale as paper. He forced an awkward smile at Li Hanyao and said through gritted teeth, struggling to get the words out. "SC, what did I tell you? These lizard monsters are real. I wasn't lying to you." Roar! Li Hanyao's pupils suddenly turned ink black as he let out a beast-like roar from his mouth, saturated with boundless fury and sorrow. Click, click, click. The next instant, the corpse guard's feet were instantly encased by countless ice blocks. The ice spread rapidly upwards like a clinging curse. In just a few breaths, the lizard corpse guard was frozen alive into an ice sculpture. Crash! The ice sculpture shattered, and with it the corpse guard's body fragmented into countless pieces. Xiang Tianga collapsed weakly to the ground. Li Hany's pupils returned to normal, and he hurriedly supported Xiang Tianga before he could fall. Xiang Tianga's breathing grew faint, his throat emitting painful groans, yet it was clear the young man was deliberately suppressing his cries of agony. Damn it, it really fucking hurts. Yanzi, I wasn't lying to you, was I? Those supernatural monsters are real, the photos I took were real. Xiang Tian repeated his words once more, unclear why he was so fixated on this, almost as if he was insisting on Li Hanyao's acknowledgement. Alright, confirmed, I believe it. Li Hanyao clenched his teeth, forcing his trembling body under control as he spat out the words. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Li Hanyao froze. He stumbled to pick up Xiang Tianga's phone and dialed the emergency number. Li Hanyao's eyes were bloodshot, his lips pale and trembling. While pressing the emergency number, he kept spewing curses at Xiang Tianga in a furious rant. You idiot, why'd you have to take that knife for me? That thing was clearly aiming at me first, playing the hero just to make me feel guilty for life, is that it? Xiang Tianga coughed violently twice, spitting out bloody froth as he shook his head with a bitter smile. You shielded me back there with those ghostwriter punks. Now it's my turn to shield you. As time passed, Xiang Tianga's voice grew increasingly feeble. His hands dropped weakly as well. Hey, don't you fucking die on me. I'm begging you. Li Hanyao gasped heavily for breath. His bloodshot eyes filled with panic as he desperately shook Xiang Tianga's body. Hey! Feeling Xiang Tianga's body growing colder, Li Hanyao clutched at his own hair and slumped to the ground, silent tears streaming down his face. Snap! And in that very moment, Xiang Tianga suddenly snapped his eyes wide open. He clung to Li Hanyao's hand like a dying man seeing his final moments. Xiang Tianga's breathing suddenly became labored, as if he were a drowning man, his voice turning hoarse and ragged. I promised, I'm the big brother, I'd look out for you, can't let you, keep protecting me instead. What kind of big brother, would that make me? As these words left his mouth, Xiang Tianga closed his eyes once more, his hands hanging limply by his sides. After the heart is removed, a person can linger for only a few minutes at most. This time, Xiang Tianga had truly exhausted every last breath of life within him. Who knew why he felt compelled to utter those final words, as though dying without speaking them would leave him eternally unresolved. Li Hanyao gazed at Xiang Tianga's corpse, his eyes filled with horrifying light. What should we do? What should he do? What to do, what to do, what to do, what to do? Immersive translate. Countless what to do-as flooded Li Hanyao's mind, threatening to burst his brain apart. Li Hanyao's body trembled like a sieve, his blood rushing rapidly through his veins. His head spun with dizziness as if countless ants were crawling inside his skull. He had to save Xiang Tianga, but the person was already dead. How could he save them? No, even the dead could be saved. But how to save them? Immersive translate. It should have been me who died. Why does it have to be Xiang Tianga, who has nothing to do with any of this? Li Hanyao knelt on the ground, frantically pounding the earth with fists already dripping blood. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind. If only time could flow backward. Damn it, god damn it, if only time could flow backward. Immersive translate. Thinking this far, Li Hanyao suddenly shuddered, his movements slowing down. Right, time can flow backward. Who says time can't reverse? Divine Covenant lied by dying. The Divine Covenant he obtained within that mental prison. Li Hanyao's face lit up with ecstasy. As long as he dies, he can return to 10 minutes prior. Yes, as long as he dies, he can return to 10 minutes earlier. There's no other way besides this. Thinking this far, Li Hanyao rushed into the middle of the road without hesitation. Boom! A truck couldn't brake in time and slammed hard into Li Hanyao. Put! Li Hanyao was sent flying backwards, vomiting blood. His internal organs shattered in an instant, and his vitality rapidly drained away. Li Hanyao crashed heavily to the ground. His pupils emitted an eerie purple light, and the sound of rushing winds suddenly roared in his ears. Whoosh! Whoosh! Purple light enveloped the entire world. All the scenes before Li Hanyao's eyes seemed to be reversing. A woman who had gone downstairs to take out the trash. The garbage and trash bag already thrown into the bin returned to her hands. Holding the trash, the woman walked backwards up the stairs. In the cafe by the street, the cooled coffee quickly regained its warmth, and customers who had left their seats returned to sit down again. On the other side of the street, the little boy's half-drunk cola restored itself to full volume. Similarly, the popsicle stick that the little girl had unwrapped returned to its original packaged state. Immersive translate. Hey, hey! A familiar voice reached Li Hanyao's ears. He suddenly snapped back to reality and swiftly turned his head to look. To Li Hanyao's left, stood a completely unharmed Xiang Tianga, gazing at him with a puzzled expression. I say, Yao Zi, have you lost your soul in broad daylight? I've been calling you forever. Why aren't you responding to me? Li Hanyao stared blankly at Xiang Tianga. Then a wave of wild joy flooded across his face. Xiang Tianga curled his lips. He kicked Li Hanyao in the butt and said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, I say, Yaozi, are you still half asleep? What are you grinning about, you idiot? I'm asking you a question. How the hell did you do that just now? Why did that redhead turn into such a terrified mess just from you looking at him? Immersive translate. Chapter 40, What am I worth? Oh no, this kid's gone nuts. Xiang Tianga looked at Li Hanyao, who kept grinning foolishly, and spoke with a horrified expression. What? Just then, Li Hanyao seemed to finally snap out of his foolish grin. He cleared his throat twice and said somewhat sheepishly, Tianga, can you do me a favor? What do you need help with? Xiang Tianga looked at Li Hanyao with suspicion. Li Hanyao grinned sheepishly, clutching his stomach as he said, I suddenly have a stomachache. I need to use the public restroom nearby. Could you ask the teacher for permission on my behalf? Just say I'll be late, okay? Xiang Tianga shot Li Hanyao a sidelong glance. Too lazy to even get on the millstone, huh? Fine, I'll just wait here till you're done before leaving. If I went ahead alone, I'd feel guilty for abandoning a friend. Xiang Tianga, always loyal by nature, hesitated with a troubled look in his eyes. He didn't want to leave first by himself. Li Hanyao hurriedly waved his hand generously and said, This isn't abandoning a friend, it's seeing the bigger picture. I asked you to make my excuse to the teacher. If you're late too, we're both done for. Alright then, if you insist. Xiang Tiange reluctantly shouldered his backpack, turning back to admonish as he walked. Hurry up, and don't you dare stand me up. Oh dear, don't worry about it. Hurry up or you'll be late. Li Hanyao quickly urged with a laugh. As Xiang Tiange's figure gradually faded into the distance, the smile slowly vanished from Li Hanyao's face. Hiss hiss. The familiar hissing sound behind Li Hanyao arrived right on schedule. Just minutes earlier, this owner of the hissing sound had subjected him to hellish suffering. Whoosh! The sharp whistling of splitting air sounded behind him. This time, prepared in advance, Li Hanyao didn't even turn his head, merely uttering a single syllable from his lips. Splash! A solid ice wall about 2 meters thick materialized behind him. Bang! The lizard corpse guard slammed violently into the ice wall, instantly knocking itself senseless. Crack! After it crashed into the ice wall, the wall instantly deformed, transforming into 2 massive fists of solid ice. Bang! The fists flexibly became palms, and together the 2 icy hands forcefully pressed the dazed lizard zombie guard to the ground with a violent slam. Roar! The lizard corpse guard emitted angry and terrified growls from its mouth, struggling desperately to free itself from the grip of the fist, yet to no avail. Although Li Hanao had only just awakened his divine covenant, his opponent was merely an ordinary lizard that had accidentally swallowed divine blood chi. Though its body had been vastly strengthened, it still couldn't quite withstand the power of the divine covenant. Bang! 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 A fist made of solid ice smashed violently onto the lizard corpse guard. Fists rained down like a storm, and soon, the lizard corpse guard was covered in bloody wounds. In truth, Li Hanyao had quicker ways to finish it off, but he deliberately chose not to. He wanted it to die slowly, in agony. A few minutes later, the lizard corpse guard had completely lost all signs of life. SSSSHHK. Under Li Hanyao's feet, ghastly white mist began to rise. Thin ice started spreading outward from his body as the center, and soon enough, it had completely enveloped the entire corpse of the lizard corpse guard. Click! Cracks appeared on the frozen corpse, gradually expanding like a spider's web. Bang! The massive frozen corpse exploded instantly. After the explosion, these scattered shards of ice evaporated under the sun, turning into vapor and vanishing into the air. In just a few minutes, the once ferocious lizard corpse guards had completely disappeared from this world, leaving not a single trace behind. Li Hanyao stood silently in place. After a long pause, he slowly picked up his school bag, walking silently towards school alone. At this very moment, Li Hanyao's heart was in turmoil. Actually, when Ing Lui threw out that tempting offer of 5 million, Li Hanyao had to admit that for a moment, he wavered. After all, he was still a teenager. No young man doesn't yearn for success, and in the eyes of society, success means money. What's more, his family was so poor, and his mother had toiled her whole life. If he could get this money, he could let his mother live in luxury and comfort. Moreover, joining the Divine Descendants Academy wouldn't interfere with his search for his father, because the Divine Descendants Academy also possesses records about Chi Yu, which might even be more comprehensive in certain aspects. However, Xiang Tiange's recent brush with death once again solidified Li Hanyao's wavering resolve. Because of this so-called divine blood, his best friend nearly lost his life. As the Spring and Autumn Academy once stated, divine blood does indeed bring calamity to ordinary humans. Immersive translate. With less than 10 days remaining before the National College entrance exams, the atmosphere at Lanshan High School has grown increasingly tense. Young students clutching vocabulary flashcards can be seen hurrying through hallways and playgrounds everywhere. Li Hanyao appeared somewhat distracted by the textbook knowledge, for he knew that from the moment he awakened, ordinary universities were likely beyond his reach. Whether as a divine descendant or a disaster descendant, he had to choose between these two paths. Otherwise, neither side would probably leave him in peace, especially that Divine Descendants Academy. After another dazed and confused day passed by, the moment school let out, Li Hanyao grabbed his backpack and rushed out the school gates. He planned to head straight to Tianlang Tower. Tianlang Tower served as the Spring and Autumn Academy's stronghold in Lanshan City. Li Hanyao decided to inform team leader Shu and the others that he had made his choice, he would join the Spring and Autumn Academy. By the time Xiang Tiange came looking for Li Hanyao, his seat was already deserted. Staring at the empty seat before him, Xiang Tiange froze for a few seconds before finally jumping up and cursing loudly. Damn you, you stingy bastard. Were you really so desperate to avoid buying me internet time that you skipped class? Immersive translate. Yet, just as Li Hanyao stepped outside the school gates, he unexpectedly ran into someone at the entrance who completely took him by surprise. His stepbrother from another mother and father, the police officer Lin Yuan. Leaning against the door of his black sedan, Lin Yuan quietly smoked a cigarette, looking somewhat disheveled. The moment he saw Li Hanyao approaching, Lin Yuan actually handed him a cigarette. Seeing this cigarette, Li Hanyao's heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition instantly enveloped him. Lin Yuan looked at Li Hanyao wearily, uttering just a single sentence. Auntie was hospitalized. Boom! Li Hanyao felt as if struck by lightning. His vision gradually blurred before his eyes. Damn it! Why so sudden? Li Hanyao's chest tightened, instantly feeling like he couldn't catch his breath. Why was it so sudden? He hadn't even had the chance to give his mother the medicine that Ying Luoyi gave him. Just to be safe, Li Hanyao had planned to test the medicine on himself after returning home tonight. If he woke up fine tomorrow morning, only then would he give it to his mother. But why did this happen when he had only left home half a day ago? Leaving aside the medicine's effectiveness, Li Hanyao always prepared for the worst when thinking through problems. If nothing else, the hospital fees alone would certainly require a large sum of money. Immersive Translate. Tian Lang Building. Team Leader Shu looked at Li Hanyao sitting across from him and asked with a smile. It's wonderful that you came to see us on your own initiative. So, have you made your choice? Li Hanyao pondered for a moment. He stared directly into Team Leader Shu's eyes and asked, word by word. I remember you saying, my bloodline is quite rare. Yes. Team Leader Shu smiled candidly. How precious is it? The young man asked with an expressionless face. He knew such a question sounded weird, almost like discussing selling oneself. But he had no other choice. According to Lin Yuan's description, his mother's old back injury had flared up again, and the surgery would cost hundreds of thousands. But without surgery, he might be paralyzed for life. Immersive Translate. Sure enough, Team Leader Shu and the others were momentarily stunned by Li Hanyao's question. This kid speaks so bluntly? How precious. That question. Team Leader Shu couldn't help but chuckle. He scratched his head and said somewhat awkwardly, how should I answer this question? Let me be blunt. The teenager seemed anxious. He leaned forward slightly, clenched his teeth, and spoke in a voice as calm as stagnant water. How much am I worth? Immersive Translate. Chapter 41, Frosted Jade. How much am I worth? When the young man's voice echoed through the room, everyone present froze in stunned silence. Team Leader Shu swirled the red wine in his glass, sighed helplessly, and said, school admissions should be a solemn and elegant affair, but the way you're asking makes me feel like we're haggling over the price of pork belly at the market. But I don't have time for elegance. Li Hanyao murmured gloomily. After a long silence, Li Hanyao took a deep breath and spoke word by word. Let me be blunt. The people from Godborn Academy approached me today. They said as long as I apply to their institution, they'll offer me a 5 million yuan scholarship. The young man paused momentarily before continuing. And it just so happens, I'm desperately in need of money. Team Leader Shu frowned upon hearing this and muttered to himself. So that's how it is. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire room fell into silence. Li Hanyao sat on the chair and waited quietly for 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, looking at Team Leader Shu, who remained silent, Li Hanyao stood up and said politely, I understand, Team Leader Shu. With those words, Li Hanyao turned and walked toward the exit. Wait a minute. At that very moment, suddenly, Team Leader Shu called out to Li Hanyao from behind. Li Hanyao turned around and fixed his gaze on Team Leader Shu's eyes. Team Leader Shu smiled. His fingers lightly tapped the table as he spoke unhurriedly. Damn it, how dare you compete with Spring and Autumn Academy in financial strength? I bid 5 million and 1. Go tell them to raise their bid, I'll always stay $1 ahead of them. Furthermore, Han Kiln, Spring and Autumn Academy will provide for your entire family for the rest of their lives. Li Han Kiln was slightly taken aback. This doesn't quite match what Ying Luoyi had said. After a moment of thought, Li Han Kiln couldn't help but ask, Team Leader Shu, doesn't your academy refrain from interfering with the fates of ordinary humans? Team Leader Shu froze for a moment before retorting. Who told you that? Was it those people from the Descendants Academy? Damn it, have they really stooped so low for student recruitment? Admittedly, the Academy's management has always officially discouraged arbitrarily altering the fates of ordinary humans. But to be honest, I've always found their philosophy far too rigid. Besides, it's really just lip service. After all, we're a legitimate enterprise, unlike that slapdash outfit at the Descendants Academy. We still have to maintain some surface-level principles and fairness. But when it comes to serious competition, who cares about those messy rules? Besides, you're a royal-level troublemaker. Using money to snatch things away isn't even excessive compared to seducing someone with women. Damn it, not letting me spend money? Then who's gonna come to our school? Still wanna recruit students? Might as well go catch ghosts then. Immersive Translate. Hearing these words, Li Hanyao suddenly saw the light. Indeed, no matter where you go, there are always two sets of operational codes, the rules in principle and the real rules. Team Leader Shu smiled faintly and said, I'm not someone who disregards rules. I'll follow the institute's regulations and won't apply for any financial subsidies on your behalf to higher authorities. But, Team Leader Shu abruptly shifted his tone, suddenly changing his manner of speaking. However, I can personally sponsor you with a sum of money. This comes from my own pocket and has nothing to do with the Academy's funds. Li Hanyao's throat tightened, and he couldn't help but ask, really? The black-clad girl Wang Yu chimed in from the side. Of course it's true. I mean the seduction thing, Li Hanyao said softly. Wang Yu. At this moment, she finally understood the composition of this brat named Li Hanyao's personality. It was clear that this guy could be more serious than anyone when the situation called for it. But once the serious matter was resolved and his peculiar train of thought broke free from restraint, he would blurt out some bizarre, logic-defying remark as a reward for his previously suppressed cerebral cortex. Just as Wang Yu was about to snap back at Li Hanyao, he saw Li Hanyao pause in silence for a moment before suddenly bowing deeply with utmost sincerity and saying, "Thank you." This time, his tone was eerily calm, his gaze as deep as an ancient pool, yet radiating unmistakable earnestness. Wang Yu pursed his lips and ultimately swallowed the retort he'd been about to deliver. Snap. Team leader Shu lit a cigarette, flicked the ashes, and said with a cheerful smile, "It should be us thanking you instead. After all, the moment the Divine Heritage Academy offered you 5 million, you could have straight away chosen them. But you still came to find us. In truth, it was you giving us an opportunity, not the other way around." Team leader Shu walked up to Li Hanyao and patted him on the shoulder. The next moment, Team leader Shu's expression suddenly turned serious, and he spoke every word with emphasis. "Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Your lineage is extremely important to us, and thank you for giving humanity a chance." Li Hanyao looked into Team leader Shu's earnest gaze, sensing the sincere conviction behind his words. Li Hanyao didn't regret making this trip. Immersive translate. With his mother's surgery expenses settled, a heavy weight lifted from Li Hanyao's heart. Yet in truth, ever since meeting team leader Shu and the others, one lingering doubt had continued to swirl in Li Hanyao's mind. He simply took advantage of this opportunity to ask, "Team leader Shu, you've always said my bloodline is precious. What exactly does a royal-grade bloodline signify? Just how rare is it?" Team leader Shu stubbed out his cigarette and replied thoughtfully, "You're right, it's time to enlighten you with some knowledge in this area." Snap. Team leader Shu snapped his fingers and said to the black-clad girl Wang Yu beside him, "Wang Yu, your turn." Wang Yu said expressionlessly, "Bloodlines are actually classified into warrior class, general class, minister class, prince class, and emperor class. The reason emperor class bloodlines are so precious is because they possess many unique characteristics. Students with higher tier bloodlines enjoy numerous advantages in combat. These concepts will be explained in detail by specialized instructors after your enrollment. The Spring and Autumn Academy admits approximately 10,000 students per intake. Among 10,000 freshmen, there are on average only 0.2 Emperor class students. This means an Emperor class emerges barely once every 5 years. In Lanchan City, you're the first such case in 50 years. Li Hanyao silently nodded upon hearing this. So to speak, the probability is indeed very low. But this wasn't what surprised him the most. What truly shocked him was that the Spring and Autumn Academy enrolled 10,000 students in just one batch. Li Hanyao asked in astonishment, "Can the academy really accommodate so many students? And are there truly this many students with divine blood across the entire country?" Regarding Li Hanyao's reaction, team leader Shu wore an expression that said he'd expected this, smiling as he replied, "First of all, not just the country, our recruitment scope is the entire world. Secondly, to avoid exposing its existence, the academy is divided into an inner court and an outer court. The inner court is for students like you, those with divine blood in their veins, known as the Calamity-born. The outer court is for ordinary human students studying disciplines like medicine or law. Out of every batch of 10,000 students, roughly 5,000 are ordinary students and 5,000 are Calamity-born. The ordinary students remain unaware of the Calamity-born's existence, graduating normally to become elites in human society. As for the doubt you just raised, there's one more thing to note." Team leader Shu paused for a moment. He spread his arms and drew a circle in the air, emphasizing with weighty tones, "Our academy is truly vast. Once you enroll, you'll experience just how vast it is." Li Hanyao's eyes flickered with a peculiar expression. "This description is too simplistic." Immersive translate. "Alright, now it's my turn to ask you a few questions," team leader Shu said, while snapping his fingers. The door to the room swung open as a procession of graceful maids entered, carrying tray after tray of exquisite dishes. "Let's talk while we eat." A plate of expertly sliced roast duck was placed before Li Hanyao. After a momentary hesitation, Li Hanyao grabbed a slice of the roast duck and wolfed it down ravenously. His mouth was dripping with oil. Needless to say, he was absolutely starving. Only at this moment did his exhausted and famished body finally receive the nourishment it desperately needed. "Oh, sir, that's not how you eat it." A maid nearby noticed Li Hanyao ignoring the pancakes meant to wrap the roasted duck and tried to remind him that his way of eating was incorrect. However, the maid's action was stopped by team leader Shu. Team leader Shu waved his hand and spoke calmly. "As long as the food goes into someone's mouth rather than their ears, then it's the correct way to eat." After the maids withdrew, team leader Shu slowly cut into a piece of steak, but watching Li Hanyao wolf down his food seemed to make his own method of eating feel unsatisfying. And so, Team Leader Shu simply put down his knife and fork and picked up a pair of chopsticks. He used the chopsticks to pick up the steak and began gnawing at it hungrily with big bites. Between mouthfuls, Team Leader Shu softly asked, "Cold Kiln, after going back this time, have you figured out what your divine covenant is?" Li Hanyao swallowed the last piece of roasted duck with effort. He wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, then drank a cup of warm water with satisfaction. After doing all this, Li Hanyao patted his stomach with lingering satisfaction. Then, after a moment's hesitation, he picked up Team Leader Shu's wineglass and tapped it lightly with his finger. Click! As Li Hanyao's finger made contact with the wineglass, the red wine inside instantly froze into ice, wisps of white vapor curling up from the glass. "Is this frost jade?" Inside the room, exclamations of surprise rose from the crowd. Immersive Translate. Chapter 42, Is this situation normal? Staring at the solidified red wine in the glass, everyone looked surprised. Team Leader Shu pondered for a moment before speaking solemnly. "This should be the 69th sequence divine artifact, Frost Gem." Li Hanyao keenly caught the key point in Team Leader Shu's words and pressed further. "Are divine pacts categorized into types?" Wang Yu nodded and said, "Exactly. On a broader level, divine pacts are divided into many categories: elemental, psychic, summoning, and so forth. Your Frost Jade, like Jihui's Lightning Devourer, both belong to the elemental type of divine pacts." Snap! As she spoke, Wudo expressionlessly slapped the dozing Jihui beside her. "What?" Jihui stood up in confusion, his face covered with red marks from sleeping. Li Hanyao was momentarily speechless. It seemed that every time he came, this black-haired young man called Jihui was always dozing off. Forget Worry continued explaining. "The serial number of Thunderfood is 70, exactly one rank below yours." Li Hanyao slightly furrowed his brows. He felt something was amiss. "Team Leader Shu, you mentioned earlier that imperial bloodlines are extremely rare. Yet why does it feel like Divine Covenant number 69 isn't particularly high in the sequence?" "Yes." Team Leader Shu seemed equally puzzled by this question. Shaking his head, he replied, "I originally thought you'd possess at least an upper-rank Divine Covenant. Superior Divine Pact?" Li Hanyao caught another new term. Worry-Free promptly offered a patient explanation. In the Divine Pact sequence, the top 30 rankings are called Superior Divine Pacts. Li Hanyao pondered for a moment before saying, "So you're saying my divine contract sequence level doesn't match my bloodline, is that correct?" Team Leader Shu hesitated before replying. "Actually, there are many factors that determine bloodline level. It's not solely based on divine contract sequence rankings. Factors like divine blood ratio, physical strength, these are all elements considered by the evaluation system." Team Leader Shu still seemed concerned that Li Hanyao might not fully grasp the concept, so after some thought, he added, "Take Jihui as an example." Snap! The girl named Wang Yu once again shook the sleeping Jihui awake. Jihui's bloodline was assessed as Du class, which is second only to Emperor class, yet his ranking in the Thunder Devourer sequence isn't particularly high. However, Jihui demonstrated exceptional combat learning abilities, and his physical strength and recovery capabilities were second to none. Whoosh! As he spoke, Team Leader Shu picked up a dagger and plunged it into Jihui's abdomen. "Put, Li Hanyao." Team Leader Shu smiled faintly. Watching the crimson wound on Jihui's abdomen, he spoke without the slightest hint of panic. "Don't let the wound scare you, it looks bad, but once I pull the dagger out, it'll heal completely in just a few seconds." As he spoke, Team Leader Shu then pulled out the dagger. Within seconds, swoosh, blood gushed forth like a spring, with no sign of the wound closing. Li Hanyao. Team Leader Shu glanced at the dagger in his hand and couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, I asked for an ordinary dagger. Who put this divine royal artifact here? Don't you know this weapon can suppress the healing effects of divine blood on the body?" Immersive Translate. After a frantic flurry of treatment and bandaging, they finally managed to stop Ji Hui's bleeding wound. Team Leader Shu coughed awkwardly and scratched his head as he spoke. "It's an accident, let me demonstrate again for you." As he spoke, he was about to throw the sleeping Ji Hui out of the floor-to-ceiling window down the building. Li Hanyao kindly reminded him from the side. "This is the 39th floor. It's okay." Team Leader Su pounded his chest with unwavering confidence. "Today, I'll show you just how powerful the recovery ability of royal bloodline descendants can be." Alright, no need for demonstrations, I choose to believe you." Li Hanyao hastily wiped away cold sweat as he stopped Team Leader Su. What impressed him was that despite all the commotion, the black-haired boy named Jihui still hadn't woken up. Immersive Translate. "I understand what you mean. To put it simply," Li Hanyao whispered in summary, "Divine Covenant is just one factor in determining bloodlines, right?" "Yes." Seeing that Li Hanyao had understood his meaning, Team Leader Shu nodded approvingly. He patted Li Hanyao on the shoulder and encouraged him. So, don't doubt your royal bloodline just because your divine contract sequence isn't among the top few. You must have other special qualities. The Academy's bloodline assessment has never been wrong. Team Leader Shu's expression was sincere, as if he feared Li Hanyao might begin to doubt himself because of this. But, at this point, Li Hanyao seemed to suddenly remember something, as he straightened his expression and said solemnly, "When you mention it, I don't recall ever having contact with any of you before. How exactly did you come to know of my existence, let alone determine my bloodline level?" Well, Team Leader Shu feigned mystery, flashing an inscrutable smile. "You'll understand once you start school." Li Hanyao clenched his fists, his knuckles turning slightly pale. Team Leader Shu was perfect in every way, except for his fondness for speaking in riddles. The discussion reached this point, and the atmosphere momentarily fell into silence. Li Hanyao's mind raced rapidly, when he suddenly remembered something. That virtual prison where he had obtained his second divine covenant not long ago, and that massive body that encompassed the entire enormous prison. Could it be that the presence of this giant body was why he was judged to have imperial-level bloodline? However, after a brief moment of reflection, Li Hanyao dismissed this possibility. Because it was Team Leader Shu and the others who sought him out first, he only entered that virtual prison afterward. Right, the second divine contract? Li Hanyao's spirit was instantly roused. How could he have forgotten this matter? Actually, from the beginning, Li Hanyao hadn't intended to reveal his secret of possessing dual divine contracts to Team Leader Shu and the others. But now, after all, Team Leader Shu had personally funded 5 million for him from his own pocket. It would be unreasonable if he continued to keep things hidden. Moreover, for Li Hanyao at this moment, demonstrating his worth to Team Leader Shu wasn't necessarily a bad thing. What's more, Li Hanyao still wanted to learn more about the twin divine contracts. Immersive translate. At the moment when the atmosphere reached its peak of silence, Li Hanyao slowly raised his right hand and cautiously asked, "Team Leader Shu, I wonder if you've heard of a divine contract called life towards death? You mean cockroach power?" Hearing the phrase living towards death, Team Leader Shu's tone noticeably brightened. The power of cockroaches? Li Hanyao was somewhat astonished. Team Leader Shu said with a beaming smile, "Because people who possess this divine contract are so hard to kill, with vitality as tenacious as a cockroach, we jokingly call it the cockroach power." With that, Team Leader Shu showed a nostalgic expression, muttering to himself, "Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've seen anyone awaken the die to live contract. Such an interesting divine contract, yet there's been no successor. What a pity, what a shame." Li Hanyao hesitated for a moment, then timidly raised his hand and cautiously asked, "If a person possesses 2 divine covenants, is this phenomenon normal?" Finally, the youth added hesitantly, "I mean hypothetically. Of course that's not normal." Team Leader Shu chuckled. He yawned and muttered to himself, "Every person can naturally only have 1 divine contract. Wait, why are you asking about?" At this point, Team Leader Shu's voice abruptly cut off. His smile froze on his face. "Because, he had thought of a possibility. Because I do." Sure enough, the boy's voice came weakly at just the right moment. "You have 2 divine contracts?" Group Leader Shu abruptly sprang to his feet, his pupils constricting sharply as he cried out in astonishment. Immersive translate. Chapter 43. Something happened. "You have 2 divine pacts?" At the exact moment Chief Shu's shocked exclamation rang out, Director Gue slammed the door open and strode inside. Worry-free wore an expression of utter disbelief. Even the drowsy boy named Jihue opened his eyes and couldn't help but glance at Li Hanyao. Li Hanyao surveyed the astonished faces around him. He couldn't help but mutter to himself internally, "Actually, there might be more than just 2 in the future." Indeed, after all, who knows if there will be other prisoners in that prison willing to offer tribute with divine covenant crystals in the future? However, Li Hanyao didn't dare voice these thoughts aloud, because he saw Supervisor Shu already performing an ecstatic shamanic dance on the table. Team Leader Shu was jumping about excitedly, dancing while muttering to himself, "This 5 million was so worth it, the most successful investment of the century is born. Thank goodness I didn't hand you over to those divine descendant fanatics. Jiao, Yeehoo, 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 Li Hanyao. He looks like a nimble maggot." Black-clad girl Wanyu remarked expressionlessly from the side. Li Hanyao hesitated for a moment. "Team Leader Shu, is this situation normal?" "It's normal," Wanyu said calmly. In extreme excitement, he can't help but dance with wild abandon. "You'd better close your eyes, because at the peak of his movements, he might even take off his clothes." Li Hanyao sighed, but seeing the calm and composed Wanyu before him eased his worries slightly. "It's all right. At the very least, there are still normal people in control of the situation here." Thinking this in his heart, he then noticed that even the usually calm and composed Wanyu had unknowingly started tapping her foot to keep rhythm with Team Leader Shu. "What are you?" Li Hanyao instinctively took a frightened step back. "Yes." Wanyu turned her head, her face expressionless as she calmly looked at Li Hanyao and said, because I'm extremely excited right now too. With those words, she suddenly leaped onto the table and started singing and dancing alongside team leader Shu. Jumping up and down, she cheered excitedly. Now, the admission team of Lanshan is definitely going to have the highest GPA in the entire college. Jiao, Yahoo, Yahoo, Yahoo. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao, clutching onto his last shred of hope, silently turned his gaze toward Director Gue. At this moment, he desperately wished someone normal would step forward to take charge of this chaotic situation. But unfortunately, Director Gue stared solemnly at Li Hanyao, then silently removed his suit jacket and whispered, "Don't blame me." Having said that, Director Turtle leaped onto the table and began singing and dancing together with team leader Shu. Li Hanyao. He helplessly covered his face. Well, the only normal person here was probably the dozing boy named Jihui. Snap. Just as he was thinking this, Li Hanyao saw Wang Yu slap Jihui awake with a sharp smack. Jihui stood up dazedly, rubbing his bleary eyes, and began unsheathing his sword to dance along. Immersive translate. Left alone on the sofa, Li Hanyao watched the raucous scene unfold, singing, dancing, what looked like demons running wild. For a fleeting moment, a strange illusion came over him. Had he somehow wandered into a Bollywood movie? Can I still switch sides now? Li Hanyao lay wearily on the table, murmuring to himself. Whoosh! As soon as these words left Li Hanyao's mouth, he heard 4 sharp whistles cutting through the air. When Li Hanyao looked up again, he was astonished to see team leader Shu and the other 3 sitting rigidly upright. Their expressions were solemn and grave, as if they hadn't been dancing and singing wildly just moments before. Cough cough. Team leader Shu cleared his throat twice and awkwardly explained. Our academy places particular emphasis on the outward expression of personal emotions and a sense of humor, as these are beneficial for students' physical and mental well-being. But enough digression. Team leader Shu took a deep breath. He fixed his gaze on Li Hanyao's eyes and asked solemnly once more. Hanyao, let me confirm this one last time, do you truly possess dual divine pacts? Li Hanyao looked at team leader Shu's serious expression. It seemed the probability of this dual divine pact was even rarer than emperor-grade bloodlines. Yes. Li Hanyao first answered affirmatively, then couldn't help but ask, is the probability of a dual divine pact truly that low? I want to know how many dual divine pact bearers exist in the world so far. 0. Team leader Shu narrowed his eyes slightly and replied in a low voice. If we're not counting you, then the answer is 0, which means, team leader Shu raised his chin and said, kid, you're unprecedented. With that said, team leader Shu picked up his phone and addressed Director Turtle beside him. This situation is extremely rare, go and report it to the school administration immediately. Seeing team leader Shu handle things so earnestly, Li Hanyao tentatively asked, do you really trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? Tisk. Team leader Shu waved his hand and smiled calmly. Come now, what kind of talk is that? Who would joke about something like this? At this point, his voice suddenly trailed off, and then his eyes widened in shock. You're not really lying to me, are you? Stop joking around. Director Gue rushed in excitedly with his phone in hand, shouting as he walked. Team leader, we've already reported to the school administration. They're absolutely thrilled. They said as long as you return, they'll throw you a celebration banquet and promote you immediately. Li Hanyao burst into laughter. No, I'm not lying to you. Didn't you say the school emphasizes cultivating students' sense of humor? Team leader Shu. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. Team leader Shu slumped into his office chair, wiping the cold sweat from his face. After a long pause, he frowned and said, no, I still need to verify this. If it turns out to be false, the school administrators might literally kill me. How to verify it? Li Hanyao looked somewhat perplexed. The main issue is that Born from Death is still a passively triggered divine covenant. It's not like we can just kill you to test it out. Team leader Shu seemed to notice Li Hanyao's confusion. With a warm smile, he explained, don't worry, we're not actually going to kill you to verify it. From now on, just follow the steps I outline. Team leader Shu stood up. He walked over to Li Hanyao's side, then gently placed his hand on Li Hanyao's shoulder. Team leader Shu's voice came softly from behind Li Hanyao. Hanyao, close your eyes and carefully feel the 2 forces within your body. Focus on sensing the veins, chest, and abdomen. Li Hanyao closed his eyes but asked somewhat confusedly, how do I feel it? All I sense from my abdomen is hunger. Team leader Shu patted Li Hanyao's back encouragingly and said calmly, don't worry, you'll definitely feel it eventually. No rush, let's take it step by step. Upon hearing this, Li Hanyao, there was nothing else to say. His eyes tightly closed and eyebrows furrowed, he strained to sense those 2 alleged forces within his body. Immersive translate. Before long, Li Hanyao remained with his eyes shut, but an expression of pleasant surprise began to emerge on his face. I think, I can feel it. Good, keep going. Team leader Shu was overjoyed, while continuing to verbally guide Li Hanyao. After a while longer, Li Hanyao's tone also bubbled with excitement. I genuinely felt it. Felt what? Tell me now. Team leader Shu, barely containing his own exhilaration, pressed urgently for an answer. Li Hanyao's throat bobbed as he muttered to himself. I can feel vibrations. My chest is vibrating, like something is surging inside. No, it's not just my chest. I can even feel the entire desk shaking. Such tremendous power. Immersive translate. Team leader Shu walked expressionlessly to the opposite side of the desk, then delivered a crisp slap to Director Turtle's back of the head. Snap. Team leader Shu said coldly to Director Turtle. Take that phone off your desk and turn off the call vibration. And why didn't you answer when it rang? Director Turtle hung up the phone somewhat aggrieved, muttering. Didn't you see how intense the atmosphere was? I didn't dare answer. After throwing Director Turtle out the window, Team leader Shu continued guiding Li Hanyao. After another round of twists and turns, Li Hanyao slowly opened his eyes. What met the sight next was his pair of eyes that had turned unfathomably deep, with irises of different colors. The left iris was blue, the right pupil was gray. In the depths of both pupils, small totems pulsed with a slow, rhythmic motion. Within the blue pupil swirled a snowflake totem, around which faint blizzards howled. The gray pupil held a jackal-headed totem, encircled by a dull, ashen glow that exuded an overwhelming sense of desolation. Immersive translate. So it really is, living toward death, and truly a double divine covenant. After seeing these two totems, Team leader Shu was overjoyed. He immediately rubbed his hands like a fly, his gaze toward Han Jianli brimming with undisguised greed, as if beholding his bride before the wedding ceremony. But, just then, Team leader Shu suddenly turned grave, his tone becoming solemn as he warned earnestly. The ability of living towards death may sound extraordinary, but it comes with many limitations and complications. You must remember not to use it recklessly. Oh, Li Hanyao raised an eyebrow slightly and hurriedly asked, what are the limitations? Crash. But before he could finish, before Li Hanyao could voice his question, the door to the room was suddenly thrust open. A stunning woman dressed in a figure-hugging skirt, looking every bit the secretary, stepped inside. After giving Li Hanyao a glance, she approached Team leader Shu and spoke in an extremely grave tone. Team leader, Lanshan City, something terrible has happened. Immersive translate. Chapter 44, The Divine Relic. Team leader Shu was in high spirits, and seemed quite displeased by the sudden interruption. He sat back down in his office chair, his expression slightly annoyed as he said, what is it? How many times have I told you, handle matters with grace, don't go around being flustered all day. The secretary ignored Chief Shu's reprimand and continued speaking on her own. According to the Divine Pool's detection, there seems to be signs of a deity awakening in Lanshan City. A deity awakening? Hearing this, Li Hanyao's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence! Could it be that on my very first day of joining, I've already encountered a deity awakening? Team leader Shu glanced at Li Hanyao, then calmly said to the secretary, explain more clearly, don't scare the newcomer. Is this confirmed? Can we identify which deity it is? Could it just be a divine remnant? The secretary shook her head and replied, it's still uncertain which deity it is, but judging by the boiling intensity of the divine pool, the sequence level of this deity probably isn't too high, though we can't rule out the possibility that it's merely a divine fragment. Team leader Shu couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. Must you always speak in riddles? How can a deity and a divine fragment be the same thing? Having said that, Team leader Shu patted Li Hanyao's shoulder and said, mixing comfort with explanation. Don't worry, although the term deity sounds intimidating, deities are also ranked in 3 grades and 9 classes. Moreover, the strength gap between deity relics and actual deities is enormous. Many deity relics are even weaker than the elite disasters in our academy. Li Hanyao listened in utter confusion. He scratched his head and said, so, what exactly is a divine relic? Team leader Shu chuckled softly. He patiently explained. When a deity falls into slumber each time, objects intimately connected with them during their existence become imbued with their divine power and essence. These objects are what we call divine relics. Divine relics can be people, animals, or even lifeless objects like tables and chairs. But due to their inherent limitations, the power of divine relics is mostly not overwhelmingly strong. Immersive translate. Since learning that Li Hanyao possessed dual divine contracts, Team leader Shu seemed to value him even more, her tone becoming increasingly gentle. After listening to Team leader Shu's explanation, Li Hanyao held his water cup and pondered for a moment before finally asking, so that basically means divine relics are pretty much the same as corpse guards? Not necessarily. The secretary in the tight skirt standing nearby explained on behalf of Team leader Shu. First, divine relics can be any inanimate object, while corpse guardians must be living beings. Secondly, most of the divine relics are things from long ago, possibly even dating back thousands of years, whereas corpse guards are mostly modern animals that accidentally ingested divine chi and blood. Ultimately, entities like God's droppings require specific conditions to be triggered before they can be activated or awakened. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao took a sip of plain water. I don't understand the third rule, he replied honestly. Team Leader Shu smiled and motioned for the secretary to step aside. Pointing at the secretary's body-hugging pencil skirt, he said to Li Hanyao, "For example, this bodycon skirt is a divine relic. That must have been left by Cupid." Director Turtle stroked his bald head and couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, and which deity blessed you with that shiny bald head?" The secretary couldn't help but sneer. "Was it the Black Tortoise God?" Master Rashi fell speechless, his face flushing red from the retort. Team Leader Shu suppressed his smile and reprimanded sternly, "Everyone quiet down. We're discussing serious business here. My Han Yao is still watching us. You're all acting like you just escaped from a psychiatric hospital. If you scare him into joining the Divine Descendants Academy across the way." Team Leader Shu pressed Director Turtle's neck onto the table, pulled out a dagger from the side, and growled viciously, "I'll cut off your black tortoise head, wrap it in a hugging skirt, and toss it into the gelling river to feed the fish." Turtle Hermit was on the verge of tears and hurriedly begged for mercy. Team Leader Shu sheathed the dagger. He took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and flashed Li Hanyao a brilliant smile. "Hanyao, don't be afraid. They're usually very exemplary in demeanor. Come, let's continue talking." Li Hanyao shuddered under Team Leader Shu's gentle gaze. For some reason, he felt that ever since just now, Team Leader Shu's eyes had been looking at him with an unnerving tenderness, like a tomcat in heat. Immersive translate. What was I saying just now? Team Leader Shu scratched his head and asked. "The pencil skirt." The female secretary reminded him expressionlessly. "Oh right, the bodycon skirt." Team Leader Shu took a sip of water to moisten his throat and steered the conversation back to the bodycon skirt. Take this bodycon skirt as an example. If it were a divine relic left by a Chinese deity, it would need to come into contact with other items related to that particular Chinese deity to be activated. I've got it. Li Hanyao's mind seemed to suddenly make the connection, like a top student who grasps concepts at the first hint. For example, if the ring on Group Leader Shu's right hand was also a lost relic of this Chinese deity, carrying the aura of this divine being, as long as Team Leader Shu's right hand, adorned with the ring, touches her bodycon skirt, it will awaken the divine relic hidden within the garment. Immersive translate. Bingo! Team Leader Shu nodded approvingly, his voice brimming with praise. Truly worthy of being a royal class calamity with twin divine contracts, your comprehension is astounding. Even your analogical reasoning can't help but dazzle. Director Gui muttered with a trace of resentment. Why didn't you use my right hand as an example? The secretary rolled her eyes. She had already secretly sworn to herself that she would never wear this body-hugging skirt again. Immersive translate. Ladies and gentlemen, right here. Wang Yu suddenly tapped her glass with a finger, drawing everyone's attention in the room. She glanced at Team Leader Shu and Li Hanyao, speaking leisurely. I completely understand men's curiosity about things like bodycon skirts, but, Wang Yu sighed with exasperation at their shortcomings. But with Lanshan City's survival hanging by a thread, could you two refined gentlemen please stop discussing the secretary's bottom and bodycon skirts? Ahem, alright. Team Leader Shu silently took a sip of wine to mask his embarrassment. Then, he straightened his back as if instantly reverting to a decisive commander capable of ruthless action. Surveying the room solemnly, Team Leader Shu declared in a serious tone. Although it's most likely just a divine fragment that has awakened, since it concerns human safety, we must still take it seriously. Forget sorrow, remember regret. While this divine fragment has just awakened, the two of you should go to Lanshan City, find it, and eliminate it. Team Leader Shu made it sound effortless, as casually as instructing children at home to kill a chicken in the yard. Yes, Team Leader, Wang Yu replied respectfully. Snap. A slap came down. Ji Huai abruptly stood up as well. He staggered and swayed slightly, saying with sleepy eyes, Yes, Team Leader. Wang Yu leaned close to Ji Hui's ear and whispered, This time we're going to catch divine remnants, just clocking in for work. Unexpectedly, a miraculous scene unfolded. As these words were spoken, the black-haired youth's previously regretful eyes instantly cleared, his gaze becoming profound and sharp. His posture straightened, no longer appearing sleep-deprived. The entire aura he projected resembled a freshly unsheathed sword. Immersive translate. Just as the two were about to set off. Wait a minute. A voice suddenly came from the corner. Everyone turned to look, their faces registering surprise. The speaker turned out to be Han Yaoli. The young man stood up, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared directly into Team Leader Shu's eyes, his voice resolute. Captain Shu, let me go. Immersive translate. Chapter 45, The Price of Divinity. The teenager lowered his head but explained with unwavering determination. I took your 5 million, I just want to do something about it. Great job, kid. Team Leader Shu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Then, a relieved expression appeared on his face as he said, Good, since you have this intention, I'll let you go this time. Besides, Lanshan City is your hometown after all, forget sorrow and remember regret aren't familiar with many places there. Team Leader Shu's voice rang out firm and decisive. Very well, forget sorrow, remember regret, Cold Kiln, the three of you go together. At this point, team leader Shu pondered for a moment before speaking to forget sorrow and remember regret in an extremely serious tone. Remember, this cold kiln currently has less experience than either of you. You absolutely must not allow him to suffer the slightest harm. I want to bring him to school completely intact. Good. Forget sorrow and remember regret nodded solemnly in response. Go quickly and come back quickly. Team leader Shu lit a cigarette and said with a smile. Just as the three were about to leave, team leader Shu's voice came from behind again. Hey kid, need a weapon? Li Hanyao turned his head to see team leader Shu smiling at him. The armory's got everything: blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, cold weapons or firearms, take whatever you need. No need. Li Hanyao suddenly spoke up. He pulled his floral patterned umbrella from his backpack, lifting his chin proudly as he declared, I have this. Immersive translate. Lanshan City, Tianyang Street. The weather was quite pleasant today, nothing like the torrential downpours of recent days, nor yesterday's scorching heat. The streets were bustling with people out for leisure, walking in twos and threes, all filled with laughter and joy. In a roadside cafe, two men and a woman sat by the window. An iced Americano, please. Wang Yu, wearing sunglasses, raised a finger and said to the waiter. These two men and one woman were none other than Wang Yu, Jihui, and Li Hanyao. After Li Hanyao went home to pack and prepare briefly, the three agreed to meet at this cafe. Today's Wang Yu was no longer dressed in those ascetic robes from before. She used to always wear all black outfits from head to toe. The whole look made her appear like some noble family's trained assassin from the last century. But now, she was wearing a clean and fresh white short-sleeved shirt with a Winnie the Pooh pattern in the center. Paired with simple jeans and white canvas shoes, she looked like the girl next door back in high school. Li Hanyao asked suspiciously, why do you wear such casual outfits at home, but when it's time to fight, you dress like a student? Li Hanyao took out various weapons strapped to his calves. He said somewhat dejectedly, after all my careful preparations, you showing up so casually makes me look like a fool. Wang Yu shook her iced Americano and said calmly, the relics of the gods are not mindless objects. While we search for him, he is also evading us. So, to avoid being recognized by him, of course the more ordinary and mundane our appearance, the better. At this point, Wang Yu glanced at Li Hanyao and Ji Hui, her tone unmoved as she said, the two of you sitting in a coffee shop without ordering anything, just watching me drink coffee, that doesn't look very ordinary or mundane at all. Having said that, Wang Yu beckoned the waiter over. Hello, we'd like to order more. Snap. Wang Yu patted awake the dozing Jihui. Li Hanyao suddenly noticed a detail. Every time Wang Yu woke Jihui, the sound seemed loud, but in reality, she wasn't using much force at all. Moreover, the strikes were mostly aimed at parts of the body that could endure pain relatively well. Jihui opened his eyes in bewilderment, looking like a child roused by a teacher in kindergarten. Place your order, Wang Yu said with perfect composure. Jihui rubbed his eyes and muttered groggily, 1 bowl of tofu pudding and 2 fried dough sticks. The coffee shop employee was utterly bewildered, their hands freezing mid-motion. Wang Yu smiled and explained to the waiter. He means, the fried dough sticks he had this morning were too greasy, so just bring him a light coffee, any kind will do. Oh, okay. The waiter nodded hurriedly and retreated. Jihui wanted to go back to sleep, but Wang Yu grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and yanked him up like lifting a chick. Be good, don't fall asleep. Worry-free wore a smile, but her teeth were grinding audibly, clearly suppressing the fury in her heart. Jihui looked around the cafe in bewilderment before his gaze settled on Li Hanyao across from him. Pointing at Li Hanyao, Jihui scratched his head and asked worry-free in confusion, who is he? Hearing these words, Li Hanyao's eyes widened in shock. Ha! With a clatter, he stood up abruptly. Li Hanyao couldn't help but cover his face and complain weakly. Big brother, it was you who personally brought me before them that day, and you even grilled me to medium well. Now you're pretending not to know me? At this point, Li Hanyao glanced suspiciously at Wang Yu, asking with some wariness, are you two pretending not to know me so you can skip out on the bill and stick me with it? I've seen this trick on TV before. Wang Yu gave Li Hanyao a slightly apologetic look. I'm sorry, I'll explain to you in a moment. Having said that, she handed a tablet to Jihui. A video was playing on the tablet, showing the scene from yesterday when Hanya Li was conversing with team leader Shu and others at Tianlang building. See, this is yesterday's playback. He's one of our own people. Forget worry comforted regret. Having watched all of yesterday's videos, Regret scratched his head in utter confusion and remorse as he said to Li Hanyao, ugh, I'm sorry. He genuinely seemed overcome with guilt, keeping his head bowed while clutching his coffee cup in silence. That look of guilt couldn't be faked. Ji Hui's remorseful expression was utterly sincere, which actually made Li Hanyao feel somewhat embarrassed. It's fine. Li Hanyao waved his hand, displaying extraordinary magnanimity. The atmosphere grew quiet again. Immersive translate. Gulp, gulp. Wang Yu raised her coffee and downed a large glass of iced Americano in one go. This scene made Li Hanyao's lips twitch involuntarily. Although he had never been to a coffee shop before, he'd heard others say that coffee was always bitter. So when he saw Wang Yu drinking coffee as if it were plain water, Li Hanyao couldn't help but feel a bit terrified. I have no sense of taste. As if noticing what was on Li Hanyao's mind, Wang Yu added expressionlessly, "No sense of taste?" Li Hanyao was slightly taken aback, then asked a rather silly question. "Then why do you still order coffee? What a waste of money, wouldn't it be better to just drink mineral water?" As soon as he finished asking, Li Hanyao immediately regretted it. Why is it a waste? Sure enough, Forget Worry asked with genuine puzzlement. This confusion wasn't tinged with mockery or anger, just pure bewilderment, like being unable to solve a math problem. Li Hanyao awkwardly twirled the small spoon before him. The moment he asked the question, he realized this was typical peasant mentality. To him, failing to appreciate the taste of coffee would be a waste of money. But would a girl like Wang Yu, who clearly came from wealth, even care about money? Immersive translate. Waiter, 1 iced Americano. Worry-free extended another finger toward the cafe server and said. She glanced at Li Hanyao and explained unhurriedly. I barely register other tastes, but bitterness, just a hint of it, I can sense. That's why I love drinking this so much. To make up for the earlier awkwardness, Li Hanyao bobbed his head like a pecking chick, signaling that he understood. Wang Yu sipped her coffee. She wiped the coffee stain from the corner of her mouth, watching the hurried pedestrians outside the window, and murmured softly. Borrowing the power of deities inevitably requires giving something of equal value in return. When I was little, I actually had a sense of taste. But after awakening my bloodline on the awakening day, I lost it. Hearing this, Li Hanyao was startled. He hastily asked, does this happen to everyone who awakens their bloodline? Worry-free nodded, her gaze shifting to the dark-haired young man Jihui standing nearby. No one knew when. Jihui once again tilted his head and fell asleep. I only had my sense of taste taken away, truth be told, I got off lightly. As for Jihui, they took fragments of his spirit. That's why he's so drowsy all the time, and sometimes acts like a child. Immersive translate. Chapter 46, The Unsettling. In the cafe, Worry-free stirred the coffee gently as she spoke in a low voice. The symptom of losing psychic fragments is that, apart during battles, he spends most of his remaining time each day sleeping. At this point, Worry-free paused for a moment. She looked at Li Hanyao, her voice tinged with a complex emotion. You might think I'm being too harsh, always waking him up when he's sound asleep. Do I seem like one of those spoiled, willful young ladies from TV dramas? Li Hanyao instinctively nodded, muttering to himself. True enough, glad he's not the type to have angry mornings. Realizing in an instant, Li Hanyao frantically shook his head again. No, I think you hit exactly right. At this point, Li Hanyao's voice faltered. He chuckled and asked, can I ask which of you holds a higher position at school? My answer might depend on who outranks whom. Mine is higher. Worry-free answered expressionlessly. Then you hit the right person. Li Hanyao's face was solemn, his answer resounding with conviction. Immersive translate. Forget Worry smiled quietly. She set down the spoon and continued speaking softly. With him dozing off constantly like this during the day, if I didn't wake him up on time, he might. The spoon clinked against the coffee cup, producing a delicate tinkling sound. Wang Yu's voice remained perfectly calm. Might simply die in their sleep. Hearing this, Li Hanyao's eyelids twitched violently. That's serious? Worry-free nodded slightly. She took a sip of coffee to moisten her throat before continuing. He may appear to be sleeping peacefully, but countless nightmares are ravaging his mind. If I don't wake him, he might die of exhaustion in his sleep. Besides, there are many other consequences to losing fragments of one's spirit. For instance, memories become fleeting, almost like a goldfish's memory. He can't recall most things from yesterday and needs to watch recorded videos scene by scene to remember. For another example, he also has personality disorders, with very poor social skills, sometimes displaying the intelligence of a child. In short, most of the time, Jihui can hardly maintain a normal social life, but occasionally he might behave like a regular person. Immersive translate. Worry-free's tone was calm, but Li Hanyao listened with trembling fear. He took another look at the black-haired youth named Jihui. With his chiseled face and delicate features, he was strikingly handsome, radiating the charm of the boy-next-door idol. In any school, he would undoubtedly be a heartthrob worthy of being recorded in the institution's history. What a pity! Li Hanyao's eyes brimmed with pity as he couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Who would have thought such a flawless handsome guy could have such a flaw in this regard? But soon, Li Hanyao fell into deep thought again. He played with the coffee cup in his hand, watching the delicate wisps of cold vapor rising from it. Li Hanyao's eyes burned with intensity. His grip on the spoon tightened slightly, his knuckles gradually turning white. Is this the price of spirit awakening? Immersive translate. But the cost and reward are directly proportional. At that very moment, Wang Yu smiled faintly, then shifted her tone. Jihui has lost so much, but what he gained in return is formidable strength, extremely formidable, superbly formidable. Won Yu used formidable 3 times in succession to describe Ji Hui's power, showing no stinginess in her praise. Li Hanyao pondered for a moment, then murmured hesitantly, "Your description leaves my understanding quite vague. Just how powerful is he? Are there any concrete examples?" Ji Hui has slain an actual deity. Won Yu drained her coffee cup in one gulp and stated impassively. Li Hanyao's heart skipped a beat as he studied the handsome, harmless-looking youth sitting diagonally across from him. With that delicate fair complexion, could this young man actually be such a formidable tough guy? Immersive translate. That's enough. Won Yu popped a cleaning candy into her mouth and said with a serious expression, "Small talk time's over, time to get to work." Upon hearing this, Li Hanyao immediately downed the remaining coffee in his cup, wiped his mouth, and perked up attentively. "Waiter, the bill." As Won Yu's words fell, a waiter immediately jogged over and said respectfully, "Your total is 279. After the membership discount, it's 254.67. I'll scan you." Hearing this, Li Hanyao couldn't help but feel a chill, with every hair on his body standing on end. "Oh, this is really expensive." He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. However, just as Li Hanyao finished his internal complaint, the very next moment, a voice immediately came from the corner of the cafe. "Only 3 people at that table and they spent over 200 yuan, so expensive. My table ordered even more than theirs, I wonder how much it'll cost. Sigh, I shouldn't have invited her to this place. I don't know if the confession will succeed later, if it fails then I'll truly lose both wife and army." Immersive translate. As these words rang out, everyone in the coffee shop turned to look at the customers sitting at the corner table. Li Hanyao and the other 2 couldn't help but look. They saw a young man with a crew cut speaking, looking to be in his early 20s and dressed very simply. Across from him sat a fashionably dressed woman. "Ha, why is everyone looking at me?" The crew cut man widened his eyes in confusion, scratching his head somewhat bewilderedly. The stylish woman opposite the short-haired man seemed deeply embarrassed, her face turning slightly unpleasant as she explained. "Actually, the price isn't that bad. It's mainly because this cafe has a prime location with expensive rent, so the coffee prices are higher. Don't worry, I'll pay later. After finishing our coffee I'll head home. We can meet up another time." Hearing this, the short-haired man burst into hearty laughter, hastily using his smile to mask the awkwardness. He pulled out his wallet with exaggerated bravado and declared, "Oh ho ho, I know. I said it's my treat today. How could I let you pay? Just a few coffees and some desserts, you think I can't afford that? Lily, you're such a joker, ha." Immersive translate. This scene made Li Hanyao unable to suppress his laughter. Clearly, the relationship between the 2 must involve either the crew cut guy pursuing the woman, or the 2 being on a blind date. Truth be told, Li Hanyao also thought the prices at this cafe were exorbitant. Perhaps his peasant mentality was acting up again, as the desserts and coffee at this place seemed all flash and no substance to him. Expensive as they were, Li Hanyao couldn't help complaining inwardly. "Even if it's pricey, dude, since you're already seated here, you shouldn't say it out loud in front of everyone. That's just too embarrassing. I'm cringing secondhand for you." Immersive translate. Damn it, what the hell is this? The buzzcut man felt startled and uneasy. Clearly, he had just been complaining to himself, so why had it slipped out uncontrollably? He took a sip of water to calm his nerves. Evidently, he'd been too exhausted lately, and his mouth seemed to be slipping beyond his brain's control. Immersive translate. Ding, payment received. Worry-free handed over her mobile payment QR code, and the waiter's POS machine emitted a mechanical female voice. "Thank you, come again next time." The waitress bowed respectfully and courteously to Li Hanyao and his 2 companions, escorting them all the way to the door. The cafe has 4 floors, and to emphasize its petite bourgeois charm, they even specially installed an elevator. Li Hanyao and the others were currently on the 4th floor. After entering the elevator, since Li Hanyao was holding items in his hands while Ji Hui stood closest to the buttons, Li Hanyao nudged his chin toward Ji Hui, signaling, "Hey, could you press the button for the 1st floor?" But Ji Hui remained expressionless, showing no reaction, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Won Yu explained from the side. "Oh right, I forgot to tell you, Ji Hui can't count." Li Hanyao. However, just as the 3 of them were feeling awkward in the elevator, they suddenly heard the female cafe attendant exclaim loudly, "That ugly guy with the buzz cut is so ridiculous. If he thinks it's expensive, he shouldn't have come to drink here. Complaining over a mere 200 yuan, what a country bumpkin. Look at how smoothly this table paid. That's what you call high society." "What did you say?" The buzzcut man exploded with rage upon hearing this. Anyone would be unable to contain their fury after such an insult, let alone someone like him who was already nursing a bellyful of anger. Snap! Without another word, Buzzcut stood up and smashed his coffee cup on the floor. But what happened next left Li Hanyao and the others even more bewildered. The previously outspoken waitress suddenly seemed to shrink back in cowardice at this moment. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it." She desperately apologized to the buzzcut male customer, the stark contrast making it seem as though the humiliating words earlier hadn't come from her at all. Li Hanyao watched this bizarre scene unfold. His eyes widened involuntarily. What's going on? Is everyone speaking without restraint today? Not the slightest bit of hesitation towards others? The key is, speaking recklessly is one thing, but why do they all instantly chicken out after blurting things out? It's as if they were possessed by ghosts just moments ago. Something's not right. Worry-free suddenly frowned slightly, a hint of wariness creeping into her voice. It seems like we've already entered that divine remnant domain. Immersive translate. Chapter 47, Disguise. As Worry-free's words fell, Li Hanyao's alertness reached its peak as he glanced around and asked in a whisper. You mean, is he nearby? Wan Yu gave a slight nod and lowered her voice. From now on, we must act completely normal. Meanwhile, watch for anything unusual around us. Remember, anything that strikes you as out of the ordinary counts. The three of them walked out of the cafe. After all, this was Li Hanyao's first mission, and he couldn't help feeling a bit nervous as he carefully observed his surroundings. Perhaps because he was overly sensitive at this moment, even the most ordinary scenes now seemed shrouded in an eerie aura in Li Hanyao's eyes. Suddenly, Li Hanyao's eyes widened in alarm as he spoke with a tinge of terror in his voice. I think I've come across a truly bizarre scene. Go ahead. Forget Sorrow walked along, remarking in an utterly ordinary tone. Li Hanyao pointed to the street corner, swallowing hard before speaking. Over there, a girl is actually tying her boyfriend's shoelaces. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Yu nodded with a grave expression and said, something is indeed very strange. Take note of this couple's faces and keep an eye on them. I've also made a discovery. At that very moment, Jihui, who had remained silent all this while, suddenly raised her hand to report. This gave neighboring Li Hanyao quite a fright. He thought to himself, dude, the weirdest thing right now is that you're not asleep, alright? The fact that you actually spoke voluntarily is downright legendary in its bizarreness. Wang Yu hurriedly pressed down Jihui's raised right hand. After cautiously scanning their surroundings, she gently told Jihui, Jihui, from now on just speak your mind directly, no need to request permission. Oh, Jihui nodded somewhat reluctantly, then said softly, I noticed that everyone on the street keeps glancing at something from time to time. Does that count as something weird? Li Hanyao and Wang Yu were both surprised. They exchanged glances, neither having expected that the usually silent and absent-minded Jihui could make such keen observation. What is this? Li Hanyao asked curiously. Jihui expressionlessly pointed at the naked eye 3D projection screen at the top of the mall, which was playing car show advertisements featuring stunning models in black stockings of various skin tones, creating a dazzling spectacle. And beneath the naked eye 3D screen, there were indeed many men who couldn't resist stealing glances from time to time. Li Hanyao. Helpless, Li Hanyao sighed. He held Ji Hui's face and said with utmost seriousness, Ji Hui, remember this, when these men stop watching videos like these, that's when you should report something as supernatural. Ji Hui nodded earnestly, and in the next moment, he actually pulled out a small notebook and meticulously recorded these points with great seriousness. Holy crap? Li Hanyao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Since when had his words become quotable wisdom worth jotting down? This unexpected reverence caught him completely off guard. However, right at that moment, suddenly, muffled laughter reached both their ears. Li Hanyao turned his head in confusion and spotted a pair of girls dressed in Lolita fashion, secretly giggling while looking at him and Ji Hui. Though they pretended to whisper to each other, the two girls spoke at such volume they might as well have used megaphones. One girl said to the other, look over there, two handsome guys being so affectionate. The first one is touching the second's face and even lifting his chin, so dominant. The second girl analyzed calmly, holding a different opinion. Dominant? Not at all. Clearly, the one taking notes is the dominant one. He's probably jotting down all the other guys' mistakes from today. Just wait till tonight, that face-touching guy will be in for some serious torment. The first girl seemed intensely curious, asking eagerly, how do you think they'll torture us? The second girl adjusted her glasses and continued analyzing calmly. How should I know? It's probably just tying up. The first girl hastily interrupted her. Keep your voice down, don't let them hear. There's a girl with those two guys, though it is quite rare to see two guys and a girl hanging out together. Wait, could this be getting spicy? Immersive translate. Li Hanyao. Oh, now you remember to keep it down? To prove his orientation, Li Hanyao pretended to lift his short sleeves because of the heat, inadvertently showing off his abs, then feigned interest in the beautiful car model on the mall's naked eye 3D screen. See, told you he's the top. The second girl said firmly. Attack your dad. Li Hanyao couldn't take it anymore and shouted out loud. The two girls hastily fled in panic, running faster than rabbits. Exhausted, Li Hanyao covered his forehead and muttered to himself, what's going on? Everyone seems unusually genuine today, so eager to voice their innermost thoughts? Where's the sense of personal boundaries between people? Did it vanish overnight? Having grown up in an environment steeped in social conventions, Li Hanyao found everyone's sudden sincerity extremely unsettling. Wang Yu also nodded in agreement. Something's definitely off. Immersive translate. The three continued walking like this for a while longer until Wang Yu suddenly stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? Li Hanyao, who had been maintaining high alert all along, instantly snapped to attention and couldn't help but ask. Lost in thought for a moment, Wang Yu turned to Li Hanyao and Jihui with instructions. You two, hold hands. Li Hanyao? Looking at Li Hanyao's stunned expression, Wang Yu explained with a serious face. I suddenly think what they said makes sense. The combination of the three of us is a bit odd, two guys and a girl hanging out together. Although such situations exist, it does seem somewhat inappropriate at first glance. She tilted her head in thought and added vaguely, so, you two just pretend. As long as you hold hands and walk with me, it'll look much more natural and reasonable. Li Hanyao clenched his fists, grinding out the words through gritted teeth. You're higher ranked, whatever you say goes. With these words, Li Hanyao took a deep breath and laboriously grabbed Jihui's hand. Jihui remained expressionless, his demeanor unchanged. Perhaps for him, there was simply no concept of such obscene thoughts in his mind. Seeing Jihui so indifferent, Li Hanyao felt that he might have overreacted and quickly adopted an equally nonchalant expression himself. I have a question. As they walked, Li Hanyao suddenly asked, since you're so worried about that divine fragment noticing our anomalies, won't it hear us talking like this? Worry-free shook his head and said, most of the divine remnants aren't overwhelmingly powerful. At best, they can only observe anomalies externally among passers-by, incapable of eavesdropping on every conversation. Of course, if we ever encounter a lost divinity powerful enough to eavesdrop on every conversation, then it's time to rely on sheer strength. Hiding our identities would be meaningless anyway. Li Hanyao suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Got it. Immersive translate. The three of them walked forward for a while longer. After proper observance along the way, they indeed noticed many unusual things that differed from normal circumstances. The most obvious among them was how arguments on the streets had visibly increased. People's resentment seemed to have grown significantly, leading to heated quarrels over the slightest and most trivial matters. Wang Yu stopped in her tracks. She took a deep breath, turned to look at everyone on the street, then said softly to Hanyao, it's time for a summary now, Hanyao. Remember these people's faces. From this moment on, pay attention to every word each of them says. Immersive translate. Chapter 48 Red Light. Li Hanyao widened his eyes in disbelief. Every single word? There are so many people in the streets, how could I possibly pay attention to every word they say? Forget Grief glanced at Li Hanyao, then sighed and said, My mistake. I forgot you haven't begun learning Umbral Verse yet. The 9 techniques of the Calamity Descendants? Li Hanyao scratched his chin, wondering how yet another new term had popped up. Wang Yu, like an exceptionally competent teacher, patiently explained to Li Hanyao without showing any sign of weariness. The so-called 9 techniques of the Calamity Descendants are fundamental skills that every descendant at the Spring and Autumn Academy must master. They are highly practical and absolutely essential when carrying out missions. You'll learn the detailed 9 taboos of disaster descendants after enrollment. Today, I'll first show you the first taboo, shadow reading. Worry-free extended 2 fingers and lightly tapped twice on Li Hanyao's eyelids. When Li Hanyao reopened his eyes, he witnessed a scene that left him utterly stunned. To his astonishment, the streets were filled with countless semi-transparent versions of Worry-free, all following silently behind the trio. At this very moment, every forgetful watcher had locked onto a passerby. Whether it was the vegetable-selling auntie, the office worker rushing by, or the elderly grandpa sitting roadside to cool off. Beside each person stood an ordinary-looking forgetful watcher, invisible to common eyes, observing and recording their every word in action. Immersive translate. This is shadow reading. Wu Yu said expressionlessly. These virtual entities formed by divine consciousness will transmit all information to me, and I'll sift through and judge it. Li Hanyao's throat moved as he couldn't help but ask, won't the forgotten deity discover what you're doing like this? There's a 90% chance it won't, and a 10% chance it will. Wang Yu replied with absolute certainty. As I said before, first of all, most of the divine remnants aren't particularly powerful, they can't detect the existence of shadow reading clones. The most efficient way to carry out the mission is to prioritize considering the scenario with the highest probability. If I hesitate to use shadow reading every time I perform a mission because I'm afraid of that 10% risk, my efficiency will actually plummet. Immersive translate. After hearing Wang You's explanation, Li Hanyao couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said with great admiration, You're absolutely right, so, why is there also one of your clones next to me? Right beside Li Hanyao's right hand, this translucent forget-me-not was diligently recording his every word in a small notebook with utmost seriousness. Li Hanyao glanced at her notebook, where she was now neatly writing. Subject displays emotional agitation. Probability of being mission target increases by 1%. Li Hanyao. After a moment's silence, Li Hanyao covered his face with his hand and said somewhat speechlessly, I really don't think that's necessary. You know exactly why I'm so worked up, don't you? Is there any need for her to jot it down again and relay the information to you? Are you addicted to using intermediaries? Can even this kind of thing be outsourced? Li Hanyao's voice carried a trace of disbelief. And, you actually suspect that I'm divine fallout? Wang Yu met Li Hanyao's gaze without backing down, responding with righteous conviction. I carry out missions without personal sentiments, focusing solely on completing the objectives. Even the slightest possibility won't be overlooked. Li Hanyao couldn't help but laugh in exasperation, as another possibility occurred to him. Might there be a chance that you're actually the one forsaken by the gods? Unexpectedly, the transparent carefree beside Li Hanyao immediately scribbled in their notebook while reciting aloud. The man attempted to confuse the original host's mind and shake their resolve. Probability of being the mission target increases by 10%. Big sis, could you please stop writing? Li Hanyao wearily complained to the transparent forgetfulness beside him. Wait, the possibility you mentioned, though slim, does indeed exist. Wang Yu suddenly shuddered, as if struck by the possibility Li Hanyao had mentioned. Buzz. The next moment, a duplicate of Wang Yu herself appeared beside her, also holding a small notebook to monitor her own actions. Li Hanyao. Seeing this, his heart suddenly calmed. It seemed he had indeed overthought things. Wang Yu wasn't targeting him, she targeted even herself. I need to use the restroom. Li Hanyao raised his hand and spoke. With that said, he jogged all the way to the nearby public restroom. However, in less than 30 seconds, Li Hanyao came out with a darkened face. He approached Wang Yu, wearing an extremely sincere expression, and said, Forget worry, I completely understand your seriousness about the mission, but could you please remove all your clones from the men's restroom? No. Forget worry lifted her head, her expression unchanged. Li Hanyao sighed and conceded, Fine. But does there really need to be one you in every stall? Do you have any idea how unsettling it is to open each stall door and see a blank-faced you standing inside, every single one? Do you know how much that messes with my head? Forget worry remained silent. Though her face showed no expression, Li Hanyao couldn't help but sense a hint of smugness gleaming in her eyes. You're ruthless. Li Hanyao conceded. As they were speaking, another translucent worry-free emerged from the men's restroom trailing behind a man in a floral shirt. While walking, she continued jotting down every word and action of this floral-shirted man in a small notebook. Wang Yu remained expressionless and composed as she said, Mission execution leaves no room for trivialities. My eyes see only the purest information, untainted by anything else. Frankly speaking, Li Hanyao genuinely believed this. A celestial pride like Wang Yu wouldn't possibly covet the body of an ordinary man. Li Hanyao scurried over and stole a glance at the entries regarding the floral-shirted man in that transparent Wang Yu notebook. Forked urine stream, suboptimal kidney function, probability of being the mission target reduced by 5%. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao said to Wang Yu with a perfectly serious expression. Just restore my normal vision already. Out of sight, out of mind, I'd rather not see all your duplicate selves. Wang Yu once again lightly tapped Li Hanyao's eyelids with her fingers, giving 3 consecutive presses. That's enough. When Li Hanyao opened his eyes again, the world had indeed become clean. He finally understood why children with the ability to see ghosts lived in such torment. Immersive translate. But to return to the matter at hand, Li Hanyao steered the conversation back to the mission. Wang Yu, I have another question. If we keep casting such a wide net and still can't find that godforsaken relic, what should we do then? Wang Yu couldn't help but praise his thinking. That's an excellent question you've asked. Being able to keep asking exploratory questions shows you're promising material for mission execution. Though you're still a fledgling, trust me, your future looks bright. Fledgling? Li Hanyao slightly furrowed his brows, that phrasing sounded rather odd. Wang Yu lifted her right pocket open, revealing to Li Hanyao an animal that strikingly resembled a platypus inside. What's more, the platypus was alive, peacefully asleep, its body rhythmically rising and falling with each breath. Psyduck? Li Hanyao was somewhat surprised. Wang Yu lowered her voice and whispered, They're called deity-sniffing ducks, standard equipment for every spring and autumn academy student. They can detect any scent related to divine beings. Look at this one in my pocket right now, its fur is currently gray, but as we gradually approach the divine relic, its fur will slowly shift from gray to red. The closer we get to the divine relic, the redder its fur will become. When that divine relic stands before us, its fur will turn blood red and emit a red glow. Immersive translate. I see. Li Hanyao suddenly realized. He examined the platypus curiously, unable to help but click his tongue in wonder as he said, What a magical creature. Tap tap. However, just at that moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly approached the 3 of them. A familiar yet stern voice came from in front of Li Hanyao. Li Hanyao? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in class right now? Li Hanyao looked up in confusion at the middle-aged man wearing myopic glasses and a well-tailored suit. Principal? The words slipped out of Li Hanyao's mouth before he could stop them. Indeed, this middle-aged man was none other than the principal of Lanshan High School. At this very moment, the esteemed headmaster was glaring at Li Hanyao with visible displeasure. Actually, he hadn't known Li Hanyao before, but after the incident when the police came to the school for questioning last time, the principal had remembered both Li Hanyao's face and name. Now, having unexpectedly run into Li Hanyao here, his first thought was that Li Hanyao must be skipping class. Li Hanyao instinctively lowered his head slightly, awkwardly rubbing his nose as he forced a sheepish smile. Principal, I've already gotten permission from our homeroom teacher. At that very moment, Li Hanyao's voice abruptly cut off, his movements froze mid-action, his right hand suspended in midair, his entire body seemed to instantaneously lock into place like a paused frame. Because Li Hanyao saw that Wang Yu's right pocket was emitting an intense red light through the fabric. Immersive Translate. Chapter 49, The Educator. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Li Hanyao felt his scalp tingle as every hair on his body stood on end. Though it was high noon in summer, scorching sunlight blazing down, he shuddered with bone-deep cold, as though plummeting into an abyss. At that moment, Li Hanyao suddenly felt someone gently patting his right hand. He turned to look, only to see Forget-Me-Not's expression as calm as ever. From her demeanor, Li Hanyao understood her meaning. Don't act rashly. Immersive Translate. The principal furrowed his brows, gave Li Hanyao a tap on the shoulder, and said sternly, "What's wrong? Why are you spacing out, kid?" Li Hanyao snapped back to reality. He forced an awkward laugh, scratched his head, and replied, "It's nothing. I was just worried you'd be angry, so I got a bit flustered for a moment." The principal adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, glanced at Wang Yu and Jihui standing nearby, then spoke to Li Hanyao with earnest concern. "The college entrance exams are just around the corner. What kind of leave are you asking for at this critical moment?" Wandering aimlessly on the streets. As Li Hanyao listened to the principal's endless lecturing, his eyes involuntarily drifted toward Wang Yu, anticipating her next reaction. Unexpectedly, Wang Yu suddenly stepped forward enthusiastically. She proactively extended her hand to shake with the principal and said warmly, "You must be the principal of Lanshan High School? We've long heard of your exceptional leadership and education, driving the school's admission rate straight up. Actually, we're students from another school, and we admire you greatly." Wang Yu's flattery clearly pleased the principal. The saying that you don't hit a smiling face really holds true. After hearing the compliments, the principal's expression softened slightly. However, he still gave Li Hanyao a stern glare and said in a slightly critical tone, "Make sure you're back in class this afternoon on time." Li Hanyao hastily agreed several times in a row. Perhaps the flattery from Wang Yu earlier had taken effect, because the usually aloof principal unexpectedly took the initiative to speak. "Alright, where are you three headed? I'm going back to the school now anyway. If it's on the way, I can give you a lift." "Nothing could be better. We've got nothing urgent to do right now, and getting to chat with Lanshan City's most outstanding educator would be absolutely wonderful." Wang Yu's eyes sparkled like stars as she spoke in an utterly admiring tone. Li Hanyao's lips twitched uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but silently curse in his heart, "What an amazing acting performance." Immersive Translate. Thus, the three of them boarded the principal's sedan. Jihui took the front passenger seat, while Wang Yu and Li Hanyao sat in the back. Li Hanyao's heart leaped into his throat. After all, this was his first mission, and being confined in such an enclosed space with such a dangerous individual, there was no way he couldn't feel nervous. Wang Yu was still chatting casually with the principal. Educational philosophies, adolescent development, modern world history. The two seemed to cover everything under the sun. The principal's face lit up with joy. It seemed he was growing fonder of Wang Yu, this model student he'd only just met minutes ago. Immersive Translate. What a pity. The principal sighed while driving. "So you're called Wang Yu, right? If only you were a student at our school, I'd make sure to groom you for the most prestigious universities." "You flatter me, principal," Wang Yu replied with utmost humility. "I believe the principal has that capability, but Wang Yu is too dull-witted. I'm afraid achieving such lofty accomplishments is beyond my reach." Normally, such exchanges of compliments and self-deprecation are recognized by anyone as mere performances between two unfamiliar people, spoken words without substance. Yet unexpectedly, the principal seemed to take it seriously. He pursed his lips, clearly dissatisfied with Wang Yu's self-deprecation, and said, "Don't speak of yourself like that. In my classroom, there's no such thing as a stupid student. In over 30 years of teaching, I've guided countless so-called slow learners to success." The principal said with great pride, "I'm not afraid of students being dumb. I'm only afraid of them not working hard. Any student who wants to get into a good university, no matter how slow they are, I will help them achieve their dreams." Of course, the opposite is also true. No matter how naturally gifted a student might be, if they choose to wallow in degradation, even heaven will strip them of that brilliance. The principal's impassioned speech left even Li Hanyao momentarily stunned. If it weren't for the red warning light that had just flashed from Wang Yu's pocket, Li Hanyao might have genuinely been moved by the principal's words at this moment. Li Hanyao fell into deep thought. Could it be that the principal really wasn't one of the gods lost? Did they actually make a mistake? Immersive translate. Actually, this boy next to you is quite a pity. At this moment, the principal suddenly looked at Ji Hui sitting in the passenger seat and remarked with some regret. Judging by his sluggish speech and mannerisms, he must have suffered misfortune that led to this condition. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. You guessed correctly. The principal's tone grew even more regretful. What a pity, such a fine child, suffering such misfortune with his head, yet still insisting on attending school. Yet those clever lads waste the fortune heaven gave them, dropping out of school so early. What injustice! The atmosphere in the car grew somewhat quiet. The principal's tone grew heavier as he spoke despondently. Once, I had a student just like him. That student suffered severe head trauma in a car accident, which impaired his cognitive abilities, rendering him unable to continue schooling. But before the accident, he said he desperately wanted to get into a good university, and I told him I'd never give up on any student who strives for improvement. At this point, the principal's melancholic voice suddenly shifted to pride as he continued with heartfelt satisfaction. Fortunately, with my help in the end, that child eventually got admitted to one of the top universities in the country. This is something I'm incredibly proud of in my teaching career, and even today, I still can't forget it. Immersive translate. It must be said. The principal's story was so compelling that even Li Hani was drawn in. He scratched his head and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Even mentally impaired students can get into top universities. I must say, you truly are a landmark figure in education. In truth, Li Hanyang's compliment was entirely sincere, devoid of any perfunctory remarks or sarcasm. If this story were true, then his admiration for the principal would be completely genuine. But perhaps because Li Hanyang wasn't particularly skilled with words, whenever he praised someone, it invariably sounded like mockery or ridicule to the recipient. Sure enough, the principal thought Li Hanyang didn't believe him and said somewhat angrily, "You don't believe me? I still have photos from helping him back then. That student specifically asked me to take them as a memento to show his gratitude. Come to think of it, that must have been 10 years ago now." No, that's not what I meant," Li Hanyang hastily explained. He wanted to cry but had no tears, wondering why he always ended up misspeaking despite his good intentions. Yet the principal seemed to take it seriously. He reached under the steering wheel of the car and pulled out a phone. Li Hanyang and the other two were surprised. How could something be stored in such a spot? To their disbelief, it turned out to be an old-fashioned mobile phone, its body covered with dents and scratches, clearly over a decade old. "Here, take this and open the photo album, look through them one by one." The principal threw the phone into Li Hanyang's hands, saying somewhat indignantly, "You damn brat, actually doubting my ability to nurture students. I really didn't mean it that way." Li Hanyang sighed. While weakly explaining, he curiously examined the outdated flip phone in his hand. This ancient phone could actually take photos? He casually opened the photo album and, sure enough, found pictures of the principal tutoring students one after another. Back then the principal was quite young. A delicate-looking boy wearing black-rimmed glasses sat in a wheelchair while the principal diligently explained math problems beside him. "I've always believed in your teaching abilities." Li Hanyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Indeed, one shouldn't express the slightest doubt towards someone of the principal's age, or they take it extremely seriously. "Oomph, as long as you understand." The principal puffed out his chest and declared triumphantly, "Give me back the phone when you're done, don't break it. I still want to keep it as a memento." Li Hanyang obediently handed the phone over, but at that very moment, he accidentally pressed the next button. Consequently, the photo on the screen flipped to the next one, revealing a blood-soaked image. The photo's content was simple. The principal, much younger at the time, stood beside a long table. His body was drenched in blood, clutching a scalpel in his hand. Before the principal lay a male student on the long table, his skull opened, inside which the fresh brain still appeared to tremble slightly. Immersive translate. Bring it here. In the driver's seat, reflected in the rearview mirror, the principal smiled radiantly. Speaking softly, he reached out towards Li Hanyang in the back. Chapter 50 The Deadly Jest of Cunning. The air in the car seemed to freeze. Li Hanyang's right hand holding the phone hung stiffly in midair. On the driver's seat, the school principal continued to chatter incessantly. His face still wore a faint smile, but his voice had begun to tremble, growing increasingly agitated. "Those good-for-nothing brats who waste their days playing around, why were they born so clever and quick-witted? My son, who studies so diligently and strives so hard, had to be born with intellectual disabilities from birth. Damn it, damn the heavens, damn this cursed fate." The principal drove with a smile from start to finish, his face showing no trace of anger, but his eyes had already begun to shed tears of blood. Plop! The bloody tears trailed down his cheeks, some staining the collar of his suit, while others dripped away. Damn it. As long as I find the right brain match, I can make my son the smartest child in the world. I can get him into the top university. Damn it. Brains, why aren't there suitable brains? It's not enough. Brains. I need more brains. Immersive translate. As the principal's voice faded, his brain began to swell rapidly, growing 3 to 5 times its original size in an instant. It continued expanding until the tiny car interior could no longer contain his massive skull. Let's go! Wang Yu issued a single command. As the word left Wang Yu's lips, Ji Hui in the passenger seat suddenly opened his eyes, with a piercing gleam bursting from his gaze. Then Ji Hui closed his fingers together, forming his palm into a blade edge. His right arm swiftly jerked upward and then rapidly descended. The entire motion resembled drawing an invisible sword for a slash, then sheathing that invisible blade once more. Snap! The aluminum alloy roof was split cleanly in two. With both hands braced against the seat, Wang Yu extended her slender leg and executed a powerful 360-degree spinning kick upwards. Bang! The severed car roof was kicked aside as Wang Yu grabbed Li Hanyao's arm, pulling him along as they tumbled out of the small sedan together. After all three had escaped, an enormous head gradually squeezed out from the roof of the compact car. It was the principal's head, his facial features still faintly recognizable though grotesquely distorted from limitless expansion. Brains, need more brains. The principal's eyes and nose twisted together, the frame of his gold-rimmed glasses shattered instantly, and his voice began to grow hoarse. In just a few breaths, his head swelled to over 4 meters tall and 3 meters wide, the enormous skull wedged inside the car compartment like a colossal beef meatball. Its eyes were beneath its nose, its mouth on its forehead, and ears perched on either side of its lips, a sight that made one's scalp crawl. Bang! The weight of its head was too much for its body to bear. The principal's head crashed heavily to the ground. With the car still suspended from its skull, it began crawling forward by wriggling its chin, emitting a grating scraping noise. SKKKRT. Li Hanyao swallowed hard and muttered to himself. What the hell is this thing? Wang Yu shook her head. Though it carries a strong divine aura, it probably isn't the divine relic. Whatever, let's deal with it first. With that, Wang Yu took out an A4 sheet of paper, which instantly expanded in the wind, growing to dozens of meters in length and width within moments. It then enveloped Li Hanyao and the other two, along with the principal. After being shrouded by the white paper, Li Hanyao was astonished to find that the passers-by hurried about as usual, their expressions unchanged, as if they couldn't see what was happening in their vicinity at all. One pedestrian even walked straight through the enormous head of the principal, yet there was no collision. Li Hanyao reached out to poke the arm of a woman standing beside him only for his hand to pass right through her arm. This white paper is called the temporal ledger, an essential tool for mission execution. It can create a temporary space and then fold it with the real world. Worry-free explained expressionlessly. To put it simply, though right now we appear to share the same space with those pedestrians, in reality, the three of us in this. Wang Yu paused for a moment, seemingly at a loss for how to describe the principal standing before him. But in reality, the three of us in this meatball are in an independent space. Although we can see these pedestrians, they can't observe the fight happening on our side. Li Hanyao suddenly understood. There's no time to explain now, deal with this guy quickly. As Li Hanyao's words fell, countless ice spears erupted from beneath his feet, rapidly extending until they reached directly in front of the principal. However, in the next moment, something bizarre happened. To Li Hanyao's astonishment, his ice spears actually pierced straight through the principal's massive head. His head was instantly punctured like a porcupine, with countless bloody holes appearing, gushing out blood in torrents. Principal, deceased. Li Hanyao. After a moment of silence, Li Hanyao struggled to open his mouth. Pointing at the principal's corpse, he asked Wang Yu, "This thing, is it this weak?" Li Hanyao found it somewhat hard to believe. Did he really accomplish his first kill so easily? First blood? First blood? Immersive translate. Li Hanyao picked up a small twig and poked at the principal's head, which was still trickling with blood. According to movie tropes, this thing usually suddenly jumps up for one last scare to frighten everyone. But cinema is cinema, reality is reality. The resurrection Li Hanyao anticipated did not occur. Due to excessive blood loss, the principal's head deflated like a leaking balloon, looking unmistakably dead beyond any doubt. Li Hanyao was left speechless. He thought, bro, with such an epic entrance animation, you had to be at least a mini-boss level elite enemy, and yet, this is it? Forget about it. At that very moment, Wang Yu's solemn voice suddenly rang out from the side. Come quickly and see, the show you wanted is over here. Li Hanyao followed the voice and couldn't help but freeze slightly, the branch in his hand falling to the ground unconsciously. They saw that nearly everyone on the pedestrian street had begun to undergo strange transformations. An elderly disabled man in a wheelchair muttered to himself, "Legs, my legs." Squelch! A small fleshy ball suddenly began growing on the old man's legs, then rapidly expanded into a thick, sturdy thigh. The thigh bulged with coiled muscles and throbbing veins, putting even long-distance runners to shame. But the old man seemed unsatisfied, his expression twisted into madness as he simultaneously grinned and screeched, "Legs! Give me more legs! Put! As his voice faded, countless fleshy orbs sprouted beside those two thick limbs. Each sphere morphed into another stocky leg, densely crowding together in a viscerally unnerving spectacle. Legs beget legs, and legs beget more legs. These densely packed limbs crammed together resemble the underside of an octopus. Immersive translate. Across the street, a young female street streamer looks dejected after losing a live stream duel against rival broadcasters, her face now covered with doodled turtles. She stews in resentment that rival just had slightly better curves and more sugar daddies backing her. So what? Everyone knows your tits are implants and your ass is padded. The female streamer's expression began to contort with ferocity. Gnashing her teeth, she kept repeating the same phrase obsessively. Boobs. I want boobs. Give me more boobs. Meanwhile, disturbing transformations were quietly taking place across her body. Immersive translate. Similar scenes were unfolding everywhere, countless in number. Li Hanyao watched these frenzied crowds, unable to stop himself from clutching his own hair as he anxiously asked Wang Yu, "What's wrong with these people?" Wang Yu stared expressionlessly at the scene before her, her voice carrying a trace of determination. "I think I know. This is the remnant of which deity? Who is it?" Li Hanyao couldn't wait to press for answers. Taking a deep breath, Forget Worry gazed solemnly and said, "The god of fire and evil, also known as the god of cunning, god of trickery, god of jests." With grave emphasis, Forget Worry uttered two words. "Loki." Loki? Li Hanyao's heart jolted violently, a flash of astonishment passing through his eyes. Of course he'd heard of this famously notorious deity. Speaking with grave solemnity, Wang Yu said, "Moreover, judging by the current situation, this divine relic must have been something very close to Loki before he fell into slumber. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly possess such formidable divine power." Immersive translate. Chapter 51. Can you drive? In the overlapping space, Wang Yu's voice slowly echoed. "Since this morning, everyone we've encountered has been acting strangely, speaking without restraint and showing no regard for bystanders. This must mean we've entered Loki's divine domain. Within Loki's divine domain, the desires in people's hearts are amplified, just as those with disabilities yearn for healthy bodies, and thus grow new limbs. But how could this mischievous god truly help mortals obtain what they desire? He merely toys with the world for his amusement." Li Hanya chimed in from the side. "Like when someone wants a pair of healthy legs, he deliberately gives them many legs instead, turning them into an octopus?" Wang Yu nodded with a grave expression. The next moment, she suddenly turned her head to look at Li Hanyao and said, "Do you have any thoughts right now?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Hanyao replied, "Just now your platypus thing turned red, which means the principal was carrying a very strong aura of divine remnant. But now the principal is dead, yet the domain hasn't ended, that proves the divine remnant isn't him. This can only mean the principal maintained extremely close contact with that divine remnant. Wang Yu and Li Hanyao said in unison, "His identity as a principal means the divine remnant is most likely either at his home or the school." Their thoughts happened to coincide. Just then, Wang Yu seemed to suddenly think of something as she walked up to the enormous head of the principal. The giant head still had car wreckage embedded in it. Wang Yu retrieved a half-destroyed dashcam from the car wreckage. "Give it some power." Worry-free waved at Regret. Regret snapped his fingers with a crisp sound, crackle, crackle, as a blue-white current surged from his fingertips and flew into the dashboard camera. Buzz buzz. The indicator light on the dashboard camera slowly lit up. Beside them, Li Hanyao widened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Human-shaped power bank? SSSSHHK. The dashcam screen lit up. 7:55 a.m. The principal left home in the morning. 8:10 a.m. Arrived at school. 8:25. Left the school. 9 o'clock. Arrived at a villa. 9:20. Came out of the villa, waved goodbye to a young woman inside. 9:50. Arrived at another villa. 10:05. Stepped out of this villa and waved goodbye to the second young beauty. 10:30. Arrived at the third villa." Immersive translate. Li Hanyao. He couldn't help but inwardly sigh in admiration, truly old but vigorous. The dean had quite the busy day. With a rather regretful tone, Wang Yu said, "Sadly, we only know where he went, but not what exactly he encountered in that place." Watching the footage on the dashcam, Forget Worry stroked his chin and made the final arrangements. "Remorse, you handle the monsterized people on the streets while also scouting the extent of Loki's domain's coverage. Then, you're responsible for investigating those villas the principal just visited." After briefing Remorse, Forget Worry turned to Li Hanyao and said softly, "Han Kiln, come with me to investigate the school." Li Hankil had no objections, but he couldn't help glancing at Jihui before whispering in Wang Yu's ear, "Will he be okay, all alone like this?" "I can hear you," Jihui suddenly said with an expressionless face. You. Li Hanyao looked at Jihui, whose demeanor had changed completely, with a horrified expression like he'd seen a ghost. At this moment, Jihui's face was cold and stern, his imposing aura overwhelming, completely different from his usual perpetually drowsy self. Worry-free smiled faintly, tilting her chin up as she said, Don't worry, the forgetful remorse during clocking in is completely different from ordinary forgetful remorse. Once the mission begins, forgetful remorse will return to its normal intelligence and become full of vigor. The moment these words fell, crack, Ji Hui's body transformed into a silvery lightning serpent, shattering free from the folded space. Li Hanyao only saw a flash of silver light. The lightning serpent traced countless curves through the streets before finally landing at the road's end. Ji Hui retracted his crackling aura, landing gracefully on the ground. Behind him, the monsters seemed frozen in time, suspended motionless in the air. Thud! After a few breaths, all the monsters simultaneously collapsed to the ground, motionless. With a single move, dozens of monsters were instantly killed. Li Hanyao was dumbfounded. Now he finally understood why Wang Yu had said that Ji Hui's strength was ridiculously overpowered. Trading intelligence for power, damn, it sure packs a punch when used. Immersive translate. On the street, a few humans who hadn't transformed into monsters screamed in terror at the scene. Judging by their expressions, they'd probably be traumatized for at least a decade, if not suffering from severe PTSD. Wang Yu stood at the end of the street, turning around with lightning flickering at his fingertips. With a stomp of his foot, countless sparks of electricity crackled into the bodies of these humans. The screaming immediately ceased as their expressions turned blank and confused. With another snap of his fingers, Ji Hui made a sheet of white paper and a pen appear in each human's hand. Come on, I'll speak, and everyone takes notes. Ji Hui resembled an English teacher helping children memorize vocabulary. As Ji Hui uttered these words, all the humans obediently picked up their pens and papers. After contemplating for a moment, Ji Hui began to narrate slowly. Last night when you went out, you ran into your ex-boyfriend. Seeing him holding a new pretty woman in his arms made you feel really upset. You went home, bought a bottle of liquor, drowned your sorrows, and then slept until this afternoon. In 2 more hours, you'll wake up, feeling like you just had a terrible dream. Over. After saying this, Ji Hui stuck this white sheet of paper onto his forehead. All the humans on the street mimicked Ji Hui's movements with precision, each pressing the written paper onto their own foreheads. Buzz buzz. Then, the papers on the humans' foreheads transformed into golden light before merging into their foreheads. Immersive translate. In that case, the little story Ji Hui just told would become their memory of today, while the memories and images of the monster would fade away. Within the overlapping space, Wang Yu explained to Li Hanyao. Li Hanyao was utterly shocked. He couldn't help but point at these passers-by and say, but among these passers-by, there are also men, and even elderly men. So what the hell is this nonsense about meeting an ex-boyfriend in the story he just made up? Oh, it's no big deal. Worry-free waved her hand dismissively and said, their memories will automatically adjust themselves when they encounter the ex-boyfriend part. It'll just change into ex-girlfriend. Li Hanyao looked at an 80-year-old grandpa on the street and, for a moment, couldn't help but lapse into silence. Immersive translate. On the street, after dealing with those ordinary humans, Ji Hui took out an adorable platypus from his bosom. The platypus grew larger in the wind, and in no time, it became bigger than a person. It trotted along with tiny, pattering steps, devouring one by one the monsters Ji Hui had just knocked down. Put. Every time it ate a monster, 3 seconds later, it would poop out an ordinary human from its rear end. Immersive translate. What is it doing? Li Hanyao was utterly bewildered. Wang Yu patiently explained to the newcomer. Besides determining the location of divine relics, the divine sniffing duck also has purifying abilities. Any life form that has undergone mutations due to exposure to divine aura or divine power, the divine sniffing duck can purify these creatures by using its own body, returning them to their original forms. Li Hanyao nodded slightly upon hearing this. It sounds like a remarkably virtuous duck, though its method of purification is admittedly quite peculiar. Alright, no time to waste, take me to your school now. Worry-free grabbed Li Hanyao's hand and rushed out of the overlapping spacetime, returning to the real world. Li Hanyao looked around and spotted a motorcycle by the street. He led Worry-free towards it. The motorcycle was massive in stature, difficult for the average person to handle. It was clearly custom-modified for street racing. Get in the car. Li Hanyao began directing with full confidence. Wang Yu cast a suspicious glance at Li Hanyao, unable to resist questioning. You know how to drive? I can drive any type of vehicle. The young man's eyes shone with confidence as he puffed out his chest and declared. Immersive translate. Chapter 52 Returning to School. Boom! Li Hanyao rode a tall motorcycle with Wang Yu sitting behind him, racing through the wind toward the school. Along the way, the scenes on the road were nothing short of horrifying. The scope of this god's descent was truly astonishing. Even after riding the motorcycle for over 10 minutes, they could still see humans who had turned into monsters due to their desires lining both sides of the street. However, the number of monsters began to drastically decrease, with only 1 or 2 scattered monsters visible on average per street. After riding forward for another 10 minutes, the the monsters became even sparser, with only one appearing every few hundred meters. Wang Yu marked the location of each monster and then sent the information to Jihui. Finally, after crossing a new street, not a single monster could be seen anymore. Wang Yu shouted from the back of the motorcycle. It seems we've already ridden beyond the reach of divine remnants. From this perspective, the divine remnants probably aren't in your school. The motorcycle was moving at breakneck speed, and Li Hanyao's hair whipped wildly in the fierce wind. He remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a long pause, Li Hanyao's voice reached them from the front, mixed with the howling wind. What do we do now? Worry-free paused briefly in contemplation before responding solemnly. Anyway, we're almost at your school. Perhaps you should return there first. The mission level has exceeded our initial expectations and is no longer suitable for a newcomer like you to continue. I'll petition the academy to upgrade the task assignment. Team leader Shu will send reinforcements. But, Li Hanyao's expression revealed his unwillingness to accept this arrangement. There's no but about it. Worry-free's voice was resolute. Once you enter the academy, you'll have plenty of time to participate in these missions, no need to rush now. You haven't undergone the necessary training yet, and this mission is too dangerous. If anything were to happen to you here, how could I explain it to team leader Shu? Li Hanyao stopped his motorcycle. He still wanted to say something more, but upon seeing Wang Yu's resolute gaze, he could only reluctantly give up. Boom! Wang Yu sat back on the motorcycle alone, attempting to start this behemoth. Though her figure was considered tall among girls, this motorcycle was simply too massive, making it somewhat strenuous for her to handle. Not bad riding skills. Before leaving, Wang Yu gave Li Hanyao sincere praise and patted his shoulder encouragingly. Don't worry, I'll tell you immediately if anything happens, so you can feel somewhat involved. Li Hanyao shrugged his shoulders and said with great resignation. Alright, by the way, I have one more question for you. Why do some people get affected by this so-called Loki domain while others don't? Wang Yu sat on the motorcycle, trying to steady herself with her feet on the ground as she explained. Some people have shallower desires, with calm and peaceful temperaments, so they are less affected. The stronger one's desires, the greater the impact. Finally bracing herself with her feet against the ground, she let out a sigh of relief and continued. Aside from that, it also depends on the proximity to the center of the domain. For example, in the streets we just passed through, there were only a few scattered monsters, which is why I concluded that this divine vestige left by Loki shouldn't be in your school. Wang Yu took out the slumbering platypus from her embrace and, stroking its fur softly, spoke unhurriedly. The reason why Ji Hui and I remain unaffected is that besides its two main functions of detection and purification, the divine scenting duck also possesses the temporary ability to resist divine domains. Wang Yu lifted her eyelids, glanced at Li Hanyao, and said while shaking her head, As for you, I don't believe you're someone without desires, yet you don't have a divine scenting duck either. So, I'm not sure why you can resist the domain's power. Perhaps it's due to your emperor-grade bloodline. Anyway, no time to waste, I must be going now. See you. With that, Wang Yu stomped on the accelerator and sped off on his motorcycle. Immersive translate. Back at school, Li Hanyao found himself bored out of his mind, left with nothing to do but stare blankly at his textbooks. Why have you been so elusive these past 2 days? Xiang Tiange stood with arms akimbo before Li Hanyao's seat, looking every bit like a reincarnated Sherlock Holmes. Li Hanyao rested his head sideways on the desk, exhausted. He grunted twice like a dead pig, making no effort to answer Xiang Tiange's question. Noticing Li Hanyao's unusual state, Xiang Tiange sighed but refrained from blame. Instead, he patted Li Hanyao's shoulder and said, Come on, take a bathroom break with me. Stop slumping over the desk like a dead pig. During school days, school was boring. Everyone hadn't yet been exposed to the various entertainment options in society, so the ways to find happiness were still quite simple. Thus, for many high school students, the act of gathering friends to go to the bathroom between classes seemed to become a unique form of pastime. To gauge a student's popularity, just look at how many bathroom buddies they have. Lunch buddies are just casual acquaintances, but bathroom buddies are true friends. Immersive translate. Xiang Tiange carried a stack of test papers to Li Hanyao and said with a mix of grievance and complaint, You haven't been around these days, it was me who collected and organized all these practice test papers for you. If it weren't for me, your papers would be scattered all over the floor, trampled with footprints. Hearing this, Li Hanyao slowly raised his head and looked at the sulky expression on Xiang Tiange's face. Li Hanyao knew that Xiang Tiange was his only friend in class, but come to think of it, wasn't the same true for Xiang Tiange as well? However, after getting to know team leader Shu and the others, he had entered a broader world. His horizons had expanded, and his life became far more colorful than most of his peers. So, Li Hanyao no longer felt as lonely as before. But he forgot, while he was rapidly moving forward, someone remained stuck in the past. Immersive translate. Damn, quit looking at me like that. Always interrogating me every damn day, are you some kind of resentful housewife? Li Hanyao grinned, punched Xiang Tiange in the chest, and then gleefully shoved him onto the table. How'd you get so strong, kid? Xiang Tianga realized he actually couldn't break free despite struggling, making him blurt out the question in disbelief. Li Hanyao didn't answer. With a hint of smugness, he patted Xiang Tianga's back. Come on, let's head to the restroom. Immersive translate. As a prestigious high school gathering top students, Lanchan High saw every second counting for its examinees during these 10 days leading up to the college entrance exams. So even though it was break time, there weren't many students in the school hallway, and even if you managed to run into one, they'd be standing by the window holding a little vocabulary notebook, memorizing words. There weren't even many people in the bathroom. Are these guys even carbon-based life forms? They don't even use the bathroom during breaks? Are they recycling everything internally? Xiang Tianga pushed open the bathroom door and, staring at the empty space, couldn't help but mutter in disbelief. Splash! Xiang Tiang continued muttering while running the water. Might as well write to the principal's suggestion box and get the third-floor bathrooms removed since they don't use them anyway. Li Hanyao smiled without speaking. The principal probably won't get to read your letter. Xiang Tianga moved from one urinal to another, relieving himself while muttering viciously. What? Not gonna use these toilets? Fine. This young master will use two at once. Li Hanyao stood by the bathroom window, gazing at the scenery outside as he remarked with some exasperation. Man, why are you so full of resentment lately? You'd even kick a passing dog twice. Oh, that reminds me. Li Hanyao seemed to suddenly remember something, casually plucking a leaf from outside the window, his eyes thoughtful as he asked. Tiangu, doesn't our principal have a son? Xiang Tianji shook himself slightly, fastening his belt as he replied. I'm not entirely sure, but I heard he had a son who died of illness many years ago. Oh. Li Hanyao let out an "oh" and fell silent. After Xiang Tianga finished using the restroom, the two pushed open the toilet door to leave. Bang! At the very moment the door opened, Li Hanyao bumped into a tall figure. Looking up, he froze in surprise. The person had fiery red dyed hair and strikingly rugged features. It was none other than the delinquent gang leader who had failed to extort Li Hanyao last time and ended up getting taught a lesson by him instead. Get lost! Get lost! Li Hanyao and the red-haired hoodlum spoke almost simultaneously. The moment the words left their mouths, both of them froze in shock. Immersive translate. Chapter 53, Pain. What did you say? The red-haired hoodlum flew into a rage, raising his muscular right arm as he prepared to slap Li Hanyao. Li Hanyao raised his hand, grasping the wrist of the red-haired punk, pinning his arm firmly in mid-air. Li Hanyao exchanged a glance with the red-haired punk, surprise flashing in the punk's eyes as if he hadn't expected the seemingly lanky Li Hanyao to possess such formidable strength. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Li Hanyao released the red-haired punk's hand, who, seeing the situation was unfavorable, wisely chose not to push his luck further. Both parties passed each other by. The moment he stepped out of the restroom door, Li Hanyao felt something was off. He couldn't help but glance back. The red-haired punk was using the toilet with complete nonchalance, seemingly unaffected by anything. How strange. The confusion in Li Hanyao's heart grew deeper. Seeing him again, this red-haired punk gave him a very peculiar feeling, as if he didn't recognize him from before. The scene of teaching him a lesson last time was still vivid in my mind. Could it be that he had forgotten me so quickly? What's wrong, Yaoshi? Xiang Tianga asked curiously from the side. It's fine. Li Hanyao shook his head. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Immersive translate. The two teenagers walked towards the classroom, and every time they passed by one, Li Hanyao would instinctively glance inside. Inside the classrooms, all the students were furiously writing, with hardly anyone lifting their heads to look at them, almost as if they were invisible. Witnessing this scene, Li Hanyao couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. If not for the heavy rain that day, he probably would have been one of those students too. Back then, his mind was still filled with thoughts of studying, striving for that respectable career, becoming a lawyer or a doctor, just as his parents had envisioned. Unlike now, when my head is filled with Chinibu delusions of saving the world. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao snapped out of his reverie. Watching Xiang Tianga's slouching figure ahead, he couldn't help but offer earnest advice. Tianga, the college entrance exams are coming up. You should really study seriously, even last-minute cramming helps. Don't just spend all day in internet cafes. Li Hanyao genuinely meant these words. He knew Xiang Tianga's family situation was even worse than his own. Although Xiang Tianga appeared slightly better off than Li Hanyao, even owning a second-hand phone to fiddle with and secretly reading novels behind the teacher's back every day, all of that was earned through his part-time jobs. As a result, his academic performance could be described as bottom of the barrel in the entire school. According to their homeroom teacher, students like Xiang Tianga, with neither influential backgrounds nor decent grades, would likely end up either in electronics factories, internet cafes, or auto repair shops in the future. Li Hanyao had studied Lu Sun's essay Hometown and remembered it vividly. He didn't want his friend to become the run-to in that story. Xiang Tianga caught the implication in Li Hanyao's words. He shrugged and replied nonchalantly, It's okay, I'm pretty open-minded about it. With grades like mine, I probably can't even get into a decent junior college. So instead of going to university, I plan to work for about 10 years first, save up some money, and then open an internet cafe or a barbecue joint. Li Hanyao decided to use reverse psychology. He couldn't help but cover his face, laughing and crying simultaneously as he said, "Can't you stop spoiling the homeroom teacher like this? Do you really have to follow her predictions about you step by step? This is exactly what she said would happen. And besides, didn't you want to be the main character? Are you really content to stay in this small town your whole life?" Xiang Tiange widened his eyes, looking astonished as he retorted, "Does being the main character require academic qualifications?" Ugh! Li Hanyao was defeated by Xiang Tiange's sincerity. At a loss for words, he scratched his head and said, "Well, not necessarily. And one more thing." Xiang Tiange seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Li Hanyao's choice of words. With a serious expression, he said, "Don't think being a cybercafe manager is lowly. I wield tremendous authority here, holding life and death power over local middle and high schoolers. I have absolute influence among the student population. It doesn't matter if they grow up to be CEOs or bosses. If I say their computers get shut down, they get shut down instantly, no hesitation." Li Hanyao was both amused and exasperated by Xiang Tiange's words, but found himself momentarily speechless, unable to think of a retort. Besides, Xiang Tiange seemed to suddenly swell with pride, thumping his chest as he solemnly promised Li Hanyao, "And, if you ever come here to surf the net, I guarantee I'll never charge you a single cent." Li Hanyao shook his head with a smile and casually retorted, "Don't forget, I don't even have a phone. It's very likely we'll lose contact right after graduation." Li Hanyao wasn't joking about this. Many close friends from high school days, if they didn't contact each other for more than 2 months after graduation, would never contact again in their lifetime. Xiang Tiange, however, waved his hand nonchalantly. Placing both hands behind his head, he stretched lazily with effortless grace and yawned, saying, "Don't worry, I'll definitely be able to reach you." Li Hanyao looked at Xiang Tiange, who was yawning non-stop, and couldn't help but frown as he asked, "Did you pull another all-nighter working part-time at the internet cafe again? Your dark circle's darker than the soles of leather shoes." Xiang Tiange rubbed his eyes, yawning while muttering to himself, "Is it really that exaggerated? I'm just preparing for graduation job hunting, accumulating internship experience, don't you understand?" Sigh, "Are you really that short on money?" Li Hanyao sighed, feeling utterly puzzled. Although Lanshan High School charged high tuition fees, it actually implemented a descending tiered payment system. To put it simply, the tuition was highest when students first enrolled in their freshman year, then decreased annually. By now, their final year before the college entrance exams, tuition and miscellaneous fees were practically zero. Immersive translate. Ha! As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xiang Tiange let out another yawn. Li Hanyao turned his head and looked at Xiang Tiange's exhausted, sleep-deprived appearance at that moment. Suddenly, Li Hanyao felt that perhaps he had been a bit too presumptuous. After all, every family has its own troubles to deal with. Maybe Xiang Tiange genuinely had other urgent needs for money and found it inconvenient to explain the reasons to him? That would only be human nature. Li Hanyao lowered his head in deep thought as he recalled the $5 million that team leader Shu had given him. He decided that once the recent busy matters were settled, he would give Xiang Tiange a portion of the money to help him open an internet cafe. At this thought, Li Hanyao found it hard to conceal his excitement. He patted Xiang Tiange on the shoulder and said with a hint of pride, "Hey kid, hurry up and call me Big Bro." "Why should I call you Big Bro?" Xiang Tiange glanced at Li Hanyao with a rather indignant tone. "Are you trying to defy the heavens or what? What's this about social order collapsing? Damn it, wasn't it agreed that I'm the big brother here?" Li Hanyao affected an air of mystery, declaring with considerable pride, "Well, you won't regret calling me that, but you'll definitely regret not doing so in the future." Immersive translate. The moment the two stepped into the classroom, the bell for class rang precisely. This was a history lesson, and the new history teacher was a young girl, clearly fresh out of university, speaking timidly and hesitantly. Li Hanyao sat at his desk, lost in thought, staring blankly at the new history teacher on the podium. Suddenly, he remembered the previous history teacher again, hot-tempered, shrewish, stubbornly self-opinionated, fond of accepting gifts, and treating students differently based on their family backgrounds. Truly an unlikable figure. But it was truly an accident that I killed her. I never intended to at all. Wait, Li Hanyao suddenly furrowed his brows. Why had he unconsciously entertained that thought again? Was the key issue really whether he wanted to kill her or not? The real point was, the history teacher's death had nothing to do with him. Li Hanyao chuckled helplessly. This wasn't self-suggestion, he genuinely believed the history teacher's death was unrelated to him. He had merely had a dream, that was all. Moreover, team leader Shu has proven that he possesses no divine contract related to dreamscape killings. Yet for some reason, Li Hanyao couldn't shake the feeling that he himself had killed the history teacher. Immersive translate. The class bell rang precisely on time. Xiang Tianga drowsily lifted his head from the desk. Wiping drool from his mouth as he gazed at the overcast sky outside, he muttered to himself, "Oh, it's raining?" Upon hearing this, Li Hanyao hurriedly looked out the window. Indeed, the once clear sky had now darkened with looming storm clouds. It was as if someone had draped a dark curtain across the heavens. Swallows skimmed low past the rattling window as a fierce wind arose, shaking the tree branches outside wildly. Li Hanyao narrowed his eyes slightly. Perhaps due to psychological shadows from the past, whenever it rained, he'd feel uncomfortable all over. "Yaos, give me the umbrella, I'm going out to buy bottled water." Xiang Tianga rubbed his eyes as he spoke. Li Hanyao casually handed over his small floral-patterned umbrella. "By the way, here's something for you." Xiang Tianga seemed to suddenly remember something and handed Li Hanyao a black box. "What's this?" Li Hanyao shook the box slightly and asked with puzzlement. Xiang Tianga stretched lazily and said slowly, "You'll know once you open it later." Snap. At that moment, a tall male student walked down the aisle and accidentally knocked over the hot water cup on Xiang Tianga's desk. Crash! The 100 degrees Celsius hot water splashed onto the umbrella canopy, causing the entire top to instantly wrinkle from the scalding heat. "What are you doing?" Xiang Tianga flew into a rage, springing to his feet with a violent motion. "Sorry, I didn't notice." The guy kept muttering apologies, yet his face showed not a trace of genuine remorse. Li Hanyao ignored the quarreling pair, hurriedly snatching back his umbrella with tender concern to check for any heat damage. At that moment, he spotted a string of English letters on the umbrella's crown, Loki. Li Hanyao looked at these English letters with confusion. He didn't recall there being any English letters there before. Could it be that they only appeared when exposed to hot water? Loki. Li Hanyao frowned deeply. His English scores were only average among all his subjects, and this word clearly wasn't part of the required high school vocabulary. Because of this, he couldn't immediately recall the meaning of this word. Li Hanyao was so absorbed in recalling the meaning of that word that he completely failed to notice something unusual beginning to happen with Xiang Tianga beside him. Xiang Tianga clutched the neck of the provoking boy with such terrifying strength that he lifted him clean off the ground. Deprived of oxygen, the boy's face began turning cyanotic, a sickly purple hue. He flailed desperately in midair, staring at Xiang Tianga in sheer terror. Panting heavily, Xiang Tianga's eyes emitted an eerie glow as he muttered to himself, "Why are you bastards always picking on me? Strength. I need more strength, enough to tear you all to pieces." Xiang Tianga's muscles began to swell violently, his body expanding rapidly as if on the verge of bursting at any moment. Immersive translate. Loki? Li Hanyao seemed to grasp something in an instant. His head jerked up abruptly, pupils constricting sharply. A chill ran down his spine as every hair on his body stood on end, his back already drenched in cold sweat. He knew. He finally understood what Loki meant. Li Hanyao muttered to himself, "Loki, Loki," bang. At that very moment, a thunderous boom suddenly echoed beside Li Hanyao's ear. He jerked his head around to look. Before his eyes, Xiang Tianga's body, driven by an overwhelming desire for power, kept expanding, until finally, it exploded like fireworks. The bloody mist from the explosion hung thick in the air. The scent became unbearably sweet and metallic as Li Hanyao slowly inhaled it into his lungs. Crack! The box Xiang Tianga gave to Li Hanyao fell to the ground, and a brand new silver-white smartphone tumbled out. Also falling out was a note, scrawled with Xiang Tianga's crooked handwriting. "Happy birthday, dumbass." Immersive translate. P.S. This humble little author's been surviving entirely on this book lately. Oh, could I beg for a few free love-powered gifts? Just tap your adorable little fingers and watch 3 ads in the reward section, simple as that. Kneeling in gratitude to my esteemed readers. Chapter 54, School of Villains. Li Hanyao stared at the latest model smartphone lying on the ground. He'd seen classmates use this same model rumored to cost at least 4,000 yuan. The teenager's body trembled violently as he fixed his gaze on the string of English letters embossed on the umbrella's canopy. Loki. At last, he understood why killing in his dreams could affect reality. This was because dream murder was also one of his desires, and any desire would be twisted into its worst possible outcome by Loki to become reality. Finally, he realized why he never transformed into a desire monster. It was because he was the rightful owner of this divine relic, the bearer. He also finally understood why the radiation center of that divine relic had been so difficult to locate. That's because my location keeps changing. Wherever I am becomes the center. The reason why fewer people turned into monsters on those previous streets was because I passed through rapidly on my motorcycle, resulting in relatively limited impact. But now that I've stayed at the school for so long, Loki's divine power field must have already spread far and wide. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao's temples bulged with veins, the bloody mist before his eyes hadn't dispersed yet, and his vision remained shrouded in a crimson haze. His eyes bloodshot, he stared unblinkingly at the English letters on the umbrella's apex. He couldn't comprehend why would the top of this umbrella bear divine relic left by Loki. This should have been left for him by the man. How could what the man left him be Loki's divine relic? Li Hanyao stretched his hand blankly into the bloody mist, wanting to grasp Xiang Tiange's body, but his fingers closed around nothing. This feeling is so fucking terrible. Li Hanyao slammed his fist into the wall, cracking the solid surface. His chest tightened, that damn suffocating feeling was back. If someone else had killed Xiang Tiange, he would have immediately grabbed his blade and gone to cut that bastard down. But now, Xiang Tiange had died because of him. This left the fury in his chest with nowhere to vent, raging uncontrollably inside him until he could hardly breathe. Immersive translate. Yes, I still have a way. At that moment, Li Hanyao seemed to suddenly remember something, as a light rekindled in his eyes while he continuously muttered to himself. There's still one way, there's still one way. Li Hanyao uttered a syllable resembling Sanskrit, neither human language nor anything earthly, but rather like the tongue of ancient gods. Buzz! The next instant, a gray luminescence swirled within his right pupil. A jackal-headed totem flickered faintly in the pupils. Pulsing slowly, the totem was surrounded by an eerie aura of death, appearing profoundly sinister. Divine pact, life through death. As Li Hanyao uttered these words, he forcefully plunged the stranger's sword into his own heart, an absolutely fatal wound. Put! The surrounding scenes began to stall, then all images started reversing in sequence. Crack! Just as it was halfway through rewinding, cracks suddenly appeared across these images, like the shattering surface of a mirror. Crash! The cracks expanded gradually, and then, all the images shattered into pieces. The activation of Towards Death Rebirth failed. For some unknown reason, he didn't successfully complete the temporal reversal, nor did he return to a few minutes earlier. Yet, astonishingly, he didn't die either, his wounds had even healed. Li Hanyao realized he had only been sent back to the moment before his suicide, rewinding less than 10 seconds. Damn it, useless, useless. Li Hanyao clutched his throbbing head, gnashing his teeth as he muttered curses under his breath. He tried several more times, but each attempt ended in failure. Each time, he could only rewind a few seconds, and the duration kept getting shorter. At this rate, he would never be able to return to the moment before Xiang Tiange's death. It seemed just as team leader Shu had said, the use of Born from Death indeed came with many restrictions. Otherwise, this divine pact would have long been invincible. Perhaps there was a cooldown period, or maybe some other reason. In any case, for now, rewinding time remained out of reach for him. Immersive translate. While Li Hanyao pondered how to save Xiang Tiange, the classmates in the classroom also began to change. Tap tap. The classroom door was pushed open, and in walked a woman with long, flowing hair. Her hair was exceptionally long, trailing all the way down the corridor outside. At first glance, its length must have been close to 10 meters. The hair obscured her face, leaving Li Hanyao unable to recognize who she was. Yet, despite the remarkably flowing hair, this woman's body was oddly thick and bloated, with a strikingly prominent beer belly. Judging by the body alone, it appeared more like a portly middle-aged man. Hair! I need hair! When this woman spoke, the voice was unmistakably male. Li Hanyao froze briefly upon hearing this voice. He immediately recognized who it belonged to. It was the voice of the academic dean. The dean, originally a balding and greasy man, had actually grown such long hair under the desperate desire for a full head of hair? Immersive translate. Ah, my damn nearsightedness again. I can't see what's written on the blackboard clearly. Meanwhile, one of the top students in the class was complaining about how her myopia had worsened again. However, she hadn't noticed yet her eyes were gradually extending outward, like the stalks of a snail's eyes. In no time, the top student's eyeballs protruded outward over 3 meters long, waving in midair like 2 elongated tentacles, appearing utterly horrifying. Ghosts. Some students who hadn't yet undergone mutation fainted on the spot upon seeing these monsters. Others, in this life-or-death crisis, found their will to survive flaring even stronger. For instance, a fair-skinned youth, trembling in a corner while frantically muttering to himself, I must survive, I must survive, I must survive. I've endured over a decade of rigorous study, the college entrance exam is just around the corner, I'm about to rise above all others, I absolutely cannot die here. As his words repeated incessantly, his body began to swell, with tendons bulging violently like coiled dragons. The veins on his muscles writhed beneath his skin, thick as small serpents. Within mere breaths, that slender pale youth transformed into a real-life 3-meter-tall Hulk. However, even though his body had expanded to this extent, it didn't explode like Xiang Tiange's, unable to bear the violently swelling power. Through this comparison, Li Hanyao finally realized just how intense Xiang Tiange's desire to become strong was, far surpassing even this young man's will to survive. According to Li Hanyao's speculation, after all, this Loki domain was only initiated by divine remnants, not a true deity's domain. Thus, the evil desire power it could stir up also had its limits. When a person's desires reach their peak and exceed their upper limit, they, like Xiang Tiange, will explode because their bodies can't withstand such power. Immersive translate. The same mutation is playing out in every classroom throughout the school. Some monsters have even begun to fight and kill each other. Other students who haven't mutated are screaming and fleeing in panic. Witnessing this, Li Hanyao's gaze gradually solidified with determination. He knew there was no time for grief now. He had to contain these monsters within the school grounds before they caused even greater chaos outside. So, Li Hanyao picked up the new phone Xiang Tianga had bought for him, carefully placed it back in its box, and rewrapped it neatly. After a brief deliberation, Li Hanyao then retrieved a phone from a boy who had fainted from terror. Using the unconscious boy's device, he composed and sent a text message to Wang You's phone number. Perhaps precisely because Li Hanyao didn't own a mobile phone, he had mastered the most primitive method of memorization since childhood. He could recite every single phone number of people around him by heart. Li Hanyao double-checked the text message he had drafted. Divine Relic is at school. Come quickly. After confirming it was correct, he tapped send. Immersive translate. After completing all this, Li Hanyao gazed at the chaotic campus, took a deep breath, and slowly drew out the Tang Dynasty-era Mo Dao longsword. The young man adjusted himself to peak condition, his eyelids faintly trembling as his pupils grew profound like ancient pools. Crack! Water droplets began to condense on the back of Li Hanyao's blade. Within seconds, a thin layer of blue ice coated the length of the sword, leaving only the edge exposed. Immersive translate. Whoosh! The Dean of Discipline shook his head slightly, and then countless steel needle-like strands of hair rose and gathered together. These strands cut through the air with a sharp trajectory, thrusting toward a girl in a blue dress who was cowering in the corner. Trembling with fear, the girl's face turned deathly pale. Whoosh! At that instant, the sound of slicing air rang out as a long blade sheathed in thin ice flew past, cleanly splitting the airborne hair in two. The severed strands seemed to instantly lose their vitality, falling soundlessly to the ground. Whoosh! Right behind the blade, a dark shadow flashed by. Li Hanyao's feet tapped rapidly against the ground as he scooped up the girl in the corner, then swiftly retreated, evading the attack range of the Dean. The entire maneuver was executed swiftly and flawlessly, without the slightest hesitation. Sorry about this. Holding the girl in his arms, Li Hanyao gazed ahead. After a brief pause, he spoke in a soft, apologetic tone. This happened quite suddenly, please forgive me. Don't worry, once this is all over, you'll forget these unpleasant memories. Immersive translate. Chapter 55, Sunshine Overall. Saving the whole school. You. The girl cast an extremely astonished glance at Li Hanyao. The top student in class had turned into a monster, while this seemingly insignificant boy was now wielding a sword to slay it. At this moment, she felt as though a lifetime had passed in an instant. Don't look at these things, close your eyes, and from now on, don't have any desires, don't think about anything you want. Li Hanyao looked at the girl in his arms and warned her with great seriousness. The things I want? Unexpectedly, the girl was slightly stunned. The very words Li Hanyao had used to warn her now seemed to have turned into a kind of reminder. The girl tilted her head slightly, murmuring to herself in confusion. But I don't really want anything. If I had to name one thing, then, don't say it, don't even think about it. Li Hanyao's expression darkened as he roared loudly. He felt some regret about admonishing the girl, but leaving her unchecked wasn't an option either. Otherwise, Loki's domain would guide her toward unrestrained release of her desires. In short, the warning was necessary, but ultimately, it depended on the individual's mental responsiveness and control, the ability to quickly grasp Libanyo's meaning. Immersive translate. I want my grandmother back. She died in a car accident a few days ago. The girl's voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum, speaking softly with her head bowed. Li Hanyao froze in shock. Bang! At that moment, the classroom door was blasted several meters away as a massive monster wriggled its way inside. The creature's form still faintly resembled an elderly woman, but its body was now covered in hideous tentacles, parts of which had rotted away to expose ghastly white bones. Its skull bore a caved-in depression, seemingly from the car crash impact. Immersive translate. Grandma. When the girl saw this monstrous old woman, she stood rooted to the spot, murmuring to herself in disbelief. Li Hanyao beside him was also shocked. Is this even possible? Can they really come back to life? But clearly, this resurrection has occurred under the worst possible circumstances. The girl's eyes were already reddening, as if she still wanted to say something. Bang! Li Hanyao reluctantly knocked her unconscious with the blunt side of his knife, murmuring apologetically. Really sorry about this, but I genuinely don't want you summoning any more monsters for me. Thud! Li Hanyao cradled the unconscious girl in his arms, then lightly tapped his toes against the ground and shattered through the window in one fluid motion. Li Hanyao's classroom was on the third floor. The moment he leapt out of the shattered window, he hurled his Mo Dao upward with all his might. At the moment it was flung, a frosty ice chain condensed at the hilt of the giant saber, its other end tethered to Li Hanyao's palm. Screech! The blade pierced through the exterior wall of the fourth floor, like a nail driven into wood. Splash! Li Hanyao grabbed the chain, then suddenly exerted force with his arms while pushing off with his feet, propelling his entire body up to the fourth floor. This series of movements required immense muscular strength. But after awakening his spiritual energy, Li Hanyao's physical capabilities had significantly improved enough to support these highly challenging maneuvers. After reaching the 4th floor, Li Hanyao repeated the same method. Before long, he arrived at the rooftop of the teaching building, the 9th floor. The 9th floor had no classrooms, and naturally no students either, drastically reducing the likelihood of encountering monsters. Moreover, this floor housed the school's procurement storage room, with doors and windows that were exceptionally sturdy, making it a perfect temporary fortress. Of course, it wasn't meant for him, but for these students who hadn't yet turned into monsters. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao chose the room at the very end of the hallway. He shook the door and windows, quite solid, much sturdier than those in the classrooms. Indeed, you could always count on the school's commitment to protecting its property. Li Hanyao then gently placed the girl inside the room. To prevent her from turning into a monster if she woke up midway, he stood there for a moment, deep in thought. Ugh! Just then, the girl suddenly let out a groan. She was already on the verge of waking up. Bang! Li Hanyao was greatly startled and knocked her unconscious again, ensuring she wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Afterwards, Li Hanyao piled up numerous desks and chairs to blockade the doors and windows, preventing any monsters from slipping in to harm the girl. Immersive translate. Having completed all this, Li Hanyao began rushing from classroom to classroom, gathering all remaining students and teachers who hadn't yet monsterized. Along the way, he encountered numerous monsters blocking his path, but fortunately, perhaps because they had just recently turned into monsters, their combat ability wasn't too strong. Coupled with Li Hanyao's deliberate avoidance, he could still handle the situation for now. Immersive translate. I want, women. A pimply-faced boy was crouched under a desk, trembling uncontrollably as he pulled at his own hair. He appeared to be on the verge of turning into a monster. What you want is your mother. Interrupt the casting. Bang! Li Hanyao kicked the boy flying with one foot, then knocked him unconscious with a single slap. He lifted the boy by the neck and carefully examined every part of him. Good, no signs of monster transformation yet. He had arrived just in time. To ensure the boy wouldn't wake up, Li Hanyao punched him again, then tucked him under his armpit and went to search for more survivors. Immersive translate. Whoosh! Li Hanyao severed countless tentacles in the corridor, then rolled forward and swiftly kicked open a classroom door. Inside the classroom, two people were tangled up in a vicious brawl, employing the most primitive fighting methods, pulling hair, kicking groins, gouging eyes. Li Hanyao focused his gaze and recognized them. It was the PE teacher and the sports committee member from the neighboring class. The two kept wrestling while hurling curses at each other. Get the hell out. I found this classroom first. If you're hiding in here with me and suddenly turn into one of those monsters outside, get out now. Your mother's bullshit. There are monsters everywhere outside. Where the hell do you expect me to go? And, I'm the PE teacher of this class. If anyone has a claim to this classroom, it should be me. Damn it, I'm worried you'll turn into a monster too. Get the hell out. Immersive translate. Youth trumps experience when it comes to fists. Perhaps because the PE teacher was getting old, he was temporarily overpowered by the athletic committee member. You little brat. The PE teacher roared, flushed with humiliation and unwilling to concede. I order you to release me immediately as your PE teacher, otherwise, I'll call your parents. Perhaps the PE teacher had truly reached the end of his rope. With no other options left, he actually resorted to pulling out that authoritarian tone from his teaching days. Ha ha ha. As expected, these words immediately drew mockery from the class's athletics representative. After all these years you've lived, you still don't get it. This is the apocalypse now, understand? Ever read a novel? Do you know what the end of the world means? The collapse of order? Got it? Call my parents? I'm your damn daddy now. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao didn't want to listen to the two men arguing anymore. With an impassive face, he walked over and grabbed each by the scruff of their necks, lifting the two burly men as easily as one might lift a pair of chicks. Li Hanyao? The PE teacher and the class PE representative widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe their eyes. Li Hanyao, who usually failed the annual PE exams, actually possessed such incredible strength, capable of subduing them both effortlessly? I was wrong. Hanyao, don't throw me out. I promise I'll never fail you again. Bang. With a frosty expression, Li Hanyao knocked out the two PE teachers and clamped them under his armpits as well. That's about the limit. He could only carry 3 people upstairs at a time. So Li Hanyao repeated his earlier method and swiftly made his way to the 9th floor of the teaching building. To prevent any of them from waking up and turning into monsters that could harm others, Li Hanyao ultimately decided to separate them, placing each individual in their own room. Immersive translate. After returning to the lower floors, Li Hanyao witnessed many scenes of human depravity. The vice principal, believing the apocalypse had arrived and everyone was doomed, decided it was better to indulge while still alive. So that bastard actually tried to take advantage of the situation and rape female students. Fortunately, the female student transformed into a monster at the critical moment to protect herself, and Li Hanyao failed to arrive in time. The vice principal fell. Similar disgusting scenes were numerous, countless even. At this moment, Li Hanyao, wielding a long blade, broke through the monster's blockade, charging recklessly through the corridors on each floor as he inspected every classroom for survivors. To rescue these survivors, he became something akin to a god of slaughter, striking down any who dared stand in his way, be they mortal or divine. A wolf-headed monster had its limbs severed by his blade, while another creature, half-snake god, half-bull, was left with its tail chopped off. Immersive translate. In a classroom, several girls huddled together beneath the lectern, clinging to each other for warmth as they trembled in terror. Through the gaps in the lectern, they watched Li Hanyao outside the window, his face twisted in fury as he swung a long knife, cutting off the arm of a boy in the hallway. Then another student nearby tried to flee, but he swung his blade and severed both their legs. Beneath the lectern, a girl's body trembled like a sieve, her face deathly pale as she muttered to herself in terror, her scalp prickling with fear. Why is he killing us? How many more must he slaughter before he stops? Does he intend to wipe out everyone in this entire school? Immersive translate. Chapter 56, Guardians of the Campus. Bang! Li Hanyao closed the door of the last warehouse on the 9th floor, then piled a heap of desks and chairs against it to prevent any monsters from getting in. He wiped the sweat from his temples, his breathing slightly labored. After working for so long, even with his strong physique, he was feeling exhausted. But honestly, physical exhaustion wasn't the main issue. The real problem was that the 9th floor storage rooms were now full. It had become impossible to keep just one surviving student per storage room. Li Hanyao listened to the desperate screams and cries for help from the students on the lower floors, his brows furrowed tightly as his expression involuntarily darkened. What should be done? Why haven't Wan Yu and the others arrived yet? Li Hanyao shook his head slightly, his gaze regaining its unwavering determination. Forget it, never mind. Then it's 2 surviving students per room, this is the only solution left. At worst, I'll just have to strike harder to keep them unconscious for a longer time. Having made up his mind, Li Hanyao lightly tapped the wall with his foot and leapt down from the 9th floor. As his body fell past the 4th floor window, Li Hanyao flung the long sword in his hand toward the window. Splash! The hilt of the sword carried an icy chain that pulled him into the 4th floor corridor. Bang! Li Hanyao kicked open the door of the first classroom, deciding to start searching for survivors there. The scene inside the first classroom made Li Hanyao freeze for an unconscious second. The situation could only be described as a divine free-for-all, so chaotic it was nearly comparable to the grazing process in martial arts novels. Dozens of monsters were tangled together, tearing at each other with tentacles and claws so intertwined it was impossible to tell which limb belonged to which creature. Snap! Li Hanyao closed the door silently and immediately moved toward the second classroom. He had no time to deal with these monsters now. Rescuing survivors was the top priority. Crunch! He gently pushed open the door to the second classroom, and the scene inside actually made Li Hanyao feel somewhat relieved. There wasn't a single monster in sight. In the trash can at the very back row, a student curled up into a ball could clearly be seen trembling. Li Hanyao quickly walked over and pulled the student straight out of the garbage bin. Ah, don't kill me! The pale-faced boy screamed in terror, limbs thrashing wildly. With dyed red hair, seeing this boy's appearance made Li Hanyao freeze in place, his expression registering faint surprise. This red-haired youth was none other than the leader of the Ghostfire motorcycle gang that had previously cornered Li Hanyao and Xiang Tiange. The very red-haired punk Li Hanyao had taught a lesson. Just hours earlier, he'd encountered Li Hanyao in the restroom where they'd nearly come to blows after bumping into each other at the door. Immersive translate. Recognizing that it was Li Hanyao approaching and not a monster, the red-haired delinquent burst into tears of joy, overwhelmed with emotion. Moo! Just then, a 2-meter-tall monster with a bull's head and human body suddenly burst through the door. Upon seeing the creature, Li Hanyao narrowed his eyes slightly. Ice blue light pulsed from his left pupil, where a faint snowflake totem flickered in the depths, rhythmically undulating. Then, Li Hanyao spat out a series of eerie syllables from his mouth. Clink-clatter! The very next moment, the temperature in the classroom plummeted abruptly. Countless sharp ice arrows condensed around Li Hanyao's body and hovered mid-air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The ice arrows shot toward the Minotaur in unison. Sensing the aura of death, the creature attempted to flee the classroom, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, the Minotaur was riddled with ice arrows, its body covered in them like a porcupine, already fallen to the ground motionless. Li Hanyao glanced expressionlessly at the monstrous Minotaur. Sometimes he truly wondered, what kind of desire could drive someone to transform themselves into such a monster? Could it really be that someone's wish was to grow a pair of horns on their head? Immersive translate. The red-haired thug, witnessing Li Hanyao instantly defeat the monster, was left stunned and speechless with shock. After that, the red-haired troublemaker was filled with endless gratitude, nearly worshipping Li Hanyao to an extreme degree. The entire way, he excitedly kept saying to Li Hanyao, thank you, dude, you're amazing. I always knew supernatural beings existed in this world. Li Hanyao gave him a speechless glance and couldn't help but retort. Honestly, I really didn't want to save you. How do you manage to switch faces so thoroughly? Not long ago when you were extorting me, you weren't acting like this at all. Unexpectedly, after listening to Li Hanyao's words, the red-haired delinquent seemed suddenly confused. He scratched his head and said with utter bewilderment, "Buddy, when did I ever extort you? Besides, I took leave a few days ago and haven't been to school all week." Li Hanyao lifted his eyelids and couldn't help but glance at the red-haired delinquent. The red-haired delinquent's expression was sincere and his words earnest. Had Li Hanyao not remembered the incident from a few days ago so vividly, he might have actually been fooled by this kid's acting. Immersive translate. Enough. I don't have time to argue with you about these past matters right now. Li Hanyao waved his hand impatiently. Then, Li Hanyao dragged the red-haired troublemaker all the way to the 9th floor. He casually found a storage room and unceremoniously tossed him inside. After barricading the door once more, Li Hanyao prepared to head downstairs to continue rescuing people. Immersive translate. Roar. At that very moment, an imposing beast's roar suddenly erupted from behind Li Hanyao. Turning his head in astonishment, he discovered it was a massive black panther monster. Including its tail, the creature measured about 5 meters in length. Its entire body was pitch black, with explosive musculature, and it bore a pair of enormous black wings on its back. There was a blood-red eye in the center of its forehead, which rolled slightly up and down, giving off an eerie, almost human-like sensation. Li Hanyao's expression grew slightly solemn. After carefully observing this black panther-like creature, he could distinctly sense that this monster was far more powerful than the others. Screech! The long blade scraped against the ground, sending sparks flying. Li Hanyao knew that right now, he had to deal with this black panther creature first before descending to rescue the others. Otherwise, all the survivors on the 9th floor would be in grave danger. Roar! Before Li Hanyao could make a move, this black panther monster struck first. With a furious roar, the sound seemed to materialize into a tangible mental assault, sending a sharp sting through Li Hanyao's brain and leaving him momentarily dizzy. Damn it! Li Hanyao gritted his teeth slightly and steadied himself against the nearby wall. When Li Hanyao shook off the dizziness in his head and opened his eyes again, the black panther monster's sharp claws were already lunging at his face. The claws were just 5 centimeters away from his eyes. Such incredible speed! Li Hanyao's heart trembled violently, and he could even smell the foul stench emanating from the blood-red maw before him. Whoosh! Steadying his nerves, Li Hanyao's calf muscles suddenly contracted, propelling his entire body backward like a fired bullet. Screech! The black panther monster's claws grazed past his eyes, leaving 3 terrifying gashes on the nearby wall. Too close! Still shaken, Li Hanyao regained control of his retreating posture and calmly uttered a syllable. Divine Covenant, Frost Jade. Splash! A razor-sharp blade of frost energy erupted from the Mo Dao, slicing through the air at terrifying speed straight toward the black panther monster. The black panther monster leaped toward the nearby wall, dodging the blade's energy, then hunched low and surged forward with explosive force, charging at Li Hanyao once more. This time, Li Hanyao neither dodged nor flinched. Clenching the long blade with both hands, he leaned slightly forward, using the sword as a shield to collide with the black leopard's sharp claws. Clang! Claws and blades flashed with blinding silver light as man and beast stood locked in their deadly stalemate. Yet the deadlock was soon shattered. Snap! Li Hanyao took a step back. Li Hanyao hadn't anticipated the sheer strength of this black panther monster. Its brute force was driving him back step by step. Whoosh! However, in the next instant, a sudden whooshing wind sounded behind the black panther. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Li Hanyao's lips. Just kidding, why would I, a human, compete in brute strength with a beast like you? He looked behind the black panther and saw that the icy blade aura from earlier had already turned back, slashing straight toward the beast's back. Victory! Li Hanyao's eyes gleamed with triumph. He knew full well the power of this strike. With this one slash, the monstrous black panther would either die or be left grievously wounded. Immersive translate. Hanyao, Hanyao. At that very moment, something eerie unfolded. The black panther monster before Li Hanyao actually spoke in human language and called out his name. Li Hanyao froze. Was he hallucinating? Or was this some new dark sorcery at play? Splash! The next instant, the black panther monster's face contorted with an unmistakably human-like anxiety as its head and body began to melt, undergoing a violent transformation. A few seconds later, the black panther monster actually transformed into a black-clad young girl that Li Hanyao was extremely familiar with. Wan Yu? Li Hanyao stared wide-eyed, screaming involuntarily. Hanyao, what on earth are you doing? Worry-free appeared extremely furious, gritting her teeth with pupils blazing in anger as she continuously shouted accusations at Li Hanyao. What am I doing? This question left Li Hanyao utterly bewildered. His dazed eyes swept across the surroundings, broken human limbs littered the ground, countless bloodstained student uniforms scattered everywhere. Looking downstairs, The bull-headed monster he had just slain had now transformed into the likeness of an ordinary human male student, and the ferocious monsters wandering the corridors had turned into ordinary human students fleeing in panic. Li Hanyao stared blankly at the furious Wang Yu before him. Did I kill all these ordinary humans? Chapter 57, Pleading for Forgiveness. These students were all killed by me? Li Hanyao's gaze grew increasingly bewildered, murmuring these words incessantly under his breath. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind cut through the air. Li Hanyao's mind was in complete disarray, failing to notice that the chilling blade aura, which had reversed course moments earlier, was now bearing down upon Wang Yu's unprotected back. Put! The blade aura pierced straight through Wang Yu's back, causing her to cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. Though her strength far surpassed Li Hanyao's, the human back remains the most vulnerable part of the body, and she proved no exception. Thus stricken, as blood spilled from Wang Yu's lips, her vitality instantly withered away. Forget sorrow. Li Hanyao's pupils constricted violently as he shouted, rushing to support Forget Sorrow. At this moment, the young man's hands trembled slightly, his mind a tangled mess, utterly unsure of what to do. Why had all those he killed been humans? They're clearly monsters. I saw it very clearly, there's no way I could be mistaken. Li Hanyao clutched the fallen Wang Yu while staring at his own hands covered in blood. All that blood had flowed from the wounds on Wang Yu's back. Li Hanyao desperately shook his head, trying with all his might to calm himself down. Now even Forget-Me-Not has been severely wounded by my own hands. What should he do? What on earth should he do? Immersive translate. Cough cough. Forget-Me-Not coughed weakly twice, her face turning deathly pale from excessive blood loss. Gathering her last remaining strength into her throat, Forget-Me-Not struggled to steady her voice. What's wrong with you? If you've joined the Divine Descendants Academy, you could have just told us. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Worry-Free's voice grew fainter and fainter, as if she were about to lose consciousness. I didn't. It wasn't me. I thought they were all monsters. Li Hanyao clenched his fists desperately, his forehead drenched in sweat as he explained frantically, his expression utterly panicked. Worry-Free had already closed her eyes and stopped speaking. Her blood flowed increasingly, her face growing ever paler, as if it had drained all her vitality. Immersive translate. Damn it. Why is it always targeting me like this? Li Hanyao pounded the ground with his fists in anguish, his venting force cracking the entire surface with fissures. After several minutes of this unrestrained release, Li Hanyao forcefully suppressed his grief and stood up. Compelling himself to gather his spirit, he then lifted Worry-Free from the ground. No matter what, he had to return Wang Yu to group leader Shu first. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he had to save Wang Yu. As long as Wang Yu could be saved, he was ready to accept any punishment or beating that might follow. Immersive translate. As Li Hanyao carried Wang Yu past the hallway of the teaching building, the horrified students on either side huddled inside their classrooms, watching him with fearful eyes. Faced with these pale, terrified faces, Li Hanyao remained silent. As Li Hanyao stepped out of the teaching building, crunch! A violet lightning serpent suddenly descended from the sky, its dazzling radiance coiling and unbearably brilliant. Seconds later, the lightning gradually faded, revealing the black-haired youth Ji Hui at its center. Seeing Li Hanyao covered in bloodstains and noticing the unconscious Wang Yu in his arms, Ji Hui's expression visibly changed. What's going on? Ji Hui frowned tightly and asked in an icy voice. Li Hanyao didn't know how to respond and could only lower his head in silence. However, Ji Hui could detect some clues from the wound on Wang Yu's back. He narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully examining the wound on Wang Yu's back, then spoke coldly, word by word. The edges of the wound are bluish-white, with traces of cold poison and frost. This was caused by frost jade, wasn't it? Legend pressed his fingers slightly harder, his knuckles turning pale, offering no explanation. Though he had heard Wu Yu mention before that Remorse became a completely different person during missions, Legend never expected Remorse to be this perceptive in the moment. Remorse? Let me explain. Li Hanyao gritted his teeth slightly, speaking with immense difficulty. Though he said this, what exactly could he explain? The people were indeed injured by him, this was irrefutable. What possible defense could he offer? But Ji Hui clearly had no intention of giving him a chance to explain. In the blink of an eye, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted. In Ji Hui's right hand, countless lightning bolts condensed into a violet longsword, radiating a blinding glow. Whoosh! I'll chop off one of your arms first, then you can go explain yourself. With murderous intent on his face, Ji Hui stomped his foot and charged towards Li Hanyao amidst a flurry of lightning sparks, his speed so tremendous it left afterimages in his wake. Having no heart for battle and acknowledging his own fault in the matter, Li Hanyao could only instinctively raise his saber in defense, continually retreating under the onslaught. Immersive translate. Bang! Li Hanyao plummeted heavily from midair and crashed onto the ground. His clothes were disheveled, his right arm charred black, and his entire body crackled with tiny sparks of electricity. These sparks persistently assailed him, numbing his whole frame. Using his Mo Dao saber as support, Li Hanyao staggered to his feet. With an utterly grim expression, he shouted at Ji Hui floating in the air. Stop this. Rest assured, I promise you I won't run. Let's send Wang Yu to Team Leadership for treatment first, then whether you want to kill or torture me afterwards, I'll submit to whatever punishment you desire. Ji Hui stood midair, his hostile gaze fixed on Li Hanyao, showing no intention of stopping. As if unconvinced by Li Hanyao's words, he spoke calmly. Wang Yu must be saved, but to prevent unforeseen events along the way, you must be dealt with first or at least incapacitated to ensure safety. Li Hanyao steeled himself and made one final concession, shouting up at Ji Hui. Alright then, I'll stand here without moving, and you can attack me 5 times. After those 5 moves, whether I'm dead or alive, we'll send Wang Yu for treatment first, and settle our scores later. I promise you, there won't be any tricks along the way. Ji Hui still didn't speak, but his expression softened slightly, as if he was considering Li Hanyao's offer. Li Hanyao heaved a deep sigh, then shouted angrily. Fine, I'll add 6 more moves, I'll stand still and let you hit me, and afterwards, whether I'm still breathing or not, we'll take Wang Yu to Team Leadership immediately. No more delays, or Wang Yu won't make it. Good. Perhaps it was Li Hanyao's final words that swayed Ji Hui, as he nodded and finally agreed. With a solemn expression, Ji Hui spoke word by word. 5 moves plus 6 moves, totaling 11. Once I've executed these 11 moves, our grudges will be settled. Of course, Team Leadership will still deal with you afterward, but I won't intervene then. Alright, then begin. Li Hanyao straightened his body, put down the unfamiliar blade, his gaze resolute as he answered with unwavering determination. Seeing Li Hanyao drop all his defenses, Ji Hui also stopped wasting words. With a light lift of his right hand, he slowly raised the violet sword formed from condensed lightning. Crack! The next moment, thunder erupted violently as countless bolts from the clouds continued to gather and converge upon this purple sword. Boom! In mere seconds, the potential energy contained within the sword's blade had reached an utterly terrifying level. Even the space around the sword became slightly blurred and distorted. On the ground, Li Hanyao's hair was tossed wildly by the fierce wind, and his gaze grew increasingly grave. This strike before his eyes must surely be the most terrifying assault he's encountered since awakening his spiritual powers. But he couldn't dodge, nor did he intend to. Since he'd made a promise, he was determined to see it through to the end. Immersive translate. Boom! With an ear-splitting roar, all the lightning gathered on the sword's surface surged like tidal waves before coalescing into a gargantuan purple dragon. Bellowing furiously, the colossal dragon plunged downward toward Li Hanyao on the ground. The terror of its imposing presence even made the entire school tremble. The century-old trees so thick that several people could barely encircle them had already begun to crack and collapse. Immersive translate. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the lightning dragon reached Li Hanyao, stopping less than a meter away from his forehead. Yet, the corners of Li Hanyao's lips suddenly curled into a faint smile. It was as though he had transformed into an entirely different person in that instant. The next moment, Li Hanyao abruptly reached to the side and grabbed the unconscious Forgetful lying on the ground. Then, Li Hanyao pushed Forgetful's body forward, using it as a human shield to perfectly block himself. Hey, wake up, keep pretending and you'll lose your life. Li Hanyao leaned close to Forgetful's ear and spoke with a hint of mockery in his voice. In the next instant, Wang Yu suddenly opened her eyes. Wang Yu stared at the colossal thunder dragon that had already appeared right before her. Her pupils abruptly constricted, her eyes filled with sheer terror. Immersive translate. Chapter 58, Black clouds press upon the city, a dark sun descends. Bang! The thunder dragon, flashing with a blinding blue light, crashed heavily onto Wang Yu's body. Put! Worry-free coughed up another mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite with its string severed before crashing heavily to the ground. You brat has no martial honor. Seeing Li Hanyao actually using Worry-free as a human shield, Ji Hui couldn't help but curse loudly, hopping mad with rage. Ha ha ha! Li Hanyao doubled over with laughter and said, "You're really bad at acting." Meanwhile, Wang Yu, who had been lying on the ground, had already climbed back up. Crackle boom! Wang Yu had been struck by lightning, his face blackened, his hair standing on end, and his whole body smoking. Sparks still danced delicately across her body, and with each leap of these tiny flames, Wang Yu shuddered slightly. Sizzle! Then, Wang Yu's body began to melt and twist like rubber, and within a few breaths, she had transformed into another form. It was precisely the first girl Han Yu had rescued from the school at the very beginning, the girl who wished for her grandmother to come back to life. And the appearance of Ji Hui also began to writhe and change. His body swelled even more, his clothes began to tear, black fur grew on his skin, a third eye opened between his eyebrows, and wings sprouted from his back. In the blink of an eye, Ji Hui had transformed into the same Black Panther creature from before. Immersive translate. So it really is you. Li Hanyao narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the girl before him and the Black Panther creature beside her. Actually, this girl was also his classmate, named Zhou Yujing. Although she didn't interact much with Li Hanyao on a daily basis, in his recollection, She had always seemed like a fairly quiet and well-behaved girl. Now he couldn't fathom why such a quiet girl would get involved with this god's cast-off incident. Li Hanyao observed Zhou Yujing's current state. Her expression was ferocious, her body covered in bloodstains, radiating a terrifying murderous aura that seemed almost tangible. He looked entirely different from his usual self. Li Hanyao was slightly taken aback. Was this what they called a girl with contrast? Immersive translate. Li Hanyao glanced around again, and the scene reversed once more. The pitiful human students who had been fleeing in all directions just moments ago had now reverted to their monstrous, snarling forms. The bodies on the ground weren't wrongfully killed either, as they had transformed back into their monstrous forms. Li Hanyao couldn't help but nod this time. It had to be real. Immersive translate. So, how exactly did you figure it out? Zhou Yujing's tone turned icy as she stared intently at Li Hanyao and asked. Li Hanyao withdrew his gaze from his surroundings and locked eyes with Zhou Yujing. Generally speaking, there are three aspects. Li Hanyao smiled faintly as he raised three fingers and began explaining calmly. First, Ji Hui fundamentally can't recognize numbers. Though his IQ returns to normal levels during combat, Wang Yu mentioned that this numerical blindness defect, just like his short-term memory flaw, is permanent and won't change even in combat mode. Li Hanyao paused, recalling the scene of Ji Hui pressing the elevator buttons in the cafe, and said with a bitter smile. He couldn't even tell the floor numbers on the elevator. Yet just now, this fake Ji Hui of yours was able to quickly calculate if I let him 5 moves, then 6 more, that's 11 moves in total. This is just too ridiculous. Hearing this, Zhou Yujing glared at the panther-like monster and scolded. Useless wretch. The panther monster seemed rather aggrieved. It whined indignantly twice, as if saying, not knowing how to calculate is what makes someone useless. The second aspect. Li Hanyao's voice suddenly dropped low as he gazed at the sky, his expression tinged with desolation. Actually, from the very beginning, when you summoned your grandmother's corpse using desires, I already started doubting you. Li Hanyao gave a bitter smile. His voice was barely above a whisper, as if speaking more to himself. Because I've tried it myself even with the power of Loki's dominion, no matter how fervently you desire it, the dead can never truly be brought back. Yes, from the moment Zhou Yujing summoned her grandmother's corpse, Li Hanyao couldn't wait to try it immediately. Even if it's just a corpse, even if he knew the outcome would be undeniably sinister, even if he was painfully aware that whoever returned would surely become a monster, Li Hanyao still longed to lay eyes on that man one last time. Besides that man, there was also Xiang Tiange, but unexpectedly, neither of them returned. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao toyed with the unfamiliar blade in his hand, chuckling as he shook his head at Zhou Yujing. You were too eager to prove your humanity to me, but ended up overreaching. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Zhou Yujing across from him merely shrugged indifferently, replying in a strikingly nonchalant tone. I didn't lie to you. In Lord Loki's domain, desire can truly revive the dead. Your failure is your own problem. Who knows what situation the person you wanted to revive was in? Upon hearing this, Li Hanyao's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he was slightly shaken. If Zhou Yujing wasn't lying to him, then what exactly was the deal with that man? Could it be that the man was still alive? Hope flared in Li Hanyao's heart. Whether the other party's words were true or false, he chose to take them as truth. But with formidable enemies still present, now wasn't the time to dwell on this. Immersive translate. Be that as it may. Li Hanyao's expression turned somewhat mocking as he smiled with playful amusement, declaring rather proudly. Be that as it may, even if what you say is true, I still managed to accidentally expose you, didn't I? Zhou Yujing pursed her lips and remained silent. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet, as if neither of them knew what to say next. Li Hanyao glanced at the top of his floral-patterned umbrella. Sure enough, the letters Loki had vanished. The Loki emblem had disappeared. He hadn't been mistaken, his floral umbrella wasn't a divine relic after all. Zhou Yujing had been misleading him all along. The divine relic must be something else, and it's probably in Zhou Yujing's possession. Immersive translate. Why haven't you made your move yet? Li Hanyao scratched his head and quipped. I'm waiting for backup. What are you waiting for? Your funeral. Whoosh. As Li Hanyao's voice faded, a figure leapt down from the rooftop, landing beside him. Crackle. The figure was wreathed in dazzling streaks of lightning, accompanied by continuous explosive cracks of thunder. A few moments later, the lightning receded, revealing the true form of this figure. As expected, it was Ji Hui. Look, just look. Li Hanyao patted Ji Hui's shoulder and lectured Zhou Yujing in a tone of exasperation. Look, this is the real deal, these lines, this elegance, this expression. Can any of you copy this? Admit it, your imitations are laughably fake. Honestly, you're not even at Putian standards. Zhou Yujing's face turned ashen, her graceful figure trembling slightly as visible fury threatened to erupt uncontrollably. Boom! Suddenly, the roaring engine noise tore through the campus surroundings. A silver Ferrari sports car smashed through the school gates, tires screeching, before sliding into a perfect arc and stopping between both parties. Snap! Wu Yu stepped out of the Ferrari expressionlessly, seemingly in a bad mood. Look, just look. Li Hanyao patted Wu Yu's shoulder contentedly again, then sighed at Zhou Yujing with both relief and helplessness. Now take a look at those curves, that stern expression, do you really think you could replicate it? At last, Li Hanyao couldn't resist stealing a glance at Wang Yu and muttered under his breath. Honestly speaking, the reason I could spot your trick instantly is that your Photoshop was overdone. Wang Yu's figure isn't nearly that good. Immersive translate. Oh, how impressive. Just then, Zhou Yujing suddenly let out a cold laugh and said in a ghostly tone, hee hee, well, if you're stalling for time to wait for backup, then what do you think I'm stalling for? Boom! As Zhou Yujing's words fell, the sky above the campus suddenly darkened, even the sun being swallowed by this darkness. Sorry. Zhou Yujing licked her lips, her eyes blazing as she declared, I'm waiting for backup too. Immersive translate. Chapter 59 The Power of Pay to Win. The entire sky darkened, even the sun turning black. Only the faint glow of its corona remained visible around the edges. The campus suddenly fell into utter silence. Not a whisper of wind could be heard as all exterior sounds receded like tidal waves, creating an absolute stillness. Li Hanyang looked up at the sky and witnessed a scene of unfathomable strangeness. There seemed to be two people walking on the sun. Yes, a man and a woman, slowly moving across the black sun. Gradually, they began walking step by step toward Li Hanyao and his companions. Their appearances were equally strange. The man had long hair and a slender figure, appearing feminine at first glance. Only by looking closer could one discern he was a young man. As for the woman, she sported a crew cut, with short, bristly hair standing upright. She had broad shoulders and a burly frame, equally identifiable as female only by her facial features. Li Hanyao had once watched an anime featuring a muscular yet adorable Neza, with explosive muscles paired with a cute face, quite resembling the woman before him now. Immersive translate. The two walked extremely slowly, as if strolling leisurely through a courtyard. Yet strangely, despite moving at such a leisurely pace, they arrived beside Zhou Yujing in just a few breaths, standing opposite Li Hanyao and his group. Ji Hui. The long-haired young man was the first to speak. His voice clearly belonged to a man, yet his tone was artificially sweetened with an affected coquetry. It seemed he was deliberately mimicking a woman's manner, but undeniably, it was a poor imitation. The long-haired youth licked his lips, eyes gleaming with excitement as he said, Ji Hui, I never thought the Spring and Autumn Academy would send you again this time. Didn't we just see each other last month? With missions scattered all over the globe, why is it that you and I keep bumping into each other? The long-haired young man brushed aside his locks, pausing momentarily before speaking in an intoxicatingly smooth voice. Isn't this rather a twist of fate? Immersive translate. Li Hanyao stood nearby with thoughtful eyes. From what this long-haired youth implied, it seemed Ji Hui and he were old rivals, always locking horns across various missions. Ji Hui calmly gazed at the long-haired young man, his pitch-black eyes unruffled. After a long pause, Ji Hui scratched his head and somewhat puzzledly asked the long-haired youth, And who might you be? The long-haired young man. The surroundings were deathly silent. Veins bulged slightly on the long-haired young man's neck, clearly suppressing the fury burning in his chest. Ha! A few seconds later, rage transformed into bitter laughter as the youth muttered to himself. Ha! The ultimate humiliation in this world is when I consider you my rival, yet you damn well don't even remember me. Li Hanyao raised a comforting hand nearby and said, It's fine, he doesn't remember me either. The long-haired youth glanced at Li Hanyao before impatiently looking away. Where did this human brat come from, interrupting without permission? Yet, as if suddenly recalling something, he turned his gaze back to Li Hanyao, his face showing a trace of astonishment as he said, I've seen your photo. Aren't you that Imperial-level freshman the Academy has been trying to recruit recently? After recognizing Li Hanyao's identity, the long-haired youth couldn't help but sneer, his tone dripping with schadenfreude as he said, Looks like you finally decided to join those cursed freaks after all? What a pity. If Ingluoy, that little girl, were to find out, who knows how devastated she'd be. Hearing this, Li Hanyao was somewhat surprised. Could it be that this man and woman before him were actually from the Divine Descendants Academy? At that moment, the muscular Lolita beside the long-haired youth suddenly whispered a few words in his ear. After listening, the long-haired youth's eyes flickered with surprise. He gave Li Hanyao a once-over, then said in a teasing tone, Kid, never thought you'd have such backbone. All that money couldn't buy you off. That's because we offered even more. Wang Yu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. With a sarcastic expression, she retorted to the long-haired youth. And here I thought you were loaded. Turns out you're only offering 5 million. Not that impressive after all. Hearing this, the long-haired youth widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, I can't believe you penny pinchers are actually using money to poach people now? Wait, weren't you always against interfering with human family destinies? Breaking your principles for this kid? Wang Yu closed his eyes to rest, seeming too lazy to bother with the long-haired young man. The long-haired youth shrugged, not angry but rather speaking with frank acceptance. Whatever, that's the admissions team's business. We in the operations group just handle killing people and stealing stuff. Anything beyond that isn't my concern. Having said this, the long-haired youth turned his gaze back to Jihui. He took a deep breath and said with grave seriousness, "And Jihui, though you still don't remember me, I must tell you my name. Listen carefully, this is the 196th time I'm telling you, and I don't want there to be a 197th. The 196th time?" Li Hanyao, standing nearby, twitched at the corners of his mouth upon hearing this. To be honest, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity for the long-haired young man. This guy really was Jihui's most devoted fan. And one more thing. Li Hanyao picked up on another detail. This was the first time he'd heard Jihui's full name, so it turned out Jihui's surname was An. The long-haired young man gritted his teeth fiercely, enunciating each word deliberately with, "And Jihui, listen carefully. My name is Ji Barrowan. Put." As these words left the long-haired youth's lips, Li Hanyao couldn't help but burst into laughter only to abruptly stifle his mirth, his face turning beet red as his body trembled with suppressed amusement. "What are you laughing at?" The long-haired youth named Ji Barrowan frowned slightly, his tone turning frosty as he spoke. Li Hanyao restrained his smile, raising his clasped fists toward Ji Barrowan as he spoke impassively. "It's nothing, brother Wan." Immersive translate. Hand over the divine fragment. Wan Yu clearly wished to waste no more words, addressing Zhou Yujing beside him in a grave tone. Zhou Yujing hugged the items in her arms tightly and shrank slightly behind Ji Baryuan. Ji Baryuan patted Zhou Yujing on the back reassuringly and said, "Don't be afraid, young lady, the two of us will hold those two off. Though we can't defeat them, delaying them won't be a problem at all. You just run towards Haiyun residence." He spoke to Zhou Yujing tenderly, promising, "Everyone inside Haiyun residence is from our academy. Once you reach Haiyun residence, no one can lay a finger on you." Haiyun residence? Li Hanyao's heart skipped a beat. He knew this place. It was a famous gathering spot for the wealthy in Lanshan City. Haiyun residence wasn't far from Lanshan High School. At an average human's walking speed, it would take no more than 20 minutes to get there. "Hey!" Wan Yu suddenly interrupted Ji Barawan's words, pointing at the nearby Li Hanyao as he clearly spoke. "I say, we've still got one more person over here. Are you just going to ignore him like that? Seems you really don't think much of our Imperial tier fighter, huh?" Ji Barwan snorted coldly before replying at his own deliberate pace. "Noble lineage only proves his potential, not his current strength. No matter how powerful this kid becomes in the future, right now he's just awakened his spirit. How strong could he really be? Could he possibly withstand the power left by Lord Loki?" Immersive translate. Ji Barawan's words held truth. Yu Jingzhou now wielded the power bestowed by divine remnants. Against her, Han Taoli, still an untrained novice, might truly stand no chance. Moreover, Zhou Yujing didn't even need to fight with Li Hanyao. She just had to make it to a Haiyun residence. No matter how you calculate it, this situation is advantageous for Ji Barwan and their side. Wan Yu remained expressionless and whispered to Han Li, "Han Kiln, Captain Shu has already sent reinforcements. You just need to hold off this little girl for a while. Can you manage that?" Li Han Kiln pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "I'll do my best. The chances of success are about 50%. After listening to Han Kiln Li's answer, Wan Yu gazed ahead and spoke unhurriedly. "Once completed, the Academy will protect and support your aunt for the rest of her life." A tremor ran through Han Kiln Li's body. Wan Yu shrugged, her smile radiant as she patted Han Kiln Li's head and cheerfully encouraged. It seems that gaming company's approach was quite effective after all. The way to increase odds is through microtransactions, she mused. "Now tell me again, little sister, what exactly are the chances you can stop that girl?" Click-clack, click-clack. Li Hanyao gripped his longsword as he advanced step by step toward Zhou Yujing. Simultaneously, the boy's resolute voice carried through the air. 100%. Immersive translate. Chapter 60. I need to vent. Whoosh. On a remote street, two figures ran swiftly one after the other in a rapid chase. The figure in front was Zhou Yujing, while the one behind was none other than Li Hanyao. Li Hanyao's movements were exceptionally light, his speed astonishingly fast. Wake Spirit endowed Li Hanyao with formidable leg muscle strength. With just the slightest touch of his toes to the ground, he could spring forward like a coiled spring, leaping 4 meters in a single bound. In contrast, Zhou Yujing ahead appeared visibly exhausted. She panted heavily, glancing back frequently. Li Hanyao realized then Zhou Yujing was neither a divine descendant nor a calamity descendant. She was merely an ordinary human who had chanced upon divine relics. Thus, though her combat prowess was considerable, it relied entirely on the divine power of those divine relics. As for her physical constitution itself, having never undergone Wake Spirit enhancement, it remained entirely average. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao continued chasing Zhou Yujing ahead of them, the distance between the two gradually closing. Watching Zhou Yujing desperately running away, for some reason, Li Hanyao suddenly felt there was something peculiar about the scene before him. It was as though he were some ill-intentioned villain, pursuing an innocent girl who had just escaped from his grasp. Boom! The moment this bizarre thought crossed Li Hanyao's mind, a wave of dizziness suddenly washed over his brain. He urgently shook his head violently to snap himself back to clarity. At the same moment, a cool sensation spread across Li Hanyao's chest, clearing his mind considerably. What's this? As Li Hanyao's thoughts cleared, he suddenly became aware of his current predicament and was instantly overwhelmed by sheer terror. To his horror, he realized he had nearly crashed into a massive truck parked by the roadside. Screech! Li Hanyao hastily stopped in his tracks, his 10 toes suddenly tensing to stabilize his posture. The truck was carrying a load of steel bars at the rear, and at this very moment, the tips of those sharp bars were less than half a meter away from Li Hanyao's heart. Given the speed he had been moving at mere moments ago, a collision would have undoubtedly been fatal. And just as Li Hanyao encountered this mishap, the distance between Zhou Yujing and him had once again widened. Damn it! Li Hanyao couldn't help but curse under his breath. He finally realized that his strange thoughts earlier were all Zhou Yujing's doing. Loki's divine power excels at influencing people's minds. Li Hanyao touched the divine sniffing duck in his pocket. He'd borrowed it from Wang Yu. Fortunately, this little fellow was here to resist some of the divine power left by Loki's relic, otherwise, he would have already stumbled into it while dazed. Li Hanyao dared not be careless again. He steeled his mind and quickened his pace, chasing forward. Immersive translate. Meanwhile, Lanshan Middle School. Bang! Bang! Two figures crashed down from the sky, slamming hard onto the ground with enough force to send a faint tremor through the earth, kicking up billowing dust. Cough cough. Ji Baiyuan spat out a mouthful of blood-streaked saliva. Wiping the grime from his face, his eyes brimmed with shock as his lips parted soundlessly for a long moment. Tap tap. From the billowing dust emerged a slender figure, the detached expression of Wang Yu slowly coming into view. Clenching his jaw fiercely, Ji Baiyuan spoke through gritted teeth, his voice thick with resentment. You're no ordinary academy student. No ordinary student could possess this level of power. Who exactly are you? Wang Yu toyed with the badge in her hand, her tone unperturbed. Spring and Autumn Academy, Lan Mountain City Admissions Director, Su Wang Yu. Ji Baoruan's face revealed the bitter smile of someone who'd overlooked one crucial detail, as he muttered to himself. So you were the director all along. I see now. No wonder. No wonder. Ji Baiyuan exchanged glances with his muscular yet adorable female partner, both their faces twisting into ugly expressions. They had initially thought this girl was just an ordinary student from Spring Autumn Academy, never imagining she'd turn out to be someone at the level of an admissions team leader. With a team leader present, plus the battle maniac Ji Hui, Ji Baiyuan knew perfectly well that the two of them stood absolutely no chance against this pair. But there's always an exception to every rule. Ha ha. Ji Baoruan's face suddenly broke into a smile again. He abruptly stood up and burst into laughter, then fiercely spread his arms wide as if to embrace the sky. Buzz buzz. The next moment, the bracelet on his wrist erupted with a dazzling silver glow. Swoosh. The silver light suddenly expanded, then enveloped the entire Lanshan High School. The shimmering radiance writhed and gradually formed a shimmering dome. From its shape, this dome resembled an upside-down bowl. The silver light converged from all directions toward a single point in the sky, the base of this radiant bowl. Look out! As the base of the bowl was about to take shape, Wang Yu sensed something amiss and hastily surged toward the sky. Crash! Ji Hui transformed into a bolt of lightning as well, rushing alongside Wang Yu toward the bowl's base in the sky. Yet, just as they were about to reach the bowl's base in the sky, the silver light coalesced completely, completing the formation of the bowl, and the two found themselves trapped beneath this bowl-shaped seal. Bang! Bang! Their bodies slammed heavily against the base of the bowl, only to be violently hurled back to the ground, stirring up a massive cloud of dust upon impact. Ha ha ha! Watching Wang Yu and Ji Hui reduced to the same sorry state he had just been in, Ji Baoruan jumped about excitedly, gloating gleefully. Quasi-King Artifact, Cricket Jar. It took completing 100 Academy missions just to earn 1 year's right of use of this. If I can complete this mission related to Lord Loki, I'll get 3 more years of usage rights. Ji Baoruan bit his tongue in excitement. He knew full well the power of a Quasi-King Artifact, especially one specifically designed for imprisonment. In his view, no matter how strong Wang Yu and Ji Hui might be, there was no way they could break free from this Quasi-King Artifact-esque confinement. Immersive translate. Worry-free and remorse emerged from the dust unharmed, though their clothes were slightly torn. Worry-free gazed at the silver bowl bottom overhead with a contemplative look, lost in unknowable thoughts. As Ji Baoruan had said, imprisonment-type, Quasi-King artifacts, were rare yet functionally cumbersome, their value far inferior to purely offensive or defensive, Quasi-King artifacts. But precisely because such, Quasi-King artifacts, served such singular, trivial purposes, it meant that once formed, they were exceptionally difficult to break. Immersive translate. 1 hour. Ji Baoruan glanced at his watch, his expression carrying a hint of smugness as he said, "None of us will be leaving this place for at least an hour." Then he stretched contentedly and made a show of lying down on the ground, his tone becoming leisurely as he continued. Still, spending an hour here with two beauties like you isn't such a bad thing. I doubt that. Strangely enough, Forget Worry showed no panic. She studied Ji Barwan with playful interest, advancing toward him step by step. As she walked, she said with a smile, "That means, I can beat the crap out of you for a full hour here, right?" Ji Barwan's expression darkened upon hearing this, his earlier ease and composure completely gone. He instinctively took 2 steps back, gulped, and said, "At a time like this, you still have the mind to fight me? Aren't you worried that kid outside will mess everything up?" "No." Wang Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. She appeared utterly unflustered, though whether from absolute confidence or reckless abandon remained unclear. "No, quite the opposite. I'm deeply worried, which is why I need to vent. I need to hit someone. Mission failure is the Academy's problem, but releasing my emotions now is my personal matter. The Institute might suffer losses, but I'll never come out short." With these words, Wang Yu's voice suddenly turned venomous. Gnashing her teeth, her face contorted with barely contained fury as she roared, "Damn it, act now. Beat them up. Leave the outside stuff to that rookie kid, just the 2 of us. Let's teach these bastards a lesson. See if we can't tear off one of their legs in the next hour." Boom! The next moment, thunder surged and silver serpents writhed across the heavens above Lan Mountain High School. Immersive Translate. Chapter 61 Hospital. Tap tap. In the narrow city alleyways, 2 sets of hurried footsteps echoed. Zhou Yujing's stamina ultimately couldn't match Li Hanyao's, and the distance between them kept shrinking. A glint of excitement shone in Li Hanyao's eyes as his fingertips were about to brush Zhou Yujing's hair. Zhou Yujing seemed to sense Li Hanyao's imminent touch from behind. Her face instantly turned pale with frantic anxiety. In her desperation, Zhou Yujing unexpectedly cried out for help to a slightly plump uncle by the alley. Help me, there's a bad man trying to rape me." Li Hanyao's expression changed slightly, even his fingers instinctively recoiled. He couldn't help cursing inwardly, "Damn it, how is this little bitch so cunning?" The middle-aged man was wearing a white undershirt, sitting on a rocking chair with a fan covering his face, apparently cooling off by the roadside. Hearing Zhou Yujing's cry for help, the slightly chubby uncle immediately jolted awake from his nap, then groggily stood up. The uncle took one look at the scene before him, and his sense of justice immediately surged. He sternly reprimanded Li Hanyao with righteous indignation. "Young punk, what are you doing? At such a young age and already misbehaving. Stop right now, or I'll call the police." Li Hanyao's face turned ashen, his steps slowing down. But it must be said, given the current scene, he really did resemble a suspicious villain up to no good. Zhou Yujing naturally had the calm, studious face of a model student, combined with her disheveled appearance from the earlier fight and the pitiful expression she wore now, while being chased desperately by a male student like himself. Anyone who saw this would undoubtedly believe Zhou Yujing's words over his. Immersive Translate. Li Hanyao initially wanted to explain, but time was pressing. Besides, he knew this wasn't a situation that could be clarified quickly, so he decided to ignore the middle-aged man and move straight past him. Unexpectedly, this middle-aged man seemed overflowing with a sense of justice, or perhaps every man has fantasized about playing the hero to save a beauty, and such an opportunity was once in a lifetime. So he remained planted in front of Li Hanyao, refusing to budge. The alley was too narrow, and Li Hanyao couldn't get around it either. Zhou Yujing flashed a sly smile at Li Hanyao and darted forward. Though armed with Loki's relic, Zhou Yujing might not necessarily be outmatched by Li Hanyao. She had no real need to engage him directly. All she had to do was let these foolish bystanders stall Li Hanyao for her. After all, merely entering the Haiyun residence would grant her the sanctuary of the Divine Descendants Academy. By then, no one from the Spring and Autumn Academy could touch her. Immersive Translate. "Kid, out with it, what crimes have you committed?" Justice Uncle interrogated Li Hanyao as if he were a convict, his reprimands sharp and stern. Li Hanyao took a deep breath before suddenly forcing out a smile. With utmost sincerity, he replied, "You ask what crimes I've committed? Come here, let me tell you, I've killed 18 people, just escaped prison today. See these bloodstains on my clothes. I know I'm done for, just wanted to have some final fun with a female student before the end. Funny how fate works, you had to be the one to stop me. Hey, don't you think there's some twisted destiny between us?" Li Hanyao grinned maliciously as he drew the gleaming Mo Dao blade from his bag. Yet in the next moment, when he looked up, the middle-aged man had already vanished without a trace. Li Hanyao looked around in confusion. Merciful Buddha, I tend to sleepwalk, so please don't mind me, kind stranger. The righteous uncle shrank back into his rocking chair, chanting Buddhist scriptures in a trembling voice while covering his face with a banana leaf before resuming his midday nap. Ignoring him, Li Hanyao stomped his foot and continued chasing in the direction Zhou Yujing had fled. He ran forward for a long time until he reached a crossroads, but still saw no sign of Zhou Yujing. Li Hanyao clenched his fists, his lips slightly parched. He stared at the crossroads before him. The left path led to Haiyun residence. Yet he couldn't rule out the possibility that Zhou Yujing might have taken the right path to deliberately avoid him, even if it meant going the long way. Immersive Translate. Just as Li Hanyao was wrestling with his thoughts, he suddenly caught sight of a fleeting figure darting across the abandoned building to his left. Li Hanyao quickly gave chase. The building had once been a hospital, but after numerous medical incidents, it was eventually relocated, leaving the old site deserted ever since. The moment Li Hanyao stepped into the derelict building, an intense chill enveloped him, instantly cutting off the oppressive heat from outside. I must say, this eerie place is actually quite excellent for escaping the summer heat. Crunch! At that very moment, a faint rustling sound suddenly came from upstairs. Li Hanyao raised his guard to the fullest and cautiously ascended the steps. Bang! Li Hanyao kicked open the old, rusty iron door upstairs, paused for 5 seconds, and then slowly stepped inside. The moment I stepped in, whoosh! Li Hanyao sensed a lethal threat and instinctively summoned an ice shield before him. Bang! The ice shield shattered as a sharp crossbow bolt grazed his cheekbone. The next moment, crimson blood began to stream down from his cheekbone. Clutching his wound and enduring the pain, Li Hanyao murmured a faint syllable between his lips. SSSSHHK. White vapor ominously rose from the wound on his cheekbone, with frost slowly forming over the injury, temporarily stemming the bleeding. After finishing all this, Li Hanyao stood up, his gaze cold and wary. Zhou Yujing, you're no ordinary human, you're a catastrophe descendant. No! Zhou Yujing set down her crossbow and said with a smile. To be precise, I am of divine descent. While observing his surroundings and the terrain, Li Hanyao continued to probe Zhou Yujing for information. You haven't used the power of the divine pact all this time, was it to conceal your true identity? Zhou Yujing chuckled silently, as if mocking herself. My lineage is merely sure rank, and my divine covenant is only the 272nd sequence, precision. There's nothing worth hiding about such modest capabilities. Precision. Li Hanyao silently mouthed these 2 words. While his expression remained undisturbed, his mind was racing furiously. He wasn't particularly familiar with the divine covenant sequence, but judging by the name of this covenant and the crossbow in Zhou Yujing's hands, Li Hanyao could guess that the specific ability of precision was likely related to enhanced shooting. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao hadn't expected Zhou Yujing to be a divine descendant, which complicated the situation somewhat. Although her divine covenant sequence wasn't high, what worried Li Hanyao actually had nothing to do with the nature of her covenant. Because, even if Zhou Yujing's divine covenant sequence was low, as long as she had completed spirit awakening, her physical abilities would be enhanced. Li Hanyao's initial thought was that although Loki's relic was powerful, Zhou Yujing was after all just an ordinary human. Her primary method of combat relied on external desire summons rather than her own strength. If the two were to truly fight, as long as Li Hanyao could temporarily break through these summoned creatures and reach Zhou Yujing's side, he could defeat her and resolve the current predicament. However, all of this was predicated on the assumption that Zhou Yujing was an ordinary human. If Zhou Yujing had already awakened her spirit, this would mean that even if Li Hanyao got close to her, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat her in a short time. And once those summoned creatures closed in, he was forced to retreat from their overwhelming force. It became a vicious cycle. If this dragged on, his defeat was inevitable. Immersive translate. Do you know why I chose to fight you here? Zhou Yujing's voice suddenly grew low, as if infused with endless melancholy. Li Hanyao remained silent. His mind was desperately searching for a way to break this deadlock. Not receiving Li Hanyao's response, Zhou Yujing didn't seem to mind at all. She gazed at the surrounding walls with a look of melancholy and reminiscence in her eyes. These once pristine white hospital corridor walls had now become dilapidated and worn. Zhou Yujing ran her fingers along the walls while smiling composedly, speaking as if to herself. Li Hanyao, you know the power of Loki's relics comes from desire. But do you know where desires burn brightest? She paused mid-sentence before suddenly turning her head. Li Hanyao froze slightly as he saw Zhou Yujing's eyes already brimming with hot tears, her voice growing increasingly frenzied. The place brimming with the strongest desires is the hospital. Those white walls have heard the most desperate pleas and cravings in this world, supplications and yearnings so intense even God dare not look upon them. Boom! As Zhou Yujing's words fell, the entire abandoned hospital building trembled violently. A few seconds later, heart-wrenching wails erupted from beneath the abandoned hospital. Immersive translate. Chapter 62 Mother. Countless ghostly wails came from all directions, so shrill and piercing they threatened to split Li Hanyao's head apart. Crack, crack. Li Hanyao stood on the second floor when sudden scraping sounds came from outside the surrounding windows. Pairs of withered hands grasped the windowsills and climbed into the second floor. Li Hanyao now saw them clearly. These things were completely different from the previous monsters. Strictly speaking, they weren't monsters at all, they were living, breathing people. Except, every single person was missing parts of their body. Some people have empty sockets where eyes should be, some lack legs entirely, crawling forward on their hands, others don't even have hands, inching ahead using only their teeth. As for other types, those people missing hearts or kidneys, or with facial features absent, they're too numerous to count. Among them, a few with the most grotesquely deformed bodies stood out, emaciated figures withered like matchsticks. Yet across their shriveled frames, veins bulged unnaturally prominent. Even more unsettling, the skin over those veins appeared translucent, revealing the black fluid within, not resembling blood so much as crude oil. Li Hanyao wiped the sweat from his palms. If his guess was correct, these should be the cancer patients. Yeah. Climbing up the stairs right behind the cancer patients were countless dead infants, their skins tinged bluish-purple, their mouths filled with sharp, jagged teeth, crawling slowly across the floor. Immersive translate. Staring at this sight too horrifying for even the most terrifying horror movie to replicate, Li Hanyao couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed he had really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. But as he looked at these bizarre patients, a strange thought suddenly surfaced in Hanyao Li's mind. If it weren't for Team Leader Shu's 5 million, would his mother have eventually become one of them? The next moment, a fleeting coolness against his chest jolted Hanyao awake, and he shook the thought from his mind. Yes, he shouldn't dwell on such things. Since Team Leader Shu helped him, he should all the more complete this mission properly. Immersive translate. You already have such an advantage. Is there really a need to use Loki's divine power to influence my mind? While adjusting himself to peak condition, Li Hanyao couldn't help but gripe at Zhou Yujing. Zhou Yujing stood on the steps, surrounded by countless patients who guarded her like attendants, presenting the dignified appearance of a dark queen. She crouched down, tenderly stroking the head of a dead infant, and without looking up, she said, I haven't disturbed your thoughts, though I don't know what you're thinking, those are all your own ideas. But then again, who can remain completely unmoved in a place like a hospital? Whoosh! Before Zhou Yujing could finish speaking, a long blade suddenly flew out of Li Hanyao's hand, its edge cutting through the air with a fierce whistle as it shot toward her with terrifying speed. This was something Li Hanyao had learned from schoolyard comics. If a fight is unavoidable, you must always strike first. He had no time to wait for Zhou Yujing to gather her forces and crush him into dust. Zhou Yujing herself seemed caught off guard by Li Hanyao's sudden decisiveness. One moment they'd been speaking normally, the next, her expression froze for 2 full seconds. Whoosh! Those 2 seconds of hesitation were all it took for the stranger's blade to reach her face. Put! The blade pierced through flesh with a sickening squelch, then continued its trajectory unimpeded until it embedded itself in the wall behind her. It worked! Li Hanyao clapped his hands excitedly, but his smile immediately froze on his face. A ghost infant had positioned itself in front of Zhou Yujing, intercepting the fatal blade meant for her. The ghost baby's neck was slit open, its head hanging limply like a lantern, connected to the body only by a thin strip of flesh. Mommy! To Li Hanyao's astonishment, the ghost infant could still speak despite being in such a condition. It spread its arms toward Zhou Yujing, its face dangling by its chest revealing an expression of joyful anticipation for maternal praise. Yet Zhou Yujing ignored it completely, crushing the ghost infant's head beneath her foot. This scene made Li Hanyao feel somewhat nauseous. After all, he was still a high school student, and he instinctively narrowed his eyes. What's wrong? Feeling sick? Zhou Yujing picked up a piece of skull with her slender fingers, smiling faintly. I didn't really want to kill you, we were classmates after all, but you had to chase so relentlessly. Remember, chasing after everything will only bring you harm. Then, she slowly pulled open her school uniform and rolled up her short sleeves. There was no inadvertent exposure of skin, but instead, an utterly horrifying scene was revealed. Her belly was covered with infant heads, all of them with purplish faces, sharp fangs, and ferocious expressions, crawling out one by one. Zhou Yujing stared into Li Hanyao's eyes and spoke word by word. Li Hanyao, today I'll teach you a new term. Have you ever heard of a depth charge? Li Hanyao slightly curved his palm, and the unfamiliar blade nailed to the wall flew back into his hand. Fortunately, he had left a bit of shattered ice on the hilt earlier, otherwise, he might not even have a weapon to wield now. Never heard of it. He shook his head and answered honestly. Zhou Yujing didn't seem the least bit surprised, her tone carrying either pride or self-mockery as she said, You're too naive. I knew that when I was 12. In the next instant, Zhou Yujing's expression twisted into something terrifying, yet her eyes glittered with excitement. She ripped open her shirt, screaming with every fiber of her being. Now, I'll keep the last desire for myself. You filthy bastards, get out of my body. Woo! As Zhou Yujing's final words faded, the demonic infants writhed out of her belly like frenzied catfish, scrambling over each other to escape. As they crawled out of Zhou Yujing's belly, the ghost infants' facial features rapidly grew, but their bodies remained in baby form. And from the faces of these ghost infants, Li Hanyao recognized several familiar visages. The principal, the PE teacher, the dean of academics. Li Hanyao was stunned. He seemed to finally understand what depth charge meant. Zhou Yujing's expression had spiraled into madness, her face twisted with a deranged grin as she muttered to herself. Get out of my body. You were never here. How I wish you had never come. Crash. The ghost infants surged toward Li Hanyao in an overwhelming tide. Gripping his blade with both hands, he swung it forward with tremendous force. Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, impaling the ghost infants before continuing their deadly trajectory toward Zhou Yujing. Zhou Yujing didn't even need to dodge, as numerous patients willingly became her human shields, advancing wave upon wave without the slightest intention of retreat. Li Hanyao cursed loudly and sprang into the air, stepping on the heads of ghost infants to propel himself upwards. Crack, crack. As Li Hanyao's body surged into the sky, water vapor condensed beneath his feet, forming an icy staircase constructed from frozen blocks. On either side of the ice steps were countless roaring patients, stretching to grab Li Hanyao's feet but falling short. Click, click. With each step Li Hanyao took, another layer of ice steps automatically formed beneath his feet, evoking a sense of lotus blossoms blooming with every step. As the staircase steadily extended, he finally arrived before Zhou Yujing. Li Hanyao's approach was straightforward. No matter how many surprises arose, his strategy remained unchanged, to capture the leader first in quelling a rebellion. If Zhou Yujing isn't dealt with, these patients and ghost infants will be endless, and the battle of attrition alone could wear him down to death. Whoosh! At that moment, a crossbow bolt shot toward him. Li Hanyao hastily raised his Modeo to block it. Bang! The bolt struck the blade's edge. The tremendous impact numbed Li Hanyao's tiger mouth, sending him coughing blood as he was blasted backward. Damn, is this a crossbow or a mortar? Li Hanyao clearly hadn't expected that the divine pact, precision, could amplify the crossbow's attack power to such an extent. But there was no time for second thoughts now. Behind him was the horde of corpses. If he fell like this, death was certain. The patients could literally trample him to death. Splash! In that split second, Li Hanyao hurled an icy chain from his hand, wrapping it around Zhou Yujing's neck before yanking violently. Bang! Their bodies flew toward each other, then collided violently in midair. Immersive Translate. Chapter 63, The Last Desire. Click! Li Hanyao and Zhou Yujing crashed into each other before plummeting heavily to the ground. Look out! As he fell, a surge of danger flooded Li Hanyao's mind. The surrounding area was swarming with patients. To land in their midst now was like a lamb stumbling into a den of wolves. Their sheer weight alone could crush him to death. But luckily, Zhou Yujing, who fell together with him, landed on top of his body. The surrounding patients screamed madly as they crawled over, attempting to attack Li Hanyao. However, hindered by Zhou Yujing blocking their way atop Li Hanyao, they became restrained and momentarily hesitant about how to strike. Zhou Yujing quickly realized this too and hurriedly tried to get up. But how could Li Hanyao let her have her way? No way. If I let you get up, I'm done for. So, like a facehugger from a horror movie, Li Hanyao clung desperately to Zhou Yujing's back, preventing her from standing. At the same time, he curled up tightly, hiding himself beneath her back. Immersive Translate. Let go of me. Who fights in such a shameless way? Have you no sense of decency? Do you even qualify as a student of Spring-Autumn Academy? Zhou Yujing's face flushed crimson with anger. Lying on the ground, she couldn't help but tilt her head and curse at Li Hanyao pinned beneath her back. Li Hanyao's calm voice came from under her. My apologies, but I haven't enrolled yet, so technically I don't qualify. Zhou Yujing was left speechless by the retort, her anger blazing within her. The next moment, she suddenly exerted force from her waist, somehow summoning an inexplicable burst of strength that allowed her to arch back like a carp leaping from water, standing up straight while still carrying Li Hanyao on her back. The moment they rose, Li Hanyao immediately felt countless icy drafts rushing at his back, skeletal hands grasping at him, trying to tear him away from Zhou Yujing. Shuang Jue. Li Hanyao was slightly startled in his heart and hurriedly uttered syllables. Crack! In an instant, countless ice blocks condensed on his body, encasing him completely. Then, the ice seamlessly extended to connect with Zhou Yujing's abdomen. Just like that, Li Hanyao and Zhou Yujing were firmly glued together. Zhou Yujing seemed to have gained an ice tortoise shell on her back, inside which Li Hanyao curled up tightly. Zhou Yujing was seething with rage at Li Hanyao's tactics, yet found herself powerless against them. She took a deep breath and, in her fury, laughed scornfully. Li Hanyao, are you even a man? Dare to get off my back and face me in a fair fight? Li Hanyao almost burst out laughing at the absurdity. You brought all these people here, and now you're talking about a fair fight? Seeing Li Hanyao ignore her, a flash of ferocity passed through Zhou Yujing's eyes. Then, she tossed the crossbow to the patient nearest to her and ordered, "Shoot me in the back." At these words, Li Hanyao was struck with sudden alarm. This woman is ruthless. If the crossbow bolt penetrates the ice layer, not only will it pierce him, but Zhou Yujing herself would undoubtedly be injured too. It's practically a case of dealing 1,000 points of damage while taking 1,000 in return. But to be fair, Li Hanyao also understood perfectly why Zhou Yujing was so desperate to eliminate him. Because she couldn't afford to delay any longer, she had to reach Haiyanju as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once Wang Yujihui catches up, escaping would become impossible for her. Bang! The patient pulled the trigger, and with a whoosh, the crossbow bolt shot out, embedding itself into the ice layer on Zhou Yujing's back. Because this patient lacked the blessing of the divine contract, precision, the force of the fired crossbow bolt was rather mediocre. Even so, Li Hanyao heard a faint cracking sound from the ice layer behind him. Li Hanyao's mind raced frantically. No good, we can't keep going like this. He couldn't possibly keep increasing the thickness of the ice indefinitely. With one side weakening and the other strengthening, eventually the ice layer was bound to be pierced by the arrows. At this thought, a flash of determination swept through Li Hanyao's eyes. So you want to compare ruthlessness? Fine, let's see who's more ruthless. Crash. Something Zhou Yujing never expected happened. Her back suddenly felt lighter as Li Hanyao voluntarily dispelled all the ice layers. Whoosh! A sharp, grating sound tore through the air. Suddenly, a chain of freezing ice extended from Li Hanyao's hand, yanking the black Missouri Dao up from the ground and sending it flying toward him. Snap! Li Hanyao caught the hilt in a backhand grip and raised the Mo Dao high. At the same time, he lay on Zhou Yujing's back, straining to shift his body upward by 3 inches. Those 3 inches were just enough to keep his heart untouched. Zhou Yujing's eyes widened in shock as she instinctively shifted her body slightly aside. Squelch! The blade of the Mo Dao pierced through Zhou Yujing's chest and then also through Li Hanyao, who was on her back. Ah! Zhou Yujing let out a pained wail as she frantically shook her body, but Li Hanyao clung tightly to her back, straining not to be shaken off. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Though Li Hanyao had dodged his heart, Zhou Yujing's instinctive evasion also prevented the blade from striking her vitals. What a pity! Li Hanyao endured excruciating pain, his eyes revealing a tinge of regret. But one thing he could be certain of, this round, he had definitely come out ahead. Zhou Yujing was unquestionably hurt worse than he was. The surrounding patients watched with predatory intent, yet because Li Hanyao and Zhou Yujing were pressed so closely together, they hesitated like one wary of smashing a rat for fear of breaking the vase, not daring to approach. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao's voice, chillingly calm, slowly emanated from behind Zhou Yujing's back. Zhou Yujing, if I pull this blade out now, you'll definitely bleed to death from excessive blood loss. Let's make a deal. Aren't we already making a deal? Unexpectedly, Zhou Yujing suddenly smiled and interrupted Li Hanyao. Strangely enough, she had stopped her agonized screams now, and her body no longer shuddered with pain as it had earlier. She turned her head, the corners of her lips curling slightly, her eyes brimming with a gentle smile. Li Hanyao was startled to discover that at this moment, Zhou Yujing's expression was one of ultimate relief and relaxation. Zhou Yujing suddenly reached out and grasped the hilt of the unfamiliar blade. A sense of foreboding rose in Li Hanyao's heart, and he instinctively shouted urgently, "Don't! Put!" Zhou Yujing forcefully withdrew the unfamiliar blade lodged in both their bodies, as blood gushed forth, staining the nearby crumbling walls crimson. She fell with a thud, but Li Hanyao was in no better shape himself, his own wounds oozing blood just as profusely. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao felt his strength rapidly draining away. A sudden drowsiness came over him, and he longed to simply close his eyes and sleep. But he knew well that if he fell asleep now, he might never wake up again. Hey, cough! Just then, a girl's voice reached Li Hanyao's ears, clearing his muddled thoughts somewhat. He slowly opened his eyes to see Zhou Yujing staggering toward him. At this moment, Zhou Yujing looked utterly terrifying. Her chest was soaked crimson, blood slowly dripping onto the ground as if laying down a red carpet beneath her feet. Yet she was no glamorous starlet, now disheveled and bloodstained from head to toe. Surrounding Zhou Yujing were those patients and ghostly infants. Li Hanyao was in despair. He had already lost the ability to move, and now, he was surely dead. Though Zhou Yujing probably had no fighting strength left either, she still had these patients with her. With just them, she could still kill Li Hanyao. SSSSHHK. Unexpectedly, an eerie scene unfolded. The densely packed patients and ghost infants surrounding them suddenly dissipated like smoke and dust, leaving behind only a swirl of white mist. The floor that had been slightly crowded moments ago was now eerily empty, with only Zhou Yujing and Li Hanyao remaining. Tap tap. Zhou Yujing approached Li Hanyao and retrieved a syringe from her bosom, its barrel filled with a boiling crimson liquid. Whoosh! She inserted the needle into Li Hanyao's neck and injected the scarlet fluid into his veins. Gurgle gurgle. Hot! Li Hanyao's first sensation was scorching heat. It felt as if someone was continuously pouring boiling water down his neck. Moments later, this searing heat suddenly spread from his neck to his entire body. But then, something bizarre happened. After Zhou Yujing injected him with that red liquid, Li Hanyao was astonished to discover that the wound on his chest was healing at a terrifyingly rapid pace, fast enough to be visible to the naked eye. Zhou Yujing was actually saving him? Li Hanyao's eyes widened in disbelief. You? He desperately wanted to ask Zhou Yujing what she meant, but unfortunately, having lost too much blood, he had temporarily lost the strength to speak. Zhou Yujing's face had turned as pale as paper, her condition seemingly even more severe than Li Hanyao's. At this moment, her remaining strength to stand and save Li Hanyao felt more like a final flicker of life. Zhou Yujing pulled out the syringe, silently gazing at Li Hanyao lying on the floor. The next moment, Zhou Yujing suddenly grinned, her face lighting up with an ecstatic smile. With a radiant smile blossoming like a flower, she pulled a ring from her bosom and pressed it into Li Hanyao's hand, beaming as she said, the deal's done, I'm giving you this credit. Thank you for helping fulfill my final wish. It's just a shame Loki never would grant me this one desire. Zhou Yujing bent down, draping herself over Li Hanyao's body, and whispered in his ear with blissful contentment. This is my last desire. I wish I had never come into this world. Zhou Yujing lay on Li Hanyao's chest with a smile on her face. She was dead. Immersive Translate. Chapter 64. What happened to my classmates? The overwhelming scent of disinfectant filled his nostrils, and the blinding glare of fluorescent lights made it impossible for Li Hanyao to sleep. Li Hanyao instinctively tried to turn over, only to be met with an indescribable stinging pain that radiated through every limb and orifice of his body. He felt as though his bones were about to fall apart. Summoning all his strength, he managed to lift his eyelids as the blurry images before him gradually sharpened into focus. Li Hanyao took in his surroundings. He was lying on a hospital bed, with a bouquet of chrysanthemums and white roses placed at the head of the bed. Swoosh! As if sensing his awakening, the curtain was abruptly pulled aside, and in walked a girl in athletic wear, none other than Wang Yu. She happily ruffled Li Hanyao's hair, then poured him another cup of hot water, placing it on the table and gently pushing it toward him. Drink more hot water. Wang Yu pulled over a chair and sat down, smiling as she gazed at Li Hanyao. She seemed exceptionally happy today. Li Hanyao slowly closed his eyes. Right now, he was too weak to utter a single word. Screech! Worry-free twisted open the cola bottle and gulped down a large mouthful with a glug-glug sound. After letting out an extremely satisfied sigh, she wiped her mouth and joked half seriously. Brat, you finally woke up. But don't worry, you've done the academy a great service this time. Even if you hadn't woken up, the academy would have kept you on life support forever. Crash! Just as Worry-free's voice faded, the curtains were drawn aside as a white-coated staff member poked their head in and asked her, Hello family member, shall we still sign that body donation agreement? Li Hanyao. Wang Yu hurriedly pushed the white-coated figure out, forcing an awkward smile while saying, No signature needed, no signature needed. The patient has already woken up. Sorry for troubling you this time, please leave now. The white-coated figure enthusiastically pulled out his phone. Let's exchange contact info. Next time you need signatures just call us. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Yu expressionlessly kicked him out. Immersive Translate. That person is really funny. Worry-free scratched her head, forcing an awkward smile as she sat back down, muttering to herself. What corpse donation agreement? There's no corpse here. This is utter nonsense. Perhaps sensing the awkward atmosphere, Worry-free cleared her throat twice. She pulled out a bank card from her pocket and placed it on the table. This is the 5 million team leader Shu promised you earlier. The pin is your birthday. Don't feel awkward about taking it, this is what you deserve. Thanks, I don't feel awkward at all. Li Hanyao accepted the bank card without ceremony and stuffed it beneath his pillow. Truth be told, he'd initially felt a twinge of guilt about taking this money, but now it was different. He'd earned this cash by gambling with his life. He'd strolled through death's door so many times he could probably describe the color of Yama's underwear. Worry-free flashed a sincere smile and said earnestly, The Academy's investment in you was indeed worthwhile. Just that Loki relic alone has brought the Academy value exceeding 5 million. Li Hanyao glanced at Worry-free, took a sip of water from his bedside, and softly asked, That Loki relic, could I take a look at it? Of course. Wang Yu agreed readily, producing a photo from behind her back. I knew you'd have this thought, so I specially took a photo to show you. As if worried Li Hanyao might be displeased, Wang Yu quickly added, Don't take it the wrong way for now, I can only show you the photo. The reason is Loki's relic has already been handed over to team leader Shu. He'll send it back to the academy through secret channels. After all, we're not at the academy now, it wouldn't be safe for me to carry something so valuable around casually. It's fine, no problem. Li Hanyao nodded in understanding. He took the photo, which showed a silver ring shimmering faintly in the sunlight. Apart from some intricate patterns engraved on its surface, the ring appeared quite ordinary, its design practically indistinguishable from the plastic rings sold in 2-yuan stores. On the side of the ring was engraved the English word, Loki. Li Hanyao handed the photo back with a casual smile. Pretty ordinary. Nothing particularly distinctive about the appearance, he said. Snap. Woyo lit the lighter and burned the photo. As the photograph burned to ashes, she nodded in agreement and said, It's quite ordinary, but do you know how much someone offered for this ring in the night bazaar of the damned? The outcast black market? Li Hanyao arched an eyebrow slightly. There's actually such a place? Of course it is. Worry-free fiddled with the lighter in her hand, giving Li Hanyao a puzzled look. Outcasts are essentially still human. Where there are humans, there will be buying and selling, and where there's buying and selling, there will be black markets. Isn't that perfectly normal? Li Hanyao sighed and said gloomily, What I meant was, aren't all the Calamity bloodlines gathered in your academy? Wang Yu shook his head. Not at all. The Calamity bloodlines are a vast community. The Spring-Autumn Academy is merely one of the larger factions within it. But there's one thing, except for those from the Divine Academy, The other calamity descendants either stand on humanity's side or remain neutral. None have chosen to side with the deities. After all, everyone prefers peace, along with their current wealth and status. Li Hanyao nodded slightly, adding another piece of knowledge about the calamity descendants to his understanding. Immersive translate. So, you still haven't told me how much this ring is worth on the black market. Seizing a pause in the conversation, Li Hanyao tossed the white roses and chrysanthemums from his bedside into the trash bin. Wang Yu slowly raised a finger, smiling as she said, 1 million. Hearing this, Li Hanyao let out a sigh of relief. With a carefree laugh, he replied, no problem, that still leaves me 4 million in profit. US dollars. Wang Yu added with an extremely cheerful expression. Li Hanyao's smile instantly froze on his face. Wang Yu patted Li Hanyao's shoulder and comforted him with a laugh. Don't worry, the academy won't take advantage of you in this regard. Although we can't give you this Loki ring, every single contribution of yours will be duly recorded by the school. After a brief pause, her tone grew solemn. Cold seller, this isn't just empty promises, these recorded contributions of yours will truly bring you significant benefits in the future. When you need help, the academy won't hesitate to assist you. Snap. Worry-free snapped her fingers and declared breezily. For example, there was once a student from the 14th class who saved an important figure for the academy. The academy recorded this achievement in his merit ledger. Later on, while this student was attending classes at the academy, an earthquake struck his hometown. His rural home happened to be at the epicenter. Yet, not a single member of his family was injured. Can you guess why? Li Hanyao picked up the water glass and took a sip, remaining silent. Come to think of it, this school actually has a bit of a human touch. Actually, this is how most people think when you perform well. Whether leaders give rewards or not doesn't really matter. But if they can't even remember your contributions, it's truly disheartening. Immersive translate. Just as Li Hanyao's expression softened slightly, a bald man suddenly yanked the curtain open, and Turtle Immortal walked in with a grin. That's because this 14th-year student is an orphan. A single selfie of his counts as a family portrait. Obviously, the earthquake couldn't hurt his family members. Ha ha ha, hick. Turtle Immortal rushed in, waving his arms excitedly at Li Hanyao while roaring with laughter. Li Hanyao. I just woke up from severe injuries, you old turtle better not provoke me. Director Gue. Wang Yu glared at Director Gue, unable to resist scolding him angrily. It's just a joke, don't get worked up. Director Turtle giggled, rubbing his bald head as he awkwardly explained. Exhausted, Li Hanyao lay down and closed his eyes. He was starting to wonder whether these two had actually come to comfort him or to assassinate him. Just then, seemingly struck by a sudden thought, Li Hanyao abruptly opened his eyes and sprang to his feet. Li Hanyao's sudden move gave both Wang Yu and Director Turtle quite a fright. Cold Kiln, your injuries haven't healed yet, don't move recklessly. No. Li Hanyao looked extremely agitated. He swallowed hard and asked softly, what about the students from Lanshan High? I remember you said that after purifying Loki's divine power, those humans would return to normal, so my friend can be revived, right? I mean, can all my classmates be brought back to life? Li Hanyao gazed at Wang Yu expectantly, his voice trembling slightly. Immersive translate. Chapter 65, An Unexpected Encounter. In the quiet hospital room, Li Hanyao gazed into Wang Yu's eyes, awaiting her response. His knuckles turned pale from tension, eager yet fearful to hear her answer. Wang Yu remained silent. Seeing the silent forget-me-not, Li Hanyao's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. One good news, one bad news. After about 5 or 6 seconds of silence, Forget-me-not finally spoke slowly, somewhat vaguely. Which one do you want to hear first? Li Hanyao carefully observed the subtle expressions on Wang Yu's face and said with resolute conviction, good news. Wang Yu took out a mobile phone and scrolled through the photos in the album. You were right. After the sen-sniffing ducks purified the students tainted by Loki's divine power, those previously mutated students did indeed revive and return to their human forms. Li Hanyao swiftly flipped through the photos, each image showing rescued students from Lanshan High School in their post-rescue state. Although saved, most had sustained minor injuries of varying degrees. In the photos, some students were being bandaged by medical staff, while others lay on stretchers, but all appeared out of life-threatening danger. Wang Yu tapped the phone screen with slender fingers and said unhurriedly, the academic professionals erased their memories and implanted new ones. In their new memories, the collapse of the teaching building at Lanshan Middle School due to quality issues was what caused their injuries. Building collapse incident? Li Hanyao flipped through the photos back and forth, finding the excuse rather far-fetched. He couldn't help but mutter in annoyance. Sister Wang Yu, but Lan Mountain High School is famously known as an elite school in Lanshan City. With all their wealth, how could they possibly cut corners on the school building's construction? That's what surprised us. Worry-free seemed unable to suppress a smile. We initially thought this reason wasn't rigorous enough and even considered replacing their memories. But according to surveys by the Academy's engineering team and investigations by other departments, this teaching building in Lanshan City was indeed built with substandard materials. If not for this incident, according to the Academy's data team projections, this building would have collapsed in 20 years anyway. For a moment, Li Hanyao didn't know what to say. He never expected these people, already so wealthy, would still cling to this money. In other words, he had inadvertently saved a group of students 20 years later. Immersive translate. Seeing Li Hanyao remain silent, Wang Yu continued. In their memories, fortunately, the school building collapsed during an inspirational rally nearby for the college entrance exams, which kept the death toll low. Even so, most students suffered minor injuries. Few casualties? Li Hanyao's eyes narrowed sharply as he caught the nuance in Wang Yu's words. Few casualties doesn't mean none. Under the scorching intensity of Li Hanyao's gaze, Wang Yu instinctively turned her head away before deliberately slowing her speech. Yes, I regret to inform you that the deaths of several students are irreversible. The first is Zhou Yujing, who possessed Loki's ring. Since her body wasn't fully monstrous when she suffered the fatal injury, the damage directly affected her true form. In such cases, even if purified, she wouldn't be revived. Wang Yu paused for a moment before adding. However, given the extensive destruction she caused to human society with Loki's ring, even if she had survived, she would have faced judgment from the Academy. Wang Yu turned off her phone screen, exchanged a glance with Turtle Sage, then continued explaining to Li Hanyao. Furthermore, we cannot resurrect students who didn't preserve their physical bodies. Hearing this, Li Hanyao's body visibly shuddered. Worry-free's tone carried a hint of regret as she patted Li Hanyao's back. Hanyao, though I've been using the word resurrection all along, it's just to help you understand more easily. In truth, for any student we can resurrect, they were never truly dead to begin with. What died was only their monsterized physical vessel. Their original human form remains preserved within that monstrous shell. That's why we're able to so-called bring them back. But your friend... Wang Yu hesitated for a moment, as if carefully weighing her words, afraid of hurting Li Hanyao. But your friend, his body couldn't withstand the power brought by desire, so, his human form has already been destroyed. Therefore, we can't resurrect him. I'm sorry. Immersive translate. After a long silence, Li Hanyao raised his head. His face was deathly pale as he forced out an extremely strained smile and said to Wang Yu, "It's alright, it's not your fault either." Though Li Hanyao was utterly grief-stricken, he knew Tianxiang's death couldn't be blamed on Wang Yu and the others. He had no right to vent his anger at them either. Wang Yu glimpsed Li Hanyao's pallid face and for a moment didn't know what to say, so she simply let him be alone for a while. Immersive translate. Alright, you should rest well now. We'll be going first. The Academy has already prepaid plenty of convalescence funds for you. You can stay here as long as you like. Worry-free pulled out the chair and stood up. She tossed Li Hanyao a gilt-edged card, her tone unfaltering as she said, "Take this identity card. While you're recuperating in this hospital, they'll accommodate most of your needs and give you some extra care." Li Hanyao took the card, engraved with a string of numbers, likely some sort of membership code. As they were leaving, Wang Yu suddenly seemed to remember something and earnestly reminded Li Hanyao, "By the way, the college entrance exam is just a few days away. Take care of your health. Although you've already been pre-admitted to our school, you still need to take the exam. It's not just a simple test, it serves other important purposes as well." Li Hanyao forced a smile and nodded, saying with a laugh, "Remember, next time you visit a patient, don't bring white roses or chrysanthemums again. That's what I bought." Unexpectedly, the nearby Dean Tortoise suddenly puffed up with pride, swelling his chest triumphantly. Li Hanyao suddenly recalled something Wang Yu had said when they first met. Dean Tortoise has a broad mind, he never holds grudges. What generosity of spirit! Li Hanyao watched Director Turtle with a smile, cursing silently in his heart, "Damned old tortoise." Immersive translate. After Director Turtle and Wang Yu had left, Li Hanyao hastily pulled the 4 from the back of his hand and leaped off the hospital bed. He walked to the window and looked down. Through the window, Li Hanyao could see both of them leaving by car. After confirming that Wang Yu and Director Gue had indeed left, Li Hanyao removed his hospital gown, put on his own clothes, and simply packed his belongings. He splashed his face with cold water, quickly brushed his teeth with a disposable toothbrush, then gathered his things and headed to the hospital service desk. Checking out. Li Hanyao didn't want to waste his time in this hospital, he still had too many things to attend to. There's no denying that this so-called imperial bloodline came in handy. Forget other aspects for now, just the wound healing alone was ridiculously impressive, like a calf on a plane, reaching new heights of awesomeness. The discharge procedures were completed swiftly. Just then, an idea struck Li Hanyao, and he asked the nurse at the reception counter, "Was there still a lot of money deposited for this hospital bed?" "Just a moment, let me check for you." The nurse had excellent service manners. While rapidly typing on the keyboard, she responded with a smile. "Yes sir, you made a lump sum deposit of 100,000 yuan here yesterday. After deducting yesterday's surgery fees, medication costs, VIP ward charges, etc., you currently have 97,872 yuan remaining." Tisk. Hearing this number, Li Hanyao couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Damn it, Su Wanyu, you're really extravagant. Don't you know what kind of constitution I have? A cockroach's life that can heal with just a sip of plain water. Why are you saving so much money for me? Li Hanyao winced in pain at the thought. With this much money, just give me cash directly, and my injuries would heal faster than any miracle drug. Immersive translate. Hey, by the way, can I withdraw it? Seizing the opportunity, Li Hanyao quickly asked. The nurse covered her mouth with a slight smile and responded with impeccable politeness. Actually, these funds will remain in your account indefinitely. You can use them for future treatments, or even just for meals here. Thanks, but hospitals aren't my preferred dining destinations. Just tell me if I can withdraw the cash. Li Hanyao cut the nurse off helplessly. Was she joking? With 100,000 yuan at his disposal, why would he deliberately spend it at a hospital cafeteria? That'd be beyond absurd. The nurse glanced at the computer screen. Well, in principle, prepaid deposits are non-refundable. But, since Miss Su Wanyu is our VVIP client, we can make an exception if you'd like a refund. Then hurry up and refund it. Li Hanyao answered with unwavering certainty, his excitement palpable. The nurse's delicate fingers danced across the keyboard as she swiftly operated the computer, addressing Li Hanyao respectfully. Alright, that will be a total of 97,872 yuan, which will be refunded to your original payment account. Please check your... Stop. Suddenly, Li Hanyao pressed down on the nurse's hand. At the exact moment she clicked confirm, he decisively yanked out the mouse's USB connector. With a smile, he said, "Thanks, I won't cancel it. Let's just keep it stored there for now." Just then, Li Hanyao caught a glimpse of a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. The moment he saw that figure, Li Hanyao turned pale with fright. He hastily hid behind a nearby wall and quickly put on his mask. It was a rugged-looking young man, tall and lean, with an overall decent appearance that would make people glance twice if he walked down the street. At this moment, his face looked somewhat weary, with heavy dark circles hanging beneath his eyes. He carried a frail woman on his back as they arrived at the hospital's reception area. This young man was none other than Li Hanyao's elder half-brother, Lin Yuan. And the woman on Lin Yuan's back was precisely Li Hanyao's mother. Immersive translate. Chapter 66. Let me set a standard. Li Hanyao hid behind the wall of the hospital corridor, eavesdropping on Lin Yuan's conversation with the nurse. At the same time, he was deeply puzzled, because Lin Yuan had previously told him that his mother was being treated at the municipal-affiliated hospital. Why am I at this hospital again? Was I transferred? The hospital Li Hanyao was currently in was called Xingza Hospital, a private medical facility. Although it was privately owned, the conglomerate behind it had substantial financial resources, allowing them to poach many top medical experts with high salaries. As a result, Xingza Hospital's treatment standards were now considered the best among all hospitals in Lanshan City. However, as a result, this hospital charges exorbitant fees and can truly be called an aristocratic hospital. Immersive translate. Seeing Lin Yuan actually transferring his mother to this place filled Li Hanyao's heart with dread. This could only mean one thing: his mother's condition had worsened. Lost in thought, Li Hanyao overheard Lin Yuan talking to the nurse at the reception desk. "I'm here to complete the hospitalization procedures. I've already paid the money yesterday." While the nurse handled the paperwork, Lin Yuan gently placed Li Hanyao's mother on the chair, then unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle and offered her a sip. After taking a sip of the mineral water, the mother's chapped lips softened slightly. Mother's face was ashen pale. With all her strength, she barely managed to force a smile at Lin Yuan and said weakly, "Xiao Yuan, you've worked so hard for me, always running around taking care of my useless body, and today's Monday too, delaying your work." "Shoo." Lin Yuan raised a finger to his lips, signaling his mother to stop speaking. He knelt down to tie her shoelaces while admonishing her. "Auntie, you just finished chemotherapy a few days ago, and your body is still weak. The doctor said you should talk less." "Chemotherapy?" Li Hanyao, who was eavesdropping nearby, felt his pupils contract violently and every hair on his body stand on end. How could this be? Wasn't mom just suffering from lumbar muscle strain? How could chemotherapy be involved? Li Hanyao knew his mother had been suffering from back problems for a long time. When Lin Yuan came to school to find him last time, he'd mentioned that her condition had relapsed and she was hospitalized for treatment. Why would chemotherapy suddenly be needed now? Immersive translate. The mother on the bench, hearing Lin Yuan's advice, showed a gratified smile. She hesitated for a moment but couldn't resist reaching out to stroke Lin Yuan's hair, speaking softly. "Sigh, this back pain has been with me for over a decade, almost becoming an old friend of mine. How could it suddenly develop into cancer just like that? Old friend, are you trying to take my life?" After obtaining the definitive answer, Li Hanyao bit down hard on his tongue, nearly unable to stop himself from rushing out immediately. He clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails digging deep into the flesh of his palms. "Li Hanyao, oh Li Hanyao, Are you really so busy now that you didn't even know your own mother has cancer? Do you fucking think you're some kind of hero savior? Yet you can't even save your own family. You useless piece of shit. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao cursed himself bitterly in his heart. He dug his nails into his palms over and over, so hard that they nearly fused with the flesh from how fast his wounds healed. But it must be said, he had indeed been extremely busy lately. Ever since that day Ing Luwei visited and he left home, he hadn't returned since. These days, he was either at school, or at Tianlang Tower, or out on missions, feeling like a headless fly crashing around everywhere. Immersive translate. Lin Yuan sensed his mother's grief and quietly patted her shoulder, comforting her. Actually, pancreatic cancer sounds scary, but the recovery rate is still quite high. Don't be too pessimistic. We're now at Lan Mountain City's best hospital, they'll definitely be able to cure you. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, my mother's expression grew even more guilt-ridden. She lowered her head, her lips trembling as she said, I'm sorry, Xiao Yuan. You've just started working and barely have any savings, trying to save up for a car and apartment, and now I've become a burden, costing so much money. Mom opened her mouth and continued, Xiao Yuan, why don't you just tell Hanyao the truth? That way he could at least come and take your place. Don't worry about his college entrance exams. He can study in the hospital too. With me keeping an eye on him, who knows, he might even study better this way. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly interrupted his mother. Alright, wait for me here first. I'm going to the service desk to check if the paperwork is done. With that, Lin Yuan got up and left. Li Hanyao quietly followed behind Lin Yuan, moving forward all the while. To his surprise, Lin Yuan didn't head toward the service counter but instead found a quiet corner. No sooner had he reached the corner than Lin Yuan's phone suddenly rang. Li Hanyao, who had been trailing Lin Yuan, abruptly halted in his tracks. Phew! Lin Yuan took a deep breath, closed his eyes to compose himself, and then answered the call. After answering the phone, Lin Yuan's tone carried a hint of humility. Chief, I didn't intentionally miss your call. I know the department's got plenty of cases lately and we're short-staffed. I shouldn't be taking leave at a time like this. It's just that I've got some family matters I really can't get away from right now. Please bear with me. Thanks so much, After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan was about to leave when the phone rang again. Another call was coming in. This time when he pressed the answer button, Lin Yuan seemed unable to suppress his anger any longer. His voice suddenly rose as he roared into the phone. I told you I've been busy lately. Why the hell do you keep wanting to watch movies? We've been together long enough, can't you cut me some slack? A hurt sob came through from the other end of the line. Hearing the sound of crying, Lin Yuan's expression froze momentarily. He pursed his lips, his expression softening slightly, but his tone remained somewhat stiff as he responded to the person on the phone. Alright, I'm sorry, I was a bit irritable just now, I shouldn't have yelled at you. Gotta go for now. After this busy period is over, I'll buy you a gift to make it up to you. With that, Lin Yuan hung up the phone. Exhausted, he leaned back against the wall, closed his eyes, and the muscles in his face tensed slightly. Lin Yuan, Bed 2, Ward 19. From the service area came the gentle call of a nurse announcing the next number. Lin Yuan quickly opened his tired eyes and summoned his energy to respond. He's here. Immersive translate. Lin Yuan carried his mother on his back and headed to the ward. Watching Lin Yuan and his mother walk away, Li Hanyao's chest heaved violently. Heavy drum beats pulsed from his heart, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. At this very moment, Li Hanyao's guilt reached its peak. The remorse bubbled like boiling water, almost overflowing from his heart. But the next instant, the young man raised his head, his eyes blazing with unwavering determination. Yes, he wasn't the same penniless Li Hanyao anymore. Poverty and illness, it was time for them to get the hell out of his home. Immersive translate. Shengza Hospital Information Desk. The nurse was lazily yawning, bored out of her mind. Tap tap. A pair of slender fingers suddenly reached out and tapped on the glass. Behind them appeared the handsome face of a young man. Hello? The nurse quickly composed herself. She still had some impression of this young man. Just half an hour ago, he had completed the hospitalization procedures and even wanted to withdraw the prepaid deposit under his name. Li Hanyao fiddled with the card in his hand, a polite smile playing on his lips as he softly asked the nurse. Hi, I'd like to ask first, can the prepaid deposit be transferred to another patient's name for use? The nurse tilted her head in thought for a moment, then replied respectfully. If the recipient is also a patient at our hospital, of course we can transfer it. Perfect. Li Hanyao nodded with satisfaction. He snapped his fingers and enunciated each word clearly. This is my ID card. First, transfer the over 90,000 yuan under my name to the account of the patient in Bed 2, Ward 19. Then, I'll prepay another 200,000 into her name. Snap. Li Hanyao threw the bank card given by Wang Yuan to the counter in front of the nurse. As he contemplated, he added, first, upgrade this female patient to a better ward. The shared room is too cramped, move her to a private VIP single room. Let me set the standard. it shouldn't be lower grade than the type I stayed in before being discharged. Second, I want the best group of attending physicians, and I'll personally verify their qualifications. Also, my mother has a sensitive stomach, so her nutritional meals need to be custom-made one-on-one. I know you offer this service, I've experienced it myself, otherwise I wouldn't be bringing it up now. Just tell me the total cost up front. If 200,000 isn't enough, I'll deposit more. And one more thing. Li Hanyao slightly narrowed his eyes. The teenager's voice was resolute. Also, if it's convenient, I'd like to meet your dean. Immersive Translate. Chapter 67, Bad Luck? Great Fortune. Meet our dean? Hearing this, the nurse who'd been quietly writing notes at the side also raised her head. The two women exchanged glances, clearly startled by Li Hanyao's request. The nurse eyed Li Hanyao with surprise, then swiftly regained her professionally polite smile. Sir, actually, meeting our hospital director requires prior appointment. Your prepayment amount is indeed substantial, and we sincerely appreciate your trust in Xingzha Hospital. The nurse stood up and gave Li Hanyao a slight bow. Then, shifting her tone, she continued with an apologetic smile. I'm very sorry, but even so, meeting our director still requires an appointment in advance. This is the hospital's regulation, and we treat every patient's family member equally. I truly apologize and hope for your understanding. Immersive Translate. Upon hearing this, Li Hanyao gritted his teeth with reluctance. He understood what the nurse meant. More money wouldn't help, as this wasn't about money. Come to think of it, Sacred Mercy Hospital was such a cash cow, its director surely wasn't short of money. Trying to meet him simply through monetary means was undoubtedly difficult. Snap! Just as Li Hanyao was about to leave, a hurried family member of another patient bumped into him. The family member of this patient was clearly from a poor background, a man around 40, dressed simply, unkempt and disheveled, looking as though he hadn't slept in days. The man walked past numbly, without even apologizing to Li Hanyao. At the sight of him, for some reason, Li Hanyao was reminded of the words Zhou Yujing had once spoken. With this in mind, Li Hanyao didn't hold his collision against him and turned to leave. Oh, you dropped something. Just then, the nurse at the front desk suddenly called out to Li Hanyao. Turning around, Li Hanyao saw that it was the identity card given by Wang Yu which had fallen to the ground during their earlier collision. Li Hanyao walked over and picked up the card. Tap tap. The two receptionist nurses suddenly walked up to him. They bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Li Hanyao, speaking nervously and reverently. I'm sorry, we didn't realize you were a member of the Xingzha Board of Directors. We'll contact the dean for you immediately. Please forgive our negligence and rudeness, we sincerely apologize. The voices of the two young nurse ladies were trembling, both of them maintaining a deep bow, afraid to raise their heads and look at Li Hanyao. Immersive Translate. The Board of Directors? Li Hanyao's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the golden embossed card in his hand. At its center were 9 meticulously drawn palm prints of varying sizes, each rendered with such detail that even their unique palm lines were distinct. The card's upper right corner bore a serial number, its final 3 digits reading 003. Fingering the card's edge, Li Hanyao hadn't anticipated that Wang Yu possessed this additional layer of identity. The nurse over there had already picked up the phone and quickly dialed the director's office number. Witnessing this astonishing efficiency, Li Hanyao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Wait a minute, wasn't it supposed to be equal treatment for everyone? Didn't they say anyone wanting to see the director needed an appointment? Immersive Translate. In reality, the two nurses certainly knew that this young man before them couldn't possibly be a member of the board given his age. But they were just ordinary staff members and had no idea who the board members even were. However, one thing they knew for certain, no matter who this young man was, since he had produced this ID card, they absolutely had to report his request to the dean. As long as they made this call, no matter what happened afterward, it wouldn't be their responsibility. But if they didn't make the call, and this unidentified young man got angry, the blame would fall squarely on them. Immersive Translate. Tap tap tap. 1 minute later, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat hurried over. He wore black-framed glasses, had a square face with a neatly groomed hairstyle, and some graying hair at his temples. Hello, I'm the director of Xingzha Hospital, my surname is Jean. The middle-aged man enthusiastically shook Li Hanyao's hand, then his eyes discreetly glanced at the identity card in Li Hanyao's grasp. Noticing this subtle action, Li Hanyao made no attempt to conceal it. Instead, he deliberately displayed the card more prominently. He understood that Dean Jean definitely wanted to verify the authenticity of the card but found it awkward to bring up. Anyway, the card Wang Yu had given him wasn't counterfeit. Since the other party hesitated to mention it, he might as well reveal it outright, letting the other take a clear look. This way, both sides could be at ease. Seeing Han Jian's forthrightness, Dean Jin's expression turned somewhat awkward. He gave an embarrassed smile before speaking with utmost respect and humility. Director 003, you must be a close friend of Miss Su? Li Hanyao gave a slight nod. To think Wang Yu was actually a board member of this hospital, Li Hanyao couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Truly, poverty had limited his imagination. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that Wang Yu would hold shares in the very hospital right outside his doorstep. After receiving Li Hanyao's confirmation, Director Jean glanced at the reception desk computer and instantly grasped the whole situation. He picked up Li Hanyao's bank card with both hands and respectfully presented it back to Li Hanyao, repeatedly saying, "You're too kind." Holding Miss Su's identity card is as if Miss Su herself were present. As one of the hospital's directors, when Miss Su comes to visit patients, why would she need to spend money? With that, Director Jean instructed the two nurses to directly refund the 200,000 yuan to Li Hanyao. After completing all this, Director Jean gestured for Li Hanyao to go upstairs and said with a smile, "I've fully understood your request. The patient in bed 2 of room 19 is your mother, correct? I've already notified the staff to upgrade her to a premium ward. In addition to the ward, we'll also arrange special dietary care. I'll personally assign 10 chefs from the hospital kitchen exclusively dedicated to preparing your mother's meals. They'll provide the most scientifically balanced menus daily, based on real-time monitoring of her body temperature, heart rate hormones, and other vital data. Furthermore, tonight I'll gather our hospital's top specialists for a joint consultation on her condition. Rest assured, when Sacred Spring Hospital operates at full capacity, no other institution can rival us. Sacred Spring Hospital has only one true competitor, Heaven and God himself." Immersive translate. Observing Dean Jin's brimming confidence and proud demeanor, Li Hanyao couldn't help but frown slightly. These words are quite inspiring, but why do they sound so odd? Director Jean spoke with animated expressions, as if desperately trying to showcase his achievements to Li Hanyao. "To be frank with you, even if patients have reached the yellow springs and drunk Granny Ming's soup, we can still pump their stomachs to make them vomit it out." Alright. Li Hanyao didn't want to hear anymore and hastily stopped Dean Jean. Dean Jean rubbed his hands together. After checking that no one was around, he suddenly leaned close to Li Hanyao's ear and whispered excitedly in a hushed tone, "Hee, let me tell you a secret. I'm actually an alumnus of our academy too. But with limited talents, I couldn't meet the mission requirements, just ended up doing these logistics jobs." Li Hanyao looked at Dean Jean in surprise. Never would he have guessed that the dean was also a calamity descendant? Immersive translate. In the simple and clean hospital room, Lin Yuan gently placed Li Hanyao's mother on the hospital bed, then took out various daily necessities from his bag and arranged them neatly. "Xiao Yuan, how much does the hospitalization here cost per day, exactly?" After hesitating for a long time, the mother on the sickbed finally couldn't resist asking this question. "Not expensive." Lin Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression appearing quite nonchalant. "Everything can be reimbursed now, it really won't cost much." Mother clearly didn't believe this, but with things having come to this point, she didn't know what to say and could only sigh, silently closing her eyes. After finishing packing up, Lin Yuan sat on the chair and gulped down several mouthfuls of water noisily. He stared out the window in a daze, lost in thought for a moment before finally opening his phone to check his bank account balance. After paying for his hospital stay and the surgery, his remaining balance was almost nothing. As Lin Yuan stared at his dwindling bank balance, the tendons on the back of his hand stood out faintly. He slowly clenched his fingers around a plastic water bottle, producing a faint, creaking sound. "Hey, close the curtains." The patient in the neighboring bed gazed at Lin Yuan by the window and let out a dissatisfied grumble. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation, and yanked the curtains shut with a loud rustle. Everything was going wrong. As if all these troubles weren't enough, the other patient sharing this hospital room just happened to be an exceptionally difficult person to get along with. The patient who had spoken up also noticed Lin Yuan's irritation. He curled his lips and muttered to himself, "What's with the attitude? If you're so capable, go stay in a deluxe private room." Lin Yuan could no longer hold back. He stood up and glared angrily. Click. At that very moment, the ward door suddenly swung open as several pretty-faced nurses swiftly pushed a cart up to Li Hanyao's mother's hospital bed. They then gently lifted Li Hanyao's mother and carefully transferred her onto the cart. "What are you doing?" Lin Yuan turned pale with shock and hurried forward to block them, protesting. "We've already paid the hospitalization fees, what right do you have to move us out of the ward without any reason?" The head nurse, upon hearing this, first bowed to Lin Yuan along with the young nurse behind her. Then, in an extremely respectful and humble tone, she said, "Are you the patient's family member? Sorry to bother you. We're currently handling an upgrade to your family member's room. Their ward has been changed to a private single room." What? Lin Yuan was stunned. He could hardly believe his ears. Immersive translate. Chapter 68 Lin Yuan was absolutely certain. When he paid the hospitalization fee, it was strictly according to the standard ward charges, definitely not some premium single room. He'd accidentally glimpsed the single room rates once, ridiculously expensive. His savings could only cover the standard ward fees. Could the hospital have made a mistake? A spark of inspiration flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Watching the flustered nurses, a sudden idea struck him. Why not simply go with the flow of their mistake? A private room would be better for Auntie's recovery anyway, and it was the hospital's own error. Yet his professional integrity and moral compass as a policeman ultimately wouldn't permit Lin Yuan to do such a thing. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan patted the head nurse on the shoulder and said solemnly, "Sorry, but I think there might be some mistake. We only paid for a standard ward. Rest assured, there's no mistake." The head nurse maintained a humble smile throughout as she spoke with absolute certainty. "I noticed you originally opted for a standard ward during admission, but someone has already upgraded your room." Upgraded? Lin Yuan and his mother exchanged glances, both seeing profound astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. "That's impossible." Lin Yuan gave a bitter smile, strengthening his conviction all the more. "You must be mistaken, and I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Our family is full of poor relatives. There's no way anyone would spend such a huge amount of money to upgrade our room for us." The head nurse continued to lift Li Hanyao's mother onto the stretcher trolley and smiled faintly as she said, "I assure you, we definitely aren't mistaken. If you have any doubts, you can check at the service desk or call the hospital director. We're just following instructions to complete the task." With that said, the head nurse carefully pushed the stretcher gurney away, taking Li Hanyao's mother with her, leaving only the bewildered Lin Yuan standing alone in utter confusion. The patient in the neighboring bed also cast a fearful glance at Lin Yuan. He was well aware of just how expensive the private rooms at Qingza Hospital truly were. And so, in this moment, Lin Yuan had already become a wealthy boss disguising himself as unassuming in the patient's eyes. At the thought of having offended this affluent boss, the patient couldn't help but shrink his head deeper under the blanket. Click! Lin Yuan ignored him, pushed the door open directly, and chased out. Immersive Translate. Dean's office. Li Hanyao tasted the tea in front of him, smacked his lips, and seemed to be savoring the aftertaste. "Do you also practice tea ceremony? Do you usually enjoy drinking tea?" Seeing Li Hanyao lost in reminiscence, Dean Jean, sitting opposite him, lit up with excitement as if he'd found a kindred spirit. "Yeah, I drink more of that Jin Meilong iced tea." Li Hanyao felt a bitter taste in his mouth as he answered honestly. The light in Dean Jin's eyes suddenly flickered out. "There's no need to use honorifics with me." Seeing how respectfully Dean Jean had been treating him, Li Hanyao said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "I'm kind of that type. When people are too formal with me, it gives me goosebumps. Besides, I'm just an incoming freshman who hasn't even started school yet. You're my senior, you really don't need to show me this much respect." "No." Dean Jean shook his head resolutely and said with unwavering determination, "Today you're here on behalf of Miss Su, which means right now you are Miss Su. My respect isn't for you, it's for the Miss Su you're representing." Li Hanyao's teacup paused mid-air. Scratching his head, he replied, "Everything you say sounds nice, but why does your nice talk always feel so strange?" Dean Jean said somewhat despondently, "Don't be fooled by my high position at the hospital, a place that really hones one's emotional intelligence. The truth is, I often don't know how to speak properly. Even when I mean well, I always end up saying the wrong thing." Li Hanyao nodded frantically in agreement. "You've summarized yourself quite accurately." Thwack, thwack. At that moment, a knock sounded at the office door. "Come in." Dean Jean cleared his throat. The door opened, and a capable secretary entered. She glanced at Li Hanyao with a somewhat unpleasant expression and said, "The patient who just got upgraded to a premium single room wants to meet the gentleman who arranged their room upgrade. Before seeing him, she doesn't seem too inclined to accept his kindness." After a pause, the secretary added, "She's quite adamant about it." Li Hanyao sighed gloomily. He had anticipated this outcome. His mother was fiercely independent and strong-willed, never one to take advantage of others' generosity. Before knowing who was helping them, mother would absolutely never accept this kindness. Immersive Translate. Li Hanyao gazed at the reflection in the tea and straightened his collar. "Are you planning to come clean to your mother?" Dean Jean suddenly set down his teacup and spoke up. Li Hanyao raised an eyebrow and looked at Dean Jean. "I haven't made up my mind yet. Do you have any suggestions?" Dean Jean tapped the lid of his teacup with his fingers and smiled faintly. "My advice is, don't tell your mother that you're the one providing this money." Li Hanyao casually pinched the tea leaves on the table with his fingers, his tone tinged with confusion. "Although I never planned to tell her, could you explain the reasoning behind what you said?" Dean Jean refilled Li Hanyao's teacup and said slowly, "I've heard about your story. This money should be provided to you by the college, shouldn't it?" Li Hanyao gave a slight nod. It was only natural that Dean Jean, as a station disaster descendant in Lanshan City, would have heard about him. Dean Jean gently blew on the steam rising from his teacup before replacing the lid. "Your current identity is just a high school student. Suddenly coming into such a large sum of money, have you considered how to explain its origins to your family? After all, even the best university in Shenzhou wouldn't offer that much money solely to recruit a student, would they?" Li Hanyao remained expressionless. These were matters he'd naturally already contemplated. Li Hanyao hesitated and said, "I know all that you've said, but they're about to meet me right now. What can I do? Dean Jean, however, remained completely unruffled, exuding an air of assured victory. With full confidence, he declared, "Allow me to introduce myself, Divine Oath, Sound Theft. It can alter another person's voice. At this moment, it's just what we need." Li Hanyao instantly understood Dean Jin's meaning, but noticing the secretary standing nearby, he swiftly signaled the dean to keep silent. No need to worry about her. Dean Jin glanced at the secretary and said gently with a smile, "She's one of us." The secretary turned back with a smile, tilting her head slightly at Li Hanyao. Zhang Lu, class of 2018 from Spring and Autumn Academy. Li Hanyao was surprised, but suddenly found this quite reasonable indeed. Thinking about it, given that Dean Jin was a calamity descendant, how could he possibly hire an ordinary human as his secretary? Ding! The elevator doors on the 6th floor of Sacred Vale Hospital slowly opened as a group of people stepped out. Li Hanyao's mother lay on a mobile stretcher trolley, surrounded by several young nurses supporting the stretcher, with Lin Yuan following behind them. The mother said somewhat guiltily to the young nurses beside her, "My dears, I truly trouble you too much. Please don't blame me for being fussy, but if I don't know who this gentleman is, I simply dare not accept such kindness." Truth be told, one couldn't blame Li Hanyao's mother for being so cautious. Anyone encountering such unexpected good fortune would likely hesitate to accept it rashly. After all, the sum involved was no small amount. If this person truly bore no relation to them, then his motives became all the more unfathomable. Immersive translate. "We're here, this is the dean's office." The young nurse spoke softly to the mother as she introduced the place, politely knocking on the door. "Come in." In the next moment, a deep male voice came from inside the office. Creak. The nurse gently pushed open the door and carefully ushered Li Hanyao's mother inside. "You are." Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the two figures in the office. Upon recognizing who those inside were, both his mother and Lin Yuan stiffened where they stood. Immersive translate. Chapter 69. Do you still remember who I am? Two people sat in the office. Facing them was a middle-aged man wearing a white lab coat and black frame glasses. His attire unmistakably identified him as the director of Xingza Hospital. Seated behind the desk was another man dressed in a high-collared shirt and a baseball cap. With his back turned to the group, Lin Yuan and his mother couldn't make out his features. "How do you do? I'm Director Jean from Xingza Hospital." Director Jean warmly shook hands with the mother and proceeded to introduce Hanyao Li to her. "This is the gentleman who upgraded your room. He said he's an old friend of yours." "An old friend of mine?" After Dean Jin's introduction, Mother grew even more confused. Staring at Li Hanyao's retreating figure, she hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Sir, could you please turn around and let me see who you are?" Before Li Hanyao could speak, Dean Jin explained on his behalf. "Well, actually, this gentleman was caught in a fire last year that left his face severely burned. He said he doesn't want old friends to see him in this condition." "I see." His mother nodded apologetically to show she understood. Li Hanyao, with his back turned to them, felt his palms drenched in cold sweat. He never imagined that Dean Jin's divine contract could only alter one's form and voice, but not their facial features. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to meet his mother in such a manner. "Then can you tell me your name?" His mother, undeterred, continued to dig deeper for answers. Li Hanyao spoke slowly, his rough middle-aged male voice emanating from his mouth. Have you forgotten an old friend so quickly? Then let me give you a hint. Back when you were young and traveling, you happened to meet." Li Hanyao was spouting nonsense deliberately, making a mystery of something simple. The scope Li Hanyao provided was absurdly broad. Honestly, who doesn't make a few friends when they're young and out in the world? What's more, his mother had even run a fruit business when she was younger, dealing with all sorts of half-familiar acquaintances. He simply couldn't believe she couldn't recall at least one of them. "Oh." Sure enough, his mother's eyes widened. Then, furrowing her brow as she struggled to remember, she muttered to herself, "Your voice does sound somewhat familiar, actually quite like an old acquaintance of mine with the surname Jiang. But, it couldn't possibly be him." "That's right, it really is me." Li Hanyao quickly picked up the conversation. He said in an exceedingly gratified tone, "Who would have thought you still remember an old friend like me? I'm truly moved. But..." Mother looked somewhat confused, scratching her hair with one finger. "But I heard Mr. Jiang was locked up for robbery and harassing women? You got released?" Ahem. Li Hanyao coughed awkwardly twice, feeling a pang of regret. He wished he hadn't admitted it so quickly. Ahem, all those are rumors. Who knows who spread such gossip? I just left my hometown to do business elsewhere, and they made up stories about me being jailed for robbery. Truly despicable people. Li Hanyao said through clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, his mother suddenly sighed in relief and said with a beaming smile, "I knew it. The Mr. Jiang I know could never do such a thing. You were a big-time businessman back in the day, and known far and wide as a genuinely good man." At this point, his mother looked at Li Hanyao's retreating figure and added somewhat regretfully, "I just never expected you'd have to suffer through a fire too. truly, no good deed goes unpunished, no good deed goes unpunished. Back then, you helped the two of us so much. As she spoke, mother mentioned the man's name. Li Hanya's heart skipped a beat. Could this Mr. Jiang actually still remember father? Immersive translate. 5 minutes later, mother finally finished expressing her gratitude about those past events. Li Hanyao's thoughts stirred, and he followed his mother's lead, continuing. That's right, but you don't know, I came specifically today to thank you. Thank me? His mother replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I'm just a housewife and haven't given you any help. What exactly are you thanking me for? Li Hanyao chuckled softly and began speaking in a gentle tone. If I remember correctly, your son is called Li Hanyao, isn't he? Upon hearing her son's name, the mother's eyes visibly brightened. Yes, he is called Li Hanyao. Mr. Jiang, do you perhaps know Hanyao? At this moment, my mother's complexion instantly brightened, appearing radiant and rejuvenated. Seeing the change in his mother, Li Hanyao became even more certain that no amount of medicine could help her recover as much as someone praising him a few words. So Li Hanyao simply began boasting extravagantly about himself, throwing all restraint to the wind and spinning wild tales. Old friend, you've raised a fine son. Not long ago, my factory's products were unsellable, and I couldn't find a good marketing strategy. Just when I was at my wit's end, I met a high school student in the park. That kid was truly talented. Maybe out of sheer boredom, he casually sketched a new packaging design for my product. With nothing to lose, I decided to give this new packaging a try, and old friend, guess what? The sales actually improved significantly. Because of this, the high school kid and I became close friends despite our age difference. We often spent time chatting together. The more I talked with him, the more I realized this kid was extraordinary, eloquent, sharp-minded, visionary, emotionally intelligent, and remarkably ambitious. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao spoke with great animation, his words flowing like a river, droplets of saliva flying everywhere as he used every idiom he'd ever learned in his life. After all, opportunities where others would actually believe such shameless self-praise were few and far between. Later when I inquired, I discovered, old friend, that this young man's mother was actually you. Ah! What a coincidence, wouldn't you say? And it was precisely because of this that I was able to find you again, my old friend. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao's boastful performance left Dean Jin and Lin Yuan standing nearby utterly dumbfounded. Dean Jin cleared his throat twice, with only one thought in his mind. Too much, you've oversold it, brother. Lin Yuan swallowed hard, standing frozen in place, as stunned as a piece of half-rotten wood. What on earth is Mr. Jiang saying? What did I just hear? Brilliant talent and great vision? Why not just say he's peerless through the ages? Is this still the same listless little brat we knew? Lin Yuan simply couldn't connect the idiom brilliant talent and great vision with Li Hanyao. Immersive translate. The mother's reaction was completely different from theirs. As she listened to Mr. Jiang praising her son before her, the mother's expression gradually transformed from initial surprise to excitement and exuberant delight. By the end, her eyes had crinkled into crescent moons as she muttered with an uncontrollable grin. Oh my, what a fortunate coincidence that he happened to run into you. Ha, what does a mere student know about packaging design? This must be just dumb luck. Though if I may say so, not that I'm bragging, that rascal does have some design talent. He's loved drawing since childhood. The mother chattered incessantly, and her words gradually shifted from initial modesty to outright boasting about her son. Her face glowed with vitality, showing no trace of being a patient at all. In the heat of excitement, the mother even forgot she was a patient, instinctively trying to rise from her seat, which startled Lin Yuan into hastily supporting her. This left Li Hanyao utterly bewildered. What was his mother talking about? He couldn't recall ever showing any interest in painting. Li Hanyao was well aware that his earlier statements had been full of logical holes. As if it were a joke, just some high school student casually drawing up blueprints could revitalize an entire factory? With that kind of talent, he might as well go live streaming and become the greatest salesperson alive. But even if his mother doubted the authenticity of the entire world, she would never doubt the praises sung for Li Hanyao. She would instinctively filter out anything illogical, until all she heard were those 5 words. My son is amazing. Immersive translate. Our humble home. The mother smiled, but her eyes suddenly grew slightly reddened as she spoke with profound regret and reluctance. Our little seedling from the humble home had such potential. It's truly a shame his good-for-nothing father failed him, wasting his formative years. Hearing this, Li Hanyao suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He clenched the teacup in his hand, yearning to tell his mother, men aren't like this. Men aren't the worthless creatures you think they are. But he couldn't say this. His mother was merely an ordinary human. The matters of disaster descendants absolutely couldn't be revealed to her. No, but Li Hanyao couldn't help speaking out. He felt that if he didn't say it now, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. Li Hanyao took a deep breath, his voice low and hoarse. Old friend, you've misunderstood him. Chapter 70, he must go there. Li Hanyao carefully weighed his words as he took a sip of tea. he's not what you imagine. I've kept in touch with him these past few years. He's the most loyal friend I've ever known. In fact, just earlier this year, he actually saved my life." Hearing this, Mother visibly stiffened. She never imagined that man could still be in contact with Mr. Jiang. It had been so long since she heard outsiders mention him. That name, once impossible to forget, suddenly spoken aloud now, felt almost unfamiliar to her. Him? Mother forced a bitter smile and shook her head, saying, "He's indeed a good man. I've never doubted his character. It's just that he's merely a security guard, someone who only needs to worry about feeding himself. What help could he possibly offer Mr. Jiang? Not anymore." Li Hanyao's eyes were unfathomably deep. With his back turned to his mother, he spoke each word deliberately. "You probably didn't know this, but he successfully started his own business recently. He now has his own company with about 100 employees under him. He's not the same security guard from before anymore. In fact, at the beginning of this year, I went bankrupt due to investment failures and a broken capital chain. It was old Li who provided the funds to get me back on my feet. That's why I say he saved my life." Immersive translate. After listening to Mr. Zhang's words, Mother was indeed startled for a moment, but that was all. Her expression quickly regained its composure. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but no words came out for the longest time. In the end, she simply smiled. She understood that Mr. Jiang had no reason to deceive her. His words were something she truly believed. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao knew that even if he said this, his mother wouldn't regret anything because of it. She was a very strong-willed woman. Once she did something, she never looked back. He merely wanted to change his mother's perception of men. That alone was enough. Regarding this unexpected news, compared to his mother, Lin Yuan, who stood nearby, seemed far more shocked. With a bitter smile, Lin Yuan muttered to himself, "Not long ago, I looked down on him, and now I'm the clown?" A faint smile curled at the corners of Li Hanyao's mouth as he chuckled imperceptibly. He was well aware that this half-brother of his, though unrelated by blood, had always treated him and his mother with genuine kindness. It was just that Lin Yuan's overly strong-willed nature made him hold unfavorable opinions about men who appeared to lie flat, something Li Hanyao completely understood. Immersive translate. Snap. Li Hanyao took out the bank card given by Wang Yu and tossed it lightly onto the table. Adjusting his tone, he slowed his speech and said, "Old friend, there's 5 million in this card. Take it." His mother smiled knowingly, pointed at the bank card, and signaled for Lin Yuan to return it. "Mr. Jiang, I can't accept this." Li Hanyao had long anticipated his mother's response. Rubbing his temples, he said helplessly, "Old friend, this isn't from him, it's from me to you. I appreciate your kindness, but it doesn't matter who it came from." Mother shook her head, her expression turning serious as her stance grew resolute. Li Hanyao sighed and temporarily took back the bank card from the table. He knew his mother's temperament well. He understood she would never accept this money without a proper reason. "How about this?" After pondering for a moment, Mr. Jiang proposed a compromise. "Let's set aside the matter of the money for now. There's one more thing. I'd like Hanyao to design the product packaging for me, and I'll pay him a salary for it." "That shouldn't be a problem, right? He doesn't have to come to my company either. After he starts university, I'll give him a computer, and he can work on it in his free time." Mother smoothed back a stray lock of hair and nodded, saying, "If the cold kiln agrees, then of course." Li Hanyao's taut nerves relaxed slightly. This could work too, at least from now on. If he ever gave his mother money again, he would finally have a legitimate excuse for its source. "Oh, right." Li Hanyao set down his teacup, his tone tinged with loneliness. "Old Li has gone on a business trip far away. You probably won't be seeing him for some time." Neither Mother nor Lin Yuan said anything, but somehow, they both sensed an unusual tone in Mr. Zhang's words. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. After a moment of hesitation, it was the mother who broke the silence first, her voice halting and hesitant. "Mr. Jiang, won't you really turn around and let us see you?" Li Hanyao's heart tightened, but he controlled his tone and replied with perfect composure. "Over 90% of the skin on my face was burned in the fire. My current appearance is quite frightening. It's better if you don't look." In that case, Mother could hardly insist further. Just then, Director Jean, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "The patient's physical condition isn't stable at the moment. Prolonged conversation isn't advisable. It would be best for them to return to their ward for rest." Li Hanyao understood the underlying meaning in Dean Jin's words. His divine contract, sound theft, was about to expire. Li Hanyao quickly chimed in to echo. "Since Dean Jin has made his stance clear, let's follow his advice. There will be plenty of opportunities to chat another day when everyone has more leisure." Li's mother also sensed Dean Jin's urgency. Mistaking it as him having pressing matters, she felt embarrassed about keeping him further. She promptly asked Lin Yuan to wheel her back to the ward. Li Hanyao instructed, "Old friend, I'll take care of your treatment expenses during this period. If you won't accept that sum of money, then at least let me help with this small favor. You really can't refuse this time." Hearing this, his mother still wanted to decline, but Dean Jean promptly ushered her out the door, giving her no chance to speak. Immersive translate. Gulu. The moment his mother was pushed out the door, Li Hanyao's body began to rapidly twist and transform. In just moments, he shrank from the hulking figure he had been back to his original, normal size. That was too close. Li Hanyao patted his chest with lingering fear. One more minute of nonsense and he would have been exposed. To be honest, Dean Jin's divine contract has too many limitations. Not only can it not alter one's appearance, merely changing body shape and voice, but its duration is also very brief. No wonder Dean Jin said he couldn't meet the operational requirements. Tap tap tap. Right at that moment, Dean Jin pushed the door open and re-entered the office. What are you thinking about? Looking at Li Hanyao lost in thought, Dean Jin asked with a smile. What? Coming back to his senses, Li Hanyao gave Dean Jin a thumbs up and said with great admiration, Brother Jin, your divine contract is so damn useful, not a single flaw. All those messy offensive divine contracts can't compare to yours. Next time someone says you're not qualified for missions, I'll throw hands with them. Dean Jin's face lit up with a flicker of excitement upon hearing Li Hanyao's words, and he gazed at him with fervor. Ah, the one who truly understands me is none other than young brother Hanyao. You and I are like Zhongziki and you Boya. Enough, Boya. Li Hanyao hastily cut off Dean Jin's endless chatter. Grasping the Dean's hand tightly, he spoke with utmost sincerity. Please take care of my mother's matter, Dean Jin. No problem, my friend. Dean Jin patted his chest and declared with utmost confidence. Leave it to me. The VIP wards in my hospital even the king of hell couldn't enter, and Mengpa herself couldn't pass through. Immersive translate. After leaving the hospital, Li Hanyao immediately boarded the bus waiting at the hospital entrance. But instead of going home or back to school, he stayed on the bus heading south. Because he remembered Xiang Tianga's home was in the south. He had to go there. Immersive translate. Chapter 71, delivering a few fugitives to you. After about 10 minutes on the first bus, Li Hanyao got off and transferred at the same station to catch the next one. Xiang Tianga's home wasn't far, but the trouble was there were no direct buses there. It required several transfers to reach his place. Li Hanyao stood by the bus stop sign, constantly glancing around, looking somewhat ill at ease. This is because he was afraid of running into Lin Yuan. The bus stop wasn't far from the police station where Lin Yuan worked. Moreover, with Dean Jin taking care of his mother, Lin Yuan would probably return to work at the police station today. Therefore, the likelihood of encountering Lin Yuan here was still quite high. Stop thief! Stop thief! At that very moment, a panicked young voice suddenly reached Li Hanyao's ears. A young boy could be seen desperately chasing a man in a leather jacket. The leather-jacketed man clutched a school bag in his arms as he shoved through the crowd, fleeing in frantic haste. The boy was panting heavily, his strength already waning. Unable to catch up, he could only cast pleading glances toward the people at the bus stop for help. But at this hour, most people waiting for the bus are either school kids or elderly folks, full of sympathy but lacking the strength to help, leaving them with nothing but helpless expressions. At this critical moment, for some inexplicable reason, everyone turned their gaze toward Li Hanyao. Li Hanyao's eyes widened as he instinctively took a step back. Bloody hell, why the fuck is everyone looking at me? Perhaps it was because Li Hanyao had grown considerably taller and much stronger after his spiritual awakening. In any case, at first glance, he was the only one among this group who looked capable of catching a thief. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Li Hanyao helplessly sighed. Very well, for someone like him now, apprehending a petty thief or two was truly no big deal. With that thought, he dashed forward in a lightning-fast sprint, his speed leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. He darted through the streets like a streak of lightning, reaching the leather jacket-clad man in mere seconds. Snap! Li Hanyao grabbed the man by his collar, effortlessly pinning him to the ground and completely immobilizing him. His movements flowed with such fluid precision, without the slightest hesitation, drawing awestruck gazes from grandmothers and young women alike by the roadside. Li Hanyao seized the backpack from the leather-clad man's grasp and yanked it free. Crash! The zipper of the backpack was accidentally opened, causing neatly folded red banknotes to spill out. Li Hanyao's eyes widened in astonishment. Could that brat really be this wealthy? Just as Li Hanyao was reeling from the shock, the young man caught up to him. Gasping for air and nearly collapsing from exhaustion, the boy sincerely thanked Li Hanyao with extreme earnestness in his voice. Thank you. However, upon getting a clear look at the boy's attire, Li Hanyao couldn't help but feel a chuckle rising within him. Though Li Hanyao knew this wasn't the right moment to laugh, he still struggled to contain himself. Finally, he understood why the thief had targeted this particular boy. The young man was wearing a black face mask and a black baseball cap, bundled up like a zongzi in the middle of summer. Anyone could tell just by looking, this kid was carrying something valuable. Li Hanyao picked up the money, tucked it into his school bag, and tossed the bag to the boy. He gave the boy a glance but didn't press about where all that cash came from. Instead, he casually warned, "Stop running around with this much money, just go home. As for this thief here, leave him to me." The teenager hesitated for a moment before speaking haltingly. This is after all my own matter. You got involved to help me, and I can't trouble you further. I should be the one to take him to the police station. Because he was wearing a mask, the teenager's voice sounded somewhat muffled. You? Li Hanyan couldn't help but chuckle. He gave the frail-looking youth a once-over and said with a smile, "Is it you turning him in, or him turning you in?" The leather-jacketed man was tall and burly. If Li Hanyao handed him over to this youth, there was a good chance their positions would be reversed in the next second. Hearing Li Hanyao's teasing remark, the youth's ears turned slightly red. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a hurried tone. Then I'll go with you. Anyway, I can't just trouble you like this. Fine, suit yourself. Li Hanyao shrugged, then, under the youth's astonished gaze, lifted the leather-jacketed man with just one hand. Big bro, that's insane strength. The youth was utterly shaken. From the depths of his heart, admiration for Li Hanyao welled up, and he couldn't help but exclaim in repeated amazement. Immersive translate. The two arrived near the police station, but Li Hanyao spotted a familiar figure at the station's entrance. It was Lin Yuan. Opposite Lin Yuan stood a middle-aged man whose mere presence exuded authority, with strikingly upright and resolute features. Judging by his police uniform, he must be the station's chief. Li Hanyao hurriedly hid in the alley next to him, pressing his ear against the wall. He heard the station chief speaking earnestly to Lin Yuan in an admonishing tone. Lin Yuan, you've only just arrived at the station. I know your father has high expectations for you, hoping you'll get transferred to work in the city by year's end. The station chief sighed and said with bitter disappointment, but judging by your performance during this period, do you really think that hope is justified? Lin Yuan, with you taking leave so frequently lately, you have no idea your colleagues like Xiao Chun who started around the same time have already cracked several cases. Though they weren't major cases, you haven't closed a single one yet. This is about work ethic, can't you see the gap between you and them is becoming obvious? Immersive translate. Lin Yuan hung his head like a chastened schoolboy, quietly enduring the station chief's reprimand without protest. Reflect on your recent performance. That's all I'll say for now. The chief patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder and turned to walk into the police station. Only Lin Yuan remained at the entrance of the police station. Lin Yuan irritably ruffled his hair, looking somewhat dejected as he aimlessly kicked small pebbles. After a while, Lin Yuan headed toward a nearby convenience store, apparently to buy something. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao at the back of the alley lowered his head in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Hey, man. Just then, the man in the leather jacket suddenly spoke up. With a forced smile, he fawned over Li Hanyao, saying, Damn, you're good. In all these years, you're the only one who's ever knocked me out with a single move. But honestly, we've got no beef between us. There's really no need to send me in. Hey, man, let's make a deal, alright? These cops are after me. If I get sent in, I'm done for. Just let me go, and name your price, whatever you want, I'll get you the money right away. Sending me in doesn't do you any good. At most, you'll get $500 and a lousy commendation flag. The leather jacket guy glanced at the masked youth, then turned to Li Hanyao with earnest sincerity. If this young man is any friend of yours, I promise you, I'll never trouble him again. All my friends on the streets of Lanshan City will steer clear of him from now on. Immersive translate. Li Hanyao remained expressionless and said flatly, You're overthinking it. I don't know him, but I do have a question for you, answer me truthfully, and I'll let you go. Really? The leather-jacketed man's eyes lit up with wild joy as he exclaimed excitedly, Bro, I'm taking you as a friend from now on. In Lanshan City, no matter what fancy item from some rich family catches your eye, even if it's the monastery elder's underpants, just say the word, and I'll get it for you. Li Hanyao couldn't be bothered with this guy and asked solemnly, Let me ask you something. Earlier you mentioned the police are looking for you, does that mean you're currently a wanted man? Yes. The leather jacket guy was surprisingly straightforward in his reply. That's all good. Li Hanyao nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to untie the ropes binding the leather-jacketed man. The leather-clad man didn't expect Li Hanyao to agree so readily. Delighted, he flexed his limbs and turned to invite Li Hanyao. Bro, come over to my place for a bit, let's grab a drink. Bang! The next moment, Li Hanyao knocked him unconscious with one punch. Immersive translate. Lin Yuan walked out of the convenience store, stuffing the freshly bought cigarettes into his pocket as he twisted open a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. He felt he'd been incredibly unlucky lately and even considered visiting a nearby temple for a fortune-telling, asking the Bodhisattva to bless him with cracking a few cases. Bang! Just then, a massive dark shadow suddenly descended from above, landing right beside his feet. What dares to assault a police officer? Lin Yuan hadn't even swallowed the mouthful of water yet when he threw away the mineral water bottle, his right hand instinctively moving toward his waist. However, the dark figure that fell made no further movements. Lin Yuan focused his gaze and saw it was actually a leather-jacketed man who'd fainted, and his face looked vaguely familiar. Immersive translate. Chapter 72, Astonishment. Li Hanyao narrowed his eyes, staring at the youth wrapped head to toe before him. After a moment's deliberation, he addressed the young man. Since I've helped you, how about returning the favor? You don't have anything urgent at the moment, do you? Hearing his benefactor had a request, the youth perked up with enthusiasm. He quickly straightened his back and eagerly responded. What's the matter? I'm not occupied, please speak. Through fire and water, I'll never refuse. Li Hanyao gave the boy an approving pat on the shoulder and encouraged him, saying, You actually don't need to do anything special. My goal is simply to have you lure 2 more thieves for me. Just do exactly what you did to attract that leather jacket guy before. What? The teenager scratched his head somewhat incredulously. Li Hanyao also felt this idea of his was somewhat absurd, a bit too wishful thinking, really. But it didn't matter anyway. He might as well give it a try, there'd be no harm done if nothing came of it. Since there were definitely fewer thieves near the police station, Li Hanyao deliberately took the boy to stroll farther away. Unfortunately, in this day and age, encountering a thief doesn't seem so easy. After lying in ambush for 2 hours, Li Hanyao still came up empty-handed. However, just as Li Hanyao was about to call the boy and leave, a pleasant surprise suddenly appeared. Perhaps it was due to the boy striking Zonzi-like attire, or perhaps they simply got lucky. A man in a professional suit suddenly snatched the school bag from the teenager's hands and dashed away. Li Hanyao, lying in wait from the shadows, caught him red-handed, delivering a swift kick to knock the man down before trussing him up like a hog and hauling him to the alley adjacent to Lin Yuan's police station. When Lin Yuan stepped outside, the boy began shouting for help from the nearby alley. By the time Lin Yuan rushed over, he found himself bewildered yet again, left to pick up another meritorious achievement served to him on a platter. Lin Yuan solved 2 cases in a single day, leaving even the police station chief questioning his own life. The chief's first thought was, did I say something too harsh at noon today? Did this kid Lin Yuan get provoked? Because of this, the chief even called Lin Yuan in for a chat, gently advising him not to push himself so hard and even apologizing for what he'd said at noon. Up until this moment, Lin Yuan still wore an utterly bewildered expression. Even so, he really wanted to tell the director that he genuinely hadn't given it his all. Immersive translate. After handing Lin Yuan 2 more merits, Li Hanyao glanced up at the sky. Though it was already afternoon, the long summer daylight convinced Li Hanyao to finish today's tasks today, so he set off for Xiang Tianga's house. Li Hanyao boarded the last bus of the day. The passengers were sparse, with just 3 or 4 scattered souls aboard. Hey driver, wait a moment. Just as the bus was about to depart, a familiar voice suddenly called out from outside, followed by a slender figure stepping on board. Thanks, driver. The slender figure thanked the bus driver while dropping coins into the fare box. You? Li Hanyao, sitting at the very front, was momentarily stunned, his surprised voice escaping involuntarily. Before him stood a gaunt figure wearing a baseball cap and a black face mask, bundled up like a zongzi. It was none other than the boy who'd been robbed earlier. Hey, buddy, what a coincidence. The young man spotted Li Hanyao and let out an excited sound, promptly seating himself beside Li Hanyao. Li Hanyao grew suspicious. Was this kid following him? He examined the youth carefully and said with skepticism, why are you also taking this bus? Yeah, right. The youth shifted his position, moving closer to Li Hanyao with great enthusiasm as he said, Big bro, we really must be fated to meet. Li Hanyao scooted further in on himself. He wanted to press for more answers, but ultimately could only sigh helplessly. Sigh, whatever. There are very few buses passing by this stop, just 3 routes in total, so this kind of chance encounter isn't entirely unbelievable. Seeing the young man's outfit, Li Hanyao couldn't help but offer some advice. I suggest you take that off. Dressing like that makes you stand out, and you might attract thieves again. No. The boy shook his head firmly, brimming with confidence, and declared, I've already disguised myself pretty well. No amount of good advice can deter a man hell-bent on destruction. Li Hanyao curled his lips and closed his eyes. He stopped wasting words. After all, they'd met by chance, and he'd said what needed to be said. Whether to heed it was now the other's decision. Ugh. The young man seemed to misunderstand, thinking Li Hanyao was angry. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly removed his baseball cap and took off his mask. Big brother, I think what you're saying makes sense, and besides, with you by my side, I don't have to worry about being robbed. Li Hanyao heard the young man's cheerful voice echo in his ears. This kid really knows how to make himself at home. Li Hanyao felt somewhat helpless as he slowly opened his eyes. However, the moment Li Hanyao saw the young man's face clearly, his pupils abruptly contracted, and his expression froze in place. Xiang Tianga? Immersive Translate. Chapter 73, False Joy. Li Hanyao stared blankly at the youth before him. That familiar face was one he could never forget, no matter what. Bang! Li Hanyao suddenly stood up and punched Xiang Tianga's shoulder. His voice trembled with a mix of overwhelming excitement and barely suppressed anger as he shouted, Why didn't you tell me you were okay? Do you think this kind of joke is funny? The 3 or 4 passengers on the bus immediately cast strange looks at Li Hanyao, but he paid them no mind whatsoever. With slightly red-rimmed eyes, he patted Xiang Tianga's shoulder again and mumbled to himself with unrestrained joy. Damn, you really scared the shit out of me this time, but it's good that you're okay, really good. Honestly, you're like a damn cockroach, even after all this you're still. You know my brother? Unexpectedly, Xiang Tianga's next words froze Li Hanyao's smile on his face. You? Li Hanyao's heart skipped a beat. He gave Xiang Tianga a wary look before forcing a smile and saying, Ha, you little brat, joking around at a time like this? Though Li Hanyao forced a smile on his face, his heart grew colder by the second, because he, too, had noticed that something was off about this Xiang Tianga standing before him. This Xiang Tianga had softer facial features, slightly more youthful proportions, and stood a little shorter than the real Xiang Tianga he knew. Li Hanyao sobered up as if doused with cold water, his smile gradually fading. This sensation is truly unpleasant. There's no happier idiom in the world than a false alarm, yet none more disheartening than a fleeting dream. Immersive translate. Yet Li Hanyao still found it somewhat hard to accept. Suspiciously glancing at the boy, he pressed on unwillingly. How come I don't remember Tianga having a younger brother? The boy's expression turned slightly despondent. With a bitter smile, he gazed blankly out the window and murmured, Big brother, he probably doesn't want to mention me to outsiders. Li Hanyao actually believed the boy's words, because Xiang Tianga almost never spoke about family matters with him, nor had he ever invited anyone to his home. Thus, although many classmates knew where he lived, not a single one had ever actually visited his house. Either way, regarding the identity of this boy before him, Li Hanyao was beginning to believe him a little. Because of this connection, Li Hanyao's gaze toward the youth softened slightly, and his tone became gentler. Let me introduce myself first. I'm friends with your brother. My name is Li Hanyao, brother Kiln. The boy spoke first, scratching his head with an embarrassed laugh. You're the only friend my brother has. I've heard him mention you once. Li Hanyao felt a tumult of emotions in his heart and remained silent for a moment. The young man regarded Li Hanyao with utmost respect, always speaking with deference. Hanyao ji, thank you for always looking after my brother. My name is Xiang Tianha. Li Hanyao gave a bitter smile, unsure whether his words were meant for the young man or himself. Me take care of him? More like he takes care of me. An awkward silence fell between them, punctuated only by the occasional rattling of the bus. Li Hanyao turned his head. Sunlight streamed through the bus window, illuminating Xiang Tianha's profile. Looking closely now, the guy really didn't resemble his older brother that much. After a brief silence, Li Hanyao couldn't help but ask, looking at the backpack in Xiang Tianha's hands. Is that money in your bag? Could it be the compensation Lanchan High School gave your brother? Just as Li Hanyao had suspected, Xiang Tianha nodded in confirmation. With the college entrance exams approaching at such a critical moment, the shocking news of the school building collapse had dealt a severe blow to Lanchan High School's reputation. The school board must be eager to spend money to avoid disaster, which is why they compensated the family of the deceased student so quickly. But, Li Hanyao glanced at Xiang Tianha's small backpack and couldn't help but frown, his expression turning cold. At first glance, the amount might seem substantial, but when considering its compensation for a human life, it appears rather meager. Ding! The bus arrived at another stop, and one by one, the passengers disembarked. In the blink of an eye, only Li Hanyao and Xiang Tianha remained on the bus. The sun gradually dipped westward, casting the last rays of dusk upon the two boys. Up front, the driver's yawn could be heard. Xiang Tianha suddenly seemed overcome with shame. Bowing his head and clutching the straps of his backpack tightly, he muttered in a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. Brother Hanyao, you won't look down on me because of this, will you? Li Hanyao withdrew his gaze from the scenery outside the window and asked in confusion. Look down on you for what? Xiang Tianha bit his lip, his face bitter as he said, carrying this bag of money home now feels like I'm trading my brother's life for cash. How could you have such a foolish idea? Li Hanyao rapped Xiang Tianha on the back of the head, pretending to be angry as he scolded. Your brother's death wasn't your fault either. Why refuse the compensation others offered? Do you think your brother will come back to life if you don't take the money? Are you really going to give up the compensation just because you're afraid of what people might say behind your back, just for some so-called pride? Anyone who does that is a complete idiot. He understood all too well what boys of Xiang Tianha's age were like, proud and sensitive. But no matter how proud one might be, one still had to eat and carry on with life. At the very least, this money would greatly improve Xiang Tianha's impoverished life. Immersive translate. But, Li Hanyao hesitated before speaking. But I do have a question. Why are you the one handling all this? Where are your parents? The moment these words left his lips, Li Hanyao immediately regretted them. Oh, my damn memory. I have no parents. As expected, Xiang Tianha's words delivered another crushing blow to Li Hanyao's heart. After a long silence, Li Hanyao said with a guilty expression, I'm sorry, my apologies. No worries. Xiang Tianha, however, behaved with great nonchalance, grinning broadly as he spoke. Can't blame brother Hanyo here. I'm sure my brother never mentioned these things to him. No harm done where there's no knowledge, ha. Immersive translate. The bus noticeably slowed down, making Li Hanyao suspect that the driver was eavesdropping on their conversation. So, is it just the two of you and your family? Li Hanyao pulled Xiang Tianhe to sit in the back row and then asked softly. Although Xiang Tianhe didn't understand Li Hanyao's behavior, he still followed while answering. My elder brother, grandmother, and I, the three of us live together. No wonder. Belatedly, Li Hanyao suddenly understood why Xiang Tianhe was so desperate for money. Thinking of this, he touched the latest white mobile phone in his pocket and couldn't help but fall into silence again. Immersive translate. After Li Hanyao and the other person took their seats in the back, the bus noticeably picked up speed. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the terminal station. Li Hanyao and Xiang Tianhe got up to exit the bus, finding the weather outside rather stiflingly hot. Brother Hanyao, do you live around here too? Xiang Tianhe asked with an innocent expression. Li Hanyao chuckled. No, I'm heading to your place. Immersive translate. Chapter 71, The Lawyer. Xiang Tianhe's eyes widened, but he quickly grasped Li Hanyao's meaning. Then, Brother Hanyao, come with me. Xiang Tianhe stammered, finally remembering to add. Brother Hanyao, my home is very poor with nothing to offer you. Please don't mind. Immersive translate. After several twists and turns, Li Hanyao followed Xiang Tianhe into an old residential building. Years of weathering had left the walls cracked with wrinkles running across them. The building stood packed together like hunched old men jostling shoulder to shoulder. Calling them pigeon coops might even be too generous. With structures crammed so close, the residents suffered from terrible lighting. The moment they entered, the damp, musty stench of decay assaulted their nostrils. Past the entrance, they stepped into a narrow hallway littered with all sorts of trash, fish guts, cat food, plastic bags, lettuce leaves. One might have mistaken it for a bustling wet market. Tick-tock. Above the hallway, all sorts of old-fashioned undergarments were hung out to dry. The damp clothes still dripped, their droplets sliding along the eaves before landing on Li Hanyao's head. With no air conditioning, most neighbors kept their doors open for ventilation and coolness. This life of poverty left little room for privacy among them. The sounds of stir-frying, laundry washing, marital quarrels, parents tutoring children with homework, all kinds of noise intertwined endlessly, creating a constant din. Seeing this living condition, Li Hanyao was reminded of a famous movie he'd watched before, featuring a slum called Pig Cage Village. This residential building before his eyes was every bit as bad as Pig Cage Village. Xiang Tianhe led Li Hanyao through the winding corridors until they reached a doorstep on the 5th floor. Then, Xiang Tianhe reached into a shoe placed by the door, pulling out a set of keys from inside. Click-clack. As the key turned and the door opened, a deep, magnetic male voice came from the living room. Xiang Tianhe muttered in surprise. Do we have a guest? Li Hanyao saw a man in his 30s sitting in the center of the living room, dressed in a sharp suit and carrying a briefcase, his appearance neat and professional. Opposite the man sat an elderly woman with silver hair. Her pupils were a pale blue-white, her eyes vacant and unfocused. She appeared to be blind. Li Hanyao guessed this must be Xiang Tianhe's grandmother. The man in the suit showed a flicker of alarm when he heard the door open, but quickly regained his composure upon realizing it was just two teenagers. Grandma, I'm home. Xiang Tianhe squatted down beside the old woman's legs and couldn't help asking, who is this uncle? You must be Xiang Tiange's younger brother, aren't you? Before the old woman could reply, the man in the suit spoke up first with a smile. As he spoke, he handed Xiang Tianhe a business card. Xiang Tianhe took the card with suspicion in his eyes, examining both sides repeatedly. Though he couldn't understand it, he pretended otherwise. The suited man smiled faintly and said softly, it's like this, though Lanshan Middle School has paid your family compensation, many responsibility details still need clarification, and your brother's body hasn't been recovered yet. I need to understand all these matters. The man in the suit ruffled Xiang Tianhe's hair and said gently, these matters don't concern children like you. Go play. I just need to speak with your legal guardian, your grandmother, to understand the situation. Clearly unfamiliar with such circumstances, Xiang Tianhe didn't know how to react. Timidly, he tugged at his grandmother's sleeve. Grandma gave a kindly smile, her trembling hand reaching out to pat Lebanyo's arm as she parted her lips and said, good boy, she's just chatting with Grandma. You go inside and do your homework. Now Lebanyo could be certain this grandma was indeed blind. So, Xiang Tianhe took Lebanyo to his bedroom. Immersive translate. Xiang Tianhe's bedroom was quite small, with only a bunk bed inside. At a glance of this bunk bed, Li Hanyao knew that Xiang Tianhe and Xiang Tiange must share this bedroom. It's a bit crowded, don't mind it, brother cold cell. Xiang Tianhe scratched his head awkwardly and forced a smile, saying, Brother Hanyao, you sit here for a moment, I'll go use the restroom. Li Hanyao nodded slightly without saying a word. He knew perfectly well. Xiang Tianhe wasn't really going to the bathroom, he just found the bedroom too cramped. That's why he deliberately stepped out, leaving some space for Li Hanyao to give the illusion of a more spacious room. Li Hanyao suddenly felt a twinge of regret for coming. It wasn't that he looked down on Xiang Tiange's family being poor, rather, he was worried that Xiang Tiange's younger brother's self-esteem might be wounded. Xiang Tiange's trip to the restroom took an unusually long time, more than 20 minutes had passed, and he still hadn't returned. Half an hour passed. Perhaps feeling that staying away any longer would be too much, Xiang Tianhe finally shuffled into the bedroom with an embarrassed smile. Wow, Tianhe, the poster on your wall is so cool. As Xiang Tianhe stepped into the bedroom, Li Hanyao couldn't help but exclaim with genuine admiration. Xiang Tianhe stared blankly at the posters on his wall, just some very old shonen manga posters, nothing special about them. Li Hanyao, like an artist, pointed to one of the posters and said, "You're not an avid collector of these, so you don't understand. Take this yellow one for example, it's already out of print now. If it were brought out there, it would definitely cause a frenzy." Really? Xiang Tianhe was somewhat incredulous. Li Hanyao carefully studied the posters with a serious expression, nodding thoughtfully as he remarked, "Of course it's true. To gather so many out-of-print posters, that's amazing, Tianhe." He ran his fingers over the posters and said with regret in his eyes, "Too bad it can't be peeled off the wall. It'll definitely get damaged if you try, so don't even think about selling it. Just keep it as a collector's item for yourself. It can be peeled off." Unexpectedly, Tianhe Xiang suddenly perked up. Carefully using a small knife, he pried open a corner of the poster on the wall and to his surprise, he managed to peel it off entirely intact. Lifting it up, Xiang Tianhe asked in delighted surprise, "How much can it fetch?" "Brother, you help me find a buyer, and whatever we get, we'll split it 50-50. Ahem. Li Hanyao cleared his throat twice, his face slightly flushed as he spoke. "I was mistaken, yours isn't that out-of-print edition. Since we can't find a buyer, keep it as a collector's item." Xiang Tianhe's eyes showed disappointment as his head immediately drooped downward. At that very moment, Li Hanyao overheard the conversation in the adjacent living room. The lawyer's voice was crisp and straightforward. "Alright, Grandma, let me ask the next question. Does Tiange often stay out all night?" Grandma responded somewhat slowly, tilting her head before finally replying after a long pause. "Well, not exactly. Not even one night staying out? Just one instance counts." The lawyer adjusted his glasses, his tone suddenly turning sharp. Grandma seemed to be under some kind of guidance as she nodded vaguely and murmured indistinctly, "Why yes, seems like there was." A satisfied smile appeared on the lawyer's face as he jotted something down in his notebook. Perhaps because the spiritual awakening had enhanced Li Hanyao's eyesight, he could actually make out the words written in the notebook. The lawyer swiftly jotted down in his notes, "The deceased had strained relations with family members and showed a tendency to run away from home." Whoosh! Li Hanyao's expression instantly darkened. So that's how it is. This lawyer must be the legal representative of Aroshiyama Middle School. Tianji's body hasn't been found, meaning unlike other injured or deceased students, his case hasn't been officially categorized yet. As long as Tiangu is ruled as missing rather than deceased in the school building collapse incident, Aroshiyama Middle School could potentially avoid paying additional compensation fees, and might even reclaim the compensation already paid out.